Keynes, C.P. Scott, Arnold Bennett, Harold Lasky, Ellen Wilkinson, J.L. Garvin, the Bishop of Birmingham, and many others appealed to the government to reconsider their decision. The protests and appeals fell on deaf ears. This one-act comedy on the theme of democracy and its principles, Trotsky observed, might have been written by Bernard Shaw, if the Fabian fluid which runs in his veins had been strengthened by as much as 5% of Jonathan Swift's blood. Shaw, even if his satirical sting was not at its sharpest on this occasion, did what he could. He wrote to Kleins, the Home Secretary, about the ironic situation of a labor and socialist government refusing the right of asylum to a very distinguished socialist while granting it to the most reactionary opponents. Now, if the government by excluding Mr. Trotsky could have also silenced him. But Mr. Trotsky cannot be silenced. His trenchant literary power and the hold, which his extraordinary career has given him on the public imagination of the modern world, enable him to use every attempt to persecute him. He becomes the inspirer and the hero of all the militants of the extreme left of every country. Those who had an unreasoning dread of him as a caged lion should allow him to enter Britain if only to hold the key of his cage. Shaw contrasted Kemal Pasha's behavior with MacDonald's and found hard to swallow an example of liberality set by a Turkish government to a British one. 24. Other European governments were no more willing to hold the key of his cage. The French dug up the order of expulsion issued against Trotsky in 1916 and declared it to be still in force. The Czechs at first were ready to welcome him, and Masaryk's socialist minister, Dr. Ludwig Czech, addressing him as most respected comrade, informed him, in agreement with Beneš, that the visa had been issued, but the correspondence ended frigidly, with the comrade addressed as Herr and with an unexplained refusal. 25 The Dutch, who were giving refuge to Kaiser Wilhelm, would not give it to Trotsky. In a letter to Magdalene Paz he wrote ironically that, as he did not even know the Dutch language, the government could rest assured that he would not interfere in domestic Dutch affairs, and that he was prepared to live in any rural backwater, incognito. 26 Nor were the Austrians willing to give an example of liberality to others. The Norwegian government declared that they could not allow him to enter their country, because they could not guarantee his safety. Trotsky's friends sounded out even the rulers of the Duchy of Luxembourg. He found that Europe was without a visa. He did not even think of applying to the United States, for this the most powerful nation of the world was also the most frightened. He concluded that Europe and America were without a visa and, as these two continents owned the other three, the planet was without a visa. On many sides it had been explained to me that my disbelief in democracy was my cardinal sin. But when I asked to be given a brief object lesson in democracy there are no volunteers. 27. The truth is that even in exile Trotsky inspired fear. Governments and ruling parties made him feel that no one can lead a great revolution, defy all the established powers, and challenge the sacred rights of property with impunity. Bourgeois Europe gazed with amazement and glee at the spectacle, the like of which it had not seen indeed since Napoleon's downfall. Never since then had so many governments proscribed one man or had one man aroused such widespread animosity and alarm. 28 Conservatives had not forgiven him the part he had played in defeating the anti-Bolshevik crusade of 14 nations. No one expressed their feelings better than Winston Churchill, the inspirer of that crusade, in a triumphantly mocking essay on the ogre of Europe. Trotsky, whose frown meted death to thousands, sits disconsolate, a bundle of old rags, stranded on the shores of the Black Sea. Presently Churchill had second thoughts, and when he included the essay in Great Contemporaries, he replaced the bundle of old rags by the words Trotsky a skin of malice. Trotsky's first political statements made on the shores of the Black Sea showed him to have remained unshaken as enemy of the established order, and to be still as defiant and self-confident as he was in the days when he led the Red Army and addressed the world from the rostrum of the Communist International. No, no, this was not a bundle of old rags, this was a skin of malice. 29. Ignorance of the issues that had split Bolshevism magnified the hatred and the fear. Reputable newspapers could not tell whether Trotsky's deportation was not a hoax and whether he had not left his country in secret agreement with Stalin in order to foster revolution abroad. The Times had reliable information that this was indeed the case and saw Trotsky's hand behind communist demonstrations in Germany. 30 The Morning Post reported, with circumstantial details, on secret negotiations between Stalin and Trotsky which were to bring the latter back to the command of the armed forces. The paper knew that in connection with this Trotsky's sister had traveled between Moscow, Berlin, and Constantinople. 31 The Daily Express spoke of this raven perched upon the bough of British socialism even with the clipped wings and claws. He is not the sort of fowl that we in Britain can ever hope to domesticate. 32 The Manchester Guardian and The Observer supported with some warmth Trotsky's claim to political asylum, but theirs were solitary voices. American newspapers saw Trotsky as the revolutionary incendiary and Stalin as the moderate statesman with whom America could do business. 33 The German right-wing and nationalist press was raucous and rabid. Germany has enough trouble, we consider it superfluous to add to it by extending hospitality to this most powerful propagandist of Bolshevism, said the Berliner Boursen-Zeitung. 34 Trotsky, the Soviet Jewish bloodhound, would like to reside in Berlin, wrote Hitler's Beobachter. We shall have to keep a watchful eye on this Jewish assassin and criminal. 35. The social democratic parties, especially those which were in office, felt somewhat disturbed in their democratic conscience, but were no less afraid. When George Lansbury protested at a cabinet meeting against the treatment of Trotsky, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and the Home Secretary replied, "There he is, in Constantinople, out of the way. It is to nobody's interest that he should be anywhere else. We are all afraid of him." 36 Beatrice Webb, expressing admiration for his intellect and heroic character, wrote to Trotsky, "My husband and I were very sorry that you were not admitted into Great Britain. But I am afraid that anyone who preaches the permanence of revolution, that is carries the revolutionary war into the politics of other countries, will always be excluded from entering those other countries." 37 Historically, this was not quite true. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels spent most of their lives as refugees in England preaching the permanence of the revolution. But times had changed, and Marx and Engels had not been as fortunate and unfortunate as to turn first from obscure political exiles into leaders of actual revolution and then back into exiles. Trotsky was not greatly surprised by the feeling he evoked. He refused to go about the business of visas more diplomatically, as the pauses urged him to do. He would not pull strings behind the scenes and refrain from making public appeals. 38 Even while he was seeking a refuge for himself, he was engaged in a battle of ideas. He knew that governments and ruling classes, in their fear of him, were paying him a tribute. They could not view him as a private supplicant, they had to treat him as an institution and as the embodiment of revolution militant. Without waiting for the result of his many requests and the canvassing for visas, Trotsky settled down to work. There was an unusual bustle on Principo in the very first weeks after his arrival. Reporters from all the continents rushed to interview him. Visitors and friends appeared in a single month. In May, no fewer than 7 came from France alone and stayed for weeks, even months. Young Trotskyists arrived to serve as bodyguards and secretaries. German and American publishers called to sign contracts for books and to offer advances on royalties. From everywhere dissident communists wrote to inquire about points of ideology and policy, and presently Trotsky, answering every question systematically and scrupulously filing away mountains of paper, found himself up to his eyes in a correspondence, amazing in volume, which he was to carry on, regardless of circumstances, till the end of his life. He was getting ready the first issue of the Bulletin Oppositii, the little periodical. It began to appear in July, which was to be his main platform for the discussion of inter-party affairs and his most important medium of contact with the opposition in the Soviet Union. It was not easy to edit it in Beobachter and to find Russian printers for it, first in Paris and then in Berlin. At the same time he set out to organize his international following. In addition, during the very first months of his stay on the island, he prepared a number of books for publication. He was anxious to acquaint the world with the 1927 platform of the joint opposition, which was to see the light under the title The Real Situation in Russia. He assembled a collection of documents, suppressed in the Soviet Union, which were to make the volume on the Stalinist school of falsification. In the Third International after Lenin he presented his critique of the draft program of the Third International and the message he had addressed to the Sixth Congress from Alma-Ata. Shortened and partly garbled versions of these texts had already appeared abroad, which was one more reason why Trotsky was eager to produce the full and authentic statements. Permanent Revolution was the small book, also written at Alma-Ata, in which he restated and defended his theory in controversy with Radek. The main literary fruit of the season was, however, My Life. Urged by Preobrazhensky and other friends to write his autobiography, he had, at Alma-Ata, jotted down the opening parts narrating his childhood and youth, and on Principo he hurriedly went on with the work, sending out chapters, as he completed them, to his German, French, and English translators. His progress was so rapid that one may wonder whether he had not drafted much more at Alma-Ata than just the opening parts. Less than 3 months after he had come to Beochata he was already able to write to the Klyachkos in Vienna, an old Russian revolutionary family with whom he was friendly well before 1914, I am still completely immersed in this autobiography, and I do not know how to get out of it. I could have virtually completed it long ago, but an accursed pedantry does not allow me to complete it. I go on looking up references, checking dates, deleting one thing and inserting another. More than once I have felt tempted to throw it all into the fireplace and to take to more serious work. But, alas, this is summer, there is no fire in the fireplaces, and, by the way, there are no fireplaces here either. 39 In May he had sent to Alexandra Ram, his German translator, a large part of the work. A few weeks later she already had in hand the chapters on the Civil War. But in July his accursed pedantry pestered him again and he went back to rewrite the opening pages of the book. Early in the autumn the whole manuscript had already gone out and fragments were being serialized in newspapers. While he was still fastidiously correcting the German and the French translations, he was getting ready to start the history of the Russian Revolution, the first synopsis of which Alexandra Ram received before the end of November. 40. Amid this burst of activity he was never free from anxieties about children, grandchildren, and friends he had left beyond the frontier. The sorrow of Nina's agony and death was still fresh with him when Zina's illness. Zina was his elder daughter from his first marriage disturbed him. He inquired for news from her via Paris, where the Pazes kept in touch with his family in Moscow through a sympathizer on the staff of the Soviet embassy. Zina suffered from consumption, and the death of her sister, the persecution of her father, the deportation to Siberia of Platon Volkov, her husband, and the difficulty of keeping herself and her 2 children alive, had strained her mental balance. She tried unsuccessfully to obtain official permission to leave the country and join her father. Trotsky supported her financially, and his well-wishers urged the Soviet government to grant her an exit permit. Her mother, Alexandra Sokolovskaya, was still in Leningrad, though no one knew how long she would be allowed to stay there, and she took care of Nina's children. Their father too, Mannevelson, was deported and imprisoned. This was not all, Lyova's wife and child were also left in Moscow, at fate's mercy. Thus, among Trotsky's next of kin no fewer than 4 families were broken up by the pitiless political conflict. And almost every week brought news about victimization of friends and untold miseries, illnesses in prison, starvation, clashes with jailers, hunger strikes, suicides, and deaths. Trotsky did what he could to arouse protests, especially against the persecution of Rakovsky, until lately the best known and the most respected of Soviet ambassadors in the West, who was dragged from one place of deportation to another and suffered heart attacks, and from whom there was no news for several months. Trotsky's vitality got the better of anxiety, worry, and fatigue. He drowned his sorrows in tenacious work and in intercourse with friends and followers, and he sought relief from the strain of work in rowing and fishing in the sky-colored waters of the Marmara. Even while he rested he was unable to bring his energy to a standstill, he had to expend it in strenuous exertion all the time. As at Alma-Ata his fishing was still a matter of elaborate expeditions with heavy boats, stones, and drag nets. He would go out for long trips, accompanied by 2 Turkish fishermen who gradually became part of the household, and with them he toiled, dragged the nets and stones, and carried back loads of fish. Eastman, who found Trotsky's idea of relaxation disagreeable, wondered if that is the mood in which he will go fishing. Intense, speedy, systematic, organized for success, much as he went to Kazan to defeat the White Army's. 41, he was unable to use his strength, physical or mental, sparingly, and even chronic ill health did not seem to impair his sinewy agility. Sometimes he sailed out by himself and, to the alarm of his family and secretaries, disappeared for long periods. A follower who arrived at such a moment wondered whether Trotsky was not afraid that the GPU might lay a trap for him out at sea. Trotsky replied somewhat fatalistically that the GPU were so powerful that once they decided to destroy him he would be helpless anyhow. In the meantime he saw no reason why he should become his own jailer and deny himself the little freedom left to him, and the color and taste of life. 42. The misgivings with which he had arrived in Turkey were somewhat allayed. The Turks behaved correctly, even helpfully. Kemal Pasha was as good as his word, though Trotsky was still incredulous. The police guards, placed at the gates of the villa, attached themselves so much to their ward that they also became part of the household, running errands and helping in domestic chores. The white émigrés made no attempt to penetrate behind the high fences and hedges. Even the GPU seemed remote and uninterested. This appearance, however, was deceptive. The GPU were anything but aloof. All too often one of their agents, posing as an ardent follower, slipped into Trotsky's entourage as secretary or bodyguard. A Latvian Frank stayed at Principo for 5 months, writes Natalia. Later we learned that he was an informer of the Russian Secret Service, just like one Sobolevicius, also a Latvian, who came to us for a short stay only. His brother Roman well acted as agent provocateur in opposition circles in Paris and Central Europe. 43 The trouble was that not all those who were exposed as agents provocateurs necessarily acted that part, whereas the most dangerous spies were never detected. Sobolevicius, for instance, 30 years later imprisoned in the United States as a Soviet agent, confessed that he had indeed spied on Trotsky during the Principo period. 44 Yet his whole correspondence with Trotsky and the circumstances of their break throw doubt on the veracity of this part of his confession. Sobolevicius himself broke with Trotsky after he had openly and repeatedly expressed important political disagreements, which was not the manner in which an agent provocateur would behave. Trotsky denounced him in the end as a Stalinist, but did not believe that he was an agent provocateur. Whatever the truth, both Sobolevicius and his brother enjoyed Trotsky's almost unqualified confidence during the first 3 Principo years. They were no novices to Trotskyist circles. Sobolevicius had been in Russia as correspondent of the left Marxist Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung, and there he joined the Trotskyist opposition in 1927. Both he and his brother were later not only extremely active in France and Germany, they also supplied Trotsky with much useful information and with reference materials for his books. They helped him to publish the Bulletin Oppositii, and through their hands went much of his clandestine correspondence with the Soviet Union, codes, chemically written letters, cover addresses, etc. 45. In an underground organization it is hardly ever possible to keep out the agent provocateur altogether. The organization is invariably the stool pigeon's target, and it is just as easy to err on the side of too much suspicion, which may paralyze the entire organization, as on the side of too little vigilance. What made matters worse for Trotsky was that only very few of his Western followers were familiar with the Russian language and background, and so he was unduly dependent on the few that were. His work would have been almost impossible without Lyova's assistance. But this was not enough, and Trotsky accepted his son's sacrifice with uneasiness, for it was a sacrifice on the part of a man in his early 20s to condemn himself to a hermit-like existence on Prinkipo. So Trotsky was all too often on the lookout for a Russian secretary, and this made it easier for the stool pigeon to sneak in. Occasionally friends forestalled trouble with a timely warning. Thus, early in 1930, Valentin Alberg, of Russian Menshevik parentage, posing as a Trotskyist, tried hard to obtain access to Prinkipo as a secretary. But from Berlin Franz Pfemfert and Alexandra Ram, suspicious of the applicant, informed Trotsky of their fears, and Alberg was turned away. In 1936 he was to appear as defendant and witness against Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev in the first of the great Moscow trials. 46 Such timely warnings were all too rare, however, and in years to come the shadowy figure of the agent provocateur was to follow Trotsky like a curse. Trotsky's financial circumstances during the Prinkipo period were much easier than he had expected. His literary earnings were large, life on the island was cheap, and his and the family's needs were extremely modest. As the household increased, with secretaries and long-staying guests always around, and as the correspondence became almost as voluminous as that of a minor government department, the expenses rose to $12,000 and even $15,000 American dollars per year. 47 A wide international readership assured Trotsky of correspondingly high fees and royalties. For his first articles written in Constantinople he received $10,000, of which he put aside $6,000 as a publication fund for the Bulletin Oppositii and French and even American Trotskyist papers. Later in the year he received considerable advances on the various editions of My Life, $7,000 on the American edition alone. In 1932 the Saturday Evening Post paid $45,000 for the serialization of the history of the Russian Revolution. 48 When he left the Soviet consulate in Constantinople, Trotsky borrowed 20,000 French francs from Maurice Paz. A year later he repaid the debt and had no need to borrow any more. When in May 1929 Paz inquired whether he was not in any difficulties, Trotsky answered that far from this being the case he could now afford to assist financially his political friends in the West. This, as his correspondence and preserved accounts show, he did with an unstinting hand, on which some of the recipients presently came rather unbecomingly to rely. Long before their defeat Trotsky, Zinoviev, and even Shliapnikov had made attempts at organizing their followers in foreign communist parties. These efforts were not altogether unsuccessful at first, despite excommunications and expulsions. 49 The tactical maneuvers and retreats, however, of the Russian opposition disorientated communists abroad as strongly as Stalinist reprisals intimidated them. The final capitulation of Zinoviev's faction demoralized its foreign associates. Trotsky's reverses and deportation had not had quite the same effect. In the eyes of communists not yet fully prepared to submit to Stalinist dictates, his moral authority stood as high as ever, and the legend which surrounded his name, the legend of indomitable militancy and victory, was enriched with its new note of martyrdom. Yet the Comintern had already stigmatized Trotskyism with so much brutality and was so ferociously stamping it out from foreign sections that no communist could hope to gain any advantage by embracing the heresy, and few were those prepared to follow the martyr on his path. From Prinkipo, Trotsky set out to rally anew his supporters, past and present. That he had no power to share with them did not in his eyes render the undertaking hopeless. This made it in a way even more attractive. Knowing that self-seekers and bureaucrats would not respond, he appealed only to the thoughtful and disinterested. Had not the strength of a revolutionary organization always consisted in the depth of the conviction held by its members and in their devotion rather than in their numbers? At the turn of the decade Stalin's mastery of the Comintern was still superficial. Almost anyone who spent those years in the Communist Party can relate from experience the bewilderment and the reluctance with which cadres and rankers alike began to conform to the new orthodoxy consecrated in Moscow. Underneath the conformity, still only skin deep, there was malaise, incredulity, and restiveness, and there were old Marxist habits of thought and uneasy consciences, to which Trotsky's fate was a constant challenge. The good party man considered it his supreme duty to practice solidarity with the Russian Revolution, and so he could not take it upon himself to contradict the men who now ruled Moscow, who spoke with the voice of the revolution, and who insisted that the foreign communists should, at committees and cells, vote for resolutions condemning Trotskyism. The party man voted as he was required, but the whole campaign remained to him a sad puzzle. The venom with which it was pursued vaguely offended him. He was unable to discern its motive. And sometimes he wondered why he should be required to add his own modest endorsement to the awe-inspiring anathemas pronounced from so far above. Working-class members, except for the very young and uninformed, recalled the days of Trotsky's glory, his resounding assaults on world capitalism, and his fiery manifestos that had stirred so many of them and even brought some of them into the ranks. The change in the party's attitude towards the man whom they remembered as Lenin's closest companion seemed incomprehensible. Yet there was little or nothing they could do about it. Here and there a few men disgusted by this or that manipulation of the party line renounced membership, but most reflected that they should not perhaps be unduly concerned over what looked like a feud among the big chiefs, that Russia was anyhow far away and difficult to understand, but that their own class enemies were near at home, and against them the Communist Party fought reliably and bravely. They continued to give their allegiance to the party, but they did so despite and not because of Stalinism, and for some time yet they shrugged with embarrassment when they heard party officialdom rail against Trotsky, the traitor and the counter-revolutionary. Trotsky's hold on the imagination of the left and radical intelligentsia was still immense. When Bernard Shaw wrote of him as becoming anew the inspirer and hero of all the militants of the extreme left of every country, he was not as far from the truth as may have seemed later. 50 We have seen the impressive list of the celebrities of radical England who spoke up in Trotsky's defense against their own government. True, the British Communist Party was less infected with Trotskyism than any other, yet in Trotsky's Principal correspondence one finds a thick file of extremely friendly and revealing letters he exchanged with an English communist writer, later notorious for Stalinist orthodoxy. Among European and American poets, novelists, and artists, famous or about to gain fame, André Breton and others of the Surrealist school, Henrietta Roland Holst, the Dutch poetess, Pena it Istrati, whose meteoric and sad literary career was then at its zenith, Diego Rivera, Edmund Wilson, the young André Malraux, and many others, were under his spell. Trotsky continued to haunt the communist intellectuals, says a historian of American communism, and by way of illustration he quotes Michael Gold, the well-known communist writer and editor who even after the first anathemas on Trotsky could not resist extolling Trotsky in the new masses as almost as universal as Leonardo da Vinci. As late as 1930 Gold wrote, among some tritely derogatory remarks, that Trotsky is now an immortal part of the great Russian Revolution, one of the permanent legends of humanity, like Savonarola or Danton. 51 The unbounded admiration for Trotsky was not confined to Michael Gold, testifies another American communist man of letters, it marked all the extreme radicals of this country who followed Russian events. In most European countries groups of expelled Trotskyists and Zinovievists, led by a few of the founders of the Communist International, were active. It was only 5 years or so since the Central Committee of the French Party had unanimously protested to Moscow against the anti-Trotskyist campaign. Between 1924 and 1929 Alfred Rosmer, Boris Suvarin, and others went on contending against Stalinism. 52 Trotskyist sympathies were alive in the revolutionary syndicalist circle of Pierre Minute, which had formed one of the constituent elements of the French Communist Party but had since become estranged from it. The Zinovievists kept their own coterie. In Germany there were the Leninbund and also the Wedding Opposition, so called after Berlin's largest working-class district, but their Zinovievism, as represented by Arkady Maslov and Ruth Fischer, rather than Trotskyism, set the tone of the dissidents. Two important Italian communist leaders, Antonio Gramsci and Amadeo Bordiga, both Mussolini's prisoners, had declared themselves against Stalin. Gramsci, from his prison cell, had sent his declaration to Moscow, where Togliatti, the party's representative with the Comintern executive, suppressed it. 53 Andrés Nin, the most able exponent of Marxism in Spain, had thrown in his lot with the Russian opposition and had for years kept in touch with Trotsky. 54 In Holland Mering Sneevliet, the first inspirer of Indonesian communism, led a fairly strong group of Dutch left trade unionists opposed to Stalinism. In Belgium Van Overstraeten and Liesel, ex-chiefs of the Communist Party, and their followers strongly entrenched in the large mining district of Charleroi, had also embraced Trotskyism. The inter-party controversy had some repercussions even in Asia. The germs of Trotskyism had been brought to Shanghai, Peking, Kwantung, and Wuhan by former students of the Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow, witnesses of Trotsky's struggle over the Chinese issue in 1927. In 1928 they held the first national conference of the Chinese opposition, and some of them looked forward to an alliance with Mao Zedong, on whom the Comintern frowned at this time, because his attitude in 1925-7 had often coincided with Trotsky's and because he was now, at the ebb of the revolution, embarking upon partisan warfare against the Kuomintang. In 1929 Chen Tusiu, the party's leader up to 1927, came out with the open letter in which he revealed the sordid inner story of the relations between Moscow, the Kuomintang, and Chinese communism, and acknowledged that Trotsky's criticisms of Stalin's and Bukharin's policy had been only too well founded. 55 The Trotskyist influence made itself felt in Indochina, Indonesia, and Ceylon. About the same time Trotsky gained new adherents in America. James P. Cannon and Max Schachtman, members of the Central Committee in the United States, and Maurice Spector, chairman of the Communist Party of Canada. Even in remote Mexico a group of communists, encouraged by Diego Rivera, rallied to the cause of the heretics defeated in Moscow. Trotsky established liaison with all these groups, and tried to weld them into a single organization. Since his deportation from Moscow they had lived on crumbs of his thought and had published, in small papers and bulletins, fragments of his writings, surreptitiously brought out of the Soviet Union. His appearance in Constantinople gave them a fillip, his moral authority was their greatest asset, and they expected him to give life to a worldwide communist opposition to Stalinism. True, his authority was also a liability, for they were becoming accustomed to the constricting roles of disciples and devotees. Trotskyism was already, as Heinrich Brandler put it, a tiny boat overweight by a huge sail. Even in the Russian opposition Trotsky's personality had been preeminent, but there at least he had been surrounded by associates distinguished in the revolution, men of independent mind, strong character, and rich experience. There were, with one or two exceptions, no men of such weight among his associates outside Russia. He hoped that this weakness of the opposition would soon be remedied and that new leaders would rise from the ranks. He did not imagine that he would remain the only expatriate leader of the Russian opposition. He expected that Stalin would banish others beside him, especially Rakovsky and Radek, and that once these had emerged from Russia the international opposition would obtain a strong directing center. 56 These expectations were not to be fulfilled. Stalin had no intention of strengthening Trotsky's hand by further banishments. What, apart from the magic of a personality, did Trotskyism represent at this stage? At its heart were the principles of revolutionary internationalism and proletarian democracy. Revolutionary internationalism belonged to the heritage of classical Marxism. The Third International had once rescued it from the failing hands of the Second, and now Trotsky defended it against both the Third and the Second Internationals. This principle was no mere abstraction to him, it permeated his thought and his political instincts. He never viewed any issue of policy otherwise than in the international perspective, and the supranational interest of communism was his supreme criterion. Hence he saw the doctrine of socialism in a single country as a national socialist distortion of Marxism and as the epitome of the national self-sufficiency and arrogance of the Soviet bureaucracy. That doctrine now ruled not only in the Soviet Union, where at least it met a psychological need, it was also the official canon of international communism, where it met no such need. In bowing to the sacred egoism of Stalinist Russia the Comintern had shattered its own raison d'être. An international hitch to socialism in a single country was a contradiction in terms. Trotsky pointed out that, Theoretically, the conception of an isolated and self-contained socialist state was alien to Marxist thinking. It originated in the national reformist theory of the German revisionists of the 19th century, and that practically it expressed renunciation of international revolution and the subordination of Comintern policy to Stalinist expediency. 57 Upholding the primacy of the international interest vis-a-vis the national, Trotsky was, however, far from treating the national needs of the Soviet Union with any degree of nihilistic neglect, or from overlooking its specific diplomatic or military interests, and he insisted that the defense of the workers' first state was the duty of every communist. But he was convinced that Stalinist self-sufficiency weakened the Soviet Union, whose ultimate interest lay in overcoming its isolation and in the spread of revolution. He held therefore that at decisive stages of the international class struggle the workers' state should, on a long-term view, be prepared to sacrifice immediate advantages rather than obstruct that struggle, as Stalin and Bukharin obstructed the Chinese Revolution in 1925-7. In the coming decade this controversy was to shift to issues of communist strategy and tactics vis-a-vis Nazism and the Popular Fronts, but underlying it still was the same conflict between, to use an analogy with contemporary American politics, Trotskyist internationalism and the isolationism which colored Stalin's policies in the 1920s and 30s. On the face of it, Trotsky's attitude was, or should have been, much more congenial to communists outside the Soviet Union than was Stalin's, and he had reason to expect that it would meet with the stronger response, for he dwelt on their importance as independent actors in the international class struggle, whereas Stalinism assigned to them the parts of the mere clients of the workers' fatherland. Trotsky's advocacy of proletarian democracy aimed at freeing the communist parties from the rigidities of their ultra-bureaucratic organization and at the restitution in their midst of democratic centralism. This principle, too, had been embedded in their Marxist tradition and was still inscribed in their statutes. Democratic centralism had sought to safeguard for the socialist and later the communist parties freedom in discipline and discipline in freedom. It obliged them to maintain the strictest concord and unity in action, and allowed them to entertain the widest diversity of views compatible with their program. It committed minorities to carrying out majority decisions, and it bound the majority to respect the right of any minority to criticize and oppose. It invested the Central Committee of any party, and the leadership of the International with the power to command effectively the rank and file during its tenure of office, but it made that Central Committee dependent on the will and the unhampered vote of the rank and file. The principle had therefore been of great educative and practical political value for the movement, and its abandonment and replacement by bureaucratic centralism crippled the International. If in the Soviet Party the monolithic discipline and the over-centralization were part and parcel of the organic evolution of the Bolshevik monopoly of power, the extension of this regime to the foreign sections of the Comintern was wholly artificial and bore no relation to their national environments and conditions of existence. Most Western communist parties had been accustomed to act within the multi-party system where, as a rule, they enjoyed the formal freedom of criticism and debate. Their leaders now found themselves in the paradoxical situation that within their own organization they denied their own followers the rights which the latter enjoyed outside the organization. By 1930 no German, French, or other communist could voice dissent from the party line, they had to accept as gospel all official pronouncements coming from Moscow. Thus every communist party became in its own country something like a bizarre enclave, sharply separated from the rest of the nation not so much by its revolutionary purpose as by a code of behavior which had little to do with that purpose. This was the code of a quasi-ecclesiastical order which subjected its members to a mental drill as severe as any that had been practiced in any monastic body since the Counter-Reformation. It is true that by means of this drill the Stalinized Comintern achieved extraordinary feats of discipline. But discipline of this type was destructive of the efficacy of a revolutionary party. Such a party must be in and of the people among whom it works, it must not be set apart by the observances of an esoteric cult. Stalinism, with its devotions, burnt offerings, and incense, undoubtedly fascinated some intellectuals in search of a creed, those intellectuals who were later to curse it as the god that failed. But the cult that captivated them rarely appealed to the mass of workers, to those sturdy proletarians whom it was supposed to suit. Moreover, the strange discipline and ritual tied the party agitators hand and foot when what they needed was a free and easy approach to those whom they desired to win for their cause. When the European communist went out to argue his case before a working-class audience, he usually met there a social democratic opponent whose arguments he had to refute and whose slogans he had to counter. Most frequently he was unable to do this, because he lacked the habits of political debate, which were not cultivated within the party, and because his schooling deprived him of the ability to preach to the unconverted. He could not probe adequately into his opponent's case when he had to think all the time about his own orthodoxy and to check perpetually whether in what he himself was saying he was not unwittingly deviating from the party line. He could expound with mechanical fanaticism a prescribed set of arguments and slogans, but unforeseen opposition or heckling at once put him out of countenance. When he was called upon, as he often was, to answer criticisms of the Soviet Union, he could rarely do so convincingly. His thanksgiving prayers to the workers' fatherland and his hosannas for Stalin covered him with ridicule in the eyes of any sober-minded audience. This ineffectiveness of the Stalinist agitation was one of the main reasons why over many years, even in the most favorable circumstances, that agitation made little or no headway against social democratic reformism. Trotsky set out to shake the communist parties from their petrifaction and to reawaken in them the élan, the self-reliance, and the fighting ardor which were once theirs and which they could not recover without freedom in their own ranks. Again and again he expounded the meaning of democratic centralism for the benefit of communists who had never grasped it or who had forgotten it. He appealed to them in their own interest, in the name of their own dignity and future, hoping that they would not remain unresponsive. And indeed, if reason, Marxist principle, or communist self-interest had had any say in the matter, his arguments and pleas would not have fallen on deaf ears. Apart from its fundamental principles, Trotskyism represented also a set of tactical conceptions varying with circumstances. An inordinately large proportion of Trotsky's writings in exile consists of comments on these topics, which are rarely exciting to outsiders, especially after the lapse of time. However, the range of Trotsky's tactical ideas was so wide and his views are in part still so relevant to working-class politics, that what he had to say is of more than historical interest. It will be remembered that between 1923 and 1928, when the Comintern pursued a moderate line, Trotsky and his adherents criticized it from the left. 58 After 1928 this changed to some extent. Since Stalin had initiated the left course in the Soviet Union, the policy of the Comintern too had, by an automatic transmission to it of every movement and reflex from the Russian party, changed direction. Already at its 6th Congress, in the summer of 1928, the International began to transpose its watchwords and tactical prescriptions from the rightist to an ultra-left pattern. 59 In the following months the new line was further evolved until it was in every respect diametrically opposed to the old. 60 While in previous years the Comintern spoke of the relative stabilization of capitalism, it now diagnosed the end of the stabilization and predicted the imminent and final collapse of capitalism. This was the crux of the so-called third period theory, of which Molotov, who replaced Bukharin as head of the Comintern, became the chief exponent. According to that theory, the political history of the post-war era fell into three distinct chapters. The first, one of revolutionary strains and stresses, had lasted till 1923, the second, capitalist stabilization, had come to an end by 1928, while the third, now opening, was to bring the death agony of capitalism and imperialism. If hitherto international communism had been on the defensive, it was time now to pass to the offensive and to turn from the struggle for partial demands and reforms to the direct contest for power. The Comintern alleged that all the contradictions of capitalism were about to explode because the bourgeoisie would be unable to master the next economic crisis, and that the makings of a revolutionary situation were already evident all over the world, especially in a new radicalism of the working classes, who were shaking off reformist illusions and virtually waiting for the communists to place themselves at their head and lead them into battle. Almost any incident of class conflict now had incalculable revolutionary momentum and could lead to the struggle for the street, or, more explicitly, to armed insurrection. In the whole capitalist world, Bolshevik wrote in June 1929, the strike wave is mounting, elements of a stubborn revolutionary struggle and of civil war are intertwined with the strikes. The masses of unorganized workers are drawn into the fight. The growth of dissatisfaction and the leftward swing embrace also millions of agricultural laborers and the oppressed peasantry. One must be a dull opportunist or a sorry liberal. Molotov told the executive of the International, not to see that we have stepped with both feet into a zone of the most tremendous revolutionary events of international significance. These words were not meant as long-term predictions but as topical forecasts and directions for action. Several European communist parties tried indeed to turn the May Day parades of 1929 and anti-war demonstrations called for August 4 into direct struggles for the street, which resulted in fruitless and bloody clashes between demonstrators and police in Berlin, Paris, and other cities. In accordance with this general line, the Comintern also changed its attitude towards the social democratic parties. In a truly revolutionary situation, it was said, those parties could only side with counter-revolution, and so no ground was left for communists to seek cooperation or partial agreements with them. As the bourgeoisie was striving to save its rule with the help of fascism, as the era of parliamentary government and democratic liberties was coming to a close, and as parliamentary democracy itself was being transformed from the inside into fascism, the social democratic parties too were becoming social fascist, socialist in words and fascist in deeds. Because they concealed their true nature under the paraphernalia of democracy and socialism, the Social Democrats were an even greater menace than plain fascism. It was therefore on social fascism as the main enemy that communists ought to concentrate their fire. Similarly, the left Social Democrats, often speaking a language almost indistinguishable from that of communism, were even more dangerous than the right-wing social fascists, and should be combated even more vigorously. If, hitherto, communists were required to form united fronts with the Social Democrats from above and below, with leaders and rank and file alike, the Comintern now declared a rigorous ban on any such tactics. Only from below could the united front still be practiced. Communists were permitted to cooperate only with those of the Social Democratic rank and file who were ready to break with their own leaders. To favor any contact from above was to aid and abet social fascism. 61. These notions and prescriptions were to govern the policies of all communist parties for the next 5 or 6 years, almost up to the time of the Popular Front, throughout the fateful years of the Great Slump, the rise of Nazism, the collapse of the monarchy in Spain, and other events in which the conduct of the communist parties was of crucial importance. In the previous period, when Trotsky maintained that by its timid policies the Comintern was wasting revolutionary opportunities, he never proposed a reversal of its line as sweeping and extreme as the one now carried out. He therefore criticized the reversal as a turn by 180 degrees and a swing from opportunism to ultra-radicalism. The new slogans and tactical prescriptions merely turned the old ones inside out and served to cover up their fiasco. In a devastating comment on Molotov's disquisitions on the 3 periods, Trotsky pointed out that if it was wrong to consider the second period, during which the Chinese Revolution and the British general strike had occurred, as one of stabilization, it was even less realistic to envisage the imminent collapse of capitalism in the third period, and to deduce the need for an exclusively offensive policy. The Comintern, he said, had accomplished this reorientation quite mechanically, without any attempt to elucidate what had gone wrong with its old tactics, and without any genuine debate and reappraisal of the issues. Prevented from discussing the rights and wrongs of their own policy, the communist parties were condemned to veer from extreme to extreme and to exchange, on orders, one set of blunders for another. Their inner regime was no mere matter of organization, it affected the entire policy of the International, making it rigid and unstable at the same time. Nor did the feverish ultra-radicalism of the third period testify to any reawakened revolutionary internationalism in official Moscow. That ultra-radicalism obstructed the growth of communism in the world not less effectively than did the earlier opportunism, and underlying it was the same cynical bureaucratic indifference to the international interests of the working class. 62. Now as before, Trotsky expounded the view that the whole epoch opened by the First World War and the Russian Revolution was one of the decline of capitalism, the very foundations of which were shattered. This, however, did not mean that the edifice was about to come down with a crash. The decay of a social system is never a single process of economic collapse or an uninterrupted succession of revolutionary situations. No slump was therefore a priori the last and final. Even in its decay, capitalism must have its ups and downs, although the ups tended to become ever shorter and shakier and the downs ever steeper and more ruinous. The trade cycle, however it had changed since Marx's time, still ran its usual course, not only from boom to slump but also from slump to boom. It was therefore preposterous to announce that the bourgeoisie had objectively reached its ultimate impasse. There existed no such impasse from which a possessing class would not fight its way out, and whether it would succeed or not depended not so much on purely economic factors as on the balance of political forces, which could be tilted one way or the other by the quality of the communist leadership. To forecast an uninterruptedly mounting tide of revolution, to discover elements of civil war in almost any turbulent strike, and to proclaim that the moment had come to pass from defensive to offensive action and armed insurrection was to offer no leadership at all and to court defeat. In class struggle as in war, defensive and offensive forms of action could not be separated from and opposed to one another. The most effective offensive usually grows out of successful defense, and an element of defense persists even in armed insurrection, that climax of all revolutionary struggle. During slump and depression, the workers had to defend themselves against attacks on their living standards and against the rise of fascism. To tell them that the time for such defense had passed and that they must be ready for the all-out attack on capitalism was to preach nothing but inaction or surrender, and to preach it at the very top of one's ultra-radical voice. Similarly, to ban all cooperation between communist and socialist parties was to invite disaster for the labor movement at large and communism in particular. The notion of the third period, Trotsky concluded, was a product of bureaucratic recklessness. All that had been inaugurated, under the auspices of Maestro Molotov, was the third period of the Comintern's blunders. These early criticisms contained in a nutshell Trotsky's far larger controversy with the Comintern, over the latter's policy during Hitler's rise to power, which was to fill the early 1930s. Clearly, on these tactical issues Trotskyism now appeared to oppose the Comintern from the right and not, as hitherto, from the left. The change lay not in Trotsky's attitude, which remained consistent with the one which Lenin and he had adopted at the Third and Fourth Comintern Congresses in 1921-2, but in the gyrations of Stalin's bureaucratic centralism and in the alternation of its rightist and ultra-left zigzags. Even so, the position of being Stalin's critic from the right had its inconveniences for Trotsky. Communists accustomed to think of him as Stalin's critic from the left were apt to suspect inconsistency or lack of principle. In fact, the division between Trotskyism and the various rightist quasi-Bukharinist oppositions in the communist camp was blurred, at least in the tactical issues which loomed so large in these controversies. The right oppositions in Europe, of which the Brandlerites were by far the most important, Brandler and Thalheimer, had just been expelled from their party, also severely criticized the new ultra-radicalism. 63 Yet what set Trotskyism apart from all other brands of opposition was the intellectual power, the aggressiveness, and the comprehensiveness of its criticism. Brandler and Thalheimer confined themselves to exposing only the latest, the ultra-left, zigzag of the Comintern. Trotsky attacked its entire post-Leninist record. The Brandlerites, concerned mainly with the policies of their national parties, studiously refrained from offending the Soviet leadership. In internal Soviet conflicts they willy-nilly sided with Stalin, endorsing socialism in one country, excusing the bureaucratic regime as fitting Russia's peculiar conditions, and even echoing Moscow's denunciations of Trotskyism. 64 They were convinced that no communist opposition which defied Moscow on principle could evoke response in communist ranks, and they hoped that the Comintern would sooner or later find the third period policy impracticable, discard it, and reconcile itself with those of its critics who had shunned an irreparable breach. Against this, Trotskyism insisted that the policies of the various national parties could not be corrected, or their faults remedied, within those parties alone, because the main source of their degeneration lay in Moscow, and that it was therefore the duty of all communists to take the closest interest in domestic Soviet affairs and to oppose on that ground, too, the Stalinist bureaucracy. This call for the intervention of foreign communist opinion in Soviet affairs was peculiar to Trotskyism. It was a challenge, which struck horror in most communist hearts. Despite the comprehensiveness of its criticism of the Comintern, Trotskyism did not aspire to set up a new communist movement. Now and for several years to come, Trotsky was absolutely opposed to the idea of a Fourth International, already canvassed by the workers' opposition in the Soviet Union and by some survivors of the Zinovievist opposition in Europe. He declared that he and his adherents owed their loyalty to the Communist International even though they had been expelled from it. They formed a school of thought struggling to regain its place within the general communist movement. Only persecution had forced them to constitute themselves into a faction, and a faction, not a rival party, they remained. Their sole purpose was to influence communist opinion, to make it realize that usurpers had seized the reins of the Soviet government and of the Comintern, and to induce it to strive for the restoration of pristine Marxism and Leninism. They therefore stood for a reform of the International, not for a permanent break with it. Trotsky believed that with all their flaws and vices the communist parties still represented the militant vanguard of the working classes. The opposition's place was with that vanguard. If he and his followers were to turn their backs on it, they would voluntarily go out into the wilderness into which Stalin was driving them. True enough, Stalinism did not allow any current of opposition to assert itself within the International, but this state of affairs could not last. Critical events inside or outside the Soviet Union would presently stir the dormant elan of communism into action again and give the opposition its chance. Trotsky warned those who stood for a Fourth International that it was not enough for a group of dissidents to raise a new banner in order to become a real factor in politics. Revolutionary movements were not conjured up with banners and slogans, but rose and grew organically with the social class for which they spoke. Each of the internationals represented a definite stage in the historic experience of the working class and in the struggle for socialism, and no one could ignore with impunity the ties the Second and the Third Internationals had with the masses or the weight of their political traditions. Moreover, the Third International was the child of the Russian Revolution, and the politically conscious workers extended to it the solidarity they felt with the revolution. They were right in doing so, Trotsky maintained, though they should not allow Stalinism to abuse their loyalty. And so, as long as the Soviet Union remained a workers' state, the workers should not be expected or urged to renounce the Third International. On this point, that the Soviet Union, however bureaucratically deformed, remained a workers' state, Trotsky was adamant. What, in his view, determined the social character of the Soviet state was the national ownership of the means of production. As long as this, the most important conquest of October, was unimpaired, the Soviet Union possessed the foundations on which to base its socialist development. To be sure, its working class had to assert itself against the bureaucracy before it could even begin to make socialism a reality, but, once again, it could not make that into a reality otherwise than on the basis of public ownership. With this preserved, the workers' state was still alive, as a potentiality if not an actuality. This view was often to be challenged, among others by Trotsky's own disciples, but he was never to compromise over it or to yield an inch from it, even when he revised and modified his other ideas. Thus, during the first half of this term of exile he preached reform, not revolution, in the Soviet Union, whereas in the second half he was to maintain that political revolution was the only answer to bureaucratic absolutism. He was also to revise his conception of the opposition's role and to proclaim a new communist party and a new international. But even then he was never to waver in his insistence that the Soviet Union was a workers' state. He declared the unconditional defense of the Soviet Union against its bourgeois enemies to be the elementary obligation of every member of the opposition, and he was repeatedly to disown friends and adherents who were reluctant to accept this obligation. 65. The outcome of Trotsky's first attempts to organize his followers in the West was disappointing. He concentrated his attention on France, where he had had a more influential following than elsewhere, and in the hope of setting up there a strong base for the opposition, he endeavored to bring together various Trotskyist and quasi-Trotskyist groups and coteries, and to unite these with the Zinovievists and with the syndicalist circle of Revolution Proletariat. At the outset, Rosmer warned him about the political depression and demoralization which beset most of these groups. 5 years had elapsed since the heyday of Trotskyism in the French party. In this time the Comintern had managed to restore its influence there and to expel all dissenters and isolate them from the rank and file. The sense of their isolation and the defeats of the opposition in Russia had disheartened many anti-Stalinists, among whom Rosmer noted a mood of sauve-qui-peut which led them to give up the fight and to wish they had never had anything to do with the opposition. Even those who withstood this mood were confused and at loggerheads with one another. The great misfortune of all these groups, Rosmer went on, is that they find themselves outside all action, and this fatally accentuates their sectarian character. 66. The truth of Rosmer's observations became evident when Trotsky, disregarding his advice, tried to regain Suvarin and others for the opposition. Suvarin had once distinguished himself by raising, in Moscow, a lonely voice in Trotsky's defense, and Trotsky, valuing his journalistic talent, expected him to be the opposition's most articulate French mouthpiece. To his surprise, Suvarin displayed intolerable airs and pretensions. He asked Trotsky to make no public statements without previous agreements with the French opposition, that is, with himself. Trotsky, anxious to avoid dissension, answered that he would make no pronouncement on French issues, but that so far he had spoken in public on Soviet, and Chinese, affairs only, on which surely he was entitled to have his say without asking for a French placet. Suvarin replied with an immense epistle, running to over 130 pages, packed with paradoxes, bons mots, odds and ends of shrewd observation and analysis, but also with incredibly muddled arguments, all advanced in a tone of venomous hostility which made a breach inevitable. He asserted that Bolshevism had once for all failed outside Russia, because it misunderstood the character of the epoch, underrated the power of the bourgeoisie, and overrated the militancy of the workers. It also committed the fatal error of trying to fashion foreign communist parties in its own image. This was not a view, whatever its merits, that Trotsky expected to be advanced by someone reputed to be his adherent, or that he himself could accept. He did not agree that Bolshevism was guilty of the fatal errors Suvarin attributed to it, and he blamed Stalinism, not Leninism, for the failure of the Comintern. Far more startling, however, was Suvarin's other reproach, which, despite his talk about Soviet state capitalism, had a pro-Stalinist flavor, namely, the reproach that Trotsky and the opposition needlessly cultivated a revolutionary intransigence which prevented them from attending properly to the tangible necessities of the Soviet state. There is nothing more important, these were Suvarin's words, for the entire international workers' movement than the economic success of the Soviet Union, whose state capitalism marks an undeniable advance upon imperialist capitalism. He went on to deride the useless heroism which prevented Trotsky and his associates from serving the Soviet state even if there was no room for them in the party. One can make oneself useful to the revolution without being a member of the Politburo or of the Central Committee or even of the party. Had it not been for their sheer incongruity, these remarks would have sounded like a belated counsel to Trotsky to surrender to Stalin, for nothing short of surrender, if even that, might have enabled him to go on serving the revolution without being a member of the party. Yet in the same breath Suvarin turned with savage sarcasm on Trotsky's loyalty to Bolshevism and Leninism, urging him to emancipate himself from these and return to Marx. 67. I do not see anything left of the ties that united us a few years ago, Trotsky wrote back. In what Suvarin said he could not find a single reasoning based on Marxist doctrine and the relevant facts. What guides you and suggests your paradoxes to you is the pen of a disgruntled and frustrated journalist. You are treating the party and the international as corpses. You see the great fault of the Russian opposition in its insistent endeavor to influence the party and to re-enter its ranks. On the other hand, you describe the Soviet economy as state capitalist, and you demand that the opposition should lower itself to the role of a servant of that state capitalism. You are crossing to the other side of the barricade. 68. This brought the correspondence to an end, and Severin was forever to remain among Trotsky's adversaries. And although in 1929 he sought to instruct Trotsky how to be useful to the revolution by serving a progressive state capitalism, in later years he was to castigate him from the opposite sin, for seeing any progress at all in the Soviet Union and for thinking that enough was left there of the heritage of the revolution to be worth defending. An attempt to come to terms with the syndicalists of the revolution proletariat, of whom Minute and Luzin were the best known, also came to nothing. Trotsky had once, during the First World War, exercised a strong influence on them, overcoming their characteristic bias against all politics, including those of revolutionary Marxism. Later they joined the Communist Party only to be expelled from it at the time of the anti-Trotskyist campaign. Their personal attachment to Trotsky was still strong, but their experience with the Comintern confirmed them in their old distaste for politics, and in the belief that militant trade union activity, culminating in the general strike, was the highway to socialist revolution. Hard as Trotsky tried, he did not manage to bring them back to the Leninist view of the paramount importance of the Revolutionary Party and induce them to join him in the struggle for a reform of the Comintern. He fared no better in the mediation which he undertook between his own followers and the Zinovievists. The latter were a tiny sect, but they had a leader of renown in Albert Traint, who had been official chief of the French Communist Party in 1924-5. It was Traint who, at the time when Zinoviev was directing the Bolshevization, had expelled the Trotskyists from the party, sparing them no denunciation or abuse. For this they bore him a grudge even after he too had been expelled, and they would not hear of making peace with him. Trotsky nevertheless invited him to Prinkipo, in May 1929, and throughout a whole month tried to bring about a reconciliation. But the old resentments were too strong, and Traint, trying to justify his behavior in 1924, did nothing to assuage them. Trotsky, pressed by his own followers, had to part from Traint, but their parting was more friendly than that with Severin, and they remained in amicable though remote relations. No sooner had Trotsky failed with Severin, the syndicalists, and Traint, than he had to deal with discords among the Trotskyists themselves. The story would hardly be worth relating had it not played its part in Trotsky's life and in the eventual failure of Trotskyism as a movement. There were several rival groups and coteries in Paris, the circle of Maurice and Magdeleine Paz, who brought out a little periodical, Contre l'Écœurant, Rosmer, and the young Trotskyists, with their own papers Lutte de Classes and Vérité, among whom Pierre Navely and Raymond Molinier formed two antagonistic sets. Of all these men Rosmer alone was a public figure of considerable standing, a member of the small elite of revolutionary internationalists, who had proved themselves in the First World War. Navely was a young writer who had participated in the literary rebellion of the Surrealists, had then joined the Communist Party, gained some repute as a Marxist critic of Surrealism, witnessed sympathetically Trotsky's struggle in Moscow in 1927, and had himself been expelled from the party. He possessed a theoretical education in Marxism, but had little political experience and hardly any ties with the working class movement. Molinier, on the contrary, was an activist, full of energy and enterprise, very much at home in the movement, but not too fastidious in the choice of ways and means and rather crude intellectually. The antithetical types of intellectual and activist often formed a good working partnership when they were carried along by the impetus of practical day-to-day activity in a broad organization, but their antagonism usually wrecks small groups cut off from the mainstream of the movement and remaining outside all action. When early in the spring of 1929 Maurice and Magdeleine Paz came to Prinkipo, Trotsky urged them to unite their circle with the other groups, to transform Contre l'Écœurant into a great and aggressive weekly speaking with the voice of the opposition, and to launch an ambitious recruiting campaign. He worked out with them the plan of the campaign and promised his own close cooperation. They accepted his suggestions, though not without reservations. On their return to Paris, however, they had second thoughts and refused to launch the great weekly. They saw, they said, no chance for the opposition to succeed in any drive undertaken on the scale envisaged by Trotsky. Above all, they protested against his attempt to impose Rosmer's leadership, and they spoke disparagingly of the young Trotskyists spoiling for a fight as a bunch of simpletons and ignoramuses. Nothing could be more calculated to convince Trotsky that the pauses had in them little or nothing of the professional revolutionaries whom he was seeking to gather. They were in truth drawing-room Bolsheviks successful in their bourgeois professions. Maurice, at any rate, was a prosperous lawyer and indulging in Trotskyism as a hobby. While Trotsky was at Alma-Ata, they were glad to act as his representatives in Paris and to walk in his reflected glory, but when he emerged from Russia and confronted them in person with his exacting demands, they had no desire to commit themselves seriously. An embarrassing correspondence followed. Trotsky made them feel that he thought of them as Philistines, revolutionaries. He wrote to them, maybe either educated or ignorant people, either intelligent or dull, but there can be no revolutionaries without the will that breaks obstacles, without devotion, without the spirit of sacrifice. 69. The pauses replied in a manner which was not less wounding to Trotsky than his strictures were to them. They dwelt on the strength and attraction of official communism and on the weakness of the opposition, using the contrast, which was only too real, as an excuse for their lukewarmness. They explained that they would not launch Contre l'Écurant as a weekly because the opposition's journal, if it is not to end in failure, must avail itself of other things besides the scintillating prose and the nom de bouteille of Comrade Trotsky. It must have a material and moral base and must be able to live with its readers and active sympathizers. The paper would lack such a base, because the old communists, to whom Trotsky's name had meant so much, had lapsed into apathy, and the young were ignorant and inaccessible to argument. Don't give yourself too many illusions about the weight of your name. For 5 years the official communist press had slandered you to such an extent that among the great masses there is left only a faint and vague memory of you as the leader of the Red Army. It was a far cry from the reverence with which the pauses had a few months earlier addressed Trotsky as Cher Grand Ami to the insinuation that he was actuated by egotism and vanity. That his followers were isolated and that Stalinist propagandists made his name odious to the communist rank and file, or sought to bury it in oblivion, Trotsky was not unaware. But this was for him one more reason why his followers should undertake a large-scale counter-attack by which alone they might break through the apathy of the communist rank and file. He concluded that he could do nothing with the pauses, although the breach with them, following closely upon the rupture with Severin, was all the more disagreeable because of the services and the attentions they had given him from the moment of banishment. What now followed was more than a little pitiable, for Trotsky had at once to deal with the animosities that divided his remaining adherents, Rosmer, and the sets of Navely and Molyneux. Molyneux had come to Principe with boisterous optimism and with a head full of plans for making Trotskyism into a great political force. He was convinced that the opposition had golden opportunities in France, because the official party was riddled with discontent and could not remain insensitive to the opposition's appeal. All the opposition needed was to act with self-confidence and bold initiative. He had schemes for infiltrating the party with Trotskyists, for mass meetings, newspapers with a large circulation, and c. The implementation of the schemes required much more money than the opposition could collect from its members, but he had his financial plans too, somewhat vague but not implausible. He was ready to plunge into all sorts of commercial ventures, and he budgeted ahead with the expected profits. 70. Rosmer and Navely took a more cautious view of the chances, discounted the possibilities of mass action which Molyneux held out, and were inclined to content themselves for the beginning with a more modest but steady clarification of the opposition's ideas and with propaganda among the mature elements of the left. They were afraid that Molyneux's ventures might bring discredit on the opposition, and they distrusted him. "Ce n'est pas un militant communiste, c'est un homme d'affaires, c'est un illettré," Rosmer said. Unpleasant tales about Molyneux were being told in Paris, One was that he had deserted from the army and then before a court-martial conducted his defense in a manner unworthy of a communist, describing himself as a conscientious objector of the religious type. Allegations and hints were thrown out about the shady character of his commercial activities, but it was difficult to pin down the allegations to anything specific. Trotsky, admitting some of Molinier's limitations, nevertheless trusted him implicitly. He was captivated by the man's verve, inventiveness, and courage, qualities he usually valued in followers. There was a streak of the adventurer in Molinier, but there was also genuine revolutionary fervor and unconventionality. It was his unconventionality, Trotsky pleaded, that brought the Philistines' displeasure and obloquy on Molinier's head, and he, Trotsky, knew very well that no revolutionary movement could do without such men, in whom some crudeness of thought is compensated for by energy and the will to venture and take risks. How often had he himself had recourse to such men in the years of revolution and civil war? Molinier endeared himself to Trotsky by the eagerness with which he did many small yet important chores for him, helping to organize the Principaux household and set up the secretariat, keeping an eye on publishing interests in Paris, and he had indeed made himself an indispensable factotum. His family, too, his wife Jean, and his brother Henry, a modest engineer without political pretensions, all had rendered themselves helpful in the same manner, with the energy Moliniersque which greatly pleased Trotsky. They traveled between Paris and Principaux and spent much time at Biokata. Their relations with Trotsky's family became close and warm. And so Trotsky was anxious to dispel gently Rosmer's doubts and suspicions, all the more so because, much though he valued Rosmer's integrity and judgment, he considered him to be ill-suited for the minutiae of organization and to be too easily disheartened by the petty irritations of factional work, which Molinier took in his stride. With Navely's objections to Molinier, Trotsky had less patience. He chided Navely with intellectual haughtiness, schematic thinking, political lukewarmness, and reluctance to face work among the masses. Somehow, however, he managed to compose the rivalry for the time being. Rosmer, Molinier, and Navely accepted a settlement and, agreeing to put aside personal dislikes and to work together, returned to Paris with the intention of building up not merely a national but an international organization of the opposition. 71. Trotsky was hopeful. True, the base to be set up in France would be narrower than he had expected, but sufficient to become the nucleus of a wider organization. True, also, at this point a dilemma had already presented itself: should the opposition aim at mass action and come forward with its own agitation and slogans, or should it confine itself to the kind of work that had in the past been carried out, slowly but fruitfully, by small Marxist propagandist circles, expounding patiently their theories and dealing with ideas rather than slogans? But this dilemma did not pose itself clearly or acutely, and so it could be left in the air. The circumstance that the opposition did not aspire to found a new political party but was a faction bent on reforming the old party suggested that it should concentrate on the theoretical propaganda of its ideas. To this form of activity Trotsky the thinker was certainly inclined. But the man of action in him, the great commissar, and the leader of the opposition, fretted at its limitations and yearned for the scope and impetus of a mass movement. In the summer of 1929 Rosmer went on a tour of Germany and Belgium to inspect and rally groups of the opposition there, and he established contact with Italian, Dutch, American, and other Trotskyists. In detailed reports he kept Trotsky informed about his findings. These were not encouraging, on the whole. Inaction, sectarian squabbles, and personal rivalries, which had so greatly weakened the opposition in France, had done it great harm elsewhere too. From Trotsky's viewpoint no country was more important than Germany, the main arena of class struggle in Europe, where the Communist Party, with a following of several million voters, was stronger than anywhere in the West. Rosmer reported that in Berlin he found several groups, all invoking Trotsky's authority, but frittering away their strength in internecine animosities. The so-called wedding group comprised the Trotskyists proper, but far more influential was the Leninbund, which published the Fahne des Communismus and was led by Hugo Urbans. There were also other tiny, Ultra-left sects such as the Korschists, so-called after Karl Korsch, a theorist who had in 1923 been minister of the Communist Socialist government of Thuringia. The Zinovievists, Maslov and Fischer, were by far the strongest group, but, paradoxically, after their inspirer had surrendered to Stalin, they themselves took up an extreme anti-Stalinist attitude, similar to that of the survivors of the workers' opposition in the Soviet Union, and in their attacks on official communism they went much further than Trotsky was prepared to go. They argued that the Russian Revolution had run its full course, and that the Soviet Union had ushered in an epoch of counter-revolution, that nothing was left there of the proletarian dictatorship, that the ruling bureaucracy was a new exploiting and oppressing class basing itself on the state capitalism of a nationalized economy, that, in a word, the Russian thermidor was triumphant. They added that even the foreign policy of Stalinism was becoming indistinguishable from that of the Tsarist imperialism. Consequently, no reform could resuscitate the rule of the working class, only another proletarian revolution could achieve that. They also considered it hopeless to aim at a reform of the Third International, which was a tool of the Russian Thermidorians and exploited the heroic October legend in order to prevent the workers from facing realities and to harness their revolutionary energy to the engine of a counter-revolution. It went without saying that those who held this view did not feel themselves bound by any solidarity with the Soviet Union, still less by the duty to defend it, and they pointed to the very fact of Trotsky's banishment as conclusive evidence in favor of their attitude. The expulsion of Trotsky, they wrote, marks the line at which the Russian Revolution has definitely come to a halt. Trotsky defended himself against trop de zèle on the part of his defenders. In controversies with the Leninbund and the Revolution Proletariat, he elaborated his old argument against those who held that the Soviet thermidor was an accomplished fact. Once again defining the thermidor as a bourgeois counter-revolution, he pointed out that this could not occur without civil war. Yet the Soviet Union had not gone through another civil war, and the regime established in 1917 had, despite its degeneration, preserved continuity, which manifested itself in its social structure based on public ownership and in the uninterrupted exercise of power by the Bolshevik Party. The Russian Revolution of the 20th century, he wrote, is incontestably wider in scope and deeper than the French Revolution of the 18th century. The social class in which the October Revolution has found its support is incomparably more numerous, homogeneous, compact, and resolute than were the urban plebeians of France. The leadership given to the October Revolution has, in all its currents, been infinitely more experienced and penetrating than the leading groups of the French Revolution were or could be. Finally, the political, economic, social, and cultural changes the Bolshevik dictatorship has brought about are also incontestably far more profound than those initiated by the Jacobins. If it was impossible to wrest power from the hands of the French plebeians, without a civil war, and thermidor was a civil war in which the sans-culottes were vanquished, how can anyone think or believe that power could pass from the hands of the Russian proletariat into those of the bourgeoisie peacefully, by way of a quiet, imperceptible bureaucratic change? Such a conception of the thermidor is nothing but reformism à rebours. The means of production, he went on, which once belonged to the capitalists remain in the hands of the Soviet state till this day. The land is nationalized. Social elements that live on the exploitation of labor continue to be debarred from the Soviets and the army. The Thermidorian danger was real enough, but the struggle was not yet resolved. And just as Stalin's left course and attack on the N.E.P. man and the kulak had not effaced the Thermidorian danger, so his, Trotsky's, banishment had not obliterated the October Revolution. A sense of proportion was needed in the evaluation of facts and in theorizing. The concept of Soviet state capitalism was meaningless where no capitalists existed, and if those who spoke of it denounced state ownership of industry, they renounced an essential prerequisite of socialism. Nor was the bureaucracy a new exploiting class in any Marxist sense, but a morbid growth on the body of the working class. A new exploiting class could not form itself in exercising merely managerial functions, without having any property in the means of production. 72. The implications of this dispute became apparent when a conflict flared up, in the summer of 1929, between the Soviet Union and China over the possession of the Manchurian Railway. China claimed the railway which the Soviet government held as a concessionaire. The question arose whose side the opposition ought to take. The French syndicalists, the Lenin Bund, and some Belgian Trotskyists held that the Soviet government should give up the railway, which had been built by Russia in the course of the Tsarist expansion to Manchuria, and in Stalin's refusal to do so they saw evidence of the imperialist character of his policy. To their surprise, Trotsky declared that Stalin was right in holding on to the railway and that it was the opposition's duty to side with the Soviet Union against China. 73 This was, in the first year of his exile, Trotsky's first great controversy with his own followers. We shall see him again, in his last year, during the Soviet-Finnish War of 1939–40, engaged in another, his last, dispute with his own followers, a dispute again centering on the opposition's attitude towards the Soviet Union, and in that dispute he would again adopt essentially the same view as in 1929. He saw no reason, he argued, why the workers' state should yield a vital economic and strategic position to Chiang Kai-shek's government, which had recognized the Soviet concession in Manchuria. He criticized severely Stalin's manner of dealing with the Chinese, his disregard of their susceptibilities, and his failure to appeal to the people in Manchuria. A more considerate and thoughtful policy might have averted the conflict. But once the conflict had broken out, he asserted, communists had no choice but to back the Soviet Union. If Stalin gave up the railway to the Kuomintang, he would have yielded it not to the Chinese people but to their oppressors. Chiang Kai-shek was not even an independent agent. If he obtained control of the railway, he would not be able to maintain it but would sooner or later lose it to Japan, or else allow American capital to bring the Manchurian economy under its influence. Only the Soviet Union was strong enough to keep this Manchurian position out of Japan's hands. China's national rights, invoked by the critics, were, in Trotsky's view, not relevant to this case, which was an incident in a complex and many-sided contest between the various forces of world imperialism and the workers' state. He concluded that the time for the Soviet Union to do historic justice and return the Manchurian outpost to China would come when a revolutionary government was established in Peking, and this forecast was to come true after the Chinese Revolution. In the meantime, the Soviet government was obliged to act as the trustee of revolutionary China and keep for it the Manchurian assets. 74. One may imagine the consternation which Trotsky caused among the zealots of the opposition. They were puzzled by his inconsistency, thinking that he was missing a great opportunity to strike at Stalin. He was, indeed, not out to score points, but his behavior was consistent with what he was saying about the Soviet Union as the workers' state. For that state he felt, as an outcast, the same responsibility that he had felt as a member of the Politburo and of Lenin's government. He found the displays of self-righteous indignation over Soviet policy, in which some of his pupils indulged, wrong-headed and cheap, and he told them bluntly that he had nothing in common with Trotskyists who refused to give the workers' state unshakable, if critical, allegiance. The rigor with which he stuck to his principles, refusing to dilute them with demagogy, offended many of his past and would-be admirers. Indeed, the movement he was sponsoring was hemmed in, on the one hand, by his severe scrupulousness about ideas and, on the other, by the unscrupulous ruthlessness of the Stalinist persecution. The persecution kept his followers at an impassable distance from the only people in whom his ideas could strike a chord, the large communist audience in Europe. His fastidiousness in the choice of his argumentative weapons was estranging him from the scattered yet growing anti-Stalinist public consisting of former party members, who felt tempted to meet the Stalinists on their own ground, to return blow for blow, to counter villainy with faithlessness and to match venom with virulence. That public was in no mood to accept Trotsky's self-denying ordinances. And so, after a year or two of argument and recruiting, those who followed him on his arduous path were still very few. New groups came over here or there, another member, say, of the Italian Politburo or of the Belgian Central Committee, or a small band of Czech or even British activists saw the light and hopefully joined the opposition. But their accession failed to change anything in the state of the opposition. Even though some of the newcomers were until quite recently influential in the party and had many ties with the working class, cultivated over the years, they lost influence and ties once the party expelled them, pursued them with every imaginable calumny, and chased them away like lepers. They had against them the authority of Moscow, the prestige of their own party, the hallowed discipline of the proletarian vanguard, an array of massive caucuses, and legions of propagandists and agitators, some of whom were no better than gangsters, but most of whom turned out of a passionate but blind devotion to their cause into the moral assassins of their erstwhile comrades. The new converts to Trotskyism started out with a determination to shake the party they loved and to make it see the light which they themselves, studying Trotsky's writings, had excitedly seen, but soon they found themselves shut in within small, hermetic circles, where they were to accustom themselves to live as noble lepers in a political wilderness. Tiny groups which cannot hitch themselves to any mass movement are quickly soured with frustration. No matter how much intelligence and vigor they may possess, if they find no practical application for these, they are bound to use up their strength in scholastic squabbling and intense personal animosities which lead to endless splits and mutual anathemas. A certain amount of such sectarian wrangling has, of course, always marked the progress of any revolutionary movement. But what distinguishes the vital movement from the arid sect is that the former finds in time, and the latter does not, the salutary transition from the squabbling and the splits to genuine political mass action. The Trotskyist groups did not lack men of brains, integrity, and enthusiasm. But they were unable to break through the ostracism which Stalinism imposed on them, and, in their beyond-the-pale existence they could never rid themselves of their internal dissensions. Thus, soon after the reconciliation Trotsky brought about among his French followers, the latter fell out again. Rosmer and Navely renewed their complaints against Molyneux, charging him with irresponsibility and recklessness, while he reproached them with too little faith and obstructing all plans for action. The puny organization, giving itself the airs and the constitution of a much larger body, had its national executive and its Paris committee. On the former, Rosmer and Navely were in a majority, and they proposed to exclude Molyneux on the ground that his financial deals threatened to bring the opposition into disrepute. But Molyneux had behind him the Paris committee and Trotsky's support. Rosmer implored Trotsky to save the national executive this embarrassment and to cease sheltering Molyneux under his wing. 75 By now Trotsky's attachment to Molyneux was little short of infatuation, and his relations with Rosmer became strained and their correspondence somewhat acid. The rivalry also affected the two shadowy international bodies the opposition had given itself, the International Bureau and the International Secretariat, which were equally at loggerheads. 76 In the summer of 1930 Trotsky once again asked his French adherents to come to Principe and settle the differences. They came, patched up another peace, and Trotsky sent them back to Paris confident that now at last they would launch in unison the long-delayed drive from which he expected so much. But after a few weeks the quarrel broke out again, and in November Rosmer, hurt by Trotsky's partiality for Molyneux, resigned. This was a blow to the organization and to Trotsky personally, who knew that of all his followers in Europe none had Rosmer's qualities or prestige. But he was convinced that Molyneux's energy would soon jerk the organization out of the impasse and that then Rosmer would return. Even in resigning Rosmer gave Trotsky proof of a rare disinterested devotion, for he refrained from entering into any controversy, and rather than openly clash with Trotsky withdrew from all factional activity. Yet he resented Trotsky's behavior so strongly that for several years he refused to meet him or even to exchange views. Similar dissensions, in which it is well nigh impossible to disentangle the personal from the political, became a chronic distemper of most, if not all, Trotskyist groups. The French example was infectious if only because Paris was now the center of international Trotskyism. The personalities were, as a rule, of so little weight, the issues so slight, and the quarrels so tedious that even Trotsky's involvement does not give them enough significance to earn them a place in his biography. With the years his involvement assumed piteous and at times quite grotesque forms. As almost every quarrel shook the entire organization, these triflings devoured much of his time and nerves. He took sides, he acted as arbiter. Being in contact with groups in every corner of the world, he had to deal with an incredibly large number of such altercations, and as he encouraged the various sections of the opposition to interest themselves in each other's activities, he wrote interminable circulars and epistles explaining, say, to the Belgians why the French fell out, to the Greeks why the German comrades were in disagreement, to the Poles what were the points at issue between different sets of the Belgian or of the American opposition, and so on, and so forth. 77. He did all this in the belief that he was educating and training a new levy of communists, new cadres of revolution. The extreme paucity of the opposition's resources and the feebleness of its organization did not deter him. He held that the worth of a movement lay in the power of its ideas, which was bound to prevail eventually, that the chief task was to maintain the continuity of the Marxist school of thought, that only an organization could assure that continuity, and that any organization had to be built in the circumstances that were given and with such human material as was available. Sometimes, the bickering of his followers was enough to drive him to despair and to make him wonder whether his efforts were not wasted. Then he consoled himself with the recollection that Lenin, in the years of his factional émigré squabbles, often invoked an image of Tolstoy's which described a man squatting in the middle of a road and making incoherent, maniacal gestures which suggested to passers-by that he was a madman, but on coming nearer one saw that the queer gesticulation was a purposeful activity. The man was sharpening a knife on a grindstone. And so Trotsky, however purposeless his own dealings with his followers might at times appear, told himself that he was in fact sharpening the mind and the will of a new Marxist generation. He suppressed his distaste at mingling great principles with the pettiest of wrangles, and mustered all his patience and persuasiveness to give freely to his followers. Yet he could not help sensing that the human material with which he was working was quite unlike that with which either he or Lenin had worked before the revolution. Then, whatever the miseries of émigré politics, those involved were genuine and serious fighters, wholly dedicated to their cause and sacrificing to it every interest in life and life itself, human flames of revolutionary enthusiasm. His present followers in the West were made of different stuff, they had in them only little of the passion and heroism that could storm the heavens. They were certainly not or not yet genuine Bolsheviks, he reflected, and this accounted for an irreducible psychological distance between him and them. In his thoughts he preferred to dwell with his other friends and disciples, those who were scattered over the prisons and punitive colonies of the Urals and Siberia, and there were fighting, starving, freezing, and wrestling with their problems unto death. Even the most mediocre of the people over there now seemed to him worthier as fighters and closer than almost any of his followers in the West. Sometimes he unwittingly vented this feeling as, for instance, in an obituary on Kotet Tsintsadze which he wrote early in 1931. Tsintsadze, a Bolshevik since 1903, head of the Caucasian Cheka during the Civil War, and then a leading oppositionist, had been deported, jailed, and tortured. Ill with tuberculosis, suffering from hemorrhages of the lungs, he fought on, went on hunger strikes, and died in prison. In the obituary, published in the Bulletin, Trotsky quoted these prescient words from a letter Tsintsadze had written him at Alma-Ata: "Many, very many of our friends and of the people close to us will have to end their lives in prison or somewhere in deportation. Yet in the last resort this will be an enrichment of revolutionary history, a new generation will learn the lesson." The communist parties in the West, Trotsky remarked, have not yet brought up fighters of Tsintsadze's type. This was their besetting weakness, and it affected the opposition as well. He confessed that he was amazed to find how much cheap ambition and self-seeking there was even among oppositionists in the West. It was not that he deprecated all personal ambition. Desire for distinction was often a stimulus to effort and achievement. But the revolutionary begins where personal ambition is fully and wholly subordinated to the service of a great idea. Unfortunately, only too few people in the West had learned to take principles seriously. Flirtation with ideas or dilettante dabbling with Marxism-Leninism was all too common. 78. It was rarely that Trotsky allowed himself such a complaint. He saw no use in wringing hands over the limitations of the human material produced by history. It was only from this material that the new Tsintsadzes could be formed. Meantime, in the Soviet Union the opposition was breaking up and the fighters of Tsintsadzes type were either perishing physically or shrinking morally. They were caught in the double vice of the Stalinist terror and of their own dilemmas. Even as early as 1928, while Trotsky was still sustaining their spirit of resistance from Alma-Ata, they showed signs of being unequal to the strain. A division of opinion, it will be remembered, arose among them as they watched the end of the coalition between the Stalinists and the Bukharinists and the beginnings of Stalin's left course. 79 These events rendered obsolete some of the opposition's major demands and battle cries. The opposition had called for rapid industrialization and for the gradual collectivization of farming and had charged Stalin with obstruction and with favoring the wealthy farmer. When in 1928 Stalin accelerated the tempo of industrialization and turned against private farming, the oppositionists first congratulated themselves on the change, in which they saw their vindication, but then they felt themselves robbed of their ideas and slogans and deprived of much of their political raison d'être. Under any regime allowing a modicum of political controversy, a party or faction which has the misfortune of seeing its rival steal its clothes may still be permitted to assist with dignity at the realization of its own program by others. The deported Trotskyists were not free even to hint that their clothes had been stolen or to point out, in the hearing of the nation, how worthless and hypocritical had been the accusations the Stalinists had heaped on them when they branded them as super-industrialized and enemies of the peasantry. Stalin's left course, which implicitly vindicated the opposition, sealed its defeat, and the opposition no longer knew clearly whether or on what ground it was to go on opposing him, especially as up to the middle of 1929, before Stalin decided on wholesale collectivization and the liquidation of the kulaks, his policy followed the opposition's demands quite closely. If it is a galling experience for any party or group to see its program plagiarized by its adversaries, to the Trotskyists, who in advocating their ideas exposed themselves to persecution and slander, this was a shattering shock. Some began to wonder for the sake of what they should go on suffering and let their next of kin endure the most cruel privations. Was it not time, they asked themselves, to give up the fight and even to reconcile themselves with their strange persecutors? Those who succumbed to this mood eagerly assented to Radek's and Preobrazhensky's argument that there would be nothing reprehensible in such a reconciliation, and that the opposition, if it was not merely to grind its axe, should indeed rejoice in the triumph of its ideas, even though its persecutors gave effect to them. It was true, they said, that Stalin showed no willingness to restore within the party the proletarian democracy for which the opposition had also clamored, but as he was carrying out so much of the opposition's program there was reason to hope that he would eventually carry out the rest of it as well. In any case, oppositionists would be better able to further the cause of inter-party freedom if they returned to the ranks than if they remained in the punitive colonies, from where they could exercise no practical influence. Whatever it was that they were striving for, they must strive for it within the party, which was, as Trotsky once put it, the only historically given instrument that the working class possessed for furthering the progress of socialism. Only through it and inside it could the oppositionists achieve their purposes. Neither Radek nor Preobrazhensky as yet suggested surrender, they merely advised a more conciliatory attitude, which would make it possible for them to negotiate the terms of their reinstatement. Another section of the opposition, for which Sosnovsky, Dingelstedt, and sometimes Rakovsky spoke, rejected these promptings and did not believe that Stalin was in earnest about industrialization and the struggle against the kulaks. They treated the left course as a temporary maneuver to be followed by sweeping concessions to rural capitalism, the neo-N.E.P., and the triumph of the right wing. They denied that the opposition's program was surpassed by events and saw no reason to modify any of their attitudes. The more sanguine were as hopeful as ever that time was working for them. If Stalin were to pursue the left course, they said, its logic would compel him to call off his fight against the left opposition, and if he were to launch the neo-N.E.P., the subsequent shift to the right would so endanger his own position that again, In order to redress the balance, he would have to come to terms with the Trotskyists. The opposition would therefore be foolish to try to barter principles against reinstatement, especially to waive its demand for freedom of expression and criticism. This, broadly, was the orthodox Trotskyist view. The conviction that the opposition's program was obsolescent was gaining ground not only among the conciliators, however. It was held with even greater fervor, but for reasons diametrically opposed to Radek's and Preobrazhenskai's, by those who formed the most extreme and irreconcilable wing of the opposition. There the view was already becoming axiomatic that the Soviet Union was no longer a workers' state, that the party had betrayed the revolution, and that the hope to reform it being futile, the opposition should constitute itself into a new party and preach and prepare a new revolution. Some still saw Stalin as the promoter of agrarian capitalism or even the leader of a kulak democracy, while to others his rule epitomized the ascendancy of a state capitalism implacably hostile to socialism. Up to the end of 1928 these cross-currents were not yet so strong as to destroy the opposition's outward unity. A ceaseless discussion went on in the colonies, and Trotsky presided over it, holding the balance between the opposed viewpoints. After his banishment to Constantinople, however, the force of the disagreements grew and the opposed groups drifted farther and farther apart. The conciliators eager for reinstatement gradually curtailed the conditions on which they were prepared to come to terms with Stalin, until the conciliation for which they were getting ready became indistinguishable from surrender. On the other hand, the irreconcilables worked themselves up into such a frenzy of hostility towards all that Stalin stood for that they were no longer concerned with changes in his policy or even with what was going on in the country at large. They repeated obsessively their old denunciations of Stalinism regardless of whether these still bore any relation to the facts, old and new. The members of these extreme groups viewed one another as renegades and traitors. The irreconcilables branded their conciliatory comrades in advance as Stalin's lackeys, while the latter looked upon the zealots as upon people who had lost their bearings, had ceased to be Bolsheviks, and were turning into anarchisants and counter-revolutionaries. The two extreme wings were growing and only the shrinking rump of the opposition remained orthodox Trotskyist. Scarcely 3 months after Trotsky's banishment not a trace was left even of the outward unity of the opposition. While he was cut off from his followers it took him a few months to re-establish contacts. Stalin found it all the easier to divide them and demoralize them by means of terror and cajolery. The terror was selective, the GPU spared the conciliators but combed the punitive colonies, picking out the most stubborn oppositionists and transferring them to jails, where they were subjected to the harshest treatment, placed under military guards, crowded in damp and dark cells unheated in the Siberian winter, kept on a meager diet of rotten food, and denied reading matter, light, and facilities for communication with their families. They were thus deprived of the privileges which political prisoners had obtained in Tsarist Russia and which the Bolsheviks had, since the end of civil war, granted to anti-Bolshevik offenders. About this time, as if to mock his former comrades even further, Stalin ordered the release of quite a few Mensheviks and social revolutionaries. As early as March 1929 Trotskyists describing their life at the hard labor prison of Tobolsk compared it with Dostoevsky's haunting image of Katorga in the House of the Dead. 80 If this terror aimed at intimidating and softening the conciliators, it also seemed designed to drive the irreconcilables to demonstrations of such unthinking hostility towards all aspects of the existing regime that it should be easy to brand them as counter-revolutionaries and to drive an even deeper wedge between them and the conciliators. However, Stalin could not break the opposition by terror alone. His far more potent weapon was the left course. Without severe persecution, Rakovsky remarked, the left course would have only brought fresh adherents into the ranks of the opposition, because it marked the bankruptcy of the earlier Stalinist policy. But persecution alone, without the left course, would not have had the effect it has had. 81 In the months that followed Trotsky's arrival in Constantinople, Stalin's hesitation over policy was coming to an end. His break with Bukharin was consummated at the February session of the Politburo, while Trotsky was en route to Turkey. In April the conflict was carried from the Politburo to the Central Committee, and then to the 16th Party Conference. The conference addressed the nation with a rousing call for a radical speeding up of industrialization and collectivization, a call which reproduced, in part literally, Trotsky's earlier appeals. 82 It became increasingly difficult to maintain, as Trotsky and some of the Trotskyists were still doing, that Stalin's change of policy was a temporary maneuver. It turned out that Preobrazhensky and Radek, who had held all along that Stalin was not trifling with the left course, and that circumstances would not allow him to do so even if he wanted to, had in this point a much better grasp of reality. At a stroke the opposition's dilemmas were immensely aggravated. It became almost ludicrous for its members to chew over old slogans, to clamor for more industrialization, to protest against the appeasement of rural capitalism, and to speak of the threatening neo-N.E.P. The opposition either had to admit that Stalin was doing its job for it, or it had to re-equip itself and rearm politically for any further struggle. Trotsky, Rakovsky, and others were indeed working to bring the opposition's ideas up to date. But events moved faster than even the most quick-minded of theorists. The state of the nation, not less than changes in official policy, contributed to the disarray of the opposition. This was a time of the gravest emergency. Stalin described it in these terms, 83, but so also did all the leaders of the opposition, however they differed among themselves. Preobrazhensky, not given to dramatic overstatement, compared the tension of the spring of 1929 with that which had led to the Kronstadt Rising, the rising the Bolsheviks had regarded as more dangerous to themselves than any critical phase of the Civil War. 84 Radek, speaking of the conflict between Stalinists and Bukharinists in the Central Committee, said that the Central Committee looked like the Jacobin Convention on the very eve of the 9th, the day that brought the ruin of Jacobinism. Rakovsky described the moment as the most fateful since the Civil War. 85 Indeed, there was a complete agreement about this among all observers. For several years now the gulf between town and country had widened and deepened. The 25 to 6 millions of small and mostly tiny and archaic farmsteads could not feed the rapidly growing urban population. The towns lived under an almost constant threat of famine. Ultimately, the crisis could be resolved only through the replacement of the unproductive small holding by the modern large-scale farm. In a vast country accustomed to extensive agriculture, this could be achieved either by the energetic fostering of agrarian capitalism or by collectivization. There was no other choice. No Bolshevik government could act as the foster parent of agrarian capitalism. If it had so acted, it would have let loose formidable forces hostile to itself, and it would have compromised the prospects of planned industrialization. 86 There was thus only one road left, that of collectivization, even though the all-important questions of scale, method, and tempo had still to be resolved. Years of official hesitation had led only to this, that the decisions had now to be taken under conditions far worse than those under which they might have been taken earlier. Stalin's attempts to combine the most contradictory policies, to appease the well-to-do farmers and then to requisition their produce, had infuriated the peasantry. His long-lasting reluctance to press on with industrial development had been no less disastrous. While the country was unable and unwilling to feed the town was unable to supply the country with industrial goods. The peasant, not being able to obtain shoes, clothes, and farm tools, had no incentive to raise his output, still less to sell it. And so both the starving town and the country famished of industrial goods were in turmoil. The decisions about tempo and scale of industrialization and collectivization were taken in conditions of an acute scarcity of all the human and material elements needed for the twofold drive. While workers went short of bread, industry was short of skilled labor. It was also short of machinery. Yet machines stood idle for lack of fuel and the raw materials whose supply depended on the rural economy. Transport was disrupted and could not cope with increased industrial traffic. The supply of nearly all goods and services was grievously inadequate to the demand. Inflation was rampant. Controlled prices bore no relation to the uncontrolled ones, and neither reflected genuine economic values. All the ties and links between the various parts of the body politic were cut, except for the bonds of misery and desperation. Not only had economic intercourse between town and country once again broken down, So had all normal relations between citizenry and state and even between party and state. There was no extreme of deception and violence to which both the rulers and the ruled were not prepared to go in the scramble. The kulaks, and many middle and even poor peasants, were implacable in their hatred of the commissars. Arson and killings of party agents and agitators were daily occurrences in the villages. The mood of the peasantry communicated itself to the working class, among whom newcomers from the country were very numerous. In the 12th year of the revolution, the poverty of the nation and the neglects and the abuses of government provoked a revulsion so bitter and widespread that something great and terrible had to happen or had to be done soon in order either to suppress or to release the pent-up emotions. Under the surface, forces were boiling up for what might have become a gigantic explosion of the kind of which, on a small scale, Hungary was to give an example in 1956. Almost cornered, Stalin and his followers fought back with mounting fury. "The revolution is in danger," was the cry which the Trotskyists raised in their places of deportation and prison cells. Both the orthodox Trotskyists and the conciliators were seized with equal alarm, but whereas the former did not see what course of action was open to them in the conditions in which they were placed and thought that they should keep themselves in readiness for the approaching crisis, the conciliators, on the contrary, felt impelled to act at once, and it was with the cry, "The revolution is in danger," that they marched to surrender. The best of them did so from the deep conviction that when the fate of Bolshevism and of the revolution was at stake, it was a crime to cling to factions and to cherish sectional interests and ambitions. The worst among them, the weary opportunists, found in the revolution's danger a convenient pretext for wriggling out of commitment to a lost cause. Those who were neither the best nor the worst, the average conciliators, may not have been aware of their own motives, which were probably mixed or ambivalent. In April 1929 Preobrazhensky drew the conciliators together with an appeal to all comrades in opposition. 87 This was an extraordinary document. In it the conciliator for the last time, before surrender, had sealed his lips, expressed himself frankly as he looked back on the opposition's road and turned his gaze on the tortuous and stony path ahead of him. Preobrazhensky described how the opposition had been driven to an impasse by the very triumph of its ideas. He found that many of his comrades would rather deny the triumph than admit the impasse. They still behaved as if their forecasts about the neo-N.E.P. and the shift to the right had come true, as if there had been no left course. To be sure, Stalin had initiated the left course in a manner very different from the one they had championed. The opposition wanted industrialization and collectivization to be carried out in the broad daylight of proletarian democracy, with the consent of the masses and free initiative from below, whereas Stalin relied on the force of the decree and coercion from above. All the same, the opposition had stood for what he was doing, even if the way he was doing it was repugnant to them. If they refused to acknowledge this, they would turn into an opposition for opposition's sake, and then to justify themselves they would drift away from their own principles. He, Preobrazhensky, did not repudiate the opposition's past. "In fighting against the Central Committee we have done our duty. But the opposition's present duty was to come closer to the party and then return to it." And here spoke the theoretical pioneer of primitive socialist accumulation, in order to hold out together against the pressure of that discontent which must be aroused in a peasant country by a policy of socialist accumulation and a struggle against agrarian capitalism. Preobrazhensky spoke of the resentment Stalin had aroused, even among conciliators, by banishing Trotsky with the help of the class enemy, i.e. of the Turkish government. "The oppositionists cannot forgive this," he said, but he suggested that this outrage should not be allowed to obscure considerations of a more general character, and he added that Trotsky too had confounded the opposition by carrying the struggle against Stalin into the bourgeois press of the West. Preobrazhensky had few illusions about the fate that awaited the conciliators. He was aware of the blows and humiliations that would fall on them in the difficult, critical years ahead, although even he could hardly have glimpsed all the mud and blood through which they were to wade and in which they were to perish. But he was clear-eyed enough to indicate plainly to his comrades that the course to which he was summoning them would be full of anxiety and torment. His hopes for a genuine and dignified reconciliation, the hopes he had entertained in the previous year, had sagged. He now saw reinstatement as a virtual surrender. Those of us, he concluded, who have fought in the ranks of the party 10, 20, or more years Preobrazhensky himself had been a Bolshevik since 1904 will return to it with feelings very different from those with which they once joined it for the first time. They would go back without their early enthusiasm, as broken-hearted men. They could not even be sure that the Central Committee would agree to reinstate them on any terms. Such are all the circumstances of this return, and such is the inter-party situation that, if readmitted, we shall have to bear responsibility for things against which we have warned and to submit to methods to which we cannot give our assent. If we are reinstated, we shall, each of us, receive back the Partbillet membership card as one accepts a heavy cross. Yet for those who wish to serve the cause of socialism effectively nothing was left but to take the cross. In May, Preobrazhensky was allowed to travel to Moscow in order to try and make peace with the party. At first he sought to obtain favorable terms for the opposition at large, pleading for a cessation of the terror, for a halt to deportations, for a rehabilitation of party members victimized under Article 58 on the charge of counter-revolutionary activity, and last but not least for the rescinding of Trotsky's banishment. He negotiated with Ortjonikij and Yaroslavsky and other members of the Central Committee and Central Control Commission who acted under Stalin's personal supervision. To Stalin the capitulation of a large section of the opposition was important enough because of the effect this was bound to have on the party's morale and on Trotsky's fortunes. Anxious to entice the conciliators and wary of blasting all their hopes at once, he at first feigned readiness to consider some of their desiderata. But he could not in truth accept any. Above all, he could not allow the oppositionists to say on their reinstatement that they had come back because the party leadership had adopted their program. This would have amounted not merely to a vindication of Trotsky and Trotskyism and to a refutation of all the charges against them, but also to an exposure of the lawlessness of the reprisals by which Stalin had overwhelmed them. He could not permit anyone even to allude to the fact that he had taken a leaf, and what a leaf, out of Trotsky's book. If he did, he would have destroyed his own claim to infallibility and power. The capitulators must declare that he, and not they and Trotsky, had been right. They must denounce and recant their own past. They could not be tolerated to come back as misunderstood trailblazers. They could return only as the remorseful saboteurs of the left course and of all the policies that had consistently led up to it. Even then they must not be allowed to arouse in the party the feelings due to rueful prodigal sons. They could count only on the forgiveness granted to broken sinners and criminals. They must make their way back on their knees. To get them to do this, Stalin had to wear down, by slow and stubborn bargaining, their mental defenses, and induce them to give up one demand after another until they were brought to the point of unconditional surrender. Stalin's behavior was not surprising. The terms on which Zinoviev, Kamina, Antonovovzenko, Pyatakov, and so many others had capitulated, and the process by which they had been brought to do it were still fresh in everyone's memory. But such was the power of self-deception that many conciliators who from afar anxiously watched Preobrazhensky's parleys in Moscow he was allowed to communicate with the colonies of deportees still hoped that they would be spared the indignities inflicted on earlier capitulators. After a month the result of Preobrazhensky's negotiations was already discernible in the behavior of his closest comrades. In the middle of June, Radek and Smilga also traveled, under GPU convoy, to Moscow to join Preobrazhensky. Their train stopped at a small Siberian station, where by chance they were met by a group of oppositionists, who described the encounter in a letter preserved among Trotsky's papers. They spoke only to Radek. Smilga was ill and had to stay in his compartment. Radek told them of the purpose of the journey and made the by now familiar argument for surrender: the nationwide famine, the shortage of bread felt even in Moscow, the workers' discontent, the threat of peasant risings, the discords in the Central Committee, where Bukharinists and Stalinists were plotting to arrest each other, and c. The situation, he said, was as grave as in 1919 when Denikin stood at the gates of Moscow and Yudenich stormed Petrograd. They must all rally to the party. On what terms? They asked. Would he demand in Moscow that paragraph 58 of the Criminal Code, the stigma of counter-revolution, be lifted from the deportees? No, he replied, those who persisted in opposition deserved the stigma. We ourselves, he shouted, have driven ourselves into exile and prison. Would he demand that Trotsky be brought back? It was only a few weeks since Preobrazhensky had declared that the opposition could not forgive Trotsky's banishment, and only a few months since Radek himself, the author of the celebrated essay Trotsky the Organizer of Victory, had protested to the Central Committee against its causing the slow death of that fighting heart of the revolution, and concluded his protest with the words, "Enough of this inhuman playing with Comrade Trotsky's health and life." But in the last few weeks the logic of the surrender to Stalin had done its work. And so to their amazement Radek's interlocutors heard this reply, "I have definitely broken with Lev Davidovich, we are political enemies now. With the contributor to Lord Beaverbrook's papers I have nothing in common." Radek himself had often contributed to the bourgeois press and was to do so again, but in Stalin's interest. 88 In the very violence of his answer Radek betrayed his guilty conscience. He went on to speak bitterly against the new recruits to the opposition, the angry young men, who, he alleged, had nothing Bolshevik about them, but joined the Trotskyists from sheer anti-Soviet spite. Once more he appealed to his interlocutors, "The last party conference has adopted our platform, which has brilliantly proved itself. What can you still have against the party?" Radek's escort provided the answer. While he was arguing, his GPU guards interrupted him, shouting that they would not allow him to agitate against Trotsky's banishment, and they pushed him and kicked him back into the train. Radek burst out with hysterical laughter, agitating against Trotsky's banishment. Then he apologized plaintively, "I am only trying to persuade these comrades to return to the party," but the guard would not even listen and kept on pushing him back to the compartment. The year before Radek had scorned Zinoviev and Pyatakov for the morbid odor of Dostoevshkina they and their recantations exuded. Now he himself, the prince of pamphleteers, appeared to his erstwhile co-thinkers and co-sufferers as a Smerdyakov descended from Dostoevsky's pages onto the little god-forsaken Siberian station. 89. After another month of haggling, on July 13, Radek, Preobrazhensky, Smilga, and 400 other deportees finally announced their surrender. 90 The advantages that Stalin derived from this were many. No event since Zinoviev's and Kamina's capitulation at the 15th Congress, in December 1927, had done so much to bolster Stalin's prestige. As he was just engaged in a heavy attack on Bukharin's faction, the disintegration of the Trotskyist opposition relieved him of the need to fight on two fronts simultaneously. Trotsky had often said that in the face of an acute danger from the right, Trotskyists and Stalinists would join hands. Well, they were now doing so, but on Stalin's own terms. He was winning them over to his side without and even against Trotsky. Many of the capitulators were men of high talent and experience with whom he would fill industrial and administrative posts from which the Bukharinists were being squeezed out. He knew that the capitulators would throw themselves heart and soul into the industrial drive. Many of them were to serve under Pyatakov, the arch-capitulator who was the moving spirit of the Commissariat of Heavy Industry. Radek alone was, as a propagandist, worth more to Stalin than hosts of his own scribes. Trotsky at once attacked the capitulators of the third draft. Those of the first draft were Zinoviev, Kamina, and their followers, and those of the second were Antonovovzenko, Pyatakov, and their friends. They state, Trotsky wrote, that the differences between Stalin and the opposition have almost vanished. How then do they explain the furious character of the reprisals? If in the absence of the most irreconcilable and profound differences the Stalinists banish and inflict katorga on Bolsheviks, then they do it from sheer bureaucratic banditry, without any political idea. This is how the Stalinist policy presents itself if one looks at it from Radek's viewpoint. How then dare he and his friends raise their voices to advocate unity with political bandits? This was not the view that he, Trotsky, took of Stalinist policy. He held that for all its lack of scruple Stalinism had deep political motives for its implacable hostility towards the opposition. The fundamental differences had lost none of their force. Radek and Preobrazhensky overlooked them or pretended to do so because they broke down morally. Revolution was a great devourer of characters, and every period of reaction took its toll of a tired generation of fighters who knuckled under. But sooner or later the old and weary were replaced by the young who entered the struggle with fresh courage and learned their lessons even from the prostration of their elders. We have before us the prospect of a long, tenacious struggle and of a long labor of education. 91. In truth, Trotsky received the first news of Radek's surrender with some incredulity, and he attributed Radek's behavior to impulsive character, isolation, and lack of moral support from comrades. He recalled with warmth of feeling that Radek had behind him a quarter of a century of revolutionary Marxist work, and doubted whether he would really be able to make his peace with Stalinism. He is too much of a Marxist for that, and, above all, he is too internationally minded. But when Pravda came out with Radek's letter of recantation, he found that Radek has fallen much lower than I had supposed. Even now the fall was so incredible that Trotsky imagined that his bargain with Stalin was only temporary and that, having frequently wavered between right and left in the party, he would soon join hands with the Bukharinists. Yet what a tangle this was. Radek and a few others with him consider this the most propitious moment for capitulation. Why indeed? Because the Stalinists, you see, are chastising Rykov, Tomsky, and Bukharin. Has it then been our task to make one part of the ruling group chastise the other? Has the approach to fundamental political questions changed? Has the anti-Marxist regime of the Communist International not been maintained? Is there any guarantee for the future? Radek and Preobrazhensky saw in the first five-year plan a radically new departure. The central issue, Trotsky replied, is not the statistics of this bureaucratic five-year plan per se, but the problem of the party, the spirit in which the party was led, because this determined also its policy. Was the five-year plan, in its formulation and execution, subject to any control from below, to criticism and discussion? Yet on this depended also the results of the plan. The inner party regime is for the Marxist an irreplaceable element of control over the political line. This had always been the opposition's essential idea. But the renegades usually have, or think that others have, a short memory. One can say with reason that a revolutionary party embodies the memory of the working class. Its first and foremost task is to learn not to forget the past in order to be able to foresee the future. Trotsky still viewed Stalin's left course as a byproduct of the opposition's struggle and pressure. He still thought that Stalin might reverse his policy and that his conflict with Bukharin was, despite all its harshness, only superficial. Trotsky's arguments did not reach the oppositionists in the Soviet Union until the autumn, and they could hardly suffice to stop the capitulation stampede. The upheaval in the Soviet Union had already gone deeper, and its impact on the opposition was far more violent than he realized. As yet there was in his remarks no hint of the gravity and alarm that one finds in the writings of all, even the most irreconcilable, oppositionists in Russia. He still viewed the scene of 1929 through the prism of 1928 and was half unaware of the eve of civil war atmosphere that hung over the country. The full force of the cry "the revolution is in danger" somehow escaped him, as did also the momentum the left course was gathering and the depth of the breach between Stalin and Bukharin. These, however, were the matters that weighed on the minds of all opposition groups. The sense that the revolution was threatened by a mortal danger, which the opposition must ward off jointly with the Stalinists, soon prompted many who had hitherto belonged to its irreconcilable wing to follow in Preobrazhensky's and Radek's footsteps. Ivan Smirnov, the victor over Kolchak and one of Trotsky's closest associates, Mrakovsky, a fighter of legendary heroism, Byeloborodov, the commissar in whose home Trotsky found refuge when he left the Kremlin in November 1927, Turvaganian, Boguslavsky, and many others asked to be reinstated. They began to parley with Stalinist headquarters in a less somber mood than Preobrazhensky had done, hoping that the general situation would induce Stalin to reinstate them on terms less humiliating. 92 This time the bargaining went on for nearly 5 months, from June to the end of October, in the course of which Smirnov's group prepared 4 different political declarations. In an early draft, produced in August and preserved among Trotsky's papers, they gave, as the reasons for their step, agreement with the 5-year plan, and the danger from the right. But they also advanced clear criticisms of Stalin's policy, saying that insufficient thought was given in the 5-year plan to the need to raise the depressed standards of living of the workers, that the selection of party cadres was such as to make the expression of critical opinions impossible, and that the doctrine of socialism in one country served as a screen for opportunism, as did also the continued official bias in favor of the middle peasant. Having in all these points upheld the opposition's attitudes, the applicants admitted also its errors. They had been mistaken, they stated, in thinking that the Central Committee would, in the search for a way out of the crisis, turn rightwards and pave the way for the thermidor. Only the behavior of the Bukharinist minority justified that fear. They agreed that in the present grave circumstances the party leadership should allow no freedom to factions, because only the right elements would benefit. The Trotskyist opposition should therefore disperse its organization, disband its own leading center which under various names had existed for years, and stop any form of clandestine activity. But they also demanded an end to the reprisals against the opposition, and they pleaded fervently for the recall of Trotsky, whose fate is tied to the fate of the working class, and with whose services neither the Soviet Union nor international communism could dispense. 93. Only slowly, defending every one of their points, did Smirnov and his associates allow their demands to be whittled down. As the year advanced and his difficulties mounted, Stalin was indeed more anxious than before to secure fresh capitulations, and he did not extract from this group a recantation quite as abject as the one he got from Radek and Preobrazhensky. Smirnov and his friends, in softening or dropping their criticisms of Stalin and waiving various demands, still insisted that they be allowed, in the very act of surrender, to call for Trotsky's return. It was mainly over this that the bargaining dragged on for 5 months. When at last they gave way, they still refused to denounce or renounce Trotsky, and their statement of submission, which appeared with hundreds of signatures in Pravda on November 3, 1929, was more restrained and dignified than any previous act of this kind. The mood of surrender now touched the inner core of the opposition, the most faithful of Trotskyists. However, Rakovsky, who, gravely ill and suffering from heart attacks, was transferred from Astrakhan to Barnaul, still managed to rally them. Under his inspiration a section of the opposition as large as that which followed Smirnov stopped just on the brink of capitulation. "We are fighting for the whole program of the opposition," Rakovsky declared. Those who made their peace with Stalin, because he was carrying out the economic part of that program and who hoped that he would carry out the political part as well, were behaving like old-type reformists, contenting themselves with the piecemeal realization of their demands. The political ideas of the opposition were inseparable from its economic desiderata. As long as the political part of our program remains unfulfilled, the whole work of socialist construction is in danger of being blown sky high. Even more important to Rakovsky was integrity of conviction and honesty in one's attitude towards adversaries. A party leadership which extracted from oppositionists confessions of imaginary errors merely imitated the Catholic Church, which made the atheist recant on his deathbed. Such a leadership loses every title to respect, and the oppositionist who changes his conviction overnight deserves only utter scorn. 94. It took Rakovsky's group several months to define its attitude. Its open letter to the Central Committee was not ready before the end of August. To collect about 500 signatures from about 90 places of deportation was not easy, but it was even more difficult to accommodate in the document all the shadings of opinion that could be found among the signatories. The tenor of the letter, which was in form also an application for reinstatement, bore witness to the prevalence of the conciliatory mood. Like Preobrazhensky and Smirnov, Rakovsky and those who followed him, Sosnovsky, Muralov, Mdivany, Kasparova and others, declared that it was the national emergency and the party's decision to sponsor the first 5-year plan that prompted them to approach the Central Committee. The success of the plan, they held, would strengthen the working class and socialism, failure would reopen the door to their Mitte and restoration. Confronted by the gravest conflict between the forces of capitalism and those of socialism, they preferred to dwell on the issues on which they were at one with the party rather than on those on which they were not. To them too the danger from the right was close and acute, and what they still criticized in the party's policy was the lingering desire to appease the middle peasants. They were so wholeheartedly in favor of rapid industrialization that from their punitive colonies they pleaded for higher labor discipline in the factories and for determined action against those who tried to exploit the workers' discontent for counter-revolutionary purposes. But they also held it to be vital for the success of the industrial drive that it should be backed by the mass of the people who still resented the neglect of their living conditions, the runaway inflation, the many unkept official promises, and bureaucratic high-handedness. Having for years championed the course of action the party had taken, the applicants felt that they were entitled to reinstatement, all the more so as they also welcomed the left turn in Comintern policy and admitted the harm of all faction. They regretted the exacerbation of feeling between the opposition and the Central Committee, to which Trotsky's banishment had contributed so much. We appeal to the Central Committee, the Central Control Commission, and the entire party, the statement concluded, to ease our way back to the party by freeing the Bolshevik-Leninists, lifting the 58 paragraph, and bringing back Leftovitch Trotsky. When the statement reached Principo, on September 22, Trotsky's satisfaction was mingled with apprehension. He was pleased to see at last a declaration from his followers, the first for many months, which did not ooze utter resignation. Yet he was apprehensive of its tenor. Having by now arranged his contacts with the Soviet Union via Berlin, Paris, and Oslo, he undertook to forward the letter to those colonies of deportees which had not yet received it. But he added a gloss of his own design to give the statement a sharper edge. He said that he endorsed the letter because, although it was moderate, it was not equivocal. Only those could refuse to sign it who were of the opinion that the Soviet thermometer was already accomplished, that the party was dead, and that nothing less than a new revolution was necessary in the USSR. Although this opinion has been attributed to us dozens of times, we have nothing in common with it. Despite repression and persecution, we declare that our loyalty to Lenin's party and the October Revolution remains unshakable. He too acknowledged that with the left turn and the break between Stalin and Bukharin a new situation had arisen. If previously Stalin fought the left opposition with arguments borrowed from the Bukharinist right, he now attacks the right exclusively with arguments borrowed from the left. In theory this should have led to a rapprochement between the center and the left, in practice it did not. Stalin's adoption of the opposition's policy was superficial, fortuitous, or merely tactical. Basically they remained poles apart. Stalin conceived the 5-year plan within the framework of socialism in one country, while the opposition viewed the whole process of constructing socialism in the context of international revolution. This fundamental difference was as sharp as ever, and while Rakovsky and his friends had declared their solidarity with the new Comintern policy, Trotsky briefly but firmly stated his objections to it. Nevertheless, he agreed that Rakovsky was right in expressing readiness to subordinate the struggle we are waging for our ideas to the statutory norms and the discipline of a party that would base itself on proletarian democracy. They had been willing to defend their views within the party at the time when the party was ruled by the right-center coalition, and they must a fortiori be prepared to do so when the right was no longer in control. But to renounce their views because of this would be dishonest and unworthy of Marxism and of the Leninist school of thought. Trotsky trusted implicitly Rakovsky's integrity and courage, but he sensed the press and the pull of the stampede under which Rakovsky acted. In another gloss he excused Rakovsky's conciliatory tone as designed to test openly the inter-party regime in changed political circumstances. Was that regime, or was it not, after all the recent lessons, capable of making good, at least partly, the immense harm it had done to the party and the revolution? Was a self-reform of the Stalinist apparatus still possible? Rakovsky's reticence, his silence on Stalin's mistakes in the international field, and his emphasis on the recent shifts to the left were all calculated to facilitate the beginning of such a self-reform. Rakovsky had once again demonstrated that what mattered to the opposition was the essence, not the form, of things, and the interest of the revolution, not the ambitions of persons or groups. The opposition is ready to take the most modest place inside the party, but only if it can remain true to itself. 95. Even while he wrote this, Trotsky wondered how many of those who had signed Rakovsky's statement might yet defect, and in a confidential message he warned Rakovsky that in his quest for conciliation he had gone to the limit and must not go even one step further. In the same bulletin in which Rakovsky's statement appeared, Trotsky published also an anonymous letter from a correspondent in Russia, criticizing Rakovsky for pandering to the capitulators. The writer, one of the few optimists still left, was confident that soon Stalin will be on his knees before us as Zinoviev was in 1926. At the close of the year only a small minority of the oppositionists still held out. According to one report, not more than about 1,000 Trotskyists remained in places of exile and prisons, whereas before the capitulations there were several thousands. Not for the first or the last time Trotsky had to say to himself, "Friends who set forth at our side, falter, are lost in the storm." In the last days of November he wrote to a group of his Soviet disciples, 96 let there remain in exile not 350 people faithful to their banner, but only 35. Let there remain even 3, the banner will remain, the strategic line will remain, the future will remain. He was ready to struggle on even alone. Did he at this moment think of Adolf Yoff's farewell message? I have always thought, so Yoff in the hour of his suicide wrote to Trotsky, that you have not enough in yourself of Lenin's unbending and unyielding character, not enough of that ability which Lenin had to stand alone and remain alone on the road he considered to be the right road. 97. Paradoxically, Stalin viewed with some uneasiness the rush of the capitulators to Moscow, much though he benefited from it. Many thousands of Trotskyists and Zinovievists were now back in and around the party, forming a distinctive milieu. Stalin did not allow a single one of them to occupy any office of political importance. But the administrators, the economists, and the educationists were assigned to posts on all rungs of the government, where they were bound to exercise an influence. Although Stalin could not doubt their zeal for the left course, especially for industrialization, he knew what value to attach to the recantations he had extracted from them. They remained oppositionists at heart. They considered themselves the wronged pioneers of the left course. They hated him not merely as their persecutor, but as the man who had robbed them of their ideas. True, he had turned them, politically, into his slaves. But the hidden hatred of slaves can be more dangerous than open hostility. It can lie silently in ambush, follow the master with 1,000 eyes, and set upon him when he slips or makes a false step. The capitulators now had a chance to influence, directly or indirectly, even the Stalinists and Bukharinists, some of whom also were bewildered when they saw Stalin appropriate the ideas and slogans which they had sincerely believed pernicious when Trotsky and Zinoviev had proclaimed them. After all his triumphs over all his opponents, Stalin was therefore at loggerheads with some of his own followers, among whom he began to discover crypto-Trotskyists and crypto-Bukharinists. If we were right in 1925-7, such people said, when we rejected the opposition's demand for rapid industrialization and for an offensive against the kulak, and when we branded Trotsky and Zinoviev as the wreckers of the alliance between workers and peasants, then surely we are wrong now. And if we are right now, and if nothing but the left course can save the revolution, should we not have adopted it earlier, when the opposition urged us to do so? And was it not vile on our part, the most conscientious added, to abuse and crush the opposition? The answers varied, of course. Some drew one conclusion, others another. 98 Enough that as early as the summer and autumn of 1929, while the capitulators were re-entering the party, a few good old Stalinists were being expelled from it, and some even sent to the places of deportation which the capitulators had just vacated. The most notorious cases were those of Uglanov, secretary of the Moscow organization, and other members of the Central Committee, branded as Bukharinists, and of Shatskin, Sten, and Lomanids, eminent propagandists and leaders of the young Stalinists, who were all three unmasked as semi-Trotskyists. These cases revealed something of the ferment in the ruling group itself, a ferment which made it no unmixed advantage for Stalin to have so many capitulators around. Stalin knew that they still looked up to Trotsky as their guide and inspirer, and indeed as the true leader of the revolution. Every batch of them, as they negotiated terms of surrender, had asked for Trotsky's return and stuck to this demand even while yielding on all other points of policy and discipline. When at last they were brought to renounce Trotsky, most of them did so with despair in their hearts and tears in their eyes. Few, very few, were those who like Radek perversely quelled their qualms and railed against Trotsky, and Radek's outbursts aroused disgust even among old Stalinists. To most capitulators Trotsky represented all that they had stood for in their better and prouder days. Their debacle and self-abasement had isolated him politically, but threw into fresh relief his moral grandeur. The capitulators, the Bukharinists, and the doubting Stalinists took in avidly every word of his that penetrated into the Soviet Union. At critical moments, when important decisions were pending, the whisper, "What does Lev Davidovich say about this?" was often heard even in Stalin's antechambers. 99 The bulletin circulated in Moscow. Party men returning from assignments abroad, especially members of embassies, smuggled it home and passed it on to friends. Although only very few papers got about in this way, the bulletin seems never to have been printed in more than 1,000 copies. Trotsky's comments and forecasts and the choice morsels of his invective spread quickly by word of mouth. Stalin could not rest on his laurels and contemplate the ferment with equanimity. The Blumkin affair gave him an opportunity to strike. Jacob Blumkin, a high official of the G.P.U.S. Foreign Department, had a strange career behind him, and stranger still was his present role. Just before the revolution he had, as an adolescent, joined the terrorist organization of the Social Revolutionary Party. Something of a poet, he was a romantic idealist, with a precocious, simple-minded, and boundless devotion to his cause. In October 1917 he was among the left social revolutionaries who made common cause with the Bolsheviks, and he represented his party on the Chaikha under Dzerzhinsky. Thus, as a youngster of 20, revolution picks her lovers young, he was one of the original founders of the Chaikha. When his party broke with the Bolsheviks over the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, Blumkin shared his comrades' fierce conviction that in concluding that peace the Bolsheviks had betrayed the revolution. When his comrades decided to stage a rising against Lenin's government and to force the Soviet Republic into war against Germany, they assigned 2 men to make an attempt on the life of Count Mirbach, the German ambassador in Moscow. Blumkin was one of the 2. He succeeded, and this event was the signal for the insurrection which Trotsky suppressed. The Bolsheviks seized Blumkin and brought him before Trotsky. It will be remembered that the Bolshevik party had itself been deeply divided over the Brest-Litovsk peace, and so although the party outlawed the left social revolutionaries, many Bolsheviks felt a warm sympathy for Mirbach's assassin, even though they condemned the deed. Trotsky appealed to the insurgents' revolutionary sentiment and sought to impress on them how misguided their action had been and to convert them to Bolshevik views. When Blumkin was brought before him, he engaged the young and impressionable terrorist in a long and serious argument. Succumbing to superior powers of persuasion, Blumkin repented and asked to be allowed to redeem himself. Pro forma he was condemned to death, and the German government was even informed of his execution, but he was pardoned and given the chance to prove his devotion to the revolution. He undertook to carry out the most dangerous missions for the Bolsheviks, and during the Civil War he worked for them behind the lines of the White Guards. The left social revolutionaries considered him a traitor and made several attempts on his life. After one attempt, while he was recovering in a hospital, they threw a hand grenade into his ward. He seized it and flung it out of the window at the very moment of the explosion. Rehabilitated by the Bolsheviks, he then served on Trotsky's military staff, studied at the military academy, gained some repute as a writer on military affairs, and was active in the Comintern. After the Civil War he rejoined the Chaikha or GPU and was a senior officer of its counter-intelligence department. His faith in Trotsky knew no bounds. he was attached to the Commissar of War with the whole force of his emotional temperament. He was also in close friendship with Radek, whom he adored and who was more accessible and responsive than Trotsky. When Trotsky and Radek went into opposition, Blumkin made no secret of his solidarity with them. Although the nature of his work prevented him from engaging in the opposition's activities, he considered it his duty to make his attitude clear to Menzinsky, the chief of the GPU. But, as his skill at counterintelligence was greatly valued, and as he did not participate in the opposition's work and never committed any breach of discipline, he was allowed to hold his views and remain in his post. He stayed in the party and the GPU even after the opposition had been expelled. In the summer of 1929, while traveling on duty from India to Russia, Blumkin stopped at Constantinople where, as Trotsky maintains, he met Lyova by chance in the street. One may doubt whether this was in fact a chance encounter. It is implausible that Blumkin should have arrived in Turkey without intending to make contact with Trotsky. Having met the son, accidentally or not, he asked for an appointment with the father. Trotsky at first refused, considering the risk too great. But when Blumkin imploringly repeated the request, he agreed to receive him. Blumkin arrived to pour out his heart to the man before whom 11 years earlier he had stood as Mirbaka's assassin. He was, as were most oppositionists, confused, and he was a prey to a conflict of loyalties. He found it hard to reconcile his position in the GPU with his sentiment for the opposition. He was torn between the oppositionists who had capitulated and those who resisted, and between his faith in Trotsky and his friendship for Radek. He did not believe that the breach between the two was irreparable, and in his simple-mindedness he hoped to reconcile them. For hours he remained closeted with Trotsky, relating news from Moscow and listening avidly to Trotsky's arguments about the opposition's responsibilities and duties and the futility of surrender. He put before Trotsky his own code of conscience and spoke of his wish to resign from the GPU. Trotsky firmly dissuaded him. Difficult as his situation was, Trotsky said, he must go on working loyally for the GPU. The opposition was committed to defend the workers' state, and no oppositionist should withdraw from any official post in which he acted in the broad interest of the state and not in that of the Stalinist faction. Was the opposition not on the side of the Soviet Union in the conflict over the Manchurian Railway? Blumkin's activity was directed entirely against the external enemy, and it was perfectly consistent with the opposition's attitude that he should carry on. Blumkin accepted the advice and asked Trotsky to give him a message or instructions to oppositionists at home. He also volunteered to help in arranging contacts and in organizing, with the help of Turkish fishermen, the bulletin's clandestine dispatch across the frontier. Trotsky gave him the message, a copy of which is preserved in the archives. The document contains nothing that could by any stretch of the imagination be described as conspiratorial. Its terms were so general and in part so trivial that it was feckless of Trotsky and Blumkin to take any risk at all in transmitting it. Trotsky forecast that in the autumn Stalin would find himself in great difficulties and that the capitulators would then realize how useless their surrender had been. He appealed, of course, to his followers to hold out, and poured scorn on the faint-hearted. He gave them notice of the attack on Radek he was preparing to publish and reproduce the gist of it. For the nth time he denied the charge, which Radek now echoed, that he was trying to form a new party, and he repeated that the opposition remained part and parcel of the old party. He gave an account of what he was doing to set up the international organization of the opposition and explained in humdrum detail the quarrels among the German, French, and Austrian Trotskyists and Zinovievists. He begged the Russians not to be disappointed by all this, but to be confident that the international opposition would eventually emerge as a vital political force. It is a pathetic thought that the deportees placed such great hopes on this, and that Trotsky had to reassure them. In the whole message there was nothing that he had not said or was not about to say in public, especially in the bulletin. 100 It is, of course, possible to suspect that he gave Blumkin more definitely conspiratorial instructions orally. But, strangely, even the GPU never maintained that he did so, and the inner evidence of his attitude, activity, and correspondence indicates that he had in fact nothing to say to his followers in private that he did not or could not tell them in public. With this message in hand, Blumkin departed in high spirits, confident that now he would be able to prove to Radek and others that their charges were groundless, that Trotsky was as loyal and as great a Bolshevik as ever, and that the opposition should, under his leadership, restore its unity. Shortly after his return to Moscow, Blumkin was arrested, charged with treason, and executed. It is not easy to determine how the GPU came to learn about his moves. Some said that he had confided his secret to a woman whom he loved and who, being herself a Secret Service agent, denounced him. Others maintained that on his return Blumkin went straight to Radek, who, fearing to draw suspicion on himself or being anxious to convince Stalin of the sincerity of his own recantation, betrayed his friend. This account gained wide credence and made Radek despised and hated. According to yet another version, upheld by Victor Serge, Radek's role was pitiable rather than sinister. Serge relates that back in Moscow Blumkin felt at once that the GPU knew where he had been and that their agents were shadowing him in order to find out with whom of the oppositionists he was in touch. Radek was worried about Blumkin's plight and advised him to approach Ordzhonikij, chairman of the Central Control Commission, and make a clean breast of everything. This was the only way, he allegedly said, in which Blumkin could save himself. Ordzhonikij, although a strict disciplinarian, was a conscientious and in his way even a generous man, the only one in the hierarchy who could be expected to treat the case sternly indeed but not without humanity. It was not known, however, whether Blumkin was arrested after or before he approached Ordzhonikij. 101 The whole puzzle may perhaps be explained more simply. The vigilant eye of a member of the Soviet consulate in Constantinople may have caught sight of Blumkin taking the boat to Prinkipo, or an agent provocateur in Trotsky's house may have discovered the identity of the mysterious visitor with whom Trotsky had shut himself up for so many hours. Blumkin carried himself with remarkable dignity during the interrogation, relates a former GPU officer. He went courageously to his execution, and when the fatal shot was about to be fired he shouted, "Long live Trotsky!" 102 More and more frequently in years to come was this cry to resound amid volleys fired by execution squads. This was the first execution of its kind. True, other Trotskyists had already paid for their convictions with their lives, perishing from hunger and exhaustion the year before. For instance, Butov, one of Trotsky's secretaries, died in prison after a long hunger strike. Nevertheless, the rule that the Bolsheviks must never repeat the mortal error of the Jacobins and have recourse in their internecine struggles to execution had hitherto been respected, at least in form. Now that rule was broken. Blumkin was the first party member on whom capital punishment was inflicted for an inter-party offense, an offense no graver than being in contact with Trotsky. Stalin had been apprehensive lest the capitulations should blur the line of division between the opposition and the party, and Blumkin's venture heightened his apprehension. He could not tolerate a senior GPU officer on active service visiting Trotsky in a comradely manner and mediating between Trotsky and the capitulators. To tolerate this would be to make a mockery of all the official accusations of Trotsky and encourage further contacts. Stalin himself may not have believed in the relatively innocuous character of Blumkin's mission and of Trotsky's message to the opposition. The thought may have occurred to his suspicious mind that it would be unsafe to assume that Mirbaka's assassin would never again vent his simple but strong political passions in a terrorist act. In any case, Blumkin's execution was to serve as a warning to others. It was to show them that official charges of counter-revolution must not be trifled with, that paragraph 58 was paragraph 58, and that henceforth comradely connections with the Prinkipo outcast would be punished with the whole severity of a garbled and perverted law. Curiously enough, no capital punishment was as yet inflicted on the avowed Trotskyists, who from their prisons and punitive colonies were in communication with their leader, who sent him collective greetings on October anniversaries and May days, and whose names appeared under articles and theses in the Bulletin Oppositii. For the time being, the warning was meant only for party members, holders of official posts, especially in the GPU, and reinstated capitulators. The line of division between party and opposition was redrawn in blood. Trotsky learned of the execution from an anonymous oppositionist who, being still in government service, was on an official mission in Paris. 103 But Moscow was silent, and when a rumor percolated through to the German press, communist papers denied it. For several weeks Trotsky waited for further information, and in his letters to Russian followers made no allusion to Blumkin until early in January 1930 a message from oppositionists in Moscow dispelled all doubts. Trotsky at once disclosed the circumstances of his meeting with Blumkin. He declared that it was Stalin personally who had ordered the execution and that Yagoda gave effect to the order without even referring it to Menzinsky, the nominal head of the GPU. The bulletin published the correspondence from Moscow, the writers of which maintained that it was Radek who had betrayed Blumkin. Trotsky himself, on second thoughts, doubted whether this was so and intimated that Radek had probably acted irresponsibly and stupidly but in good faith. Blumkin's misfortune, Trotsky wrote, was that he trusted Radek and that Radek trusted Stalin. Trotsky enjoined his followers in the West to raise a storm of protests. The Blumkin affair, he wrote to Rosmer on January 5, 1930, should become the Sacco-Vanzetti affair of the left opposition. Sometime earlier the execution in Boston of Sacco and Vanzetti, two Italian-American anarchists, had been the object of a memorable worldwide protest raised by communists, socialists, radicals, and liberals. Trotsky's call found no response. Blumkin's fate did not arouse even a fraction of the indignation that the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti had provoked. It was far easier to arouse the conscience of the left against a miscarriage of justice by the judiciary of a bourgeois state than to move it against a justice mord committed in a workers' state. Barely a few weeks later Trotsky was already having to protest, and to ask others to protest, against two further executions of oppositionists and against harsh reprisals to which Rakovsky and his friends were subjected. And once again he failed even to dent the stony indifference of those whom he had hoped to move. 104. The year 1929 ended in the Soviet Union with an upheaval the violence of which surpassed all expectations. Early in the year Stalin's policy had still been hesitant and uncertain. The industrial drive was gaining momentum, but the government had not yet thrown all caution to the wind. In April, the 16th Party Conference called for speedier collectivization, but proclaimed that the private farms would for many years yet predominate in the rural economy. The 5-year plan provided for the collectivization of only 20% of all small holdings by 1933. The kulak was to pay higher taxes and to deliver more grain, but there was no thought yet of his liquidation. By the end of the year it was as if a whirlwind had swept away these plans and the prudence that had inspired them. The industrial drive burst all bounds, again and again the targets were raised, and the call went out that the plan must be carried out in 4, 3, or even 2.5 years. On the 12th anniversary of the revolution Stalin, confronted by the difficulties Trotsky foresaw, the peasantry's refusal to deliver grain, pronounced death sentence on private farming. Immediate and wholesale collectivization was the order of the day, and only 4 months later he announced that 50%, or about 13 million, of the farmsteads had already been collectivized. The whole power of state and party drove the kulaks from the land and forced millions of other peasants to pool all their possessions and accept a new mode of production. 105. Almost every village became a battlefield in a class war, the like of which had never been seen before, a war which the collectivist state waged, under Stalin's supreme command, in order to conquer rural Russia and her stubborn individualism. The forces of collectivism were small but well armed, mobile, and directed by a single will. Rural individualism, its great strength scattered, was caught by surprise, and was armed only with the wooden club of despair. As in every war so in this, there was no lack of maneuvers, inconclusive skirmishes and confused retreats and advances, but eventually the victors seized their spoils and took uncounted multitudes of prisoners, whom they drove into the endless and empty plains of Siberia and the icy wastes of the far north. As in no other war, however, the victors could neither admit nor reveal the full scope of hostilities. They had to pretend that they carried out a salutary transformation of rural Russia with the consent of the overwhelming majority, and so even after several decades the precise numbers of the casualties, which must have gone into millions, remained unknown. Such were the suddenness, the magnitude, and the force of the upheaval that few who witnessed it were able to absorb and focus mentally its immensity. Until recently the Trotskyist opposition could maintain that Stalin, by initiating the left course, was only giving effect to its demands, but the great change exceeded those demands to an extent that took away the breath of Trotskyists and Stalinists alike, not to speak of the Bukharinists. Among the Trotskyists, the conciliators showed a clearer awareness of the scope and the finality of events, the resistors still clung to premises and reasonings formed in earlier years. Rakovsky, for instance, treated Stalin's orders for the annihilation of the kulaks as ultra-left rhetoric and asserted that the specific weight of the wealthy farms in the national economy will grow even further, despite all the talk about fighting agrarian capitalism. 106 Just before the 12th anniversary of the revolution, Trotsky himself claimed that the slow development of the rural economy, and the difficulties which the countryside experiences favor the growth of the power of the kulaks and the progress of their influence. 107 He did not imagine that at a stroke, or within a very few years, 25 million private small holdings could be wiped out by force. At the beginning of 1930, however, Trotsky began to realize what was happening, and in a series of essays devoted to a critique of the five-year plan he evolved a new line of attack on Stalin's policy. The new criticism was marked by dialectical duality. He made a sharp distinction between the socialist progressive and the bureaucratic retrograde trends in the Soviet Union and illumined their perpetual conflict. He began, for instance, an essay on economic recklessness and its perils with these words: 108. The success of the Soviet Union in industrial development is acquiring global historical significance. Social democrats who do not even try to evaluate the tempo which the Soviet economy proves itself capable of attaining deserve but contempt. That tempo is neither stable nor secure, but it provides practical proof of the immense possibilities inherent in socialist economic methods. On the basis of the Soviet experience, it is not difficult to see what economic power a socialist bloc comprising Central and Eastern Europe and large parts of Asia would have wielded if the social democratic parties had used the power that the 1918 revolution had given them and carried out a socialist upheaval. The whole of mankind would have had a different outlook by now. As it is, mankind will have to pay for the betrayal committed by the Social Democratic Party with additional wars and revolutions. Having so emphatically restated his appreciation of the socialist trend in Soviet developments, he attacked Stalin's domestic policy in the same terms in which he had characterized the new Comintern line as an ultra-left zigzag that had come to replace the previous rightist zigzag. This was consistent with Trotsky's view that Stalin, as a centrist, acted under alternate pressures from right and left, a view which properly described Stalin's place in the inner party alignments of the 1920s, but fitted the realities of later years less well. By and large, Trotsky still held that intensive industrialization and collectivization were merely a transient phase of Stalin's policy. He was not aware, and he was never to become fully aware, that in 1929–30 Stalin had gone beyond a point of no return, where he could neither halt the industrial drive in its tracks nor, having destroyed the kulaks, try and make peace with them. This basic error in Trotsky's judgment, to which we shall return later, does not, however, invalidate his specific criticisms, in which he anticipated most of the revisions of policy that Stalin's successors were to carry out after 1953. Just as in the 1920s Trotsky was the pioneer of primitive socialist accumulation, so in the early 1930s he was the precursor of economic and social reforms that were to be undertaken only several decades later. He attacked at the outset the rate set by the first five-year plan, in its final version, for industrial expansion. 109 From the snail's pace, he observed, Stalin had switched over to the racetrack gallop. In its early versions the plan had aimed at an 8 to 9% rate of annual expansion, and the opposition's proposal to double the tempo had been decried as fanciful, irresponsible, and dangerous. Now the tempo was trebled. Instead of striving for optimum results, Trotsky pointed out, the planners and managers were ordered to strain always for the maximum, regardless of the fact that this threw the national economy out of balance, and so reduced the effectiveness of the drive. Production targets grossly exceeded available resources, and so an incongruity arose between manufacturing and primary production, between heavy and light industry, and between investment and private consumption. Worse still was the contrast between the advance of industry and the lag in farming. There is no need to dwell here on these and other disproportions which Trotsky often analyzed in detail. It has since become a truism that these disproportions did indeed mark and mar the whole process of industrialization in the Stalin era. But, as happens so often, the truisms of one generation were the dreaded heresy of its predecessor, and communists, but not only they, received Trotsky's criticisms with indignation or derision. Yet when one re-examines after this lapse of time what Trotsky said on these matters, one is struck by his political restraint rather than by his polemical heat. He usually prefaced almost every piece of criticism by emphatic acknowledgement of the progress achieved under the direction of his adversary, although he insisted that the mainspring of progress lay in the national ownership and planning of industry and that Stalin not only used but also abused these advantages of the Soviet economy. He did not believe that the administrative whip did or could accelerate the industrial advance. The whip was all too often the very cause of a halt and a breakdown. National ownership led to central planning and required it, but bureaucratic over-centralization led to the concentration and magnification of the errors committed by those in power, to paralysis of social initiative, and to tremendous wastage of human and material resources. An irresponsible and infallible leader had to boast all mistakes and reverses out of existence and to flaunt all the time spectacular achievements, unheard of records, and dazzling statistics. Stalinist planning dwelt on the quantitative side of industrialization to the exclusion of everything else, and the higher the quantity of goods that had to be produced at any price, the lower the quality. For rational planning a comprehensive system of economic coefficients and tests was needed, which would measure continuously not merely the growth of production but changes in quality, costs, the purchasing power of money, comparative rates of productivity, and Yet all these facets of the economy were wrapped in obscurity. Stalin conducted the industrial drive with all lamps extinguished, amid a complete blackout of vital information. Trotsky's criticism of the collectivization was even more thoroughgoing. He condemned the liquidation of the kulaks as a monstrosity, and he did so long before the horrors that attended it had become known. In the years when he himself was stigmatized as the enemy of the peasantry, he had urged the Politburo to raise the taxation of well-to-do farmers, to organize farm laborers and poor peasants, to encourage them to form collective farms on a voluntary basis, and to throw the state's resources, agricultural machinery, fertilizers, credit, and agronomic assistance, behind the collective farms so as to promote them in their competition with private farming. These proposals had expressed the full extent of his anti-kulak policy, and he had never gone beyond them. It had never occurred to him that a social class as numerous as the rural bourgeoisie could or should be destroyed by decree and violence, that millions of people should be dispossessed and condemned to social, and many also to physical, death. That socialism and private farming were ultimately incompatible and that the capitalist farmer would vanish in a society evolving towards socialism, had, of course, been an axiom of Marxism and Leninism. But Trotsky, like all Bolsheviks until quite recently, envisaged this as a gradual process, in the course of which the smallholder would succumb to the more productive collective method of farming in a way similar to, but far less painful than, the way the independent artisan and small farmer had succumbed to modern industry and large-scale agriculture under capitalism. There was therefore no element of demagogy in the angry denunciation with which Trotsky met the liquidation of the kulaks. Not only was this to him a malignant and sanguinary travesty of all that Marxism and Leninism had stood for, he did not believe that the kolkhozy which Stalin was forcing into existence would be viable. He argued that collectivized agriculture required a technological base far superior to that on which individual husbandry had rested, and such a base did not exist in the Soviet Union. The tractor had not yet replaced the horse. 110 in an expressive simile, of which it could, however, be said that comparison en est par raison, he asserted that without modern machinery it was just as impossible to turn private small holdings into a viable collective farm as it was to merge small boats into an ocean-going liner. Stalin intended, of course, to supply the machinery over the years, as he eventually did. What Trotsky maintained was that collectivization should not outrun the technical means needed for it. Otherwise, the collectives would not be economically integrated, their productivity would not be higher than that of private farming, and they would not bring the peasants the material advantages which could compensate them for the loss of private property. 111 Meantime, before the collectives were technologically integrated, the peasantry's resentment would show in a decline or stagnation of agricultural output, and it would threaten to blow up the collectives from the inside. So acute was Trotsky's insight into the state of mind of the peasantry that from Prinkipo he warned Moscow about the coming calamitous mass slaughter of cattle, and he did this in plenty of time, 5 years before Stalin admitted the fact. 112 Even much later Trotsky remained convinced that the collectivist structure of farming was chronically in a state of near collapse. In retrospect it may appear that Trotsky took too black a view, the collective farms did not collapse, after all. Yet Stalin's rural policy throughout the 1930s, with its whimsical combination of massive terror and petty concessions, was dictated precisely by the fear of a collapse. Only with iron bands could he hold together the collective farm. The decline and subsequent stagnation in farm output were all too real, and became the great theme of official policy 25 and 30 years later. The state of affairs in the country reacted upon all aspects of national policy. Industrialization proceeded on a dangerously narrow and shattered agricultural base, amid famines or a perpetual dearth of foodstuffs. It was therefore accompanied by a universal and almost zoologically fierce scramble for the necessities of life, by widespread discontent, and by low productivity of labor. The government had continuously to quell the discontent and to force up productivity by intimidation and subornation. The violent shock of 1929–30 drove the Soviet Union into a vicious circle of scarcities and terrors from which it was not to break out for a long time to come. Primitive, would be more productive than the old small holding. Trotsky's critics argued from an analogy with British manufacture which, even before the Industrial Revolution, when it was still manufacture in the strict, etymological sense, was more productive than individual handicraft, because, as Marx pointed out in Das Kapital, it enjoyed the advantages first of simple cooperation, and then of the division of manual labor. In strict theory, Trotsky's critics were right. Collectivization, even without the prior existence of a technological basis proper to it, should result in higher productivity, as it did in China for a time, during the middle 1950s. Practically, however, and as far as the collectivization of 1929–32 was concerned, Trotsky was right. Any advantages which the collective farm might have obtained from the cooperation and division of manual labor were nullified by the peasants' resentful attitude towards work and by the initial destruction of agricultural stock. Stalin had now proclaimed the end of NEP and the abolition of the market economy. Surveying Trotsky's views at an earlier stage, we saw that in these there was no room for any sudden abolition of NEP, for the prohibition of private trade by decree. And that socialist planning could not one day supersede NEP at a stroke, but should develop within the mixed economy until the socialist sector had by its growing preponderance gradually absorbed, transformed, or eliminated the private sector and outgrown the framework of N.E.P. 113. Trotsky still stuck to this view. He considered the abolition of N.E.P. a coinage of the bureaucratic brain, only a bureaucracy which, through long neglect of industrialization and a faulty approach to the peasantry, had failed to cope with the forces of the market economy and allowed these to grow out of control, could try to decree the market out of existence. But thrown out by the door, the market would come back by the window, Trotsky said. As long as farming was not socialized organically and securely, and amid an all-round scarcity of goods, it was impossible to eliminate the play of supply and demand and to substitute for it the planned distribution of goods. The spontaneous pressures of the market were bound to break through in farming first, then in those areas where farming and industry overlapped, and finally even within the nationalized sector of the economy, where they would often upset and distort planning. There was ample evidence of this, especially during the early 1930s, in the chaos of official and unofficial prices of consumer goods, in a fantastic spread of black markets, in the depreciation of the ruble, and in a steep fall of the purchasing power of wages. The planners worked without yardstick and scale, unable to assess genuine values and costs and to appraise productivity. Regain yardstick and scale, was Trotsky's insistent advice. Instead of pretending that they had overcome the pressures of the market, the planners would do better to acknowledge their existence, to make allowance for them, and to try and bring them under control. Even in later years, after the runaway inflation of the early 1930s was overcome, these criticisms retained validity, and here, too, much of what Soviet economists said, in the first decade after Stalin, about the importance of value measurement and cost accountancy sounded like an echo of Trotsky's arguments. The Stalinist blackout of economic information obscured other crucial questions as well. Who was paying for the industrialization, which social classes and how much? Which classes and groups benefited from it and to what extent? In the early 1920s the leaders of the opposition, especially Preobrazhensky, had maintained that the peasantry would have to contribute heavily to the investment funds of the nationalized industry. Stalin hoped to ensure through collectivization that the peasantry should indeed make this contribution, by increasing the output and the supply of foodstuffs and raw materials. But the peasantry foiled him. "Let my soul perish with the commissars," was the cry of the smallholder as he left his holding, and, although he did not manage to bring down the pillars upon the collectivist state, he refused to yield up to it a large part of the sinews of industrialization that he was expected to provide. This was what the destruction of farm stock and the decline in output amounted to in practice. All the heavier was the burden the urban working class was called upon to carry. The major part of industry's huge investment fund was in effect a deduction from the national wages bill. In real terms, a greatly increased working class had to subsist on a shrunken mass of consumer goods while it built new power stations, steel mills, and engineering plants. 114 10 years earlier Trotsky had said that the working class can approach socialism only through the greatest sacrifices, by straining all its strength, and giving its blood and nerves. Stalin now exacted those sacrifices in blood and nerves. There may be moments, Trotsky said in 1923, when the government pays you no wages, or when it pays you half your wages and when you, the worker, have to lend the other half to the state in order to enable it to rebuild the nationalized industry. 115 Stalin now seized that other half of the workers' wages. But whereas Trotsky had excused his proposal by the ruin of the economy after war and civil war and sought to obtain the workers' consent to this method of accumulation, Stalin did what he did after many years of reconstruction and told the worker that his real earnings were doubled and that he was entering the promised land of socialism. For a time inflation concealed the realities from the workers, on whose enthusiasm, endurance, or at least willingness to work the success of the plan depended. 116. At the outset the plan was launched in a spirit which if not egalitarian was nevertheless one of common service and common sacrifice, untarnished by any shocking inequality of rewards. This spirit stirred the fervor of the Komsomoltsi and Udarniki who rushed to build the magnetostroys and the tractors-troys. 117 But as the first elation sagged and as the great weariness of the workers began to show, the government prodded them on with incentive wages, piece rates, Stakhanovism, rewards for production records, and on a par with the bureaucracy and the managers, the labor aristocracy attained a markedly privileged status. Henceforth, while Stalin hurled imprecation after imprecation upon petty bourgeois levelers, the anti-egalitarian trend gained immense force. Against it Trotsky invoked the tradition of Bolshevism, which has been one of opposition to labor aristocracy and bureaucratic privilege. He did not preach leveling. It is altogether beyond dispute, he pointed out, that at a low level of productive forces and consequently of civilization at large, it is impossible to attain equality of rewards. He even stated that the egalitarian wages policy of the early revolutionary years had gone too far and impeded economic progress. Yet he held that a socialist government was in duty bound to keep inequality within the limits of what was necessary, to reduce it gradually, and to defend the interests of the great unprivileged mass. In the conflict between the working woman and the bureaucrat, we, the left opposition, side with the working woman against the bureaucrat, who seizes her by the throat. In the fact that Stalin acted as the protector of privilege, he saw a threat to all the conquests of the revolution. 118. Trotsky now also redefined his view of proletarian democracy. Only when the toilers were free to express their demands and criticize those in power, he argued, could they arrest the growth of privilege, and from the standpoint of socialism the supreme test by which the country's economic condition should be judged is the standard of living of the workers and the role they play in the state. If in the years of NEP he held that only the strength of proletarian democracy could counterbalance the combined forces of the N.E.P men, the kulaks, and the conservative bureaucrats, he now regarded that democracy as the only political setting within which a planned economy could attain its full efficiency. It was therefore a vital economic, and not merely a political, interest of the USSR that proletarian democracy be revived. Contrary to a myth of vulgar Trotskyism, he did not advocate any direct workers' control over industry, that is management by factory committees or works councils. This form of management had failed in Russia shortly after the revolution, and Trotsky had ever since been a most determined advocate of one-man management and central control, arguing that management by factory committees would become possible only if and when the mass of producers became well educated and imbued with a strong sense of social responsibility. He had also been absolutely opposed to the anarcho-syndicalist schemes of the workers' opposition for the transfer of industrial management to trade unions or producers' associations. He did not significantly alter these views when he found himself in opposition and exile. He conceived proletarian democracy as the workers' right and freedom to criticize and oppose the government and thereby to shape its policies, but not necessarily as their right to exercise direct control over production. He saw in central planning and central direction the essential condition of any socialist economy and of any economy evolving towards socialism. But he pointed out that the process of planning, to be efficacious, must proceed not only from above downwards but also from below upwards. Production targets must not be decreed from the top of the administrative pyramid, without preparatory nationwide debates, without careful on-the-spot assessment of resources and capacities, without the preliminary testing of the state of mind of the workers, and without the latter's genuine understanding of the plan and willingness to carry it out. When working-class opinion was not allowed to check, correct, and modify schemes presented by a planning authority, the severe disproportions which characterized the Soviet economy under Stalin were inevitable. 119. Trotsky turned his criticism against the assumption of national self-sufficiency which underlay Stalin's conduct of economic affairs. Socialism in one country remained to him a reactionary, national socialist utopia, unattainable no matter whether it was to be striven for at racing speed or at the snail's pace. With an emphasis which was sometimes exaggerated or misplaced, he pointed out that the Soviet Union could not with its own resources and by its own exertions surpass or even reach the productivity of the advanced Western capitalism, the productivity which was the sine qua non of socialism. The spread of revolution remained in any case the essential condition for the achievement of socialism in the USSR. The Stalinist isolationism affected not only the grand strategy of revolution and of socialist construction but even immediate trade policies. Stalin took no account of the advantages of international division of labor, and he virtually ignored the importance of foreign trade for Soviet industrialization, especially after the Great Slump when the terms of trade turned sharply against the Soviet Union. Trotsky then urged Moscow to enhance its trading position by political means and appeal to the many millions of the unemployed workers of the West to raise a clamor for trade with Russia, and for export credits, which would assist Russia but would also help to create employment in the capitalist countries. In his own name and on behalf of his tiny organization, Trotsky published several persuasive manifestos to this effect, but the idea evoked no response from Moscow. 120. These detailed criticisms culminated in Trotsky's sustained and passionate protest against the moral discredit that Stalin's policy was bringing upon communism. In 1931 Stalin proclaimed that the Soviet Union had already laid the foundations of socialism, even that it had entered the era of socialism, and his propagandists had to back up this claim by contrasting a fantastically bright image of Soviet society with a crudely overdrawn picture of the miseries of life under decaying capitalism. 121 Exposing the double distortion, Trotsky pointed out that to tell the Soviet masses that the hunger and the privations, not to speak of the oppression, which they endured amounted to socialism was to kill their faith in socialism and to turn them into its enemies. In this he saw Stalin's greatest crime, for it was committed against the deepest hopes of the working classes and threatened to compromise the future of the revolution and of the communist movement. 122. We have said that Trotsky's criticism was in all its aspects consistent with the tradition of classical Marxism, and also that it anticipated the reforms of the post-Stalin era. The question may now be asked whether or to what extent it was relevant to the situation of the 1930s. Were Trotsky's proposals practicable at the time when he made them? Was a deep divorce between Marxist theory and the practice of the Russian Revolution not an inherent characteristic of that era? And had circumstances not made that divorce inevitable? Only very few questions with which the historian has to deal can tax his confidence in his own judgment as severely as these questions do. Trotsky himself, in his less polemical moods, stressed that the immense difficulties which beset the Soviet Union were rooted in its poverty, backwardness, and isolation. His main charge against Stalin's rule was that it aggravated these difficulties rather than created them, and it was not easy for Trotsky, nor is it for the historian, to draw a line between the objective and the subjective factors of the situation, between the miseries to which the Russian Revolution was heir and those which Stalinist arbitrariness and cruelty produced. Moreover, there was a real unity of opposites here, a dialectical interplay of the objective and the subjective. Bureaucratic arbitrariness and cruelty were themselves part and parcel of the Russian backwardness and isolation. They were the backward responses of the inheritors of the revolution to native backwardness. It was now the commonly, though in part only tacitly, held view of both Trotsky and Stalin that the Soviet Union could achieve rapid industrial ascendancy only through primitive socialist accumulation, a view historically justified by the fact that no underdeveloped nation has, in this century, achieved an advance comparable to Russia's on any other basis. Primitive accumulation, however, presupposed that the workers and peasants should bear more than the normal burden of economic development. Some of the basic disproportions of Stalinist planning were inherent in these conditions. Investment had in any case to expand much faster than consumption. Priority had to be given to heavy over light industry. The theorists of the opposition had argued that with industrialization the national income would grow so rapidly that popular consumption would rise together with investment, even if not at the same rate. Instead, consumption shrank disastrously in the crucial years of the early 1930s. Trotsky maintained that this would have been avoided and that the industrial drive would have been carried on under less severe strains and stresses if it had been started several years earlier and in a more rational manner. The argument was plausible, but its truth could not be proved. The Stalinist counter-argument, held esoterically rather than stated openly, was also plausible. It was that the great change would have been just as cataclysmic even if it had been initiated earlier and more mildly. The threat of famine had hung over urban Russia most of the time since the revolution, and it had recurred periodically before the revolution. Industrialization and the rapid growth of the urban population were, in any case, bound to aggravate it, as long as agriculture remained as fragmented and archaic as it was. Having refused to allow capitalist farming to take charge of the provisioning of the feverishly expanding towns, the Bolsheviks had to opt for collectivization. If they had attempted the gradual collectivization for which Trotsky stood, so the Stalinist argument went on, they would have had the worst of both worlds. The great mass of the small holders would have been antagonized anyhow, and progress would have been, as under capitalist farming, too slow to secure the provisioning of the towns during rapid industrialization. Trotsky believed, on the contrary, that it was possible to induce the peasantry to a voluntary and economically sound collectivization, and it is a moot point whether he did not underrate the extent to which any form of collectivism offended the stubborn irrationality of the muzhik's attachment to private property. Stalin acted on the Machiavellian principle that nothing was as dangerous for a ruler as to offend and at the same time to seek to propitiate his enemies, and to Stalin his subjects became his enemies. He hurled all the resources of his power against the small holders, and a whole generation was to labor under the consequences of the economic cataclysm. Yet at this price Stalin, from his viewpoint, scored an immense political gain. He broke the backbone of the archaic rural individualism which threatened to thwart industrialization. Having made this gain, he could not give it up, he had to defend it tooth and nail. Trotsky did not believe in the solidity of this Machiavellian achievement, he denied to the end that Stalin had vanquished the peasantry's individualism. Convinced that the latter was still able to destroy the collective farms or to bend them to its own interests and needs, he forecast that a new class of kulaks would rise within the kolkhozy and take command. 123 Here again Trotsky grasped a real tendency, but he overemphasized its strength. The peasantry's acquisitiveness did indeed reassert itself in many ways, and Stalin had to struggle against the resurgence of kulaks in the kolkhozy. By a combination of economic measures and terror, however, he succeeded in keeping the recrudescence of private property within narrow and severely restricted bounds, and the peasantry's individualism was never to recover from the mortal blow he inflicted on it, although its death rattle was to sound in Russia's ears for a quarter of a century. From exile Trotsky repeatedly implored the Stalinist Politburo to withdraw from their savage enterprise, to call a halt to the barbarous warfare against rural barbarism, and to revert to the more civilized and humane courses of action to which their Marxist-Leninist heritage committed them. He urged the Politburo to initiate a great act of reconciliation with the peasantry, to declare before the whole nation that in imposing collectivization they had acted wrongly, and that the peasants who wished to leave the collective farms and resume private farming were free to do so. He had no doubt that this would result in the dissolution of many or perhaps most collective farms, but as, in his view, these were not viable anyhow, little would be lost, and the kolkhozy that survived, if they were supplied with machines, credits, and agronomic assistance and so enabled to offer their members material benefits which were beyond the small holders' reach, could still become the pioneers of a genuine, voluntary collectivist movement, which would in time transform the whole of agriculture and raise its productivity to the level required by a modern and expanding economy. This, Trotsky proclaimed, was what the opposition would do if it returned to power. 124. For the Stalinist Politburo it was too late to seek such a reconciliation with the peasantry. Ever since the autumn of 1929 all the forces of party and state had been fully engaged in the struggle, and an attempt to disengage them for a deep retreat could well end in their rout. So many had from the outset been the victims of the campaign, so bitter were the passions aroused, so much violence had been inflicted on the villagers and so fierce was their urge for revenge, so immense and bloody was the upheaval, that it was more than doubtful whether any rational way out could be found as long as the generation that had experienced the shock held the stage. If the government had proclaimed that the peasants were free to leave the collective farms, the whole agricultural structure would have come down with a crash, and hardly any collectives would have survived. It would then have taken time before private farming got back into its grooves and began to work in its accustomed ways. Meanwhile, production and supply of food would have further declined and industrial development would have suffered a severe setback. Nor was it likely that a mass exodus from the collective farms could proceed peacefully. The peasants would have felt entitled to get their own back on government and party. The reconciliation would have required that the expropriated and the deported be amnestied and indemnified, and one may well imagine the mood in which trainloads of deportees returning from concentration camps would have been received in their native villages. Decollectivization might have let loose violence as furious as that which had accompanied collectivization. Perhaps a new government with a clean record, a government formed by the opposition, could have sought to appease the country without bringing it to the brink of counter-revolution. This was what Trotsky believed. For Stalin's government any such attempt would have been suicide. Any sign of weakness on its part would have set ablaze the hatred smoldering in millions of huts. There was nothing left for Stalin but to remain locked in the struggle, even though, as he confessed to Churchill years later, this was more frightful than even the ordeals of the Second World War. 125. We have seen that the condition of rural Russia prevented any rational change in industrial policy as well, that a new and huge industrial structure, many times larger than that of pre-revolutionary Russia, had to be mounted on an agricultural base narrower than that of the Ancien regime, and that for many years the subsistence of an ever-growing mass of town dwellers, their numbers, we know, were to rise from 30 to 60 million people in the 1930s alone, was to depend on a diminished or highly inadequate stock of foodstuffs. It was beyond the power of any government to correct this disproportion, of any government, that is, not prepared to call a halt to the industrial drive or to slow it down radically and accept the prospect of economic stagnation. If Trotsky and his followers had, at any time after 1929-30, returned to office, they too would have had to reckon with the consequences of the catastrophic destruction and deterioration of agricultural stock, and committed as they were to industrialization, they too would have had to suit their policies to these severely restrictive circumstances. Years earlier Preobrazhensky had asserted that primitive socialist accumulation, which he expected to take place under far less stringent conditions, would be the most critical era in the life of the socialist state. It will be a matter of life and death that we should rush through this transition as quickly as possible. Point 126. How much more was this a matter of life and death for Stalin, who had cut all his avenues of retreat? He rushed through this transition at a murderous pace, paying no heed to warnings and counsels of moderation. Preobrazhensky had urged the Bolsheviks to take the productionist and not the consumptionist point of view. Because we do not live yet in a socialist society with its production for the consumer, we live under the iron heel of the law of primitive socialist accumulation. How much heavier, how crushingly heavy, that iron heel had now become. How much sterner also was the productionist viewpoint that, after all that had happened and with all his commitments, Stalin had to adopt. Preobrazhensky had foreseen that a relative shortage of consumer goods would in any case accompany accumulation and result in economic inequality between administrators and workers, and between skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled laborers, and that this inequality would be necessary in order to promote skill and efficiency, but that it would not produce new and fundamental class antagonisms. Actually, inequality grew in proportion to scarcity, and both surpassed all expectation. Stalin employed every ideological device to increase, conceal, and justify the gulf between the privileges of the few and the destitution of the many. But ideological prevarication was not enough, and terror held its dreadful vigil over the gulf. Its fierceness corresponded to the tenseness of all social relations. Outwardly, the violence of the 1930s looked like the recrudescent terror of the Civil War. In fact, it far surpassed it and immensely differed from it in scale and blind force. In the Civil War it was the hot breath of a genuine revolutionary anger that struck at the forces of the Ancien regime, which plotted, organized, armed, and fought against the new republic. The agents of the Cheka were freshly recruited from insurgent workers, were steeped in the experience of their class, shared its privations and sacrifices, and relied on its support. Their terror was as discriminating as it could be amid the chaos of civil war. It aimed at the real and active enemies of the revolution, who, even if they were not a mere handful, were in any case a minority. And in the stern atmosphere of war communism, it also guarded the utopian Spartan equality of those years. The terror of the 1930s was the guardian of inequality. By its very nature it was anti-popular, and being potentially or actually directed against the majority, it was indiscriminate. Yet even this does not fully account for its all-pervasiveness and fury. Mass executions, mass purges, and mass deportations were not needed merely to safeguard differential wage scales or even the privileges of the bureaucracy. Far greater inequalities and privileges are normally safeguarded by far milder means. The great burst of violence came with collectivization. It was primarily the need to perpetuate the great change in the countryside that perpetuated the terror. Only the presence in the villages of punitive brigades and political departments could prevent the peasants from reverting to private farming. Brute force kept in being the cause which lacked intrinsic economic coherence. The need to bring that force to bear on the great majority of the nation, the peasantry still formed 60 to 70% of the population, and to bring it to bear at every season of the year, during the plowing, the sowing, the harvesting, and finally when the farmers were due to deliver their produce to the state. All this resulted in a constant injection of such huge doses of fear into so vast a part of the social organism that the whole body was inevitably poisoned. Once the machine of terror, far more massive than anything hitherto seen, was mounted and set in motion, it developed its own incalculable momentum. Urban Russia could not insulate herself from the convulsions in which rural Russia was caught. The despair and the hatred of the peasantry overflowed into the cities and towns, catching large sections of the working class, and so also overflowed the violence let loose to meet the despair and the hatred. For all their irrational course, the changes of 1929 to 30 added up to social revolution, quite as irreversible as that of October 1917, although utterly unlike it. What manifested itself in this upheaval was the permanence of the revolutionary process that Trotsky had prophesied, only that the manifestation was so different from what he had expected that he could not and did not recognize it as such. He still thought, as all Bolsheviks had done until quite recently, that revolution was necessary only for the overthrow of feudal and bourgeois rule and the expropriation of landed estates and big capital, but that after this had been accomplished, the transition from capitalism to socialism should proceed in an essentially peaceful and evolutionary manner. In his approach to domestic Soviet issues, the author of Permanent Revolution was in a sense a reformist. True, earlier than anyone he had realized that the Soviet Republic would be unable to resolve its inner conflicts and problems within the framework of national reform, and so he looked forward to international revolution to solve them ultimately. His revolutionary approach to the international class struggle and his reformist approach to domestic Soviet issues were the two sides of a single coin. By contrast, Stalin had, up to 1929, been confident that national reform alone could cope with the conflicts of Soviet society. Having found that this was not so, he too had to go beyond the framework of national reform, and he staged another national revolution. What he discarded was the reformist, not the nationalist element of his policy. His pragmatic indifference to international revolutionary perspectives and the quasi-revolutionary character of his domestic policy were also two sides of a single coin. In its own ironic way, the historic development now confirmed the essential truth of the idea which underlay Trotsky's scheme, but contract overt, at least in part, that scheme. Left to itself alone, the working class of Russia, Trotsky had written early in the century, will inevitably be crushed by the counter-revolution at the moment when the peasantry turns its back upon the proletariat. That moment seemed very close, first in 1921 and then again in the late 1920s, when the peasantry did turn its back upon the Bolsheviks. The workers will have no choice, Trotsky had further written, but to link the fate of the Russian Revolution with that of the Socialist Revolution in Europe. Since 1917 he kept on repeating that Russia could not by herself achieve socialism, but that nevertheless the momentum of her revolution was not yet spent. 1917 had been but the prelude to international revolution. It now turned out that the dynamic force of the Russian Revolution had indeed not yet come to a rest, although its impulse had failed to ignite revolution in Europe. But having failed to work outwards and to expand and being compressed within the Soviet Union, that dynamic force turned inwards and began once again to reshape violently the structure of Soviet society. Forcible industrialization and collectivization were now substitutes for the spread of revolution, and the liquidation of the Russian kulaks was the ersatz for the overthrow of bourgeois rule abroad. To Trotsky, his idea was inseparable from his scheme. Only a German, French, or at least a Chinese October would provide the real sequel to the Russian October. The consummation of the revolutionary process in Russia could come only with its internationalization. Historically this was still true, but immediately Stalin acted as the unwitting agent of permanent revolution within the Soviet Union. Trotsky refused to acknowledge this and to accept the ersatz for the real thing. his view had in it the rationality of classical Marxism. Stalin's great change was shot through with irrationality. The classical revolution conceived by Marxism was carried on the high tide of social awareness and of the political activity of the masses. It was the supreme manifestation of their will to live and remake their lives. The upheaval of 1929–30 came at the lowest ebb of the nation's social awareness and political energy. It was a revolution from above, based on the suppression of all spontaneous popular activity. Its driving force was not any social class, but the party machine. To Trotsky, whose thought had imbibed and embodied all the rich and varied European tradition of classical revolutions, this upheaval was therefore no revolution at all. It was merely the rape of history committed by the Stalinist bureaucracy. Yet, however illegitimate from the classical Marxist viewpoint, Stalin's revolution from above effected a lasting and as to scale unprecedented change in property relations, and ultimately in the nation's way of life. 127. In the course of our narrative we have repeatedly considered the peculiarity of Russian history, which consisted in the state's extraordinary power over the nation. The old Tsarist absolutism had drawn its strength from the primitive, undifferentiated, and formless fabric of Russian society. Whereas in the West, Miliukov observed, the estates had created the state, in Russia the state had brought into being the estates. Even Russian capitalism, Trotsky added, came into being as the child of the state. The immaturity of Russia's social classes had induced the leaders of the intelligentsia and tiny groups of revolutionaries to substitute themselves for the people and to act as its proxies. 128. After a relatively brief but immense upsurge of Russia's popular energies during the first 2 decades of this century, the exhaustion of these energies in the Civil War and the post-revolutionary disintegration of society produced a similar effect. In 1921–2, with the working class unable to uphold its own class interest, Lenin and his old guard assumed the roles of its trustees. The logic of this substitutism led them to establish the political monopoly of the Bolshevik Party, which then gave place to the much narrower monopoly of the Stalinist faction. In order to grasp the further course of events and the struggle between Stalin and Trotsky, we should now briefly re-examine the condition of the various classes of Soviet society a decade after the Civil War. The shrinkage and dispersal of the working class characteristic of the early 1920s were now a matter of the past. Under NEP, as industry recovered, a new working class grew up almost as numerous as the old. After only a few years, by 1932, industrial employment had risen further from 10 to 22 million, and in the course of the decade so many new recruits were drafted to the factories and mines that by about 1940 the working class was nearly 3 times larger than ever before. 129. Yet, despite this immense growth, the weight of the working class did not make itself felt politically. The workers' direct influence on political life was immeasurably less than it had been in the last years of Tsardom, not to speak of 1917. They were quite unable to assert themselves against the bureaucracy. It was not that in a workers' state they had no need to do so. None other than Lenin insisted, in 1920–1, that the workers needed to defend themselves against their own state, and if they needed to do so in 1921 they needed to do so a fortiori in 1931. Yet they remained passive and mute. What accounted for this phenomenon of a prolonged eclipse of social awareness and paralysis of political will? It could not be terror alone, not even totalitarian terror, for this is effective or ineffective in proportion to the resistance which it meets or fails to meet. There must have been something in the working class itself that was responsible for its passivity. What was it? The millions of new workers came to industry mostly from the primordially primitive countryside, at first spontaneously, driven by rural overpopulation, and then in the course of that planned transfer of manpower from farm to factory, which the government effected using the collective farms as convenient recruiting centers. The recruits brought with them, into the towns and factory settlements, the illiteracy, the listlessness, and the fatalistic spirit of rural Russia. Uprooted and bewildered by unfamiliar surroundings, they were at once caught up in the tremendous mechanism which was to process them into beings very different from what they had been, to break them into the rhythm and discipline of industrial life, to train them in mechanical skills, and to drum into them the party's latest commandments, prohibitions, and slogans. Crowded into huge compounds and barracks, clothed in rags, undernourished, bullied in the workshops, and often kept under quasi-military discipline, they were unable to resist the pressures that bore down on them. Basically, their experience was not very different from that of generations of uprooted peasants thrown into the industrial melting pots of early capitalism. But whereas under laissez-faire it was the spontaneous action of the labor market, the fear of unemployment and hunger, that slowly transformed and disciplined the peasant into an industrial worker, in Stalinist Russia it was the state that took care of this and compressed the whole process of transformation into a much shorter time. So violent was the wrench the industrial recruit suffered, so intensive was the drilling to which he was subjected, so forsaken by God and men did he feel, and so overwhelmed by the hugeness of the forces that shaped his life, that he had neither the mind nor the strength to form any opinion or utter any protest. Sporadically, his resentment found outlet in a drunken brawl, in the stealthy wrecking of a machine, or in the attempt to escape from one factory to another. He tried to fend for himself and improve his own lot without reference to the situation of his class. His atavistic individualism, as much as the prohibition of strikes, prevented him from associating in self-defense with his fellow workers and acting in solidarity with them. Stalin, who was stamping out that individualism on its native ground, in the village, encouraged it and played upon it in the industrial workshops, where Stakhanovism and socialist competition excited to the utmost the workers' acquisitiveness and prodded them to compete against one another at the bench. Thus, while the peasantry was being collectivized, the working class was reduced to such a state that little was left of its traditionally collectivist outlook. While our peasantry is being proletarianized, our working class is becoming completely infected with the peasantry's spirit, observed sadly a deported sociologist of the opposition. 130 This is not to say that class solidarity and Marxist militancy were completely wiped out. These were still alive in the survivors of the October generation and in quite a few younger people brought up in the 1920s, as anyone was aware who around 1930 watched the self-sacrificing enthusiasm with which the early Udarniki set out to build, often on their own bones almost, new steel mills and power plants amid the bare rocks of the Urals or farther to the east. Stalinist propaganda, self-contradictory as it was, continued to inculcate much of the Marxist tradition even while distorting or mutilating it. The workers imbued with that tradition resented the intrusion of peasant individualism into the factories and the scramble for wages and bonuses. But such workers were in a minority and were swamped by the millions of proletarianized moujiks. Moreover, state and party continually drained the intellectual and political resources of the working class by picking out from its midst the most class-conscious, educated, and energetic individuals in order to fill with them newly created managerial and administrative posts or to draft them into the special brigades whose task it was to collectivize the peasants. Deprived of its elite, the working class was all the more strongly torn by centrifugal forces and split. It was, of course, also deeply divided over collectivization. The drive in the country at first aroused high hope among the proletarians with a strong urban background, who had all along distrusted the rural bourgeoisie. But the laborers who had come from the villages were outraged, filled the towns with tales about the horrors perpetrated in the country, and aroused much sympathy. The sociologist whom we have just quoted observes that in the years of the first 5-year plan towns were full of people whom he describes as sans-culottes ou rebours. Ever since the French Revolution, he explains, the sans-culotte, the man without property, had been the enemy of property, but in the Soviet Union, at this time, he was the fiercest defender of property. His presence and mood were felt even in the oldest strongholds of Bolshevism, which was not surprising when, for instance, in the Donets coal basin no fewer than 40% of the miners were, in 1930, expropriated kulaks and other peasants. In the older layers of proletarian communities the moods ranged from a sullen enmity towards authority to the feeling that party and state did, after all, express the aspirations of the working class and that opposition to them was inadmissible. But there could be no doubt that the mass of the sans-culottes ou rebours and the numerous lumpen proletarians, displaced peasants who could not fit in with any industrial environment and who filled the suburbs and outskirts with drunkenness and crime, formed potentially a large reserve of cannon fodder for any Thermidorian, counter-revolutionary, or even fascist movement. In its fragmentation, confusion, and lack of political identity, the new working class partly resembled the proletariat of the early capitalist era, whom Marx had described as a class in itself but not for itself. A class in itself performs its economic function in society, but is unconscious of its place in society, unable to conceive its own corporate and historic interest and to subordinate to it the sectional or private strivings of its members. Marxists had tacitly assumed that once the working class achieved the social self-integration and political awareness that made of it a class for itself, it would maintain itself indefinitely in that position and would not sink back into immaturity. Instead, the working class of Russia, having overthrown the Tsar, the landlords, and the capitalists, relapsed into the inferior condition of a class unconscious of its interest and inarticulate. The state of the peasantry was, of course, even worse. The blows that fell on it utterly disorganized and deranged it. Yet before 1929 the peasantry appeared to have achieved a degree of inner cohesion which it had hardly ever attained in the past. In its mass, it seemed, and to some extent was, united in the hostility with which it confronted Bolshevik collectivism. Its antagonism to party and state overshadowed its inner divisions, that is the conflicts between well-to-do and poor farmers. The kulak was at the head of the village community, and farm laborers and bidniaks, who had for years watched Bolshevik efforts to come to terms with him, refrained from challenging his position and willy-nilly accepted his leadership. And so the collectivizers, when they first appeared on the scene, found it hard to breach the villagers' solidarity. So inflated had been the kulak's self-confidence and so strongly had the poorer peasants been impressed by it that they did not believe the commissars who threatened the kulak with annihilation to be in earnest. Many thought that it was still safer to side with the kulak and defend the old mode of farming than to follow the call of the commissars. But, as it became clear that the government was in no mood to retreat and that the kulak was indeed doomed, the unity of the village crumbled, the long subdued but now stoked up hostility of the poor towards the well-to-do came back into its own. The great mass was torn between conflicting interests, calculations, and sentiments. As the government attacked not only rural capitalism but private farming at large, and as even the poorest farmers were asked to give up their small holdings, the peasants still tended to remain united in clinging to their possessions. The instinct for property was often as strong in the poorest as it was in the wealthiest peasant, and this instinct and the common sense of humanity were shocked and revolted by the arbitrariness and the inhumanity of the collectivization. Yet these sentiments were disturbed and weakened by the cold reflection of the poor peasants that they might, after all, benefit from the dispossession of the well-to-do and the pooling of the farmsteads, and then, when it was no longer in doubt who was winning the day, many rushed to the victor's bandwagon. The idea of collective farming had, of course, not been alien to rural Russia. The belief that the land was the common good of those who tilled it, not intended by the Creator to enrich some and impoverish others, had once been deeply held, and the mir or obshchina, the primordial rural commune within which the land had been periodically redistributed among members, had survived until shortly before the revolution. It was not till 1907 that Stolypin's government enabled the strong farmer to leave the mir and so to withdraw his possessions from the redistribution and escape its levelling effect. True, since 1917 the peasant's attachment to his own, enlarged, plot of land had grown immensely. Nevertheless, the party agitators were still able to present the kolkhoz as the legitimate successor to the mir and to commend it to the villagers, not as a subversive innovation but rather as the revival, in modified form, of a native institution, which though corroded by capitalist greed and rapacity was still hallowed in memory. Thus the impulses and influences that determined the peasantry's behavior were intricate and contradictory, with the result that fear and faith, horror and hope, despair and reassurance wrestled in the muzhik's thoughts, leaving him unnerved, resentful yet unresisting, and nourishing his grievances in sluggish submission. While the peasants were being rapidly reduced to the state, they still took a fiercely insane plunge into dissipation. In the first months of collectivization they slaughtered over 15 million cows and oxen, nearly 40 million goats and sheep, 7 million pigs, and 4 million horses. The slaughter went on until the nation's cattle stock was brought down to less than half what it had been. This great shambles of meat was the main dish at the feast with which the smallholder celebrated his own funeral. The kulak began the carnage and incited others to follow suit. Seeing that he had lost all, that he, the nation's provider, was to be robbed of his property, he set out to rob the nation of its food supply, and rather than allow the collectivizers to drive away his cattle to communal assembly stations, he filled his own larders with the carcasses so as to let his enemies starve. The collectivizers were at first taken aback by this form of class warfare and watched with helpless amazement as the middle peasants and even the poor joined in the butchery, until the whole of rural Russia was turned into an abattoir. So began the strange carnival over which despair presided and for which fury filled the flesh pots. An epidemic of orgiastic gluttony spread from village to village, from volost to volost, and from gubernia to gubernia. Men, women, and children gorged themselves, vomited, and went back to the flesh pots. Never before had so much vodka been brewed in the country. Almost every hut became a distillery and the drinking was, in the old Slav fashion, hard and deep. As they guzzled and gulped, the kulaks illuminated the villages with bonfires they made of their own barns and stables. People suffocated with the stench of rotting meat, with the vapors of vodka, with the smoke of their blazing possessions, and with their own despair. Such was often the scene upon which a brigade of collectivizers descended to interrupt the grim carouse with the rattle of machine guns. They executed on the spot or dragged away the crapulous enemies of collectivization and announced that henceforth all remaining villagers would, as exemplary members of the kolkhoz, strive only for the triumph of socialism in agriculture. But after the kulaks and the podkulachniki, their helpmeets, had been disposed of, the slaughter of cattle and the feasting went on. There was no way of stopping it. Animals were killed because no fodder was left or because they had become diseased from neglect, and even the bedniaks who, having joined the kolkhozes, had every interest in preserving their wealth, went on dissipating it and stuffing their own long-starved stomachs. Then followed the long and dreadful fast. The farms were left without horses and without seed for the sowing. The kolkhozhniki of the Ukraine and of European Russia rushed to Central Asia to buy horses, and, having returned empty-handed, harnessed the few remaining cows and oxen to the plows, and in 1931 and 1932 vast tracts of land remained untilled and the furrows were strewn with the bodies of starved mujiks. The smallholder perished as he had lived, in pathetic helplessness and barbarism, and his final defeat was moral as well as economic and political. But the collectivizers too were morally defeated, and, as we have said, the new system of agriculture was to labor under this defeat in years to come. Normally, a revolution does not depend for the success of its constructive task on the social class it has overthrown, be it the landlords or the bourgeoisie. It can rely on the classes that have rallied to its side. The paradox of the rural revolution of 1929–30 was that the realization of its positive program depended precisely on the vanquished. Collective farming could not flourish when the smallholder turned kolkhoznik was in no mood to make it work. 131. The lack of moral and political cohesion among the workers and the peasants made for the apparent omnipotence of the state. If after the Civil War bureaucratic rule was established against the background of economic disintegration and the dispersal of the working class, 132, that rule now gained virtually unlimited power from the opposite processes, from economic growth and expansion, which were to give new structure and shape to society, but immediately made society even more shapeless and increased its mental atrophy. In years to come all the energies of the Soviet Union were to be so intensely occupied with material progress and the prodigious efforts which this required that little or no resources were left for the assertion of any moral and political purposes. And, as the power of the state was all the greater when it was exercised over a nation politically reduced to pulp, those in power did all they could to keep the nation in just that condition. Yet even the bureaucracy was not truly united by any common interest or outlook. All the divisions which split the other classes were reflected in its midst. The old estrangement between the communist and the non-communist civil servants was still there. It was sharply revealed in the frequent monster trials of specialists denounced as saboteurs and wreckers. Throughout the years of NEP, most of these specialists and their friends had hopefully waited for the moment when the dynamic force of the revolution would come to rest and Russia would once again become a normal state. They had indeed prayed for that neo-N.E.P. and that thermidor, the specters of which haunted the Trotskyists and the Zinovievists. They had first banked on Stalin and Bukharin against Trotsky, and then they longed to see Bukharin, or any other authentic thermidorian, prevail against Stalin. These hopes were now frustrated, and those who had held them, often unable or unwilling to adjust themselves to the new situation, were in disarray. In the Bolshevik section of the bureaucracy, Bukharinists and Stalinists were at loggerheads. The former, strongly entrenched during the years of NEP, were tracked down and ejected from the administration. New men from the working class and from the young intelligentsia filled their places and the many other vacancies which were opening all the time. The bureaucracy's composition was therefore highly unstable, and its outlook heterogeneous. Even the one bond that might have been expected to unite it, the bond of privilege, was extremely tenuous when not only individuals but entire groups of the bureaucracy could be, and frequently were, stripped of all privileges almost overnight, turned into pariahs, and driven into concentration camps. And even the strictly Stalinist elements, the men of the party machine and the leaders of the nationalized industry, who formed the ruling groups proper, were by no means exempt from the insecurity in which all the hierarchies trembled under Stalin's autocracy. Thus the feverish economic expansion, the general unsettlement which accompanied it, the eclipse of social awareness in the masses, and the emaciation of their political will formed the background to the development by which the rule of the single faction now became the rule of a single leader. The sheer multiplicity of the conflicts between the classes and within each class, conflicts which society itself was unable to resolve, called for constant arbitrament, which could come only from the very pinnacle of power. The greater the unsettlement, the flux, and the chaos down below, the more stable and fixed that pinnacle had to be. The more enfeebled and devoid of will all social forces were, the stronger and more willful grew the arbitrator, and the more powerful he became, the more impotent were they bound to remain. He had to concentrate in himself all the vigor of decision and action which they lacked. He had to focus in himself the whole dispersed elan of the nation. To the extent to which the bulk of the people sunk below the level of higher human aspiration, he must appear superhuman. His infallible mind had to dominate their absent-mindedness. His sleepless vigilance had to protect them against all the dangers of which they were unaware and against which they were unable to protect themselves. Everyone had to be blind in order that he, the only seer, might lead. He must be proclaimed the sole trustee of the revolution and of socialism, and his colleagues who had hitherto exercised that trusteeship jointly with him had to renounce all claim to it, and yet had to be crushed as well. To put his preeminence beyond any challenge, the multitudes had to acclaim him ceaselessly, and he himself had to guard his preeminence with the utmost care and see to it that the popular adulation should rise in endless crescendo. Like history's elect in Hegel, he embodied a great phase in the nation's, and indeed in mankind's, life. But for the obsessive megalomania, which his position bred in him, even this was not enough. The Superman's elbows burst the frame of his time. In him must live and merge past, present, and future, the past with the ghosts of the early empire-building stars incongruously jostling the shades of Marx and Lenin, the present with its tremendous eruptive and creative force, and the future glowing with the fulfillment of mankind's most sublime dreams. The secret of this grotesque apotheosis, however, lay less in Stalin than in the society he ruled, as that society forfeited its own political identity and the sense of its own tremendous movement. That identity and the whole movement of history became personalized in the leader. The process by which Stalinist government became Stalin's government was far less distinct and consecutive than the evolution that had led to it, the transformation of the rule of the Bolshevik party into the rule of the Stalinist faction. From the outset, the faction's political monopoly had to some extent been Stalin's own, because his supporters had always been far more rigidly disciplined than those of his rivals. He had always been in sole command of his followers in a way neither Trotsky nor Bukharin nor Zinoviev had ever been of theirs. Nevertheless, having crushed all his opponents, Stalin still had to complete a full ascendancy over his own followers. It now turned out that the rule of a single faction no less than that of a single party was a contradiction in terms. Just as in the single party, as long as members could express themselves freely, the various groups and schools of thought formed a shadowy multi-party system incompatible with it, so the single faction tended to reproduce within itself patchy reflections of the factions and schools of thought which it had just suppressed. Stalin had to ferret out the crypto-Trotskyists and crypto-Bukharinists among his own followers. He had to deny all these followers the restricted liberties still left to them. It was now their turn to discover that, having deprived all their opponents of freedom, they had robbed themselves of it as well, and that they had placed themselves at the mercy of their own leader. Having once proclaimed that the party must be monolithic or it would not be Bolshevik, he now insisted that his own faction must be monolithic or it would not be Stalinist. Stalinism ceased to be a current of opinion or the expression of any political group. It became Stalin's personal interest, will, and whim. The personalization of all political relations affected Trotsky's position as well. As Stalin was becoming the sole official and orthodox embodiment of the revolution, Trotsky was becoming its sole unofficial and unorthodox representative. This had not been quite the case up to 1929. The Trotskyist opposition was in no sense his personal domain, even though he was its outstanding leader. Its directing center consisted of strong-minded and independent men, Rakovsky, Radek, Preobrazhensky, Smirnov, Pyatakov, and others, none of whom could be described as Trotsky's creature, and the rank and file struggling for freedom within the party preserved it within the narrower confines of their own faction. In the joint opposition, Zinoviev and Kamenev, though conscious of Trotsky's superiority, were extremely jealous of their own authority and treated with him on a footing of equality. Not only did he not impose his dictates but often, as we have seen, he was hamstrung in his action against Stalin by the concessions he made to his adherents or temporary allies. Until 1929 also Bukharin's school of thought represented an alternative to both Stalinism and Trotskyism, an alternative which appealed to many in and out of the party. Thus, despite the growing concentration of power in Stalin's hands and the increasing conformism, Bolshevik hopes and expectations did not as yet focus on any single leader and policy, but attached themselves to various personalities, teams of leaders, and various attitudes and shades of attitudes. The events of 1929–30 changed all this. The Bukharinist school of thought was wrecked even before it managed to come out openly against Stalin. It could not go on arguing against the accomplished facts of the Great Change, it could not resist the industrial drive or bank on the strong farmer any longer. The alpha and omega of Bukharinism had been its approach to the peasantry, and this had become pointless. From the moment the smallholder vanished, the right opposition had no ground to stand on. Therein lay the essential difference between the defeat of Trotsky and Zinoviev and that of Bukharin and Rykov. To vanquish the former, Stalin had to steal their political weapons, while the latter had themselves to throw away their own weapons as antiquated. This was why Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky, when, in November 1929, they were expelled from the Politburo, left with a barely audible whimper, whereas even Zinoviev and Kamenev had in their time left with a battle cry. The capitulation of the Zinovievists and the quietus of Bukharinism left Stalinism and Trotskyism as the sole contenders for Bolshevik allegiance. But now, by a strangely parallel though antithetical development, these two factions too were disintegrating, each in its own way, the Trotskyists through endless defections and the Stalinists through doubt and confusion in their own midst. And just as Stalinism, in victory, was being reduced to Stalin's autocracy, so Trotskyism, in defeat, was becoming identified with Trotsky alone. To be sure, even after all the surrenders there were still unrepentant oppositionists in the prisons and places of deportation, and in the early 1930s, while Rakovsky guided them, their ranks were at times reinforced by new adherents and by the return of capitulators disillusioned with surrender. Yet, despite such accessions, Trotskyism could not regain the coherence and confidence which it still had even in 1928. At best it was only a loose congeries of splinter groups conscious of their isolation, despairing of the prospects, yet persisting in their allegiance to Trotsky, to what he stood for or was supposed to stand for. They still argued among themselves and produced controversial theses and papers, but these circulated only within prison walls. Even before the terror mounted to the climax of the Great Purges, the Trotskyists were unable to use the prisons and places of exile as bases for political action in the way revolutionaries had used them in Tsarist times. Their ideas did not reach the working class and the intelligentsia. With the years their contact with Trotsky became more and more tenuous until in 1932 even their correspondence ceased altogether. They no longer knew exactly what he stood for, and he could no longer ascertain whether or not his views accorded with theirs. He had no choice but to substitute himself for the opposition at large, and they had no choice but to acknowledge him, expressly or tacitly, as their sole trustee and by definition the sole trustee of the revolution. His voice alone was now the voice of the opposition, and the immense silence of the whole of anti-Stalinist Russia was his sounding board. Thus, against Stalin, the sole trustee of Bolshevism in office, Trotsky stood alone as the proxy of Bolshevism in opposition. His name, like Stalin's, became something of a myth, but whereas Stalin's was the myth of power sponsored by power, his was the legend of resistance and martyrdom cherished by the martyred. The young people who in the 1930s faced executioners with the cry "Long live Trotsky," often had no more than a mere inkling of his ideas. They identified themselves with a symbol rather than a program, the symbol of their own anger with all the misery and oppression that surrounded them, of their own harking back to the great promise of October and of their own, rather vague, hope for a renaissance of the revolution. Not only Trotsky's avowed supporters and most of the capitulators viewed him thus. The sense that he represented the sole alternative to Stalinism persisted even among party members who silently carried out Stalin's orders, and outside the party, among politically minded workers and the intelligentsia. Whenever people feared or felt that Stalin was driving them to the brink of catastrophe, and whenever even their meekness was shocked by some excess of his brutality, their thoughts went out, if only fleetingly, to Trotsky, of whom they knew that he had not laid down arms and that in foreign lands he continued his lonely struggle against the corruption of the revolution. Stalin was apprehensively aware of this, and he treated Trotsky as in older times an established monarch treated a dangerous pretender, or as under the double and triple schisms the Pope treated the anti-Pope. It was for the role of an anti-Pope that the ironies of history now cast Trotsky, the legatee of classical Marxism, who was utterly ill-suited for such a role and was neither able nor willing to act it. Throughout a decade crowded with the most momentous and explosive events, the transformation of Soviet society, the great slump in the West, the rise of Nazism, and the rumblings of approaching war throughout the 1930s, the duel between Stalin and Trotsky remained at the center of Soviet politics, often overshadowing all the other issues. Not for a moment did Stalin himself slacken, or allow his propagandists and policemen to relax, in the anti-Trotskyist campaign which he carried into every sphere of thought and activity, and which he stepped up from year to year and from month to month. The fear of the pretender robbed him of his sleep. He was constantly on the lookout for the pretender's agents, who might be crossing the frontiers stealthily, smuggling the pretender's messages, inciting, intriguing, and rallying for action. The suspicion that haunted Stalin's mind sought to read the hidden thoughts that the most subservient of his own subjects might have about Trotsky, and he discovered in the most innocuous of their utterances, even in the flatteries of his courtiers, deliberate and sly allusions to the legitimacy of Trotsky's claims. The bigger Stalin himself looked and talked, and the more abjectly Trotsky's old adherents rolled before him in the dust, the more delirious was his obsession with Trotsky, and the more restlessly did he work to make the whole of the Soviet Union share his obsession. The frenzy with which he pursued the feud, making it the paramount preoccupation of international communism as well as of the Soviet Union, and subordinating to it all political, tactical, intellectual, and other interests, beggars description, there is in the whole of history hardly another case in which such immense resources of power and propaganda were employed against a single individual. Morbid though the obsession was, it had a basis in reality. Stalin had not conquered power once and for all, he had to reconquer it over and over again. His success should not obscure the fact that at least up to the end of the Great Purges his supremacy remained unconsolidated. The higher he rose, the greater was the void around him, and the larger was the mass of those who had reason to fear and hate him and whom he feared and hated. He saw that the old divisions among his opponents, the differences between right and left Bolsheviks, were becoming blurred and obliterated, and so he was frightened of those right-left conspiracies and Trotskyist Bukharinist blocks which his police had to unearth or to invent again and again, and the makings of which were indeed inherent in the situation. Finally, his ascendancy over his own faction turned even authentic old Stalinists into potential allies of the Trotskyists, the Zinovievists, and the Bukharinists. Elevated above the whole Bolshevik party, he saw, not without reason, the whole party as one potential coalition against himself, and he had to use every ounce of his strength and cunning to prevent the potential from becoming actual. He knew that if that coalition ever came into being, Trotsky would be its unrivaled leader. Having brought the chiefs of all the oppositions to prostrate themselves before him, he himself worked unwittingly to exalt Trotsky's unique moral authority. He then had to do all he could, and far more than he could, to destroy it. He resorted to ever more drastic means and to ever more absurd slanders, but his efforts were self-defeating. The more loudly he denounced his adversary as the chief or sole prompter of every heresy and opposition, the more strongly did he turn all the mute anti-Stalinist feelings, with which Bolshevik Russia was overflowing, towards the outcast's remote yet towering figure. Chapter 2. Reason and Unreason. Throughout the 1930s Trotsky's mind battled with the tide of irrationality surging up in world politics. Yet some of his Russian followers feared that, although his criticisms of Stalin's policy were justified and even irrefutable, he somehow failed to make allowance for the irrational element in the situation of the Soviet Union. One it was he himself who had maintained a few years earlier, in a controversy with Bertrand Russell, that it was impossible to map out the revolutionary road beforehand in a rationalistic manner, and that revolution is an expression of the impossibility of reconstructing class society by rationalist methods. Too, it now turned out that it was impossible to reconstruct society by such methods even after the revolution, under a system which had given up the advantages of capitalism but could not yet avail itself of the advantages of socialism. Most, if not all, of the factors that made for the irrationality of class society, basic conflicts of interests, the fetishism of commodity and money, the inadequacy or absence of social control over productive forces, all these were still intensely at work in the Soviet Union. The Bolshevik aspiration to industrialize and educate Russia, to build up a planned economy, and to achieve control over social chaos became itself infected with the irrationality of the environment to which it was confined. This situation, though it could be explained theoretically and even predicted, gave rise to such monstrous absurdities that the analytical and dialectical mind was at times baffled in its attempts to disentangle reason from unreason. In the West these were the years of the Great Slump, and history's record of folly and crime was suddenly enlarged by the rise and triumph of Nazism. In one way or another the Nazi triumph from now on overshadows the life of our chief character. Without running too far ahead of the narrative, it may be said here that Trotsky's attempt to arouse the working class of Germany to the danger that threatened it was his greatest political deed in exile. Like no one else, and much earlier than anyone, he grasped the destructive delirium with which National Socialism was to burst upon the world. His commentaries on the German situation, written between 1930 and 1933, the years before Hitler's assumption of power, stand out as a cool, clinical analysis and forecast of this stupendous phenomenon of social psychopathology and of its consequences to the international labor movement, to the Soviet Union, and to the world. What underlines even further the political insanity of the times is with what utter unconcern about the future and venomous hostility the men responsible for the fate of German communism and socialism reacted to the alarm which Trotsky sounded, from his Principal retreat, in these decisive 3 years. An historical narrative can hardly convey the full blast of slander and derision with which he was met. He represented in effect the self-preservation of the labor movement against the movement itself, which was as if bent on self-destruction. He had to watch the capitulation of the Third International before Hitler as a father watches the suicide of a prodigal and absent-minded child. With fear, shame, and anger he could not forget that he had been a founding father of the International. And there was a fierce flash of fate's extravagant cruelty in the inroad which the insanity of the time made even in Trotsky's own family circle. Only a few months had passed since the beginning of the worldwide economic crisis, the Wall Street panic of October 1929, and the whole edifice of the Weimar Republic was shattered. The Great Slump had struck Germany with devastating force and thrown 6 million workers out of employment. In March 1930 Hermann Müller, the Social Democratic Chancellor, was forced to resign. The Socialist Catholic coalition on which his government rested had collapsed. The coalition partners could not agree whether or by how much the government should cut the dole it paid out to the unemployed. Field Marshal Hindenburg, the relic and symbol of the Hohenzollern Empire, now the Republic's president, dissolved parliament and appointed Heinrich Brüning Reichskanzler. Brüning ruled by decree, enforced a rigidly deflationary policy, cut expenditure on social insurance, dismissed government employees en masse, reduced wages and salaries, and crushed small businessmen with taxes, thus aggravating the distress and the despair of all. In elections held on September 14, 1930, Hitler's party, which had polled only 800,000 votes in 1928, won 6.5 million votes. From the smallest party in the Reichstag it became the second largest. The Communist Party, too, increased its vote from about 3 million to over 4.5. The Social Democrats, who had for years ruled the Weimar Republic, lost, and so did the Deutschnationale and the other parties of the traditional right wing. The election revealed the instability and the acute crisis of parliamentary democracy. The leaders of the Weimar Republic refused to read the omens. Conservatives viewed the emergence of the Nazi movement with mixed feelings. Disconcerted by their own losses and by the violence of Nazism, they were nevertheless reassured by the rise of a great party which declared implacable war on all working-class organizations, and they hoped to find in Nazism an ally against the left and possibly a junior partner in government. The Social Democrats, frightened by Hitler's threats, he strutted the country proclaiming that the heads of Marxists and Jews would soon roll in the sand, decided to tolerate Brüning's government as the lesser of the two evils. The Communist Party exulted in its gains and made light of the huge increase in the vote for Hitler. On the day after the election, the Rotfahne, then the most important communist paper in Europe, wrote, "Yesterday was Herr Hitler's great day, but the so-called electoral victory of the Nazis is only the beginning of their end." The 14th of September Rotfahne repeated a few weeks later was the high watermark of the National Socialist movement in Germany. What follows now can be only ebb and decline. Several months later, after the towns and cities of Germany had had their first taste of the terror of Hitler's stormtroops, Ernest Thälmann, the leader of the Communist Party, told the executive of the Comintern in Moscow, after September 14, following the sensational success of the National Socialists, their adherents all over Germany expected great things from them. We, however, did not allow ourselves to be misled by the mood of panic which showed itself, in the working class, at any rate, among the followers of the Social Democratic Party. We stated soberly and seriously that September 14 was in a sense Hitler's best day, after which there would be no better but only worse days. The executive of the Comintern endorsed this view, congratulated Thälmann, and confirmed its third-period policy, which committed the Communist Party to reject the idea of any socialist-communist coalition against Nazism and obliged it to concentrate fire on the social fascists. Point 3. We know that Trotsky had subjected this policy to severe criticism as early as 1929. In March 1930, 6 months before the crucial elections, he repeated this criticism in an open letter to the Soviet Communist Party, where he spoke again of the growing force of fascism all over Europe, but especially in Germany, and insisted on the need for joint socialist-communist action. 4 No sooner had the results of the September elections become known than he commented on them in a special pamphlet which he took care to publish in several European languages. The first quality of a truly revolutionary party is the ability to face realities, he wrote, dismissing the Comintern's self-congratulations and pointing out that the communist gain of over 1 million votes was almost insignificant compared with the Nazi gain of nearly 6 million. The radicalization of the masses, of which the Comintern boasted, had benefited counter-revolution rather than revolution. What accounted for the gigantic upsurge of Nazism was a profound social crisis, which had upset the mental balance of the lower middle classes, and the inability of the Communist Party to cope with the problems posed by that crisis. If communism expressed the revolutionary hopes of the worker, Nazism voiced the counter-revolutionary despair of the petit bourgeois. When the party of socialist revolution is in the ascendant, it carries with it not only the working class but also large sections of the lower middle class. In Germany, however, the opposite was happening. The party of counter-revolutionary despair had captured the lower middle class and important layers of the working class as well. Comintern analysts consoled themselves with the idea that Nazism was merely a remote aftermath of the crisis of 1923 and of subsequent social tensions. Trotsky argued that far from representing a belated reaction to any crisis of the past, Nazism mobilized forces for a crisis that lay ahead, and that the fact that fascism has been able to occupy so strong a starting position on the eve of a revolutionary period, and not at its end, is a source of weakness to communism, not to fascism. He concluded that despite the parliamentary success of the Communist Party, proletarian revolution has suffered a serious defeat, a defeat which may become decisive. 5. In this brochure Trotsky had already outlined an analysis of National Socialism, which he was to develop presently in a series of books and articles. 30 years later some of his ideas may seem truisms, they were all heresies when he put them forward. In the main, his view of Nazism has retained freshness and originality, it still remains the only coherent and realistic analysis of National Socialism, or of fascism at large, that can be found in Marxist literature. It will therefore not be out of place to summarize his view, which he himself developed mostly in controversial form, in the context of a debate over communist tactics. 6. The crux of Trotsky's conception lies in his description of National Socialism as the party of counter-revolutionary despair. He saw National Socialism as the movement and ideology of the Wildschwarten Kleinbürger, the small bourgeois run amok. This set it apart from all other reactionary and counter-revolutionary parties. The forces of conventional reaction worked usually from above, from the top of the social pyramid, to defend established authority. Fascism and National Socialism were counter-revolutions from below, plebeian movements rising from the depths of society. They expressed the urge of the lower middle class to assert itself against the rest of society. Usually subdued, that urge becomes aggressive in a national catastrophe with which established authority and the traditional parties are unable to cope. During the prosperity of the 1920s, Hitler's party had been on the lunatic fringe of German politics. The slump of 1929 brought it to the fore. The great mass of shopkeepers and white-collar employees had hitherto followed the traditional bourgeois parties and had seen themselves as upholders of parliamentary democracy. They now deserted those parties and followed Hitler, because sudden economic ruin filled them with insecurity and fear, and aroused their craving for self-assertion. The Kleinbürger normally resented his social position, he looked up with envy and hatred to big business, to which he so often helplessly succumbed in competition, and he looked down upon the workers, jealous of their capacity for political and trade union organization and for collective self-defense. Marx once described what, in June 1848, had driven the French petite bourgeoisie to turn furiously against the insurgent workers of Paris. The shopkeepers, he said, saw access to their shops blocked by the workers' barricades in the streets, and they went out and smashed the barricades. The German shopkeepers of the early 1930s had no such reason for running amok, no barricades blocked access to their shops. But they were ruined economically. they had cause to blame the Weimar Republic, at the head of which they had for years seen the Social Democrats, and they were frightened of the threat of communism, which, even if, or because, it did not materialize, kept society in permanent ferment and agitation. In the Kleinbergers' eyes, big business, Jewish finance, parliamentary democracy, social democratic governments, communism, and Marxism at large, all merged into the image of a many-headed monster which strangled him. All were partners in a sinister conspiracy responsible for his ruin. At big business the small man shook his fists as if he were a socialist. Against the worker he shrilled his bourgeois respectability, his horror of class struggle, his rabid nationalist pride, and his detestation of Marxist internationalism. This political neurosis of impoverished millions gave National Socialism its force and impetus. Hitler was the small man writ large, the small man with all these neurotic obsessions, prejudices, and fury. Not every Kleinberger run amok can become a Hitler, said Trotsky, but there is something of Hitler in every Kleinberger run amok. Yet the lower middle class was normally human dust. It had none of the workers' capacity for self-organization, for it was inherently amorphous and atomized, and, despite bluster and threats, it was cowardly wherever it met with genuine resistance. The whole record of European class struggles and the Russian Revolution proved this. The small bourgeoisie could no longer play any independent part. Ultimately it had to follow either the upper bourgeoisie or the working class. Its rebellion against big business was impotent. The small artisan and shopkeeper could not prevail against monopolistic capitalist oligarchies. National Socialism in office could not therefore keep any of its socialistic promises. It would reveal itself as an essentially conservative force, it would seek to perpetuate capitalism, it would crush the working class, and hasten the ruin of the same lower middle class which had brought it to power. But in the meantime the lower middle class and its lumpenproletarian fringe were in feverish motion, and their imagination was inflamed with the dream of the social and political supremacy which Hitler was to bring them. This human dust, Trotsky argued, is attracted by the magnet of power. It follows in any struggle that side which shows the greater determination to win, the greater audacity, and the ability to cope with a catastrophe like the Great Slump. That was why in Russia, Bolshevism, having assumed the leadership of the working class in 1917, carried also, at decisive moments, the great hesitant and dispersed mass of the peasantry and even part of the small urban bourgeoisie. Similarly, the German working class would still attract to itself the multitudes of the lower middle classes if these felt its strength and determination to win, that is, if socialist and communist policies did not lack direction and purpose. The inflated ambitions of the Kleinberger and the strength of Nazism sprang from the weakness of the working class. The social democratic leaders sought to ingratiate themselves with the middle classes, lower and upper, first by acting, under the Weimar Republic as business managers of the bourgeois state, then by submitting meekly to the Brüning regime, and throughout by defending the social and political status quo. Yet it was precisely against the Weimar Republic and its Brüning sequel and against the status quo that the lower middle classes were in revolt. Social democratic policy therefore contributed decisively to the dangerous estrangement between the organized working class and the small bourgeoisie, the estrangement on which Nazism thrived. The Social Democrats went on preaching moderation and prudence when moderation and prudence were bankrupt, and they continued to defend the status quo when this had become so unbearable that the masses preferred almost anything else, even the abyss into which Hitler was plunging them. In their ostrich-like behavior the Social Democrats were true to character. All the greater, Trotsky pointed out, was the responsibility of the Communist Party. Yet its leaders were unaware of the magnitude and the nature of the peril. With sham ultra-radicalism they refused to make any distinction between fascism and bourgeois democracy. They maintained that as monopolistic capitalism was bent on rendering bourgeois democracy fascist, all parties standing on the ground of capitalism were bound to undergo this process. All cats then were equally brown. Hitler was a fascist, but so were the leaders of the traditional bourgeois parties, right and center, so in particular was Brüning, who already ruled by decree, and so even were the Social Democrats, who formed the left wing of fascism. This was no mere abuse of polemical invective, for underlying it was a wrong political orientation and a false strategy. Again and again communist propagandists proclaimed that Germany was already living under fascist rule, and that Hitler could not make matters worse than they were under Brüning, the starvation chancellor. 7 But, Trotsky countered, in proclaiming that fascism had already won the day they were in fact declaring the battle lost before it had even begun. At any rate, in telling the masses that Hitler would not be worse than Brüning they were morally disarming them before Hitler. Yet it was folly for a working-class party to deny or blur the distinction between fascism and bourgeois democracy. True enough, both were only different forms and methods of capitalist rule, but, circumstances being what they were, the difference of form and method was of the utmost importance. In a parliamentary democracy the bourgeoisie maintained its domination by means of a broad social compromise with the working class, a compromise which necessitated constant bargaining and presupposed the existence of autonomous proletarian organizations, political parties, and trade unions. From the standpoint of the revolutionary Marxist, these organizations formed islands of proletarian democracy within bourgeois democracy, strongholds and ramparts from which the workers could fight against bourgeois rule at large. Fascism meant an end to the social compromise and the bargaining between the classes. It had no use for the channels through which that bargaining had been done, and it could not tolerate the existence of any autonomous working-class organization. Drawing a lesson from the evolution of Italian fascism and, no doubt, reasoning also from the experience of the Bolshevik single-party system, Trotsky in advance forcefully described Hitler's totalitarian monopoly of power, under which there would be no room for labor parties and independent trade unions. For this reason alone Marxists and Leninists were bound in duty to defend bourgeois democracy, or rather the islands of proletarian democracy within it, against fascist attack. In saying that the Social Democrats formed the left wing of fascism and that they would sooner or later make a deal with the Nazis, Stalinist propaganda overlooked the objective impossibility of such a deal. 8. It should be added that the Social Democratic leaders also entertained this illusion. In 1933 they did indeed make a suicidal effort to reach an accommodation with Hitler. 9. Trotsky had no doubt that Hitler would destroy every vestige of the labor movement, reformist as well as communist. His prognostication followed from the view that National Socialism could not but aim at the complete atomization of German society. It was thus wrong to treat the Brüning regime as fascist, even though it marked the virtual end of the broad compromise between capital and labor on which the Weimar Republic had been based. Brüning was unable to crush the labor movement, and unable also to hold his ground against National Socialism. Apart from the shaky support of the Catholic Center Party and apart from social democratic toleration, he could rely only on the normal resources of the bureaucratic establishment. With these alone he could not suppress the organized working class, and so the political structure still remained what it had been under the Weimar Republic. Only the dynamic force of National Socialism could pulverize it. The breakdown of the compromise between the classes had set the stage for a civil war in which Nazism and the labor movement as a whole would be the real antagonists. The Brüning regime was like a ball on the top of a pyramid, it rested on a fleeting equilibrium between the two hostile camps. Meanwhile, the Nazis recruited millions, whipped up hysteria, and mounted an immense striking force, while socialists and communists alike only marked time and virtually sabotaged the mobilization of their own strength. A few quotations will convey something of the urgency, and even exasperation with which Trotsky argued. The Brüning regime is a transitional short-lived prelude to catastrophe. The wiseacres who claim that they see no difference between Brüning and Hitler are in fact saying, it makes no difference whether our organizations exist or whether they are already destroyed. Beneath this pseudo-radical verbiage hides the most sordid passivity. Every thinking worker must be aware of this and see through the empty and rotten talk about Brüning and Hitler being one and the same thing. You are blundering. We reply. You are blundering disgracefully because you are afraid of the difficulties that lie ahead, because you are terrified by the great problems that confront you. You give in before the fighting has begun. You proclaim that we have already suffered defeat. You are lying. The working class is split, weakened, but it is not yet annihilated. Its forces are not yet exhausted. Bruning's is a transitional regime. It marks the transition to what? Either to the victory of fascism or to the victory of the working class. The two camps are only preparing for the decisive battle. If you identify Brüning with Hitler, you identify the situation before the battle with conditions after defeat, you acknowledge defeat beforehand, you appeal in effect for surrender without a battle. The overwhelming majority of workers, of communists in particular, do not want this. The Stalinist bureaucracy does not want it either. But one must take into account not their good intentions with which Hitler will pave the road to his hell. We must expose to the end the passive, timidly hesitant, defeatist, and declamatory character of the policy of Stalin, Manuelsky, Thulman, and Romelli. We must show the revolutionary workers that the Communist Party still holds the key to the situation, but that the Stalinist bureaucracy is attempting to lock with this key the gates to revolutionary action. Point 10. The Social Democratic leaders promised to launch a major offensive if and when Hitler tried to seize power. In the meantime they demanded calm and restraint from the workers. The Stalinists bragged that if Hitler seized power the workers would sweep him away. A leading communist parliamentarian, Romelli, said in the Reichstag, "Let Hitler take office, he will soon go bankrupt, and then it will be our day." To this Trotsky replied, "The major offensive must be launched before Brüning is replaced by Hitler, before the workers' organizations are crushed. It is an infamy to promise that the workers will sweep away Hitler once he has seized power. This prepares the way for Hitler's domination. Should the German working class permit fascism to seize power, should it evince so fatal a blindness and passivity, then there are no reasons whatsoever to suppose that after the fascists have seized power the same working class will at once shake off its lethargy and make a clean sweep. Nothing like this has happened in Italy after Mussolini's rise." Romelli reasons altogether in the manner of those French petty bourgeois phrasemongers who in 1850 were convinced that if Louis Bonaparte were to place himself above the Republic the people would rise. The people, however, who permitted the adventurer to seize power proved, sure enough, incapable of sweeping him away thereafter. Historic earthquakes and a war had to occur before he was overthrown. In exactly the same way was to end this kind of struggle against Hitler, compared with whom Mussolini and Napoleon III would look like some mild, almost humanitarian small-town apothecaries. "We are the victors of tomorrow," Romelli brags in the Reichstag. "We are not afraid of Hitler assuming power. This means that the victory of tomorrow will be Hitler's, not Romelli's. And then you may as well carve it on your nose, the victory of the communists will not come so soon. We are not afraid of Hitler's assuming power." What is this if not the formula of cowardice turned inside out? We do not consider ourselves capable of preventing Hitler from assuming power. Worse yet, we, bureaucrats, have so degenerated that we dare not think seriously of fighting Hitler. Therefore we are not afraid. What is it that you are not afraid of, fighting against Hitler? Oh, no, they are not afraid of Hitler's victory. They are not afraid of refusing to fight. They are not afraid of confessing their own cowardice. Shame. 11. Warning: while there was still time, Trotsky expected the socialists and communists to rally. Their situation was far from hopeless, but it was deteriorating rapidly, and he called for nothing less than preparation and readiness for civil war. To the social democratic preachers of moderation and to the Stalinists who defied Hitler to seize power, his call sounded like irresponsible and malignant provocation, or, at best, the raving of a Quixote. Events were to prove all too grimly on which side were the irresponsibility, the malice, or the quixotry. They were to demonstrate that, of all courses of action open to the German left, civil war that might have prevented Hitler's assumption of power was in fact the least risky, indeed the only one that might have spared Germany and the world the terrors of the Third Reich and the cataclysms of World War. Early in his campaign Trotsky was convinced that a united left could still rout the Nazis almost without a fight, as the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks had routed Kornilov in August 1917, an example he frequently evoked. he argued that a demonstration of socialist-communist strength might still dissolve Hitler's following, that human dust which had assumed the power of an avalanche only because it moved in a political vacuum and met with no coherent resistance. What favored the left to some extent was also the fact that the traditional right wing had not yet made common cause with Hitler, even though some potentates of German industry and banking were already backing him. In careful surveys of all the strategic and tactical circumstances, Trotsky analyzed the ambiguous attitudes of the capitalist oligarchies, the Junkers, the army, the Stahlhelm, and the police, who were all torn between their desire to use Nazism and their fear of it, between their hope to crush labor with Hitler's hands and their apprehension that he might plunge Germany into a bloody civil war, the outcome of which could not be foreseen. Hindenburg, the industrial magnates, and the officers' corps were still in a quandary, hence the quarrels and rows between them and the Nazis. Vigorous socialist-communist action was needed to make the quandary even more difficult, to heighten in the eyes of all the conservative leaders the risks of their support to Hitler, to deepen their vacillations and divisions, and to neutralize at least some of them. Disorientation and inaction on the left, by reducing the risks, would only drive the big bourgeoisie, the army, and Hindenburg into Nazi arms. A united front between socialists and communists could thus still transform the whole political scene. The same mortal menace now hung over both parties, even if neither was aware of it. This alone should have been enough for them to join forces. The very thought was, of course, repugnant to the Social Democratic chiefs. Anti-communism had been the mainspring of their policy ever since 1918, and had caused them to cling to the lesser evil of Hindenburg cum Brüning rather than ally themselves with communism against Hitler. Again and again Trotsky showed how by clinging to the lesser evil they were merely opening the gates to the greater evil of Nazism. But this was for him one more reason why the communists should have made of the United Front the central issue of all working-class policies. They failed to do so because they were entangled in the Comintern's third period line. The Communist Party could not even try to open the eyes of the millions of social democratic workers to the danger that threatened all of them when its own leaders were blind to the danger, and Moscow's ban on agreement with the Social Democratic Party did not permit effective communist approach to that party. The daily Stalinist vituperation against social fascists incessantly deepened the division in the working class, provided the Social Democratic chiefs with a plausible excuse for their anti-communism, and made it all the easier for them to pursue their disastrous course. Only a genuine and convincing communist appeal to the social democratic conscience and self-interest alike, an appeal untiringly repeated in the hearing of the entire working class, could have broken the barriers between the two parties. Their united front would have had to be not a diplomatic or parliamentary game with empty and insincere cordialities, in the style of the Anglo-Soviet Committee of 1924-6, or, one may add, of the Popular Front of 1936-8, but joint preparation and organization for common combat. The two parties and their trade unions would have to march separately but strike unitedly and agree among themselves how to strike, whom to strike, and when to strike. For this they had no need to give up any of their principles or seek any ideological accommodation. Communists must never forget that the Social Democrats could at best be only their temporary and uncertain allies, who would always be afraid of extra-parliamentary action and might contract out of the struggle at its most critical turn. Yet it was the Communists' duty to bring the strongest pressure to bear on them in order to arouse them to action. If they yielded to the pressure, all would be well; if not, millions of their followers would at least see where each party stood and would be more inclined to respond to a purely communist call to action. Already now, in 1930-1, hardly a day passed without scattered but bloody encounters between workers and storm troops, but in these the workers' militancy was being dissipated to no purpose. Only sporadically did socialists and communists agree to repel a Nazi attack jointly. Commenting on one such case, Trotsky remarked, "Oh, supreme leaders! Oh, sevenfold sages of strategy! Learn from these workers, do as they do. Do it on a wider, on a national scale." In the course of the year 1931 Hitler's storm troops had grown from 100,000 to 400,000. Trotsky urged the German left to raise their own anti-Nazi militias and to concert the mutual defense of their party offices, factory councils, trade unions, and with the Russian Red Guards in mind, he wrote, every factory must become an anti-fascist bulwark, with its own commanders and its own battalions. It is necessary to work with a map of fascist barracks and strongholds in every city and every district. The fascists are attempting to encircle the proletarian strongholds. The encirclers must be encircled. 12. The chiefs of the German labor movement could not bring themselves to think and act in terms of civil war, partly because Hitler, as he advanced on his road to office, disavowed from time to time any thought of a coup d'état and any intention of using violence. He declared that he would assume and exercise office in the constitutional manner, and these assurances had their effect. He lulls his antagonists, Trotsky warned, in order to catch them napping and deal them a mortal blow at the right moment. His curtsy to parliamentary democracy may help him to set up in the immediate future a coalition in which his party will obtain the most important posts in order to use these later for a coup d'état. This military cunning, no matter how plain and simple, secretes a tremendous force because it is calculated to meet the psychological needs of the intermediate parties who would like to settle everything peacefully and lawfully, and this is far more dangerous because it satisfies the gullibility of the popular masses. 13. Pravda and Rotfani now spoke of Trotsky as the panic-monger, adventurer, and Brüning stooge, who urged communists to abandon proletarian revolution, to defend bourgeois democracy, and to forget that without a prior victory over social fascism we cannot vanquish fascism. 14. Not without anger yet with infinite patience Trotsky dealt with even the most preposterous arguments in order to make his views clear to those befuddled by polemical tricks. Untiringly he went on exploding the fallacy that there could be no victory over fascism without a prior victory over social fascism, pointing out that, on the contrary, only when fascism had been defeated could the communists contend effectively against the Social Democrats, and that proletarian revolution in Germany could develop only out of a successful resistance to Nazism. It was all to no avail. As late as September 1932, a few months before Hitler became Chancellor, Thälmann, at a session of the Comintern executive, still repeated what Munzenberg had said. In his pamphlet on how National Socialism is to be defeated, Trotsky gives one answer only, and it is this: the German Communist Party must join hands with the Social Democratic Party. This, according to Trotsky, is the only way in which the German working class can save itself from fascism. Either, says he, the Communist Party makes common cause with the Social Democrats, or the German working class is lost for 10 or 20 years. This is the theory of an utterly bankrupt fascist and counter-revolutionary. This is indeed the worst, the most dangerous, and the most criminal theory that Trotsky has construed in these last years of his counter-revolutionary propaganda. 15. One of the decisive moments in history is approaching, Trotsky rejoined, when the Comintern as a revolutionary factor may be wiped off the political map for an entire historic epoch. Let blind men and cowards refuse to notice this. Let slanderers and hired scribblers accuse us of being in league with the counter-revolution. Has not counter-revolution become anything that interferes with the digestion of communist bureaucrats? Nothing must be concealed, nothing belittled. We must tell the advanced workers as loudly as we can, after the third period of recklessness and boasting the fourth period of panic and capitulation has set in. In an almost desperate effort to arouse the communists, Trotsky put into words the whole power of his conviction and gave them once again the ring of an alarm bell: workers' communists. There are hundreds of thousands, there are millions of you. If fascism comes to power, it will ride like a terrific tank over your skulls and spines. Your salvation lies in merciless struggle. Only a fighting unity with social democratic workers can bring victory. Make haste, communist workers, you have very little time to lose. 16. To have to let, at such a time, the grass grow under his feet at Principe was for Trotsky more and more painful. Letters and newspapers from the continent reached him with much, sometimes with a fortnight's, delay. It took even longer for his brochures and manifestos to reach Germany. In 1923, when Germany seemed on the verge of revolution, he had asked the Politburo to relieve him from his official posts and allow him to go to Germany and direct, as the German party had asked, revolutionary operations there. How much more anxious was he to find himself nearer the scene of action now, when the future of communism and the political fortunes of the world were being decided for decades ahead. In 1931 there was talk about his going on a short lecture tour to Germany, but, of course, nothing came of it. There was no chance of his getting out of Turkey. Worse still, his few followers in the Reich were making no headway. They published a tiny paper Permanente Revolution, which appeared once a month, filling its columns with Trotsky's writings, and had almost no impact, although his brochures were quite widely read and discussed. He planned to set up an international secretariat in Berlin where the brothers Sobolevicius were very active, and whither the Bulletin Oppositii had already been transferred from Paris. To improve his contact with the secretariat, it was decided that Lyowa should leave for Berlin and act there as his father's representative, or, as organizational punctilio demanded, as the representative of the Russian section of the left opposition. Lyowa, we know, had shared with his parents all the vicissitudes of their exile and was Trotsky's right-hand man. Yet relations between father and son had not been unruffled. They were in full political concord, and Lyowa's adoration for his father amounted to identification with him. Yet it was this identification that was also a cause of strain. Trotsky had an uneasy feeling that his own personality and interests had imposed themselves too overwhelmingly on Lyowa, and that he had reduced Lyowa to the frustrating part of the great man's little son. Yet he craved the filial devotion. The more lonely he was, the more he depended on it. Lyowa was the only man with whom he could freely thrash out his ideas and plans and share innermost thoughts, his most trusted critic, and, as he liked to think, his link, in later years, his only link, with the young Russian revolutionary generation. Yet at times Lyowa's absolute devotion disturbed him. He wanted greater independence in his son and almost wished for some signs of filial dissent. But dissent, when there was a hint of it, upset him and made him fear estrangement. Seclusion and incessant intercourse deepened the mutual dependence and also heightened the stresses which, though not unnatural between father and son, had in them something of the irritable tension between two prisoners who have shared a dungeon for too long. Trotsky was exacting towards his assistants and secretaries, but his demands were never as severe as those he made on himself and his son. With strangers he was self-controlled and polite, but under great nervous strain his self-control was liable to break down when he was alone with his next of kin. Harsh reproaches would then come down upon Lyowa's head on account of disorder in the secretariat, sloth and sloppiness, and letting down his father, reproaches which could not but hurt the dedicated, industrious and conscientious young man. 17. Some relief was therefore mixed with sadness when parents and son agreed on separation. There was probably yet another reason for this decision. Raymond Molinier's wife, Jean, had left her husband and chosen to stay with Lyowa. Molinier, however, was still a frequent and helpful visitor at Principo, and Lyowa's and Jean's departure may well have spared them all embarrassing encounters. It was doubtful at first whether Lyowa would obtain a German entry permit. The year before he had in vain applied for a French visa. The French police replied that they knew of his revolutionary activities and did not wish to see him in Paris. But, having inscribed himself as a student at the Technische Hochschule in Berlin, he finally obtained the German visa in February 1931. The academic purpose of his sojourn was no mere pretext, for at the Hochschule he did indeed take with much application courses in physics and mathematics, but his chief preoccupations remained, of course, political. 18. A few weeks before Lyowa's departure, in the middle of January, something occurred that was to affect the life of the entire family. Zina and her 5-year-old son Seva arrived from Moscow. For several months she had been expected at Byokata, but hope of her coming had been nearly given up, because the Soviet government had repeatedly refused her permission to make the journey. Her husband, Platon Volkov, was deported, and she herself had been detained twice because of her involvement with the opposition. Only after the intervention of Western European friends who appealed to Soviet ambassadors on compassionate grounds her health had broken down after the death of her sister Nina, whom she had nursed to the end, did she obtain the exit permit. But there was a catch. She was allowed to take with her only one child and had to leave behind another, a little daughter, a 6 or 7-year-old hostage to Stalin. Alexandra Lvovna, Trotsky's first wife, who, herself under a cloud, was bringing up Nina's 2 children, took care of this infant too, and urged Zina to leave, join her father, and repair her health abroad. Zina came to Prinkipo a nervous wreck, though this did not show at once in the flush of reunion. Her father received her with the utmost tenderness. In the first period of my stay, she wrote later to her mother in Leningrad, he was so soft and attentive to me that I cannot even describe it. Of all his children she, his firstborn, resembled him most. She had the same sharp, dark features, the same fiery eyes, the same smile, the same sardonic irony, the same deep-running emotions, and something also of his untamable mind and of his eloquence. She seemed to have inherited his political passions, his militancy and craving for activity. She was, as her mother put it, more public-spirited than family-minded. 19. In Trotsky's feeling for her there was a touch of remorse. Ever since those days in 1917 when, addressing multitudes at the Cirque Moderne in Petrograd, he had felt the loving eyes of his 2 adolescent daughters staring up at him from the audience, and fixed on him, he had been aware of Zina's intense emotion for him. Yet she was to him almost a stranger. It was nearly 30 years now since he had left his first wife and their 2 babies in the eastern Siberian settlement of Verkhoyansk, the place of his first exile, nearly 30 years since he had arranged in his bed there the dummy of a man in order to deceive the police and delay their pursuit. 20. It was as if that dummy had deceived the offspring of his first marriage also. In 15 years, up to 1917, he had seen his daughters only twice or thrice, fleetingly, and he could give them only very little time and attention thereafter, in the years of the Revolution, the Civil War, and the cruel struggles that followed. His heart went out to them when he was exiled to Alma-Ata, but then it was too late. Nina presently died, and Zina was too ill to undertake the journey from Moscow, too ill even to come later to the family's sad farewell meeting on the train when he was being deported from Russia. She arrived at Prinkipo heartbroken yet overwhelmed with joy, love, and pride in her father. She had come not merely as a sick and suffering daughter but as a dedicated follower, hoping to be of use to him, offering her services, and yearning to be admitted to his confidence. They wept together over Nina's death, they talked about friends and comrades and deported relatives, and they argued about politics. She listened all ecstasy and read, with a thrill, the manuscripts of the history of the Russian Revolution and his other writings, acquainted herself with the controversies in which he was engaged, absorbed their dramatic gravity, and relished his sarcasm and wit. She was convulsed with laughter when she came across Churchill's essay on the ogre of Europe, and it was as the ogre that she liked to address her father. 21. The other members of the family also gave her affection and compassion and did their best to make her feel at home. Natalia Ivanovna's position was admittedly delicate, but she had been closer to the children of Trotsky's first marriage than he himself, and had not only tried to overcome estrangement with friendship but had behaved towards them like a second mother. Not deceived by the apparent improvement in Zina's condition, she took her to the doctors and gave meticulous attention to her health. Too sensitive to imagine that the hidden strains could ever vanish altogether, she tried to efface herself whenever she felt that father and daughter would best be left by themselves. Curiously, Lyova's relation with his sister was far more tense. Their characters were discordant. Resembling his mother rather than his father, Lyova was reserved, modest, and even-tempered. He was easily disconcerted by his sister's intensity and impassioned expansiveness, while her feelings were tinged by a jealousy of Lyova's closeness to their father. In the warmth of reunion, and while Lyova was preparing for his move to Berlin, these strains were subdued. The whole family went into raptures over Zena's child, whose chatter and pranks brought an unfamiliar note into the austere and industrious existence of the household. This was, it seems, the first time that Trotsky, who already had 5 grandchildren, could freely indulge in the sentiments of grandfatherhood. Shortly after Zena's arrival, in the dead of night, a great fire broke out in the house, consuming most of the family's belongings and Trotsky's library. With difficulty he wrested from the flames his archives and the manuscript of the just completed first volume of his history. A suspicion of arson crossed everyone's mind. Was this perhaps an attempt by the GPU to destroy the archives? An investigation was opened, witnesses were cross-examined, but nothing was found out. All of us felt dejected and were very much disturbed. Writes one of Trotsky's secretaries, all, except Trotsky himself. The household moved to a nearby hotel, and no sooner were we settled than he laid out his manuscripts on the table, called the stenographer, and began to dictate a chapter of his book, as if nothing had happened during the night. 22 After a few days they moved to Khodikoy, an Anglo-American residential suburb on the eastern fringe of Constantinople, into a wooden house surrounded by high barbed wire fences, where the household, complete with secretaries, policemen, and fishermen, stayed for about a year, until the Biokada house was habitable again. A few months after the move to Khodikoy another fire broke out. Once again the archives were hastily removed, and the family had to bivouac in barns and shacks nearby, and once again the thought of an incendiary hand occurred to everyone. But it turned out that the fire was caused by Zena's child playing with matches and a pile of wood, rags, and sawdust in the loft. It was a relief after all the scares, and everyone laughed and teased the little GPU agent. As the weeks passed Zena's illness came back. Her lungs were diseased, she had to undergo several operations, she could not bear the heat of the eastern Mediterranean, and she was tormented by anxiety over her husband and the child she had left behind. Under the stress of illness and worry, her shaky nervous balance gave way. Hidden tensions and conflicts, probably rooted in the misery of her childhood and nurtured by later experiences, came to the surface. Her behavior became explosive and incoherent. She gave vent to memories, desires, and grievances that had hitherto lurked beyond the threshold of her consciousness. She was obsessed by the sense of being an unwanted daughter, unwanted by the father whom she adored with all her passion as the life-giving genius of revolution. It was her faith in him, she herself wrote, that kept her alive and gave her the strength to grapple with her predicament. Without him life would have been empty. Yet she felt an unsurmountable barrier between herself and him. I know, these are words she threw at him, that children are not wanted, that they come only as punishment for sins committed. 23 It was as if the shock she may have suffered as an infant, on that day when she found instead of him the mere dummy of a man in his bed, reverberated in the reproach. In this emotional turmoil she struggled to suppress her inner resentment at her father's second marriage. Outwardly her attitude towards Natalia Ivanovna was one of affection and care, but there was an unnatural exaltation in it. She walked around her stepmother on tiptoe, insistently inquiring and worrying about her, and lavishing caresses and apologies. Yet the resentment was close enough to the surface for father and stepmother to feel it. Every now and then it broke through and hit them in their faces. Much though they tried to ignore or soothe it, relations became tense. To avoid making them worse, Trotsky withdrew within himself. The more he did so, the more frustrated was Zena's yearning for his confidence and closeness. She had hoped to work at least as one of his assistants. He, worried about her health and mindful of her possible return to her child in Russia, did not encourage this ambition. He wished her to use her stay abroad for a cure and in the meantime to avoid compromising her politically, as if being his daughter had not already compromised her finally and irretrievably. The worsening of her illness, he felt, necessitated even greater reserve on his part and made work in common almost impossible. He could not take her into his confidence over the affairs of the opposition in Russia, and it was in these precisely that she was breathlessly interested. At this time his correspondence with his Russian followers was still fairly abundant, part of it being dispatched openly but part clandestinely, with coded signatures and addresses. The greatest discretion about the codes had to be exercised, and secrecy had to be redoubled vis-a-vis an ill and unbalanced person who on return to Russia might be subjected to inquisitorial interrogation. Elementary rules of underground communications required such safeguards, but the unfortunate woman took these as a slur on her, a sign of her father's distrust. To Papa, she often repeated, "I am a good for nothing." More resentment, more reproach and self-reproach, more gloom, and more and graver mental disturbance made everyone feel worse. In the summer she left home, and in a nearby sanatorium underwent the operations on her lungs. She returned, her physical health somewhat restored, but her misery unrelieved. Distressed and shaken with pity, Trotsky was a prey to guilt and helplessness. How much easier it was to see in what way the great ills of society should be fought against than to relieve the sufferings of an incurable daughter. How much easier to diagnose the turmoil in the collective mind of the German petty bourgeoisie than to penetrate into the pain-laden recesses of Zina's personality. How much superior was one's Marxian understanding of social psychology to one's grasp of the troubles of the individual psyche. He watched Zina's features and eyes overcast with insanity. They were his features, his eyes. For him, the prodigy of intellectual lucidity and self-discipline, it was unbearable to see her so incoherent, so distraught. It was as if reason itself had discovered in unreason its closest progeny and its double. Tenderness and horror, compassion and revulsion, pride and humiliation were at odds in him. He was wounded, he was helpless, he grew irritable. Sometimes, when Zina's jealousy burst out to hurt Natalia Ivanovna, he raised his voice demanding tact and courtesy. His raised voice reduced her to utter prostration. Remembering some such scene, she wrote to him a year later, "Don't shout at me, Papa, don't. Your shouting is the one thing I cannot endure, in this I am like my mother." And she added, "There is nothing I desire so much, if only I have enough strength to do it, as to soften for Natalia Ivanovna that of which I have turned out without guilt to be guilty towards her." 24. With tempers frayed and Zina's illness becoming quite alarming, she began to suffer fits of delirium she could not stay on. For some time he had thought that she should undergo psychoanalytical treatment, and he had written about this to the Pfefferts in Berlin. She resisted. She had no wish, she said, to submerge herself in the filth of her subconsciousness, and she could not bear the thought that, having overcome so many obstacles and borne so many sacrifices to rejoin her father, she should again be separated from him. She would also have to be separated from her son, for it was very difficult for her to take care of his upbringing. But she yielded to persuasion, and in the autumn of 1931, leaving Seva behind, she went to Berlin. The parting was a torment to both father and daughter. This is how she related it to Lyova: "You are an astonishing person," her father told her in their last talk. "I have never met anyone like you." He said that, she added, in an expressive and severe voice. This was the voice of reason baffled and thwarted by unreason. Life in the German capital, when Zina arrived there, was a crescendo of chaos and topsy-turviness. She arrived a few weeks after a plebiscite, arranged on the initiative of Hitler and Goebbels, the purpose of which was to overthrow the Social Democratic Landesregierung of Prussia. The Nazis had let loose a savage chauvinistic campaign calling for a people's revolution against the party that had accepted the slavery and humiliation of the Versailles Peace. The Communist Party reacted by addressing to the Social Democratic ministers of Prussia, Braun, and Severing, an ultimatum in which it offered to defend their government if they agreed to certain demands, but threatened to vote against it if the demands were rejected. On the face of it, this was a detour from the third period tactics, at least in so far as the Communists had made a direct approach to Social Democratic leaders. Actually they concentrated fire on the Social Fascists, and when the Prussian government refused their demands, they called upon the workers to cast their votes against it. Thus, instead of making a united front with the Social Democrats, conditionally or unconditionally, they formed an unavowed but all too real, and unconditional, united front with the Nazis, and to save face they called the enterprise der Rote Volksentscheid, the Red Plebiscite. A fatal and deeply demoralizing ambiguity now appeared in communist policy, which was to persist until Hitler's seizure of power and even thereafter. Not infrequently the same slogans appeared on communist and Nazi banners. The Nazis, seeking to win socially discontented and radical elements, promised that their people's revolution would settle accounts with finance capital. The Communist Party, wary of calling for a proletarian socialist revolution, spoke, instead, of the people's revolution which would achieve Germany's social and national liberation and break the shackles of Versailles. The spirit of nationalism insinuated itself more and more strongly into its propaganda just at a time when nothing was more urgent in Germany than the need to stem the mounting tide of racial and chauvinist fanaticism. Although the plebiscite went in favor of the Social Democrats, its effect was to deepen the breach in the working class and to make confusion worse confounded. Trotsky attacked Thälmann's and the Comintern's national communism with the utmost vigor, exposing the absurdities of the Red Plebiscite. The whole venture, he argued, was all the more repugnant because communists and Nazis remained, and could not help remaining, mortal enemies. In self-justification, the Stalinists pointed out that the Social Democrats were paving the way for Nazism. This was all too true, Trotsky remarked, but if the Social Democrats paved the way for a Nazi victory, should the Communists shorten it? It happens sometimes that the parties of revolution and counter-revolution attack the same moderate enemy from their opposite poles. But a Marxist party can afford to do this only when the tide runs in its favor, not when it runs, as it did in Germany, in favor of counter-revolution. To go out into the street with the slogan "Down with the government of Brüning and Braun" is a reckless adventure when the whole balance of strength is such that the government of Brüning and Braun can be replaced only by a government of Hitler and Hugenberg. The same slogan would acquire quite a different meaning if and when it presaged the direct struggle for power by the working class. Even now he did not doubt the good intentions of the Communist Party, but unfortunately, the Stalinist bureaucracy is trying to act against fascism by using the weapons of the latter. It borrows colors from the political palette of Nazism and tries to outdo Nazism at an auction of patriotism. These are not methods of a principled class struggle, but tricks of a petty market competition, a betrayal of Marxism, a display of concentrated bureaucratic stupidity. Those who talked about the People's Revolution and about freeing Germany from the chains of Versailles had forgotten Karl Liebknecht's maxim that for the working class the main enemy stands in their own country. The insinuation of nationalism into communist thinking had begun with Stalin's socialism in one country and it now produced Thälmann's national communism. Ideas have not only their own logic but their own explosive force, and the lack of scruple with which the Comintern tried to outbid Hitler in nationalist demagogy showed up the spiritual emptiness of Stalinism. 25. What, according to Trotsky, was at stake was not only all the hard-won achievements of the German labor movement but the future of civilization. With Nazism the shadow of the Dark Ages was returning to Europe. Hitler, if victorious, would not merely preserve capitalism but reduce it to barbarism. The enraged Kleinberger repudiated not only Marxism but even Darwinism, and to the rationalism and materialism of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries he opposed the myths of the 10th or 11th century, the mystique of race and blood. This, their supposed racial superiority, was to boost the pride of Germany's lower middle classes, and give them an imaginary escape from the miseries of their life. In its rabid anti-Marxism and rejection of the economic view of history, National Socialism descends lower down, from economic materialism to zoological materialism. Nazism collected all the refuse of international political thought, to make up the intellectual treasure of the new Germanic mechanism. It stirred and rallied all the forces of barbarism lurking under the thin surface of civilized class society. It tapped inexhaustible reserves of darkness, ignorance, and savagery. In a memorable phrase, alive with a premonition of the autos de fe and gas chambers of the Third Reich, Trotsky thus described the essence of Nazism: everything which society, it if had developed normally, i.e. towards socialism, would have rejected, as the excrement of culture is now bursting out through its throat. Capitalist civilization is disgorging undigested barbarity, such is the physiology of National Socialism. 26. That communist, as well as non-communist, opinion of the early 1930s was insensitive to such a philosophical historical view of Nazism need not perhaps surprise the historian. What he must find more difficult to comprehend is how the leaders of the Soviet Union and the great mass of communists all over the world could remain deaf to what Trotsky was saying about the threat to the Soviet Union. In November 1931, 10 years before the Battle of Moscow, he wrote, "A victory of fascism in Germany would signify the inevitability of war against the USSR." 27. At that time Moscow still saw France as the chief Western antagonist of the Soviet Union, and it feared an imminent attack from Japan, which had just embarked upon the invasion of Manchuria. The progress of Nazism had as yet aroused little or no apprehension in Stalin and his advisors, even though Hitler was loudly proclaiming that he was out to destroy Bolshevism and conquer the East. Stalin assumed that these were the ravings of Hitler the rebel, but that Hitler the Chancellor would not easily forego the advantages which Germany derived from her relations with Russia, under the Rapallo Treaty. Stalin expected that Hitler's striving to rearm Germany would bring him into conflict with France and compel him to abate his hostility towards the Soviet Union. It was not for nothing that the Comintern encouraged the German communists to lend ambiguous support to Hitler's campaign against Versailles. That campaign was to divert Hitler from his ambition to lead a Western crusade against Bolshevism. Trotsky struggled against this unawareness of the international implications of Nazism. He did not believe that France was still Russia's chief enemy, as in the years of intervention. Not a single one of the normal bourgeois parliamentary governments, he maintained, can at present risk a war against the USSR. Such an undertaking would entail incalculable domestic complications. But once Hitler has seized power, and pulverized and demoralized the German working class for many years to come, his will be the only government capable of waging war against the USSR. 28. Nor did he believe that the Soviet Union was seriously threatened by Japan. He forecast that by invading Manchuria, Japan would involve herself in a long and exhausting war with China, which would divert Japanese strength from the Soviet Union and hasten revolution in China. The basic conditions of the East, immense distances, huge populations, and economic backwardness imply that the whole process of Japanese conquest will be slow, creeping, and wasteful. In any case, in the Far East no immediate and grave danger threatens the Soviet Union. The crucial events of the coming period will unfold in Europe, in Germany, where the political and economic antagonisms have reached an unprecedented sharpness, and the denouement is close at hand. And again, for many years to come, not only the fate of Germany, but the destinies of Europe and the destinies of the entire world will be decided in Germany. Socialist construction in the Soviet Union, the march of the Spanish Revolution, the growth of a pre-revolutionary situation in England, the future of French imperialism, the fate of the revolutionary movement in China and India, all these issues reduce themselves to this single question: who is going to win in Germany in the course of the coming months? Communism or fascism? 29. Trotsky assumed that for an anti-Soviet crusade Hitler could gain the support of world capitalism, and that this would entail a frightful isolation of the Soviet Union and the necessity to fight a life-and-death struggle under the hardest and most dangerous conditions. If fascism were to crush the German working class, this would amount to at least half the collapse of the Republic of the Soviets. Only if the workers succeeded in barring Hitler's road to power would Germany, the USSR, and the world be saved from catastrophe. Stalin's policy in Germany was therefore directed against the vital interests of the Soviet Union as well as of German communism. Soviet security and the international proletarian interest were inextricably bound up. For years Stalin and the Comintern had screamed about the imminence of an anti-Soviet crusade, but now, when the peril was real, they were silent. Yet it should be an axiom that a Nazi attempt to seize power must be followed by a mobilization of the Red Army. For the workers' state this will be a matter of revolutionary self-defense. Germany is not only Germany. It is the heart of Europe. Hitler is not only Hitler. He is the candidate for the role of a superregent. But the Red Army is not only the Red Army. It is the instrument of proletarian world revolution 30. A few months later, in April 1932, he restated this idea even more strikingly. Routine-ridden politicians and diplomats, he said, were blind to what was coming, just as they had been on the eve of the First World War. My relations with the present government of Moscow are not of such a nature as to permit me to speak in its name or refer to its intentions. With all the greater frankness can I state how, in my view, the Soviet government should act in case of a fascist upheaval in Germany. In their place, I would, at the very moment of receiving telegraphic news of this event, sign a mobilization order calling up several age groups. In the face of a mortal enemy, when the logic of the situation points to inevitable war, it would be irresponsible and unpardonable to give that enemy time to establish himself, to consolidate his positions, to conclude alliances, and to work out the plan of attack. And again, war between Hitlerite Germany and the Soviet Union would be inevitable, and this in the short term, in view of which even the question who would attack first was of secondary importance. With an eye to those in France and Britain who hoped to save the status quo in the West and the Versailles system by diverting German imperialism eastwards, Trotsky wrote that whatever illusions are entertained in Paris, one can safely predict that the Versailles system would be one of the first to be consumed in the flames of a war between Bolshevism and Fascism. 31. The Comintern press at once branded Trotsky as a treacherous warmonger seeking to embroil Russia and Germany, and to many outside the Comintern too the boldness of his statements seemed reckless. His attitude, however, will not appear quite so reckless if it is remembered that, even in the early 1930s, with Germany, Britain, and the United States disarmed, the Soviet Union was the greatest military power of the world. But Trotsky did not in fact urge the Soviet government to wage war against Germany, even a Nazi Germany. In 1933, after Hitler had become Chancellor, Trotsky declared that in the existing circumstances mobilization of the Red Army would serve no purpose. He had advocated it, he explained, on the assumption that Hitler would have to shoot his way to office. He had refused to believe that the German labor movement would allow Hitler to become the master of their country without having to fire a shot. It was in this context of an assumed civil war in Germany that he had insisted on the Red Army's duty to intervene. 32 Admittedly this would have been a hazardous course, but less so than was waiting passively for Hitler's ascendancy and Germany's rearmament. Trotsky's attitude, revolutionary in its political aspect, was in its military aspect similar to that which Winston Churchill was to adopt 4 or 5 years later, when he called the British and French governments to counter Hitler's march into the Rhineland by measures of mobilization and preparation for war. This attitude earned Churchill the unrivaled moral authority he needed to become Britain's leader in the Second World War. Vilification was all it earned Trotsky. Meanwhile, the Nazi avalanche moved on. In the spring of 1932 Germany was to elect a president, and Hitler posed his candidature. A socialist-communist candidate was still sure to poll more votes than Hitler or any other contestant at the repeated parliamentary elections of that year. Communists and Social Democrats invariably obtained more than 13 million votes. But the Social Democrats decided to uphold the candidature of Hindenburg, the nearly nonagenarian retiring president, whom they had opposed at the previous election as the very symbol of the old imperial reaction, but behind whose senile back they now sought to shelter. The Communist Party called the workers to vote for Thälmann. Hindenburg was re-elected, and at once he delivered the coup de grace to the parliamentary regime and struck at the Social Democrats. He dismissed Brüning, who had just made a half-hearted attempt to ban Hitler's stormtroops and had also incurred the enmity of the East Prussian Junkers. Hindenburg's new chancellor, von Papen, lifted the ban on the stormtroops, and, on July 20, 1932, he deposed by decree the Social Democratic government of Prussia, which the Nazis had in vain tried to overthrow by plebiscite. The event was remarkable for its tragicomedy. A lieutenant commanding a section of soldiers turned out of their offices the Prussian Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, who nominally had the whole Prussian police under their orders. Too late and perfunctorily the Communists advised the Social Democrats to call a general strike and offered support. Once again the Social Democrats refused to make common cause with their enemies on the left, and they deluded themselves that von Papen and Hindenburg's Camarilla, of which General Schleicher was the moving spirit, would somehow outmaneuver Hitler and keep him at bay. This was a widespread illusion in these last months of the Weimar Republic. Von Papen, having so easily seized the Social Democratic fortress in Prussia, seemed very powerful. He appeared to have stolen Hitler's thunder, and the Nazi movement was momentarily losing impetus. 33. All the more must one marvel at the accuracy and precision of Trotsky's analyses and predictions. The less the workers were prepared to fight, he commented, the greater was the impression of strength which Papen's government gave. However, this is not yet the fascist upheaval that is still to come. Papen will not be able to outmaneuver Hitler and prevent a Nazi dictatorship, for he does not even have the limited strength Brüning possessed. He is backed only by the most archaic elements of the Prussian bureaucracy. He will not be able to control the fury and the rage of the millions that follow Hitler. Only the determination and the militancy of millions of workers might do that. But how could the workers have that determination when they see the Prussian socialist government allowing itself to be overthrown by a flick on the nose, and when the Communists, after telling them for years that Germany is already fascist, now call them to rise in general strike against Papen's fascist coup d'état and in defense of the social fascist government of Prussia? Yet, confused though the workers are, the alternative is still a victory of Nazism or a victory of the working class tertium non datur. Papen, Trotsky insisted, will have no more than 100 days, and so will Schleicher, who will follow him as chancellor. Then the Reichswehr and the Junkers will form a coalition with the Nazis in the hope of taming the latter. It will all be in vain. All conceivable governmental combinations with Hitler must lead to the absorption of the bureaucracy, the courts, the police, and the army by fascism. Even now, he held, it was not yet too late for a united front of the workers, but how much time has been wasted without purpose, senselessly, and shamefully. 34. About this time Trotsky was also in controversy with the Comintern over the Spanish Revolution. Primo de Rivera's dictatorship came to an end in 1930 and the collapse of the monarchy followed in April 1931. While Germany was developing from a bourgeois democracy to an authoritarian regime, in Spain the opposite was happening. Yet in both countries the Comintern clung to the third period policy. While the German party declared that the antagonism between fascism and bourgeois democracy was irrelevant, the Spanish party made light of the conflict between monarchy and republic. In Moscow, Manuelski told the Comintern executive in February 1930, after the fall of Primo de Rivera, movements of this kind pass across the historic screen as mere incidents and leave no deep traces in the mind of the working masses. A single strike may be of greater importance than a revolution like the Spanish. 35. The revolution that was to occupy the world for nearly a decade was still referred to in quotation marks. The abdication of King Alfonso caught the party by surprise. When subsequently Spain resounded with the demand for a democratically elected Cortes, the official communists, like the anarcho-syndicalists, maintained that the workers and peasants would gain nothing from any parliament, and they favored the boycott of elections. Yet, at the same time, the Comintern declared that the Spanish Revolution, in view of the country's backwardness, must keep within bourgeois democratic limits, and that proletarian dictatorship was not on the order of the day. It is easy to recognize there the Stalinist canon developed as antithesis to Trotsky's permanent revolution and applied in China in 1925-7. This canon was to underlie Stalinist policy in Spain through all its phases. At a later stage, in 1936-8, it was invoked to justify the communist coalition with bourgeois Republican parties in the Popular Front, the moderate policy of the Communist Party and its repressive action against the POUM, the Trotskyists, and the radical anarcho-syndicalists. In the early 1930s, however, the same canon was incongruously combined with ultra-left tactics and with the rejection of the demands for a constituent assembly and democratic liberties. The classical desiderata of bourgeois revolution. Trotsky asserted that the Spanish Revolution would have to pass, as the Russian Revolution had done, from the bourgeois into the socialist phase, if it was not to be defeated. Of all European countries, Spain was closest to pre-1917 Russia in social structure, in the alignment of political forces, and in Spain as in Russia workers' councils or juntas were destined to be the organs of revolution. While insisting on the permanence of the revolution, Trotsky urged the communists to adopt more realistic tactics, to raise or support demands for general franchise, for a constituent assembly, for the self-determination of the Catalans and Basques, and, above all, to support the peasantry's struggle for land. The peasants were bound to look to the Cortes for a solution of the land problem, and communists were in duty bound to state their agrarian program from the parliamentary platform, if only to promote the peasantry's extra-parliamentary action. They could not do this under their third-period policy and while they were inclined to ignore and boycott parliament. Parliamentary cretinism is a detestable disease, but anti-parliamentary cretinism is not much better, he remarked. Had not the Bolsheviks called for a constituent assembly in 1917? In Spain, parliamentary politics were bound to be even more important than in Russia, because the rhythm of the revolution would be slower, and the Spanish communists should in their action take less into account the Russian experience than that of the Great French Revolution. The Jacobin dictatorship was preceded by 3 parliamentary assemblies, and something similar might happen in Spain. 36. The Spanish party was not only disoriented, small, and weak, it was also disorganized by the divisions and splits which were inseparable from Stalinist orthodoxy. It had already expelled several Trotskyist and semi-Trotskyist groups and Andrés Nin, its founder and one-time leader. The splits were to be the cause of much demoralization in Republican Spain in later years, and the baiting of Nin was to end in his assassination. Already in April 1931, only a few days after the overthrow of the monarchy, Trotsky protested in a confidential message to the Politburo in Moscow against the heresy hunt in Spain. He recalled that in 1917 the Bolsheviks had, under Lenin's guidance, joined hands with all groupings close to them, regardless of past differences. He himself had then entered the Bolshevik party, and they found that this, and their ability to base their unity and discipline on freedom of internal debate, decisively strengthened their hands in the struggle for power. Are there any other ways or methods, he asked, which would permit the proletarian vanguard of Spain to work out its ideas and to become permeated with the unshakable conviction of the truth and justice of these ideas, a conviction which alone would enable them to lead the popular masses to the decisive assault on the old order? The heresy hunts confused and demoralized the ranks and facilitated a fascist victory which would have grave repercussions for the whole of Europe and the USSR. He asked the Politburo to advise, precisely to advise, not to order the Spanish communists to call a unity congress, and he offered to advise his followers to cooperate in this. The march of events in Spain will daily confirm the need for unity in communist ranks. A grave historic responsibility will burden those who promote the splits. 37. There was no answer from Moscow to this message, but in it were laid bare the seeds of the defeat which the Spanish Revolution was to suffer 7 to 8 years later. At the height of these controversies, Stalin deprived Trotsky of Soviet nationality and of the right ever to return to Russia. Pravda published a decree to this effect on February 20, 1932, giving as reason Trotsky's counter-revolutionary activity, without specifying his offenses. This was an unprecedented reprisal. The Menshevik and social revolutionary émigrés, who sat on the leading bodies of the Second International and had, with the material and moral support of that international, conducted their agitation against the Bolsheviks, had not so far been deprived of Soviet nationality. To make good this omission and to conceal somewhat the real target, the decree of February 20 also stripped about 30 Menshevik émigrés of citizenship. There was a studied malice in this amalgam. Unlike Trotsky, the Menshevik leaders had not been deported, most of them were, in 1921-2, advised to leave if they wished to avoid persecution, and they left. It was Lenin who decided to give them that advice, and Trotsky undoubtedly endorsed the decision. His hostility towards the Mensheviks remained unabated even in exile and led him into a grievous error of judgment only a few months before the decree of February 20. In 1931, during the ill-famed trial of the Mensheviks, which took place in Moscow, Trotsky accepted the prosecution's charges against them at face value. The defendants Sukhanov, Groman, and others were accused of economic sabotage and conspiracy with their émigré comrades. The charges were based on faked evidence and confessions. 38 What accounted in part for Trotsky's attitude was the element of truth in the prosecution's assertion that the chief defendant, Groman, formerly economic advisor to the State Planning Commission, had sought to obstruct the first five-year plan. Groman had in fact for a long time backed Stalin's and Bukharin's policy and had strenuously opposed Trotsky's program of industrialization. During his trial, Trotsky commented that it was with Stalin's connivance that Groman and his group had sabotaged the Soviet economy, and that only the left course had brought Stalin's connivance to an end and the Mensheviks to the dock. 39 While these circumstances account for Trotsky's acceptance of the prosecution's case, they do not justify it. Later Trotsky himself publicly regretted his mistake. 40 But the incident illustrates how intense his enmity towards the Mensheviks remained, and one may well imagine with what perverse pleasure Stalin pilloried both Trotsky and the Menshevik saboteurs in the same decree, simultaneously depriving them of citizenship. This event followed shortly after the somewhat enigmatic Turkle affair. On October 31, 1931, Rotvani published an article alleging that General Turkle, an émigré who had commanded White Guards in the Civil War, was about to organize an attempt on Trotsky's life, taking advantage of the fact that Trotsky was not guarded well enough on Prinkipo, and that if the attempt succeeded, the perpetrators would shift the blame on the Soviet government. These allegations sounded plausible enough, but it was puzzling that the Rotvani, of all papers, should have come out with them. On Trotsky's prompting, his friends made representations at the Soviet embassies in Berlin and Paris, reminding the Soviet government that it had promised to protect his life in exile and asking what it was going to do to honor the pledge. Moscow left the query unanswered, and Trotsky concluded that Rotvani had had only one purpose, to provide an alibi for Stalin in case of an attempt. His followers then addressed to the Soviet government a statement, showing clearly the marks of Trotsky's style, which affirmed that Stalin was concerned not to prevent the men of the White Guards carrying out their design, but only to prevent them shifting the responsibility for the terroristic act on Stalin and his agents. 41 Stalin replied indirectly, through the Comintern, chiding Trotsky for the black ingratitude with which he repaid the solicitude he, Stalin, had shown him. The reply suggested that Trotsky's life was indeed threatened by the White Guards. 42 Stalin now punished the ingratitude by rendering Trotsky stateless and depriving him even of the modicum of formal protection that any government owes its subjects in foreign parts. The reprisal was intended to accomplish what the execution of Blumkin had failed to do, to cut off all contacts between Trotsky and his followers in the Soviet Union. Despite censorship and interception, Trotsky still received much mail from the colonies of deportees and from prisons. In Berlin, Lyova was trying to establish connections with old comrades who arrived there on official business, and he reported to Prinkipo on his successes and failures. Thus, in the spring of 1931, he ran by chance into Pyatakov, but that close friend of earlier years, now the Judas, the red-haired Solyovaro, turned away his head and pretended not to see me. Later, in July, while wandering in one of the city's big stores, Lyova met unexpectedly Ivan Smirnov, who since his capitulation had held a high managerial post in Soviet industry. They embraced. Smirnov warmly inquired about Trotsky and all members of his family, and pouring out the capitulator's bitter heart, he spoke about the grim situation and the discontent rife in the Soviet Union. Although disillusioned in the hopes with which he had surrendered to Stalin, he was in no mood to resume the fight. He preferred to wait and see. He said, however, that he and his friends would welcome a bloc with Trotsky and his followers, the immediate purpose of which was to be merely exchange of information. At the very least he wished to keep up a contact with Trotsky, and, as he was about to return to Moscow, he promised to send through a trusted friend a document surveying the state of the Soviet economy and the political moods in the country. They agreed on a password which the messenger was to use. Early in the autumn E.S. Galsman, an old Bolshevik, a capitulator, brought a memorandum from Smirnov, which was to appear in the Bulletin Oppositii a year later and to reveal, for the first time, the full extent of the destruction of agricultural stock during collectivization, the grave disproportions in industry, the effects of inflation on the whole economy, and c. The memorandum ended with this pregnant conclusion: in view of the incapacity of the present leadership to get out of the economic and political impasse, the conviction is growing about the need to change the party leadership. Lyova and Galsman often met and discussed developments in the Soviet Union. 43. Smirnov and Galsman spoke not only for themselves but for many capitulators who, timidly yet unmistakably, once again turned their eyes to Trotsky. Their anxiety was aroused by the storm gathering over Germany as well as by the domestic situation. They were alarmed by the paralysis of German communism and sympathetically followed Trotsky's campaign. Most of them already thought what Radek was to express later, in 1933, when, speaking to a trusted German communist, he pointed to Stalin's office in the Kremlin and said, "There sit those who bear the guilt for Hitler's victory." 44. Seeing no way to change the Comintern's policy, exasperated and frustrated, the capitulators moved some way back towards the Trotskyist opposition. This did not escape the notice of Stalin, who was more than ever bent on insulating the party from Trotsky's influence. He now regretted banishing Trotsky from Russia, for the banishment enabled Trotsky to broadcast his ideas all over the world. Stalin decided to make good this error. Trotsky, deprived of Soviet nationality, was branded as an outcast once and for all. Henceforth, any Soviet citizen trying to communicate with Trotsky would be guilty of association not just with a disgraced leader of a domestic opposition, but with a foreign conspirator. Trotsky replied with an open letter to the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee, in whose name the decree of February 20 was published. 45. He exposed the lawlessness of the decree, which he described as a consummate amalgam in the Thermidorian style, and an impotent and even pitiable act of Stalin's personal vengeance, and he also drew the balance of a decade of the inter-party struggle. Do you think that with this false scrap of paper, you will stop the growth of Bolshevik criticism? Prevent us from doing our duty? Intimidate our co-thinkers? The opposition will step over the decree of February 20 as a worker steps over a dirty puddle on the way to his workshop. He was aware that this reprisal was not Stalin's last word. We know the arsenal of his methods, and you know Stalin as well as I know him. Many of you have more than once, in conversations with me or people close to me, given your own estimate of Stalin, and given it without illusions. He was addressing Stalin's entourage, the men of the apparatus. He appealed to their conscience, but also to their interest. He sought to persuade them that they too had nothing to gain but much to lose under Stalin's autocracy. He described tellingly the humiliation which together with the whole party they were suffering at Stalin's hands. You started the fight against Trotskyism under the banner of the old Bolshevik Guard. To Trotsky's imaginary ambitions of personal leadership, ambitions which you yourselves had invented, you opposed the collective leadership of the Leninist Central Committee. What remains of that collective leadership? What is left of the Leninist Central Committee? The apparatus, independent of the working class and of the party, has set the stage for Stalin's dictatorship, which is independent of the apparatus. And now for anyone to take the oath of loyalty to the Leninist Central Committee is almost the same as to call openly for insurrection. Only an oath of loyalty to Stalin may be taken. This is the only permitted formula. The public speaker, the propagandist, the journalist, the theorist, the educationist, the sportsman all are obliged to include in their speeches, articles, or lectures the phrase, "Under Stalin's leadership," all must proclaim the infallibility of Stalin who rides on the back of the Central Committee. Every party man and Soviet official, from the head of the government to the humble clerk in any backwater, has to swear, that in case of any differences arising between the Central Committee and Stalin, he, the undersigned, will support Stalin against the Central Committee. Stalin was suppressing his own faction, which had helped and was still helping him to suppress all his opponents. Within his own faction he had set up a narrower faction of his own, working through secret agents, passwords, codes, and he was desperately anxious to destroy the opposition to the end, hence the decree of 20 February in order to be free to settle accounts with his own followers and his own entourage. The men of the apparatus should therefore in their own interest refuse to do Stalin's bidding. Only in this way could they save themselves. Stalin's strength has always lain in the machine, not in himself. Severed from the machine, Stalin represents nothing. It is time to part with the Stalin myth. It is time that you should place your trust in the working class and its genuine, not its counterfeit, party. You wish to proceed along the Stalinist road any further? But there is no road further. Stalin has brought you to an impasse. It is time to bring under review the whole Soviet system and cleanse it ruthlessly from all the filth with which it has overgrown. It is time to carry out at last Lenin's final and insistent advice: remove Stalin. It was emphatically to the chiefs of the Stalinist bureaucracy rather than to the Bolshevik rank and file that Trotsky was appealing here. Committed as he was to work for the reform of the ruling party, not for its overthrow, he had to appeal to them, because only the Central Committee, composed almost entirely of Stalinists, could start a reform in a constitutional manner. Trotsky was in effect prompting the chiefs of the old Stalinist faction to initiate in 1932, the de-Stalinization that some of them were to carry out 20-odd years later, after Stalin's death. This appeal, though it was not to be heeded, was by no means pointless, for the conflict between Stalin and his old associates and followers was to end fatally for most of the latter. Trotsky, watching their conflict, was by no means inclined to belittle its significance, even though he played it down in some of his more exoteric writings. This, we know, was the most dangerous and gloomy moment in Soviet history, when the nation came to feel the full force of the calamity in agriculture and of famine, and when inflationary chaos threatened to disrupt its toilsome industrial advance. Adversities and frustrations piled up upon one another. Stalin's popularity was at its nadir. He watched tensely the waves of discontent rising and beating against the walls of the Kremlin, so we have described this moment elsewhere. 46 The discontent, it should be added, not only beat against the walls of the Kremlin, it breached them. The discord between Stalin and his entourage had shown itself as early as 1930, when, in the statement on dizziness from success, he demonstratively disavowed the use of violence in collectivization and, over the head of the Central Committee, presented himself to the country as the peasantry's sole protector. The Central Committee protested, and Stalin had to tell the nation that the whole committee and not he alone had called for a halt to the violence. The next dissension was occasioned by Yaroslavsky's temporary eclipse in the same year. Yaroslavsky was a pillar of the Stalinist faction, the most ferocious guardian of its orthodoxy, and the author of a textbook on party history, a feat of falsification which had been hailed as a reliable guide through the doctrinal maze of the inner party struggle and had been crammed into the party's mind. It was precisely this textbook that now brought about Yaroslavsky's disgrace. Stalin suddenly found it teeming with heresies and ordered it to be banned. Yaroslavsky, having composed the book in the 1920s, could not carry falsification to the point that suited Stalin in 1931. The forger of history does not work in a vacuum. The scope he can give himself and the insolence he can afford depend on how large and heavy is the oblivion which time, indifference, and previous falsification have already cast on men and events, and in the 1920s, Yaroslavsky had to reckon with the fact that many of his readers still had relatively fresh memories of the years of revolution and civil war. In 1931 Stalin required forgeries far more massive. As he grew in sheer power, he required the cloth of history to be cut to his measure ever anew. A few years earlier it was enough for any Stalinist text to denounce Trotsky as a deviator from Bolshevism and to hail Stalin as the reliable interpreter of Leninism. Now the writer of any textbook had to brand Trotsky as one who had always been a rabid counter-revolutionary, depict him as a traitor even at the time when he was president of the Petrograd Soviet and Commissar of War, make people forget that the villain had ever held such exalted posts, clothe Stalin with all splendor of which Trotsky had been stripped, and establish unquestionably the apostolic succession of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin. It was not in the interest of the Stalinist faction at large, but only in that of Stalin's autocracy, that falsification should be carried to such extremes. Yaroslavsky's history had represented the Stalinists' viewpoint at the time when they still treated Stalin as their primus inter pares. It had therefore extolled Stalinism but had not glorified Stalin himself and the superhuman genius that entitled him to set himself above his own faction. Yaroslavsky had therefore to be struck down. But such was the dismay this caused even among Stalin's henchmen that soon his disgrace had to be lifted. 47. More dramatic was the deposition, also in 1931, of Ryazanov from the post of director of the Marx-Engels Institute. The celebrated Marxian scholar had long since withdrawn from political activity and had, despite his old friendship with Trotsky, behaved towards Stalin with complete loyalty, devoting all his energy to the Institute's rich archives and library. Yet by his mere presence at the Institute he kept alive a scholarly tradition of classical Marxism just when Stalin was anxious to turn the Institute into a shrine of his personal cult. Ryazanov was therefore expelled and deported from Moscow under the pretext that he had plotted with the Mensheviks to suppress some of Marx's unpublished writings. 48. Connected with these affairs was Stalin's notorious attack on the editors of Proletarskaya Revoluция, whom he accused of trafficking in Trotskyist contraband. The journal had published an historical essay on the pre-1914 Bolshevik attitude towards Rosa Luxemburg, duly acknowledging her revolutionary and Marxist merits. There was nothing unusual in this, for ever since Luxemburg's assassination in 1919, communists paid regular and solemn tribute to her memory. After 1924 the anniversaries of Lenin's, Luxemburg's, and Lenini's deaths were annually observed in a single solemn celebration of the three Ls. Stalin now denounced Luxemburg's ideas as inherently hostile to Bolshevism and akin to Trotskyism. The kinship was undeniable, but hitherto the Stalinists had fought against the living leader of the opposition, not against a ghost. Stalin came to suspect that in paying homage to the ghost they slyly aimed at rehabilitating Trotsky. I think he wrote that the editors have been actuated by that rotten liberalism which is now fairly widespread among some Bolsheviks. Some think that Trotskyism is a school of thought within communism, a faction which has, to be sure, committed mistakes, done not a few silly things, and even behaved at times in an anti-Soviet manner, but that it is all the same a communist faction. It is hardly necessary to point out that such a view of Trotskyism is profoundly mistaken and harmful. Actually, Trotskyism is the spearhead of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, waging the struggle against communism. Trotskyism is the vanguard of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. That is why liberalism towards it, borders on crime and on betrayal of the working class. 49. It was not only with the rotten liberalism of his own entourage that Stalin was at loggerheads. He had to contend with more direct challenges. Within the Central Committee and around it ever new groups of malcontents formed. The affairs of Ryudin, Slepkov, Surtsov, and Lomanids had dragged on for over 2 years now. All four had in turn been demoted, denounced, half rehabilitated, and once again branded as conspirators. Stalin and the Central Committee could not agree on just how guilty these men were and what was to be the measure of their punishment. In 1932 several new conspiratorial factions were unmasked, a group led by A. Smirnov, former Commissar of Agriculture, Ismont, a Commissar of Supplies, and Tolmakov, a Transport Commissar. Another group, that of Konur, Kovarsky, and Wolf, was uncovered in the Commissariat of Agriculture, and networks of opposition were found to exist in the trade unions and various commissariats. 50 The leaders of these groups had not engaged in any real conspiracy. Those of them who were members of the Central Committee had merely exercised their statutory right in trying to persuade their colleagues that Stalin's policies were pernicious, that he was guilty of abusing his power, and that the Central Committee should depose him as its General Secretary. They circulated memoranda to this effect and sought to obtain the moral support of previous oppositions. Thus Ryutin sought Zinoviev's and Kamina's advice, while Ismont and Tolmachev appealed to Tomsky and Rykov. In the course of the years 1931 and 1932, Stalin pressed the Politburo and the Central Committee to give him a free hand in dealing with these critics. He met with resistance in the committee, and even the GPU was reluctant to act. 51. Only after many delays could he, in November 1932 and January 1933, expel some of the malcontents and pronounce a new excommunication on Zinoviev and Kamina, who were once again banished from Moscow, this time to Siberia. During this, his second deportation, Zinoviev allegedly stated that the greatest mistake of his life, greater even than his opposition to Lenin during the days of the October Revolution, had been his decision to desert Trotsky and to capitulate to Stalin in 1927. Soon thereafter Preobrazhensky, Ivan Smirnov, Mrakovsky, Muralov, Turvaganian, and many other capitulators were once again expelled and imprisoned. They were persecuted even more cruelly than the oppositionists who had never surrendered. Towards the end of the year it seemed that the opposition had regained the ground it had lost since 1927. A contemporary report thus describes the effect of the persecution of the capitulators. These old revolutionaries, experienced political leaders, have made an attempt to find a common language with the men of the apparatus. The attempt lasted nearly 4 years and has ended in failure. When they capitulated, the party cells were told that all the old Bolsheviks had broken with the opposition. This argument undoubtedly made a great impression. Now the arrest of the capitulators is making an even stronger impression, but in the opposite direction. Well, say many, the left opposition has been right after all, if so many of those who deserted it are now returning to it. 52. They were not in truth returning of their own accord. Stalin drove them out of the party because he feared their presence there during this early phase of his conflict with his own followers and the disarray in his own entourage. Just at the time of Zinoviev's and Kamina's second deportation, Nadia Olilyeva, Stalin's wife, committed suicide. She had broken down under the burden of remorse at the way her husband managed the affairs of party and state. Such then were the circumstances in which Trotsky urged Stalin's entourage to carry out at last Lenin's will and remove Stalin. This was not on his part merely an impulsive reaction to the decree which deprived him of citizenship. He reckoned with the possibility that Stalin's autocratic ambition might at last shock the men of the ruling group and arouse them to act in their self-defense. When one considers that 5 or 6 years hence Stalin was to order the execution of 98 out of the 139 members and deputy members of the Central Committee, and of 1,108 out of the 1,966 delegates to the 17th Party Congress, and thus to exterminate the majority of the Stalinist cadres, nearly 3/4 of their elite, one may well admit that Trotsky, in addressing these cadres, had enough reason to invoke not only his, the opposition's, and the party's interests, but also the dictates of their own self-preservation. "Save yourselves, this is your last chance," he said in effect to those Stalinists who were presently to become victims of Stalin's terror. He urged men like Khrushchev and Mikoyan to cleanse the Soviet state of the filth with which it was overgrown 24 years before they were ready to start with this, and when there was still far less filth to be cleansed than there would be later. He knew, of course, that even if they decided to act against Stalin they would do so half-heartedly and would be held back by 1,000 inhibitions. He nevertheless envisaged a united front with them and offered them his critical support, confident that once the movement against Stalin was started, he and his followers would come to the fore. 53. He did what he could to give heart to the Stalinist malcontents. Lyova, who from Berlin was in closer touch with the turmoil in Moscow, was especially eager that he should do so. Reports from Moscow continued to dwell on the exasperation among the Stalinists and on the talk about the need to remove Stalin. But the same reports indicated that the Stalinist malcontents were terrified at the mere thought of Trotsky's return. If Trotsky came back, they said, he would shoot us all. Or, he will revenge himself for all that we have done to him and his followers, and he will put thousands of us before the firing squads. Stalin played on this fear and whipped it up. This indicates along what line we ought to move, Trotsky wrote to his son. In no case should we frighten people with slogans or formulas which could be interpreted as expressing any intention to take revenge. The closer the showdown, the softer and the more conciliatory should be the manner in which we speak, although we should not, of course, make any concessions of Principle 54 in the bulletin and in a special leaflet designed for circulation in Russia. Trotsky thus sought to reassure those who feared his revenge. An end must, of course, be put to the Bonapartist regime of a single leader whom everyone is forced to worship. An end must be put to this shameful distortion of the idea of a revolutionary party. But what matters is that the system be changed, not that individuals be ostracized. The Stalinist clique assiduously spreads the rumor that the left opposition will return, sword in hand, and that its first job will be to wreak ruthless revenge on its adversaries. This poisoned lie must be repudiated. Revenge is not a political sentiment. Bolsheviks Leninists have never been guided by it, least of all shall we be guided by it. We know all too well the causes that have driven tens of thousands of party men into the blind alley. We are prepared to work hand in hand with everyone who is willing to reconstitute the party and forestall a catastrophe. 55. However, this was the year 1932, not 1953 or 1956. Despite the signs that seemed to augur it, the movement against Stalin did not materialize. The men of the apparatus were unable to act against their chief. The fear of Trotsky's return and revenge was not the most important of the inhibitions that held them back. It was the very decomposition of the Stalinist faction that rendered them incapable. Stalin dominated them by dividing them, setting up rival caucuses and forming his Praetorian Guard, the members of which knew no loyalty to erstwhile comrades and were willing to promote his personal rule. This was the secret staff working through its own agents with secret passwords and codes which Trotsky had mentioned, and these were the quintets, sextets, and septets which, according to Khrushchev, Stalin set up within the Politburo and the Central Committee, and through which he reduced the latter to impotence. The arts which had gained him power did not fail to maintain it. He was able to spot any hostile stirring within the Central Committee before it had the time to spread. No group of malcontents, not even one composed of the most influential Stalinists, could voice any criticism and try to influence others in the hierarchy, for no sooner had they tried than they were unmasked and stigmatized as traitors. Yet the secret caucuses, the quintets, the sextets, and Stalin's other conspiratorial devices would have counted for little if the malcontents had not been paralyzed by a fear that had hamstrung all previous oppositions. They were afraid that any move against Stalin might become the signal for an explosion of popular discontent and set the stage for a counter-revolution which would engulf together with Stalin all his Bolshevik adversaries. This fear haunted Trotsky as well. He still saw no solution to the dilemma that had beset him in the 1920s. Shortly after he had made his dramatic appeal and concluded it with the words "Remove Stalin," he had second thoughts. In October 1932 he wrote to his son. The slogan "Remove Stalin" is correct in a definite, specific sense, the sense in which Lenin used it when he advised the Central Committee to elect another general secretary. If we were strong now, there would be no danger at all in advancing this slogan. But at present Milyukov, the Mensheviks, and Thermidorians of all sorts, will willingly echo the cry "Remove Stalin." Yet, it may still happen within a few months that Stalin may have to defend himself against Thermidorian pressure, and that we may have temporarily to support him. We have not yet left this stage behind us. This being so, the slogan "Down with Stalin" is ambiguous and should not be raised as a war cry at this moment. 56. At the same time, Trotsky stated in the bulletin, if the bureaucratic equilibrium in the USSR, i.e. Stalin's rule, were to be upset at present, this would almost certainly benefit the forces of counter-revolution. 57. To the Stalinist malcontents in Moscow, not to speak of the capitulators, this euphemism amounted to advising them to hold their fire. If even Trotsky thought "down with Stalin" was too hazardous, How much more risky must that cry have sounded to them? What then were they to do? You wish to proceed along the Stalinist road any further? But there is no road further, Trotsky had told them in March. Stalin has brought you to an impasse. They now learned that there was no way back either, and that all they could do was to try to survive in the impasse and hope that time and the nation's progress would lead them out of it. They concluded that in the meantime they had to bow to the inevitable, and they were to bow to it for over 2 decades, till Stalin's death. Zinoviev or Kamenev had once told Trotsky that Stalin would revenge himself on him and his children and grandchildren until the 3rd and 4th generation. Now indeed the biblical vengeance struck Trotsky's family. The decree which deprived him of Soviet nationality robbed of it also those of his relatives who shared his exile, and it forbade them to return to the Soviet Union. This immediately affected Zina. She found herself cut off from her husband and younger child, and without the hope of ever being able to rejoin them. She had now spent over 4 months in the German capital. The unfamiliar city and its political drama at first so engrossed her that to her doctor's satisfaction she appeared to recover her balance. The improvement was superficial, and the doctors may have been misled by a patient too proud to reveal to them her disturbed mind. She stubbornly resisted psychoanalytical investigation. The doctors have only confused me, she confessed later, but I have confused them, poor creatures, much more. Her emotional strains were undiminished. Her adoration for her father was still at odds with her grievance. In her thoughts and correspondence she returned to their last parting, she resented its strange coolness and his remoteness and Olympian superiority. She brooded over his words, "You are an astonishing person, I have never met anyone like you," and she pined over their uncomprehending severity. She yearned for warmer contact by correspondence, but he wrote rarely, more rarely, at any rate, than she wished, and in his letters, though full of concern for her, she still felt him frigid and distant. There was also her discord with Lyova. She could not get along with him even though there was no one in Berlin closer to her, and even though their father begged them to sustain each other in their plight. She reproached Lyova too with lack of compassion, and the mere sight of him aroused all her agonizing jealousy. "Every time I see him," she wrote very shortly after she had come to Berlin, "I suffer a nervous breakdown." 58 She avoided meeting him, and he was, anyhow, too busy with his political work and the Hochschule. His very busyness, which came from his close bonds with their father, excited her envy. She contrasted it with her own passivity and uselessness and despised herself as Zina the idler. The ukase which deprived her of the prospect of a return to Russia sharpened her loneliness and insecurity. Her father advised her to protest at the Soviet embassy, calmly and moderately, perhaps if they realized in Moscow that she was not engaged in political activity but only trying to repair her health, they might exempt her from the decree. 59 We do not know whether she acted on this advice. She did not, in any case, regain her nationality. Meanwhile, her doctors reached the conclusion that to recover she should rejoin her family in Russia and resume as soon as possible a normal existence in her proper environment. This was precisely what she could not do. An outcast, lonely in the huge and alien city, feeling estranged from one half of her family, and reproaching herself with having abandoned the other, her nervous breakdowns and fits of absent-mindedness became more frequent. She had no choice but to return reluctantly to the psychoanalyst's couch, from which she emerged to stare at the vast political lunacy that was overtaking the nation in whose midst fate had thrown her. In her letters she described the misery and the torment of Germany, interspersing her descriptions with acute political observations and mordant Galgian humor. When she first wrote to her father to tell him how worried she was at being cut off from Russia and her next of kin there, she told him also that she was quite as much depressed by the Red plebiscite and the confusion and demoralization in the German working class. 60 She followed eagerly Trotsky's German campaign, but the gratification this gave her was spoiled by the sense that she was excluded from his work and political interests. There is no purpose in corresponding with Papa, the Doubting Thomases, she said in a letter. He is further and further above the clouds in the regions of high policy, and I am mostly stuck in psychoanalytical swinishness. 61 Her own vision of the political turmoil was heightened by the convulsive insight of the insane I. There are phrases in her correspondence as rich and sarcastic as if they had come from the pen of her own father. Like a refrain there occurs an image of Berlin, hungry and drunken, full of the tramping of heavy boots, and swelling up with despair and bloodthirstiness. Berlin is singing, all the time, often in a voice hoarse with drunkenness or hunger. This is a gay city, very gay indeed. And think only that old Krylov was so rash as to say that no one would ever sing on an empty stomach. 62. The doom-laden city bewitched her, she became attached to it as if she belonged to it, she lived through all its tremblings and fevers. Early in June 1932, when Hitler's stormtroops, unscathed by Brüning's ban, re-emerged in riotous triumph, Lyova urged her to leave Berlin, to go to Vienna, and there, in a calmer atmosphere, to continue the psychoanalytical cure. Himself inconvenienced by the police, he feared that she too would be troubled. She resented the advice, dismissed the fears, and complained to Prinkipo that Lyova bossed and bullied her. When her father repeated Lyova's advice, she answered in a strangely reverential tone, saying that she did not even dare to protest, but then she dwelt on her fondness for Berlin and refused to budge. Even her father's and brother's concern humiliated her. Had not her father said so many times that the fate of Europe, nay, of mankind, was being decided in Berlin for decades ahead? Was this not why he had wished Lyova to be on the spot? Had he not refused to accept a German Trotskyist as a secretary, saying that it would be a shame if at such a time a single one of his followers absented himself from the political battlefield? Why then should she be asked to leave? She felt rejected and degraded. 63. As loneliness was grinding her down, the doctors asked that at least the child she had left on Prinkipo should be brought to her to occupy her mind and give her some responsibility. But the child, too, was affected by the decree of February 20, at the age of 6. Seva was a stateless political émigré, officially registered as such a problem for consular dispensers of traveling permits and visas. Applications were turned down on the ground that he could travel only with one of his parents or grandparents. The child had been badly upset by his mother's absence and by her messages imploring him not to forget her and promising that she would return very soon. It was with difficulty that she was persuaded not to send such messages. Now the expectation of a reunion and the suspense put on edge the child's nerves and the nerves of the whole family. In her distress Zina was less and less able to look after herself, even to manage reasonably her monthly allowance and expenses. 64 She reproached herself with being a burden to her father, and she moved to a low-grade boarding house, where she lived among tramps and rowdies, and often had to stand between them, and separate them when they came to blows. Any attempt by her brother or even father to get her out of such circumstances and to manage her money affairs for her aroused her resentment and provoked nervous attacks. After one breakdown she wrote an angry postcard to her father blaming him for the attack and asking to be left in peace. 65. Zina's sufferings and the strain they put on Trotsky did something to trouble his relations with Lyova, whom he expected to show more patience and affection towards her. Yet his reliance and dependence on Lyova grew ever stronger and more vulnerable. He lavished praise for the way he managed the bulletin and the political work, and he went on confiding his thoughts, consulting him, and inviting criticism. He was touched by Lyova's self-denial and dedication, of which he had 1,000 proofs. Again and again he remonstrated with Lyova for being over-scrupulous with money accounts and spending his living allowance on the bulletin. 66. Yet again and again he suspected that the concord in their views and ideas sprang from filial piety only, that filial piety which he found so gratifying and so irritating. The more tense and weary he became, the more exacting, even whimsical, grew the demands he made on his son. His loneliness and isolation, as Natalia put it, showed itself in the impatience with which he awaited letters from Lyova. When for a few days there was no mail from Berlin he exploded with anger, accused Lyova of indifference, and even insulted him. Then he grew angry with himself, full of pity for his son, and even more fretful. 67. Lyova's pack of personal troubles was also heavy enough. From Moscow his wife wrote harrowing letters about their broken lives and their child's unhappiness. He had gone abroad despite her protests and tears, she reminded him, in order to be with his parents and protect his father. Now he was neither with his parents nor with his wife and child. It was no use trying to explain to her what his lot would have been in Russia. She was a simple working woman, ill, poverty-stricken, and in despair, and she threatened to commit suicide. 68 He could do nothing to relieve her plight, except to send her money. Nor did his liaison with Jean Molinier turn out to be much happier. Only devotion to his father's cause helped him to get away from his private worries and frustrations. Unflinchingly he carried out the 1001 instructions from Prinkipo, kept in touch with all the scattered Trotskyist groups, harassed the Russian printers to bring out the bulletin on time, saw to it that his father's topical brochures were promptly translated into German and published, bargained with literary agents, and for hours roamed, often hungry, the streets of Berlin in the hope of meeting a countryman on assignment abroad or a Western tourist en route to Russia, through whom a piece of information could be obtained or a message transmitted. On top of this, he followed pedantically his course in mathematics and physics, and in the small hours of the night he conversed with his parents by correspondence. Nothing made him feel more wretched than his father's ill humor or any intimation that his efforts did not come up to expectations. He found it hard to dispel paternal displeasure, to explain himself, to ask for an explanation, or to apologize. It was only to his mother that he grieved and complained. Natalia, frail and suffering, caught in the dangerous tangle of Zina's emotions, and torn sometimes between husband and son, did what she could. She had enough insight to grasp clearly the predicament of each of them, enough love to feel with each, and enough fortitude to try and sustain each. In her letters she explained to Lyova Zina's problem, and again she conveyed to both Lyova and Zina the unbearable tension in which their father lived, presenting all the time a heroic front to a hostile world. What was the wonder that now and then within the family circle his endurance snapped? The trouble with father, as you know, is never over the great issues, but over the tiny ones. In the great problems his patience was infinite, over trivialities he was easily annoyed and even petulant. This, she begged the children, must never make them forget or doubt his deep and passionate love for them. Your pain is the pain of all three of us, she wrote to Lyova, imploring him to write more often to father, and to write inspiring letters, and also to give Zina more warmth and attention. Yet at times the blows were too heavy even for Natalia's vigilant fortitude. What is to be done? Nothing can be done. These resigned words occur not rarely in her letters to Lyova, and once she confessed to him, I am writing as you are, with my feelings closed and my eyes closed. 69. This was the late summer of 1932. It was now 3.5 years since Trotsky had arrived in Prinkipo. All this time he had worked hard, pursuing his various interests, neglecting none of his correspondence, filling the pages of the bulletin, and writing, apart from a dozen minor books and brochures, My Life, and the 3 large volumes of the history. He sent out the last appendix closing the 3rd volume to Alexandra Ram on 29 June. These had been years of prodigious labor, all the more so because, spurning easy writing, he had repeatedly redrafted almost every chapter of every one of his books, slaving patiently over every page and almost every phrase. The great toil had tired him. His head was full of new literary plans. He intended to write a history of the Civil War, a life of Lenin, a joint life of Marx and Engels, and other books. But circumstances did not favor his settling down to a major work, and he needed a rest. More than ever he chafed at his confinement to Prinkipo 70, and political events made him restless. The trickle of news that was coming out of Russia was just enough to exasperate him. In Germany socialists and communists were moving along their beaten tracks at the very brink of disaster. His campaign was making no impact. The strength of the Trotskyist group there was less than negligible. And in the opposition's international organization trouble was brewing. In its Berlin secretariat the brothers Sobolevacius, who had only recently supported him in his controversy against the ultra-left Lenin Bund, now adopted a disquietingly conciliatory attitude towards Stalinism. Oh, if only he could get away from his enchanted and accursed island and find himself closer to the main currents of political life and to civilization. Early in the autumn, Danish Social Democratic students invited him to come to Copenhagen and lecture on the 15th anniversary of the October Revolution. He had received quite a few such invitations before, but there had never been any chance of his being allowed to appear anywhere in Europe. 71 He doubted whether the Danish Social Democratic government would give him a visa, but this time he accepted the invitation. When he received the visa, he was at once ready for the journey. At the back of his mind was a vague hope that he might not need to return, although he was prudent enough to secure the Turkish re-entry permit. He and Natalia also hoped to be able to take Seva to Copenhagen, and from there to send him to Xena. But they could not obtain traveling permits for the child, and they had to leave him at Principo under the care of one of the secretaries. On November 14, accompanied by Natalia and 3 secretaries, Trotsky sailed from Constantinople. He registered as Mr. Sadov, a stateless passenger, but his incognito could not shield him from public curiosity. It only thickened the aura of mystery and scandal that surrounded him. Pravda, paraphrasing Bernard Shaw, jeered at the escaped lion, and the jeer unintentionally conveyed something of the nervousness with which governments, police headquarters, and the press of many countries watched his progress. Had he traversed Europe as the head of a real and powerful conspiracy, and had multitudes of followers hailed him, his journey could not have aroused more commotion than it did, when he traveled as an outcast, denied the protection of any government, and accompanied only by an elderly ailing woman and a few young devotees, and when his sole set purpose was to deliver a lecture. Wild rumor ran ahead. Newspapers speculated on the real purpose of his trip. They had no doubt that the lecture was a mere pretext. Some said that he was to meet secretly an envoy of Stalin somewhere in Europe, others that he was about to mount his final conspiracy against Stalin. At Greek and Italian ports of call reporters besieged him, but he refused to talk to them. He was not allowed to visit Athens. At Naples he left ship and under police escort visited the ruins of Pompeii. The French forbade him to disembark at Marseilles. Out at sea their police ordered him to transfer to a small motor boat which took him to a forsaken little jetty outside Marseilles, where he landed. He was rushed through France by car and train, with only 1 hour's stop in Paris, so that reporters who pursued him all the way from Marseilles were able to pick up his trail only at Dunkirk, where he boarded a ship for Denmark. Across France he was followed by the curses of right-wing newspapers, whose leader writers were beside themselves at the thought that the traitor of Brest-Litovsk, the man who had robbed of their savings the widows and orphans of French rentiers, should have been allowed to set foot on French soil. He tried to calm the excitement and assured reporters that he was on a strictly private journey, devoid of all political significance. 72. On November 23 he arrived in Denmark and was ordered to disembark at Esbjerg so as to be brought to Copenhagen by a backstairs entrance, as Politiken put it. A crowd of communists had come to boo and hiss him, but, according to the same paper, the moment Trotsky showed himself there was a deep silence, the sense of a historic personality and perhaps of a historic occasion. 73. Reporters noted Trotsky's perfect calm and the nervousness of his secretaries and of the organizers of the trip. He had hardly entered Copenhagen when a member of the royal family, Prince Aga, echoed by a section of the press, denounced the murderer of the Tsar's family. The Danish court had not forgotten that the mother of the last Tsar had been a Danish princess. At the same time the Soviet ambassador expressed his government's concern over the visit. The Social Democrats gave Trotsky a warm welcome, but the warmth did not last. As both the royal family and the Soviet embassy continued to vent displeasure, the embarrassed socialist ministers became impatient for his early departure. Trotsky did his best to keep out of public sight. He stayed in somewhat eccentric surroundings, in a villa Raymond Molinier had hired from a famous danseuse who was away on a tour. The rooms were crammed with trinkets and the walls covered with alluring pictures of the absent hostess. Then a newspaper disclosed Trotsky's whereabouts by publishing a photograph of the villa, and so he and his companions hurriedly moved away to a pension in a suburb. There were various minor incidents. Molinier's car, which Trotsky used, vanished mysteriously. After a few hours the police returned it without an explanation and took the owner's fingerprints. There were rumors that Trotsky's enemies were preparing to disrupt the meeting at which he was to lecture. And all the time he was guarded by the police as well as by his followers. Only once or twice did he go out for short drives through the city. The lecture passed without obstruction or disturbance. For 2 hours, speaking in German, he addressed an audience of about 2,000 people. His theme was the Russian Revolution. As the authorities had allowed the lecture on the condition that he would avoid controversy, he spoke in a somewhat professorial manner, giving his listeners the quintessence of the 3 volumes of his just concluded history. His restraint did not conceal the depth and force of his conviction. The address was a vindication of the October Revolution, all the more effective because free of apologetics and frankly acknowledging partial failures and mistakes. Nearly 25 years later members of the audience still recalled the lecture with vivid appreciation as an oratorical feat. 74 This, incidentally, was the last time that Trotsky addressed any large public meeting in person. Of his other activities in Copenhagen, his interviews and a broadcast in English to the United States may be mentioned. "My English, my poor English," he said in the broadcast, "is in no proportion to my admiration for Anglo-Saxon culture. Against those who, dwelling on retrograde developments in the Soviet Union, and on his own fate, denied the raison d'être of the October Revolution, he pointed out that in criticism as in creative activity perspective is needed. The 15 years since October were only a minute on the clock of history. The American Civil War too had outraged contemporaries. Yet out of the Civil War came the present United States, with its unbounded practical initiative, its rationalized technology, its economic élan. These achievements will form part of the basis for the new society." 75 He told American interviewers that although the 1929 slump had hit their country so severely, the position of the United States vis-a-vis the rest of the capitalist world was strengthened. He declared to French reporters that he would never refuse Stalin his collaboration, if the defense of the Soviet Union required it. La politique n'est qu'un ressentiment personnel ni l'esprit de vengeance. La politique n'est qu'un l'efficacité. 76. 4 years later, during the Great Purges and at the trial of Zinoviev, Kamina and others, the prosecution was to base a crucial part of its case against Trotsky and the defendants on the allegation that it was from Copenhagen, in this last week of November 1932, that he pulled the strings of a gigantic conspiracy and ordered his adherents to assassinate Stalin, Voroshilov and other members of the Politburo, to sabotage industry, to poison masses of Russian workers, and to wreck the country's economic and military power in order to restore capitalism. According to Vyshinsky, the prosecutor general, it was in Copenhagen that, in the presence of his son, Trotsky received Galsman, Fritz David and Berman Urin, 3 men who sat behind Zinoviev and Kamina in the dock, and through them transmitted his orders. There is no need to refute here in detail these accusations and the defendants' confessions by which they were supported. Stalin's successors, who upheld these accusations for 20 years, no longer do so. At the 20th and 22nd Congresses of the Soviet Communist Party, Khrushchev, still haunted by Trotsky's ghost, described how such charges were concocted and how such confessions were produced. Even much earlier, during the trials, Trotsky knocked the bottom out of the prosecution's case by exposing its absurdities and contradictions. Thus the Hotel Bristol, which Vyshinsky was imprudent enough to name as Trotsky's headquarters in Copenhagen, did not exist in 1932, having been demolished many years earlier. Lyova, whom Vyshinsky depicted as acting in Copenhagen as chief of staff to the leader of the terrorists, was not with his father in the Danish capital. Trotsky was able to reconstruct every incident of his trip to Denmark from his pedantically systematic records, and also to call numerous eyewitnesses to testify in his favor. 77. His entourage in Copenhagen was larger than usual. Apart from the 3 secretaries who had come with him, 25 of his followers, Germans, Frenchmen, Italians, and others had arrived, among them Molyneux, Navely, Sneevliet, and Gerard Rosenthal, Trotsky's French attorney. A group of students from Hamburg had come to meet him and guard him. Another visitor was Oskar Kohn, an eminent German lawyer, Karl Liebknecht's associate, who acted as Trotsky's attorney in Germany. The presence of so many followers gave Trotsky an opportunity to hold an informal international conference, at which they discussed the situation in Germany and the affairs of the various Trotskyist groups. Nothing could be less like a meeting of conspirators than this little gathering of thrilled and rather garrulous devotees of an ineffectual sect. Everyone talked endlessly, says the only British participant, except Trotsky, who worked hard nearly all the time in his room, either writing or dictating something. 5 years later every one of those present, if he was not in a Nazi prison or concentration camp, was to testify that none of the men who, according to Wyszynski, took orders from Trotsky in Copenhagen, was there or could have slipped unnoticed through the numerous guards. The only man with a Russian connection whom Trotsky received was Senin Sobolevacius. He had come to clear himself of the suspicion of being a Stalinist agent, and he spent an hour or 2 with Trotsky, who treated him not as an agent provocateur but as a political opponent. In their correspondence Sobolevacius had frankly and in part correctly criticized Trotsky for underrating Stalin's industrial achievement and the lasting effects of collectivization. As far as one can judge from their subsequent letters, their meeting in Copenhagen ended in a patching up of differences. In any case, Sobolevacius was not to appear as witness at any of the Moscow trials. Nor did he, apparently, make any other contribution to the trials, for if he had done so, he would have given the prosecution a description of Trotsky's surroundings in Copenhagen far more realistic than that which Wyszynski presented. Trotsky's stay in Denmark was thus rather uneventful. After his public lecture he spoke only once to a small group of the Danish students who had invited him. His host has recorded this curious incident. Trotsky and 5 or 6 others were in my home when suddenly I had a telephone call from a friend, who told me that a newspaper had just come out with a telegram from Moscow that Zinoviev had died. Trotsky rose, deeply moved. "I have fought against Zinoviev," he said. "In some matters I was united with him. I know his mistakes, but at this moment I will not think about them. I will think only about the fact that throughout he tried to work for the labor movement." Trotsky continued to honor in eloquent phrases the memory of his dead adversary and co-fighter. It was very moving to hear his solemn speech in this little group. 79. No outsider, not even Trotsky's friends and secretaries, was aware of the frustration and pain he lived through in Copenhagen. It was galling enough for him to have to cross the whole of Europe, with all the precautions this required and amid all the hostile uproar, only in order to deliver a lecture in Denmark and then to have to go back to Prinkipo. He made piteous efforts to postpone return, if not to escape it. To American journalists he remarked wistfully how much he would have liked to be able for a time to watch the world panorama from New York, which would be like surveying a horizon from the top of a skyscraper. Is it a utopian dream, I ask you, to think that I should be able to work in one of the great American libraries for 2 or 3 months? The good example set by the Danish government will not, I hope, be wasted on other countries. That example was far from edifying. However, the Danish government refused him any short-term asylum. In vain did Oskar Kohn appeal to Stauning, the socialist prime minister and Kohn's personal friend. In vain did Trotsky himself request Stauning for a prolongation of the visa for a fortnight only so that he and his wife could undergo medical treatment in Copenhagen. In vain did he also appeal for a Swedish visa. This was refused him, allegedly because of objections from the Soviet ambassador, none other than Alexandra Kollontai, former leader of the workers' opposition. More oppressive than the hermetic hostility into which he had run afresh was the worry about Zina, whose health was going from bad to worse. It was probably during his Danish trip that Trotsky received this lurid letter which sounds like an accusatory farewell. "You act." She wrote to him, too impatiently and therefore sometimes impetuously. Do you know the meaning of something as complex and yet as elementary as instinct, something one must not trifle with? Who says that instinct is blind? That is not true. Instinct has terribly keen eyes which see in the dark, and overcome time and space. It is not for nothing that instinct is the memory of generations and begins where life itself starts. It may direct itself to all sorts of purposes. What is most frightful is that it hits infallibly and mercilessly those who are in its way. She dwelt on the premonitions, the suspicious imaginings, and the terribly sharpened sensitivity that make out instinct, and she went on, "It will not frighten you if I tell you that there was a moment when I felt that something like this touched me, but with a terrible frenzy, I threw myself into the struggle. And no one supported me. The doctors have only confused me. Do you know what sustained me? Faith in you. Despite all that was so plain and obvious, despite everything. And is this not instinct?" 81. Lyova was to have come to Copenhagen in order, among other things, to consult his parents about Zina, but insuperable passport and visa difficulties detained him in Berlin. Meanwhile, he was sending alarming letters about Zina's behavior. Her mind was getting more and more deranged. She would not be able to look after Seva, if they sent him to her, and she was less and less able to look after herself. He was uneasy about her erratic politics. She had apparently entered into contact with the German Communist Party, and he was afraid that she would expose herself to police persecution. Don't you see, she was telling him, in the days after Papen's resignation, that Germany is now heading straight towards a communist revolution. 82. He advised his parents to do their utmost to send her away to Austria. Day after day, and sometimes twice daily, either Trotsky or Natalia anxiously talked with Lyova over the telephone, asking for further news, inquiring whether the doctors too considered it unsafe to entrust Zina with the care of her child, and urging Lyova to come to Copenhagen. 8 days passed in this way. Those days, the world was presently to be told, that Trotsky had used to stage his monstrous conspiracy against the Soviet government. He spent these days conspiring against the tyranny with which ordinary passport and visa regulations confront the stateless and the homeless. He employed every influence and accidental circumstance, every innocent stratagem and trick of publicity to gain a few more weeks or even days in Denmark, or elsewhere in Europe. Meanwhile, Natalia appealed to Édouard Herriot, the French Prime Minister, begging him to allow Lyova to meet her in France while she and Trotsky were on their way back to Turkey. As the 8 days, for which Trotsky's Danish visa was granted, were up, he declared that he had missed his boat and was not yet ready to leave. Perhaps, he thought Lyova would arrive while he was waiting for the next boat. Perhaps they would make up their minds whether and how to send the child to Zina. Perhaps the heart of some government would melt and a visa would be obtained somewhere on this inhospitable continent. But the Danish ministry insisted that his time was up and that he must go, and they rushed him out of the country by car so that he should embark before his visa expired. And so, on December 2, Trotsky, Natalia, and the secretaries left Denmark. This time no one booed or hissed from the quay, and no one had come to say farewell, either. As the ship sailed into Antwerp, the harbor was black with police and cordoned off. Frontier guards came on board to interrogate Trotsky. He refused to answer questions, saying that, as he was not disembarking in Belgium, the interrogation was illegal. There was a wrangle, there were threats of arrest, and none of his companions was allowed to go ashore. At this moment a memory 10 years old came back to him. In 1922, when Dora Kaplan was tried in Moscow for her attempt on Lenin's life, Emile van der Velde, the famous Belgian socialist and president of the Second International, asked to be admitted as counsel for the defense. His request was granted, and van der Velde used the opportunity to attack, in a Soviet court, the Soviet system of government. He did the same in an open letter to Trotsky. Having left the letter unanswered in 1922, Trotsky decided to answer it now, while his ship was in Belgian waters. Van der Velde had in the meantime been his king's prime minister, and even in opposition occupied a most exalted place in Belgian politics. The government of which I was a member, Trotsky wrote to him, allowed you not only to come to the Soviet Union but even to act in court as attorney for those who had attempted to assassinate the leaders of the workers' first state. In your plea of defense, which we published in our press, you repeatedly invoked the principles of democracy. That was your right. On December 4, 1932, I and my companions stopped in transit at Antwerp harbor. I have no intention of preaching proletarian dictatorship here, or of acting as defense counsel for any imprisoned Belgian communists and strikers, who, as far as I know, have not made any attempt on the lives of ministers. Yet the part of the harbor where our ship stopped has been thoroughly cordoned off. On both sides, right and left, police boats are on the alert. From our deck we have had the opportunity to review a parade of democracy's police agents. This has been an impressive spectacle. There are more cops and flicks here, excuse my using such vulgar terms for brevity's sake, than sailors and stevedores. Our ship looks like a temporary prison, and the adjacent part of the harbor like a prison yard. 83. He knew, of course, that this reception and the vexations which went with it were triflings compared with the persecution which militant workers and communists commonly suffered. He mentioned the facts only to give Van der Velde the long overdue answer to his 1922 Philippic about Bolshevism and democracy. I am not mistaken, I trust, in counting Belgium among the democracies. The war of 1914-18 which you have fought was a war for democracy, was it not? Since the war you have been at the head of Belgium as minister and prime minister. What more has been needed to bring democracy to fruition? Why then does this your democracy reek so much of the old Prussian police state? How can anyone suppose that a democracy, which suffers a nervous shock when a Bolshevik by chance approaches its frontiers, that such a democracy may ever be able to neutralize class struggle and guarantee the peaceful transformation of capitalism into socialism? Oh yes, he, Trotsky, knew all about the GPU and political persecution in the Soviet Union. But the Soviet government had at least not boasted of democratic virtues, it openly identified itself with a proletarian dictatorship, and the sole test by which it should be judged was whether it secured the transition from capitalism to socialism. The dictatorship has its own methods and its own logic, which are rather severe. Not rarely, revolutionaries who had established the dictatorship are themselves the victims of its logic. Before class enemies, however, I assume full responsibility not only for the October Revolution, but even for the Soviet Republic such as it is today, including that government which has banished me and deprived me of Soviet citizenship. But you are defending capitalism allegedly in the name of democracy. Where then is that democracy? It was in any case not to be found at Antwerp harbor. For all that, he was leaving the waters of Antwerp without the slightest pessimism. He had before his eyes the picture of sturdy, severe Flemish dockers, thickly covered with coal dust, who, separated from his boat by a police cordon, eyed the scene in silence, took the measure of everyone, recognized their own, winked ironically at the cops, exchanged friendly smiles with the dangerous passenger on deck, and with their gnarled fingers touched their caps in greeting. When the steamer sailed down the Scheldt in the mist, past cranes brought to a standstill by the economic crisis, farewell shouts of unknown yet faithful friends resounded from the quay. Finishing these lines between Antwerp and Vlissingen, I send fraternal greetings to the workers of Belgium. On December 6, Trotsky and Natalia alighted in Paris, at the Gare du Nord, where they were again surrounded by a strong police cordon and separated from the crowd of passengers. Waiting for them there was Lyova. Ario had granted Natalia's request. At the frontier Trotsky had been told that in Marseilles he would have to wait 9 days for a boat to Constantinople. He rejoiced at the delay. Molinier rented accommodation near Marseilles, and Trotsky asked friends to come there and spend a few days with him. But no sooner had he arrived at Marseilles than the police told him that he could not stay even a single day and must board at once an Italian cargo vessel which happened to be leaving that night. He embarked under protest, but having found out that the vessel had no passenger accommodation and would be underway for 15 days, and fearing that he was being led into a trap, he came back on shore. It was midnight. The police tried to force him back but failed. Sparring with gendarmes, the whole party camped in the harbor through the small hours of a wintry and windy night. From the harbor Trotsky addressed telegrams of protest to Ario, to the Ministry of the Interior, to Blum and Thérèse. He also sent a request to Rome for an Italian transit visa. Before dawn the police took him and Natalia to a hotel, warning them to await imminent deportation. Day came, hours passed, and there was no reply from Ario or anyone else in Paris. Ironically, Mussolini's foreign ministry immediately answered and granted the transit visa. The police then rushed Trotsky and Natalia to the first train departing for Italy. Across the police cordon both embraced Lyova. They had spent only a day with him, a day so full of agitation that they had no chance, as Natalia put it, to have a look at each other, let alone to unburden themselves of the troubles that weighed on their minds. Only petty vexations and misunderstandings, arising out of the circumstances, had come between them. In the train Trotsky and Natalia reflected on the absurdity of it all. They were hurt and weary. It was as if the burdens of their life, the heavy dull with spite of governments and gendarmes, Zina's misfortune and uncertainty about her child, had all come down on them at once. Well inside Italy, Natalia wrote to Lyova, "We long sat with Papa in the dark compartment and wept." 84. Next morning they awakened in Venice, which they had never seen before, and through tears their eyes opened wide to the luster and the glory of San Marco. On December 12 they landed at Principe. The escaped lion was back in his cage, but he appeared reconciled to the return. Perhaps his nerves were soothed by the beauty of the island, the courtesy Turkish officials had shown him on the frontier, and the honest faces of the fishermen of Biokada beaming a friendly welcome. The bookshelves and desks, with piles of correspondence and papers, urged him back to his labor. "It is good to work pen in hand in Principe," he noted later in his diary, "especially in the autumn and the winter, when the island is empty and woodcocks appear in the park. Beyond the windows, the sea, with shoals of fish coming right up to the shore, was like an unruffled lake. After all the agitation and uproar of recent weeks, the stillness of the island, never disturbed by a motor horn or a telephone bell, offered a respite and induced reflection. And so the last weeks of the year passed off quietly and restfully. The only discordant yet minor incident was the final break with Sinan Sobolevicius, who in Berlin had moved a motion dissociating the International Secretariat of the Opposition from one of Trotsky's sharp attacks on Stalin. 85 The incident surprised Trotsky, even though he had months earlier written to Sobolevicius that the party is exercising a strong pull on you. But he had thought that they had come to an agreement in Copenhagen. "You told me," he wrote to Sinan on December 18, "that your journey to the Soviet Union had finally convinced you that the opposition was right." Even now Trotsky suspected no foul play, but thought that Sinan was yielding to the party's pull and that this might lead him to capitulation. Capitulation, he warned Sinan, is political death, and he advised him to take time off and think matters over. He evidently regretted losing an intelligent and helpful follower, but the break was accomplished, and soon Sinan disappeared from Trotsky's horizon. 86. In these weeks of repose Trotsky found in fishing the old diverter of sadness and calmer of unquiet thoughts. In diary pages, written just before he left Principe, he describes it in a rather Waltonian manner, and draws affectionate character sketches of fellow fishermen, especially of a young, almost illiterate Greek, Charalambos, with whom he often ventured out. 87 The young Greek had angling in his bones. His forebears, as far as memory reached back, were all fishermen. His own world extends approximately to 4 kilometers around Principe. But he knows this world, and finds in it enough magic to fill his life, as in Walton, somewhat like poetry and somewhat like the mathematics that it can never be fully learned. He could read like an artist the beautiful book of Marmara, and he diverted to it from distant wanderings the mind of the old revolutionary. They talked to each other only in gestures, grimaces, and a few Turkish, Greek, or Russian monosyllables. These were enough for Charalambos to convey what was going on in the depth of the sea, to tell, by the horizon, the skies, the season, and the winds, how the nets should be cast straight, in spirals, or in semicircles, how weights should be thrown from the boat to bring lobsters into traps, and how the catch should be guarded against dolphins lurking round. The author of Permanent Revolution learned eagerly and humbly this intricate and primordial art which has not changed for thousands of years. He noticed the annihilating glance Charalambos gave him whenever he threw a weight the wrong way. From kindness and a sense of social discipline he admits that, on the whole, I do not throw the weights badly. But it is enough that I should compare my work with his, and my pride abandons me at once. It was not so bad, after all, to come back to Charalambos, to read with him the book of the Marmara, and to write a book of one's own as well. This idyllic interval ended abruptly and grimly. On January 5, 1933, Lyova informed his parents by cable that Zina had committed suicide. She killed herself a week after her child had at last been brought to her. The child's presence, it seems, far from steadying her nerves, finally shattered them. Among the papers she left was this note written in German: "I feel the approach of my terrible disease. In this condition I do not trust myself, not even with the handling of my child. In no circumstances should he come here. He is very sensitive and nervous. He is also frightened of Frau B., the landlady. He is with Frau K. Address follows. He does not speak a word of German. Telephone my brother 88." Her brainstorms had been recurring with ever greater force and frequency. She felt useless even to her child, she had no strength to struggle on, and, on top of all this, the police had just told her that she must leave Germany. These were the last days of General Schleicher's government before the end of the month Hitler was to be acclaimed as Chancellor. Louder than ever Berlin was resounding with the trampling of heavy boots and hoarse and drunken singing, and one song, coarse and cruel, Die Strassen frei für die braunen Bataillonen, drowned all the others. The terrific tank of Nazism was rolling in to crush the German worker. The Horst Wessel lied in her ears, her own country closed to her, and herself torn from her family, driven from Germany, and too sick to look for another refuge. Zina locked and barricaded herself in her room and opened the gas taps. So massive was the barricade she put up that any attempt at saving her was hopeless. Her doctor was amazed at the rare energy she had displayed in the very act of dying. And in her last minutes the consciousness of release brought a faint smile to her face, an expression of relief and calm. She was 30 years old. 89. Lyova's message about the suicide was laconic, but, to quote Trotsky, one sensed unbearable moral tension in every line of it, for he found himself alone with the corpse of his elder sister. How was the child to be told what had happened? And how was the news to be broken to Alexandra Sokolovskaya, Zina's mother, in Leningrad? Lyova tried to obtain a telephone connection with his brother in Moscow. Was it because the GPU were disconcerted, or because they hoped to overhear some secret enough that, against all expectations, Lyova obtained the telephone connection and communicated the tragic news? Such was the last talk of our two sons, the doomed brothers, over their sister's still warm body. 90. 6 days after Zina's suicide, Trotsky wrote an open letter to the party leaders in Moscow. He described how the decree of February 20 had broken Zina's spirit. She did not choose death of her own will, she was driven to it by Stalin. There was not even a shadow of any political sense in the persecution of my daughter. There was nothing in it but purposeless, naked vengeance. He ended the letter on a note in which grief stifled anger. I am confining myself to this communication without drawing further conclusions. The time for drawing such conclusions will come. A revived party will draw them. 91. From Leningrad, from Zina's mother, came a cry of pain, reproach, and despair. She had now lost both her children, both born during their father's first exile and both struck down during his last exile. I shall go mad myself if I do not learn everything, she wrote to Trotsky on January 31, asking for an explanation of all the circumstances. She quoted what Zina had written her only a few weeks earlier: "It is sad that I can no longer return to Papa. You know how I have adored and worshipped him from my earliest days. And now we are in utter discord. This has been at the bottom of my illness." Zina had complained about his coolness towards her. "I explained to her," these are her mother's words, "that all this comes from your character, from the fact that you find it so difficult to show your feelings even when you would like to show them." To those familiar only with the public face of Trotsky, the passionate rhetorician, his first wife's testimony about his undemonstrative intimate character may come as a surprise. Then followed this poignant reproach: "Yet have reckoned only with her Zina's physical condition, but she was an adult and a fully developed being in need of intellectual intercourse. She had yearned for political activity and she needed scope, for she had taken after her father, and you, her father, you could have saved her." And what, Alexandra asked, had been behind the conflict between Zina and Lyova, of which Zina had also written? And why had Trotsky insisted on a psychoanalytic treatment when she was closed in herself as we both are, and one should not have pressed her to talk about things she did not want to talk about? Yet, as the mother confronted Trotsky with these reproaches, she softened them with the reflection that if Zina had remained in Russia, she would have perished anyhow, she would have died of consumption. "Our children were doomed," Alexandra added, and described the fear with which she looked on the grandchildren left with her. "I do not believe in life any longer. I do not believe that they will grow up. All the time I am expecting some new disaster." And she concluded, "It has been difficult for me to write and mail this letter. Excuse my cruelty towards you, but you too should know everything about our kith and kin." 92. We do not know whether or how Trotsky answered this letter. Perhaps the wound was too deep for words. Some time later, apologizing to friends for not having acknowledged condolences, he wrote that he had been struck down by malaria and half-deaf. 93. To the last, Trotsky refused to believe that the German labor movement was so devoid of any power of self-preservation as to put up almost no resistance to Nazism and to collapse ignominiously under its first onslaught. For nearly 3 years he had argued that it was inconceivable that Hitler should win without a civil war. The inconceivable had now happened. On January 30, 1933, Hitler had become Chancellor, before socialists and communists had even begun to marshal their immense resources for a fight. A week later Trotsky stated, "Hitler's accession to power is a terrible blow to the working class. But this is not yet the final, the irretrievable defeat. The enemy, whom it was possible to rout while he was still climbing up, has now occupied a whole series of commanding posts. He has thus gained a great advantage, but the battle has not yet been fought. Even now there was still time, for Hitler had not yet seized total power. He had to share it with Hugenberg and the Deutschnationale. The coalition he headed was unstable and riddled with contradictions. He still had to strip his partners of all influence, and to obtain exclusive control of all the resources of the state. Until then his position remained vulnerable. Socialists and communists could still strike back, but it was desperately late. What is at stake is the head of the German working class, the head of the Communist International, and the head of the Soviet Republic. 94. We know now from numerous German archives and diaries how great indeed was the vulnerability of Hitler's first government, as it came into being. 95. Even a month later, on March 5, after the Nazi raid on the Karl Liebknecht House in Berlin and after the Reichstag fire, in elections held under an unbridled Nazi terror, the Socialists and the Communists still polled 12 million votes, not to speak of the nearly 6 million votes cast for the Catholic opposition to Hitler. We also know of the quarrels, the rows, and the mutual distrust between Hitler and his partners, which might well have disrupted their coalition if those millions of socialists and communists had moved into action. As early as February 6, Trotsky observed that the working class was not conducting any defensive battle but was retreating, and tomorrow the retreat may well turn into a panic-stricken rout. He concluded rather abruptly with this grave passage. In order to expose more clearly the historic significance of the party's decisions, in these days and weeks, it is, in my view, necessary to pose the issue before communists, with the utmost sharpness and irreconcilability, the party's continued refusal to form a united front and to set up local defense committees, committees which might become Soviets tomorrow, will be nothing less than a surrender to fascism, an historic crime tantamount to the liquidation of the party and of the Communist International. Should such a disaster happen, the working class will have to make its way towards a Fourth International, and it will have to make it through mountains of corpses and years of unbearable sufferings and calamities. 96. Even before these words appeared in print, the great mass organizations of German labor, its parties and trade unions, its many newspapers, cultural institutions and sports organizations all lay in ruins. The great defeat at once affected the fate of Trotsky's family. The bulletin was banned in Berlin, and Lyova had to go into hiding and steal across the frontier. On March 24, Trotsky wrote to the Pfemferts, whose home the Nazis had already wrecked: "We have all the time been very anxious about LL. I.e. Lyova. German friends think that if he fell into fascist hands he would not come out alive. I thought the same. But yesterday we received a telegram from him: I am moving to Paris. Let us hope that he will have good luck in completing the move. We have not yet had any further news from him." 97. In these weeks Trotsky renounced his allegiance to the Third International. In an article under the title "The Tragedy of the German Proletariat," and the subtitle, "The German Workers Will Rise Against Stalinism Never," he thus summed up the situation: what the labor movement had suffered in Germany was not a temporary reverse or a tactical setback, but a decisive strategic defeat, which would leave the working class prostrate and paralyzed for a whole epoch. The Second and Third Internationals alike refused to admit this, spoke of Hitler's ephemeral success, and now, when it was too late, declaimed about a united front. But before any decisive struggles become possible in Germany once again, the vanguard of the working class must orientate itself anew, grasp clearly what has happened, fix the responsibility for defeat, clear new roads, and thus regain self-confidence and self-respect. For years the key to the situation had been in communist hands, it was no longer there. All positions in Germany were lost for years to come. All the more important was it for the labor movement to fortify its strongholds and to fight in the countries surrounding Germany, in Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, the Netherlands, and France. Austria, most immediately threatened by a fascist upheaval, is now the forward bastion. It was the height of irresponsibility on the Comintern's part to announce that the German workers were on the eve of great battles because they had cast 5 million votes for the communists. Yes, 5 million communists still managed, each individually, to make their way to the polling booths. But in the factories and the streets their presence is not felt. They are lost, dispersed, demoralized. The bureaucratic terror of Stalinism has paralyzed their will even before the gangster terror of fascism has started its work. 98. He concluded that Stalinism had had its 4 August, a collapse as ignominious as that which the Second International had suffered at the outbreak of the First World War. Then Lenin, Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, and their associates had declared that the Second International was dead and had proclaimed the idea of the Third International. The analogy with August 4 suggested that Trotsky would now proclaim the idea of the Fourth International. He did not yet do this, however. He called only for the formation of a new communist party in Germany. The advanced workers of Germany will henceforth speak about the time when the Stalinist bureaucracy dominated German communism, not otherwise than with burning shame. The official Communist Party of Germany is doomed. From now on it will only disintegrate, crumble, and dissolve into nothing. He still reckoned with the possibility that the defeat might come as a salutary shock to the other communist parties, induce them to delve into the causes, to find out where the responsibilities lay, and perhaps to break with Stalinism. Should this happen, then the Comintern, or a segment of it, might still save its revolutionary honor and raison d'être. But in Germany at any rate the sinister song of Stalinist bureaucracy is at an end. Under the enemy's terrible blows advanced German workers will have to build a new party. It might be argued that it was illogical to call for a new Communist Party, but not for a new international, but the historic development did not proceed altogether according to the rules of logic, and one should wait and see whether any communist parties would draw the lessons from the German experience. 99. If Trotsky had any such hopes, these were soon dispelled. The executive of the Comintern, at its first session after Hitler's victory, declared that victory devoid of significance. It asserted that the strategy and tactics of the German party had been flawless from beginning to end, and it forbade any communist party to open any debate over the issue. 100 Not a single party dared to defy the ban. The spectacle was so shocking that it led Trotsky to state that an organization which has not been wakened up by the thunderbolt of fascism, is dead and cannot be revived. In July, he declared that it was not enough to build a new communist party in Germany, the time had come to lay the foundations of a new international. 101. Even now he could not make up his mind whether the new international should extend its activities to the Soviet Union, that is, whether his followers there should cease to consider themselves a faction of the old party and form a new party of their own. For several months he advised them against such a course and insisted that the activities of the Fourth International must stop at the frontiers of the Soviet Union. He still saw in the Bolshevik monopoly of power, abused though it was by Stalin, the sine qua non of the revolution's survival. The opposition, he argued, would be justified in constituting itself an independent party only if it abandoned any hope of reforming the regime and reoriented itself for a revolutionary struggle against Stalinism. This it must not do. A new international could well refrain from working inside the Soviet Union because the key to the situation in the labor movement was no longer in the Soviet Union. The opposition had hardly any chance of developing its activity there, at any rate in the near future, and so the issue of a new communist party was academic. Only if and when the new international grew into a vital political force in other countries, could the alignment of forces change in the USSR as well. Above all, it would be the advance of revolution in the West, an advance which could not be achieved under Stalin's leadership, that would weaken the stranglehold of Stalinism on the Soviet Union and give fresh strength to the communist opposition. 102. This was clearly an untenable position, and the logic of his new venture soon got the better of Trotsky once again. It had been inconsistent to advocate a new party in Germany but not a new international, and it was just as inconsistent for the new international to refrain from action within the Soviet Union. And so in October 1933 Trotsky concluded that the opposition should constitute itself into a new party in the USSR as well. 103 It had taken him about 6 months to draw this conclusion. Having done so, he had to revise some of the views by which he had stood unflinchingly for 10 years. He had ceased to uphold the political monopoly of the ruling party. The new party, if and when it came into existence, was to work not for the reform and the constitutional replacement of the Stalinist government but for its revolutionary overthrow. Did he then still consider the Soviet Union to be a workers' state? Or did he now view its regime as a Thermidorian or Bonapartist variety of counter-revolution? And was the opposition, or was it not, to remain committed to the unconditional defense of the Soviet Union? Trotsky argued that after all the experiences of recent years it would be childish to think that it was possible to depose Stalin at a congress of the party or of the Soviets. No normal constitutional ways are left for the removal of the ruling clique. Only force can compel the bureaucracy to hand over power into the hands of the proletarian vanguard. That vanguard, however, was dispersed and crushed. It would not be able to fight for power in the near future. The question of reform or revolution was therefore basically a matter of long-term orientation. The opposition could not claim office unless it had the support of the majority of the working class, and it could not obtain that without previous social shifts at home and radical changes on the international scene, in the first instance, without an advance of revolution outside the Soviet Union. After such shifts and changes the Stalinist apparatus would find itself suspended in a vacuum, and the opposition, assisted by popular pressure, might be able to win even without revolution or civil war. If Stalin and his adherents, despite their isolation, still continued to cling to power, the opposition would oust them by means of a police operation. Confronted by an upsurge of political energy in the working class, Stalinism would be utterly weak precisely because it had its roots in the working class and nowhere else. Only with the acquiescence and submissiveness, if not the active support, of the workers was Stalin strong. Without these he could be overthrown by a push. 104. The Soviet Union, Trotsky reasserted, remained a workers' state. Social ownership of the means of production prevailing, Soviet society was engaged in the transition from capitalism into socialism, even though it paid an exorbitant price for every step forward. The bureaucracy, no matter how privileged, was still only a malignant growth on the body of the working class, not a new possessing class. Privileges and growing social inequality reflected not a new type of exploitation, as the ultra-radicals alleged, but were the consequences of poverty and material scarcities. To some extent, as incentives to efficiency and production, privileges and inequality were the bourgeois tools of socialist progress. Bureaucratic rule, parasitic and tyrannical, might endanger all the conquests of the revolution and provoke counter-revolution, but it might also turn out to be the instrument of poor and expensive one of socialist development. Wasting an enormous portion of the national income, the Soviet bureaucracy is at the same time interested in promoting the economic and cultural growth of the nation. The higher the national income, the more abundant is the fund of the bureaucracy's privileges. Yet, the economic and cultural advance of the working masses, achieved on the social foundations of the Soviet state, should undermine the basis of bureaucratic rule. Thus, 20 years before the end of the Stalin era, Trotsky foresaw that by industrializing the Soviet Union and spreading education among its people, Stalinism might destroy the soil on which it had grown and which nourished it, the soil of primordial poverty, illiteracy, and barbarism. 105. Having ceased to defend the single-party system in the USSR, Trotsky nevertheless repeated his earlier warning that if the bureaucratic equilibrium in the Soviet Union were to be shaken at present, this would almost certainly be to the advantage of counter-revolutionary forces. He restated his commitment to the unconditional defense of the Soviet Union. The new international, before it can reform the Soviet state, must take upon itself the duty to defend it. Any political grouping which disavows this commitment, under the pretext that the Soviet Union is no longer a workers' state, risks becoming a passive tool of imperialism. The adherents of the new international, he added, must in an hour of mortal danger fight on the last barricade in defense of the U.S.S.R. 106. Yet, while he insisted so forcefully that the Soviet Union, judged by its economic structure, remained a workers' state, he now took the view that as a factor of international revolution it was little more than an extinct volcano. From the beginning of the First World War, and more explicitly since the October Revolution, the Bolshevik Party has played a leading role in the global revolutionary struggle. Now this leading position has been lost. Not only official Bolshevism, that parody of the party, but the Bolshevik opposition as well, was, because of the difficult conditions in which it worked, unable to exercise any international leadership. The revolutionary center of gravity has definitely shifted to the West, where the immediate possibilities for building a new party are much wider. He proclaimed the idea of the Fourth International in the belief that new impulses for revolution would come from the West, not from the Soviet Union. 107. We have seen with how much hesitation Trotsky had made up his mind to renounce his allegiance to the Third International. The causes of his hesitancy were not far to seek, for he himself had many times stated his objections to the step he was now taking. It was to the Third International, he had argued, that the revolutionary workers of all countries looked for guidance. It was in it that they saw the legitimate successor to the Second and First Internationals and the very embodiment of the idea of the Russian Revolution, and as long as the Soviet Union remained a workers' state and the Comintern retained its association with it, the class-conscious elite of the workers were justified in their loyalty to the Comintern. He was not quite sure that this reasoning had now lost its validity. Nor was it easy for him, in view of the part he had played in the Third International, to announce his final break with it. It is extremely rare for one of the principal architects of a great and vital movement to find in himself the strength to declare that movement worthless. It was far more difficult for Trotsky to turn his back on the Third International than it had been to renounce the Second in 1914. Only the Comintern's stunning failure in Germany brought him to do it. He admitted that there was a difference between 1914 and 1933. In 1914 the leaders of the Second International had, by supporting an imperialist war, betrayed their trust deliberately and with their eyes open, whereas in 1933 the Comintern had facilitated Hitler's victory from sheer irresponsibility and blindness. Yet the catastrophe of 1933 was in other respects even worse than that of 1914. In the First World War revolutionary Marxism soon recovered from the blow. Zimmerwald, Kienthal, and the Russian Revolution registered a powerful protest against the social imperialist perversion of Marxism. No comparable protest against the enormity of 1933 had come or was to come from within the communist movement. Not only had the Comintern's policy contributed to the loss by German labor of all it had gained in over 80 years of struggle, and not only had that policy allowed the danger, nay, the certainty of another world war to come about in addition, all this had occurred amid an uncanny indifference and apathy on the part of the entire movement. What had happened, Trotsky asked, to the political conscience and understanding of the great mass of communists? He concluded that reformism and Stalinism had between them stultified the minds and destroyed the will of the workers. That all his own warnings, so clear, so loud, so strikingly confirmed by events, could have gone so unheeded confirmed him in this conclusion. No one knew better than he himself how unheeded his warnings had gone, for in a letter to Sobolevacius he remarked, early in 1932, that the Trotskyist opposition had failed to recruit in Germany even 10 native factory workers, and had won over only a few intellectuals and immigrants. 108 In the First World War at least a few thousand German workers joined the clandestine Spartakus and echoed the denunciation of the 4 August, which Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht voiced from their prison cells. Now, after Hitler's triumph, all the communist parties of the world received the Comintern's self-justifications and self-congratulations in numbed silence. Was there no spark of intelligence, of international solidarity, and of responsibility left in all those parties? Trotsky asked again and again. If not, then Stalinism had so irretrievably debased the entire communist movement that to try and reform it was a Sisyphean labor. He had been performing that labor for 10 years now, and he refused to go on rolling the heavy rock up the dismal mountain. It was even more painful for him to renounce finally the Soviet Party, the party which Lenin had founded, which had accomplished the revolution, and within which he had achieved greatness. The year before, after the second deportation of Zinoviev, Kamina, Smirnov, Preobrazhensky, and others, it looked as if the joint opposition of 1925-7 was coming back into being. Every message from Moscow indicated that amid the nationwide turmoil even Stalin's entourage longed to rid itself of him. Since 1932, however, Stalin had once more gained the upper hand. He succeeded in this in part because he once more adopted some of the measures Trotsky had advocated. He gave the economy a breathing space at the end of the first 5-year plan, he set lower and more realistic targets for the second plan, he made concessions to the collectivized peasantry. Consequently, the chaos, the turmoil, and the inter-party ferment subsided. The German catastrophe, instead of weakening Stalin, strengthened his hand. Those who realized its implications felt that this was not the time to sap the stability of government in Moscow. The establishment of totalitarian rule in Germany gave a new impetus to the totalitarian trend in the Soviet Union. When the cry Ein Führer, Ein Partei, Ein Volk thundered over Germany, the Soviet hierarchy and many of the rank and file felt that only under a single leader could the revolution and the Soviet Union survive. In May 1933 Zinoviev and Kamina once again capitulated and returned from exile. At their first capitulation, in 1927, they had surrendered to Stalinism, but had not gone, and no one expected them to go, on their knees before Stalin's person. When this was required of them in 1932, they could not yet bring themselves to do it. This, however, was what they did in 1933. In their new recantations they glorified Stalin's infallibility and unique genius. All this occurred while Trotsky was committing himself to the Fourth International, but was not yet ready to call for a new party in the Soviet Union. Stalin's triumphant emergence from the crisis, the new autocratic aura around him, and the spectacle of the latest capitulations impelled Trotsky to sever the last tie which in theory still bound him to the old party. Commenting on Zinoviev's and Kamina's tragic fate, he wrote, "The future historian, who will wish to show how ruthlessly an epoch of great upheavals devastates characters, will take Zinoviev and Kamina as his examples. The Stalinist apparatus has become a machine for crushing the backbones of former revolutionaries." And, like Gogol's hero, Stalin collects dead souls for the lack of living ones. 109 Trotsky's hope for any regeneration of the Soviet Party was now destroyed. It was futile to go on appealing to men with broken backs and to dead souls, and, anyhow, the Marxist-Leninist traditions had gone from a party that could bow to an autocrat. Only in complete independence from it and beyond its confines could Bolshevism have a rebirth. This, briefly, was Trotsky's case for a new international. Having made it and, after a discussion, obtained for it the endorsement of all his groups, he did not, however, proclaim these groups to be the Fourth International. Aware of their weakness, he contented himself with launching the idea in the hope that it would gain many more adherents presently. He repeated in a way his own experience of the Zimmerwald era, the memory of which is discernible in his writings and behavior. From the moment when Lenin and he had begun to advocate the Third International in 1915, it took 4 years of propaganda and preparatory work before they called a Foundation Congress of the International. Similarly, now there was no question of any immediate proclamation of the International, but only of preparatory work. The new orientation means that the talk about reforming the Stalinist organization and all demands for the reinstatement of expelled oppositionists should be definitely abandoned. The left opposition ceases to think of itself and to act as an inter-party opposition. One tenet was to take 4 years exactly before he would be ready to convene a Foundation Congress. His hopes for the new international were not as wild in 1933 as they appeared later. Over the German issue the Comintern was in fact utterly discredited, while Trotskyism had scored a striking moral victory. If hitherto, so Trotsky thought, all his appeals to European communist opinion had met with all too little response, this had been partly because the main issues of his controversy with Stalin, domestic Soviet affairs and the Chinese Revolution, had been too remote from European communists or too obscure. In its latest phase the controversy had centered on Germany, the heart of Europe. Hitler's advent affected immediately every communist party. It posed problems of life and death. It pointed to war. It threatened communism with extinction. Both he and the Comintern had conducted the argument publicly and with the utmost vigor until the very moment when the differences were tested by events. The outcome of the test was in no doubt. The pros and cons were, or should have been, fresh in everyone's mind. Every communist could review and ponder them anew. The conclusion to be drawn was in no doubt either: those who had led the most powerful communist party of the West to so shameful a debacle were guilty of incompetence bordering on treason, and had forfeited every title to leadership. By the same token the opposition had, or should have had, established its claim to leadership. Some awareness of all this was undoubtedly penetrating into Stalinist ranks. The more spitefully the Comintern had attacked and mocked Trotsky for playing the bogeyman, exaggerating the Nazi menace, and urging a united front with social fascists, the more did these mockeries rebound on their authors. Embarrassment and shame took hold of many a party cell. Even hardened Stalinists felt a sneaking admiration for Trotsky's clear-sighted and intrepid stand. 111 New Trotskyist and quasi-Trotskyist groups formed themselves among German refugees from Hitler's terror and among Polish, Czech, Dutch, American, and other communists. The groups were small, but their influence could not be ignored. They drew to themselves alert-minded and devoted party members. They assailed the conscience of communism. They forced Stalinism onto the defensive. Only by frantic appeals to party patriotism, threats of expulsion, and actual expulsion could the leaders subdue the malaise in the ranks, and eventually the Comintern could dispel it only by reversing all its attitudes, by throwing overboard the slogans about social fascism, and by adopting the tactics of the United Front, and going beyond them, to the Popular Front. Moreover, the collapse of the Weimar Republic had shaken the social democratic parties too. Their belief in parliamentary democracy had received a rude blow. There was hardly a socialist party in Europe which did not, under the impact of the German experience, solemnly inscribe some form of proletarian dictatorship in its program. Inside those parties, radical and leftish groups looked up to Trotsky and found his ideas much more rational and alluring than all that official communism could offer. This was indeed the high water mark of his political influence in exile. If he had any chance at all to found an independent communist party, it was now. Yet the arguments which he himself had so frequently and cogently advanced against the course of action he was now taking had lost none of their strength. It was still true that as long as national ownership in the means of production remained intact in the Soviet Union, and as long as the banner of Bolshevism was hoisted over Moscow, the association of international communism with the Soviet Union was indissoluble. To the mass of those who were in sympathy with communism, the workers' first state was still the bulwark of international revolution, and the official communist parties exercised an overwhelming attraction on them. They saw no alternative to the Stalinist leadership which, in their eyes, had come to represent the Russian Revolution and the Bolshevik tradition. The Stalinist bureaucracy had actually succeeded in identifying itself with Leninism and with Marxism at large. Militant French dockers, Polish coal miners, and Chinese guerrilla fighters alike saw in those who ruled Moscow the best judges of the Soviet interest and reliable counselors to world communism. Hence the unreasoning obedience with which they so often accepted the twists and turns and the most preposterous dictates of Stalinist policy. Its opponents appeared to them as the enemies of the Soviet Union and of communism, just as to the devout Roman Catholic the enemies of the Holy See were the enemies of Christianity. All this boded ill for Trotsky's venture. His ideas and slogans were such that only those who were in sympathy with communism could be sensitive to them, yet these were the people who would be least inclined to rally to a new international. Having for so long remained unimpressed by Trotsky's call for a reform in their parties, they were even less likely to be moved when he urged them to break with these parties. Nor did or could the aftermath of the German debacle favor the new international, no matter how discredited the old internationals were. Each of the old internationals had arisen on a high tide of the labor movement, and at the moment of formation none of them had had to contend against any established rival. 112 The Fourth International set out to challenge two established and powerful rivals during a deep depression of the movement. In Germany the working class was indeed, as Trotsky had predicted, unable to recover politically for many years to come, but precisely because of this Trotskyism could derive no practical benefit from the moral advantage it had gained over the German issue. Elsewhere in Europe, the working class was to remain in retreat for the rest of the decade, despite the upsurge of its energies in France and Spain in 1936. The long leaden sequence of retreats and defeats produced a moral sickness, amid which even the most persuasive pleas for a new international fell flat. Trotsky argued that the working class needed a new leadership precisely in order to bring the retreat to a halt and to regroup for defense and counter-offensive. But the mass of communists, and of socialists, those of them who had not yet lost heart, felt that they must not swap horses midstream. And so the two established internationals flourished even on their blunders and defeats. Their followers, whatever misgivings they felt, refused to look for new leaders and new methods of struggle under the hail of blows Nazism and fascism were inflicting on them. They were prepared to flounder under old and familiar banners, from defeat to defeat, rather than rally to a new standard behind which they could see only the giant but enigmatic or suspect figure of the standard bearer. Trotsky was convinced that the Comintern had, as a revolutionary organization, played out its role. He was not altogether mistaken. 10 years later Stalin was to disband the organization and declare that it no longer served any purpose, and in those 10 years the Comintern was only to add to its German bankruptcy new failures in France and Spain and the ambiguities of its policy under the Stalin-Hitler Pact of 1939-41. Yet the movement behind the Comintern was anything but a corpse. All that Stalin did to wreck it morally could not kill it. At the very time he disbanded the Comintern, its Western European parties were gaining fresh strength from their resistance to the Nazi occupation, and it was still under Stalinist banners, though in implicit conflict with Stalin, that the Yugoslav and the Chinese revolutions were to achieve their victories. No matter how much Stalin had done to degrade all communist parties to mere pawns, the Yugoslav, the Chinese and some other parties had enough vitality to live their own lives, to wage their own struggles, and to change the fortunes of their countries and of the world. Moreover, they were to take fresh impetus and new revolutionary élan from the triumphs of Soviet arms in the Second World War. The idea that new impulses for revolution would come from the West but not from the Soviet Union was the leitmotif of Trotsky's advocacy of the Fourth International. Again and again he asserted that, while in the Soviet Union Stalinism continued to play a dual role, at once progressive and retrograde, it exercised internationally only a counter-revolutionary influence. Here his grasp of reality failed him. Stalinism was to go on acting its dual role internationally as well as nationally, it was to stimulate as well as to obstruct the class struggle outside the Soviet Union. In any case, it was not from the West that the revolutionary impulses were to come in the next 3 or 4 decades. Thus the major premise on which Trotsky set out to create the Fourth International was unreal. Yet, since all his attempts to reform the Comintern had been in vain, he could not, as we have seen, go on with that Sisyphean task. He had to look for another solution. His new task, however, was to prove at least as barren as the old one. Sisyphus had only moved hopefully from one side of his dismal mountain to the other, and there he started to roll his rock again. We have seen how Trotsky, when he turned his back on the Comintern, recommitted his adherents to remain the last-ditch defenders of the Soviet Union. He himself, when he addressed Western bourgeois opinion in his articles, sought to arouse it to the fact that the Third Reich spelt world war. As early as the spring of 1933 he urged the Western powers to enter into an alliance with the Soviet Union. These were the first weeks and months of the Third Reich, when hardly a single Western statesman contemplated the idea. Hitler now assumed pacifist postures, and at an international disarmament conference accepted, to the relief and delight of official London, Austen Chamberlain's and John Simon's disarmament schemes. On June 2, 1933 Trotsky wrote in an essay on Hitler and disarmament, "The greatest danger is to underrate an enemy." The leaders of the German labor movement did not wish to take Hitler seriously. The same danger may arise on the plane of world politics. He noted how ready the British government was to respond to Hitler's moderation and peaceful intentions. Diplomatic routine has its advantages as long as things move within familiar grooves. It is at once disconcerted when it has to face new and important facts. Austen Chamberlain and John Simon had expected to meet in Hitler a madman brandishing an axe, instead they met a man hiding his revolver in a pocket. What a relief! This was Hitler's first great diplomatic success. His purpose was to rearm Germany, which had since Versailles recovered its place as Europe's mightiest industrial nation, but was still unarmed. This combination of potential power and actual weakness determines both the explosive character of Nazi objectives and the extreme caution of Hitler's first steps leading towards those objectives. Hitler had endorsed the British disarmament schemes knowing full well that France could not accept them. This gave him the chance to play off Britain against France and to place on the latter the odium for the arms race to follow. Hitler's love for peace is not an accidental diplomatic improvisation, but a necessary element in a large maneuver, designed to turn the balance of power radically in Germany's favor and to prepare the onslaught of German imperialism on Europe and the world. He forecast that, if Hitler's moves were not countered, they would inevitably lead to world war within 5 to 10 years. It is against the Soviet Union that Hitler is eager to march. But should this not prove to be the line of the least resistance, the eruption may well turn in the other direction. Weapons that can be used against the East can just as well be used against the West. 113 He remarked that he did not consider himself called upon to act as guardian of the Treaty of Versailles. Europe needs a new organization. But woe if this job falls into the hands of fascism. In statements for the American press, Trotsky urged the United States government, which in this, the 16th, year of the revolution had not yet recognized the Soviet government, to move closer to the Soviet Union in order to meet threats from Japan and Germany. 114 We do not know whether these promptings had any influence on President Roosevelt's decision, taken shortly thereafter, to establish diplomatic relations with Moscow. But Trotsky's views certainly impressed Stalin's diplomacy, which presently took up the theme of the anti-Nazi alliance. Where the security of his own government was concerned, Stalin was quite willing to benefit from the advice of his adversary, even if he did it often belatedly and always in his own crudely perverse manner. Meanwhile, the Soviet government prolonged its Rapallo agreements with Germany, and this tempted ultra-radical anti-Stalinists to denounce yet another of Stalin's betrayals. Trotsky found the issue too serious to make a debating point of it. He did not tire of exposing Stalin's and the Comintern's share of responsibility for Hitler's ascendancy. But he did not deny Stalin the right to act in the diplomatic field from expediency. 2 years earlier, we know, he had urged the Soviet government to mobilize the Red Army if Hitler threatened to seize power, but he had done this imagining that the German left would be up in arms against Nazism, in which case the Red Army would be in duty bound to assist. Hitler's bloodless victory and the total destruction of the German left, Trotsky now pointed out, turned the balance against the Soviet Union, especially as the Soviet Union was also weakened internally by the Stalinist collectivization. Soviet diplomacy was therefore entitled to bide its time, to parley, and even to seek a temporary accommodation with Hitler. With a somewhat startling disinterestedness, Trotsky declared that if the opposition were to assume office in present circumstances, it would not be able to act differently. In its immediate practical actions, the opposition would have to start from the existing balance of power. It would be compelled in particular to maintain diplomatic and economic connections with Hitler's Germany. At the same time, it would prepare the revanche. This would be a great task, requiring time, a task that could not be accomplished by spectacular gestures, but would demand a radical reshaping of policy in every field. 115 His judgment remained unclouded by any personal emotion against Stalin, and severely objective. These were Trotsky's last months on Principe. For some time his French friends, especially Maurice Paris-Janin, his translator, had urged the French government to cancel the order under which Trotsky had, in 1916, been expelled from France forever, and to grant him asylum. Trotsky was skeptical. He assumed that the radical government, just formed under Édouard Daladier, would be anxious to improve relations with the Soviet Union and would not tolerate his presence in France. But he did what he could to help. He had just arranged to publish in New York an unflattering character study of Édouard Herriot, written shortly after the nocturnal tussle with the police at Marseilles, and he refrained from publishing lest it provided grist to the opponents of his admission to France. He also wrote to Henry Gurnett, the Minister of Education, who as a member of the government pleaded for Trotsky's right to asylum, and he solemnly promised to behave with the utmost discretion in France and to cause the government no trouble. 116. Weeks passed without a decision, the weeks during which he drafted his ideas on the Fourth International and also wrote a few minor essays on French political and literary topics. Uncertainty about his immediate future caused him to put aside larger literary plans and entailed financial troubles such as he had not known since 1929. The trip to Copenhagen, Zena's illness, Liova's move to France, and the transfer of the Bulletin to Paris had involved him in large expenses just when his income was greatly reduced. In Germany, where his major works had had a wide reading public, the Nazis banned and burned his writings, along with all Marxist and Freudian literature, just after the third volume of the History of the Russian Revolution had come off the press. In the United States the history did not fare too well either. Already in March he had written to a British admirer, "The world's financial crisis has become my crisis also, especially as the sales of the history are quite pitiable. He contributed occasionally to the Manchester Guardian and other papers, but the fees amounted to little. To speed up the decision about the French visa, he wrote, on July 7, to Henry Molinier that he would be content with a residence permit that would allow him to stay not in metropolitan France but in Corsica, for even there he would be in closer contact with European politics and somewhat farther from the GPU than on Principe. 117. His French friends, however, demanded asylum for him in France, and their insistence was soon rewarded. Before the middle of July he received the visa. This was by no means an unqualified residence permit. He would be allowed to stay only in one of the southern departments, he would not be permitted to come, even for the shortest trip, to Paris, and he would have to keep a strict incognito and submit to stringent police surveillance. He accepted these terms as an incredible piece of good luck. At last he would be out of his Turkish backwater. And he was going to France, whose way of life and culture were so congenial to him, and which was now the main center of working-class politics in the West. Preparing, full of hopeful anticipation, for the journey, he yet cast a backward glance on his Principe years. 4.5 years ago when we came here, he wrote in his diary, the sun of prosperity still shone over the United States. Now those days seem as remote as prehistory, or as a fairy tale. Here on this island of quiet and oblivion echoes from the great world reached us delayed and muffled. It was not without a tug of emotion that he took leave of the splendor of the Sea of Marmara and the fishing expeditions, and that he thought of his faithful fishermen, some of whom, their bones saturated through and through with the salt of the sea, had recently found their rest in the village cemetery, while others had, in these years of slump, to struggle harder and harder to sell their catch. The house is already empty. The wooden cases are already downstairs, young hands are driving in the nails. The floor of our old and dilapidated villa was painted with such queer paint in the spring that even now, 4 months later, tables, chairs, and our feet keep sticking to it. Oddly, I feel as if my feet had got somewhat rooted in the soil of Principe 118. Fate had not spared him disappointment and suffering on this island. The shadow of death had darkened for him many a day there, even the hours of the departure. The last thing he wrote on Principe, apart from a farewell message of thanks to the Turkish government, was an obituary on Skripnik, the old Bolshevik, a leader of the October insurrection, later a fervent Stalinist, who, having come into conflict with Stalin, had just committed suicide. 119. Yet, despite all the adversities, the years Trotsky had spent on Principe were the calmest, the most creative, and the least unhappy time of his exile. Chapter 3. The Revolutionary as Historian. Like Thucydides, Dante, Machiavelli, Heine, Marx, Herzen, and other thinkers and poets, Trotsky attained his full eminence as a writer only in exile, during the few Principe years. Posterity will remember him as the historian of the October Revolution as well as its leader. No other Bolshevik has or could have produced so great and splendid an account of the events of 1917, and none of the many writers of the anti-Bolshevik parties has presented any worthy counterpart to it. The promise of this achievement could be discerned in Trotsky very early. His descriptions of the revolution of 1905 provide till this day the most vivid panorama of that general rehearsal for 1917. He produced his first narrative and analysis of the upheavals of 1917 only a few weeks after the October insurrection, during the recesses of the Brest-Litovsk Peace Conference, and in subsequent years he went on working at his historical interpretation of the events in which he had been a protagonist. There was in him a twofold vis historica, the revolutionary's urge to make history and the writer's impulse to describe it and grasp its meaning. All banished men brood over the past, but only a few, very few, conquer the future. Hardly any one among them, however, has had to fight for his life, morally and physically, as Trotsky fought. Stalin at first inflicted exile on him in the way the Romans used to inflict it as a substitute for the death penalty, and he was not to remain content with the substitute. Even before Trotsky was assassinated physically, his moral assassins were at work for years, first effacing his name from the annals of the revolution and then reinscribing it as the eponym of counter-revolution. Trotsky the historian was therefore doubly embattled. He defended the revolution against its enemies, and he defended his own place in it. No writer has ever created his major work in similar conditions, designed to inflame all his passions, to rob him of every calm thought, and to distort his vision. In Trotsky all passions were aroused, but his thought remained calm and his vision clear. He often recalled Spinoza's maxim, "Neither weep nor laugh but understand," but he himself could not help weeping and laughing, yet he understood. It would not be quite right to say that as historian he combined extreme partisanship with rigorous objectivity. He had no need to combine them, they were the heat and the light of his work, and as heat and light belong to each other. He scorned the impartiality and conciliatory justice of the scholar who pretends to stand on the wall of a threatened city and behold at the same time the besiegers and the besieged. 1. His own place was, as it had been in the years 1917 to 22, within the revolution's threatened city. Yet his involvement in the struggle, far from blurring his sight, sharpens it. His antagonism to Russia's old ruling classes and their willing and unwilling supporters makes him see clearly not only their vices or weaknesses but also such feeble and ineffective virtues as they possessed. Here, as in the best military thinking, extreme partisanship and scrupulously sober observation indeed go hand in hand. To the good soldier nothing is of greater importance than to get a realistic picture of the other side of the hill, unclouded by wishful thinking or emotion. Trotsky, the commander of the October insurrection, had acted on this principle, and Trotsky the historian does the same. He achieves in his image of the revolution the unity of the subjective and the objective elements. His historical writing is dialectical as is hardly any other such work produced by the Marxist school of thought since Marx, from whom he derives his method and style. To Marx's minor historical works, The Class Struggle in France, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, and the Civil War in France, Trotsky's history stands as the large mural painting stands to the miniature. Whereas Marx towers above the disciple in the power of his abstract thought and Gothic imagination, the disciple is superior as epic artist, especially as master of the graphic portrayal of masses and individuals in action. His socio-political analysis and artistic vision are in such concord that there is no trace of any divergence. His thought and his imagination take flight together. He expounds his theory of revolution with the tension and the élan of narrative, and his narrative takes depth from his ideas. His scenes, portraits, and dialogues, sensuous in their reality, are inwardly illumined by his conception of the historical process. Many non-Marxist critics have been impressed by this distinctive quality of his writing. Here, for instance, is what a British historian, A. L. Rouse, says. The real importance of Trotsky's history does not lie in his power of word painting, either of character or of scene, though indeed his gift is so brilliant and incisive that one is continually reminded of Carlyle. There is something of the same technique, the same mannerism even, in the way the rapid lights shift across the scene and particular odd episodes are brought out in singular sharpness of relief and made to bear general significance, something of the same difficulty in following the sequel of events the lights are so blinding one may add. But where Carlyle had but his magnificent powers of intuition to rely on, Trotsky has a theory of history at his command, which enables him to grasp what is significant and to relate things together. The same point can be illustrated more appositely by comparison with Winston Churchill's The World Crisis, for the two men are not dissimilar in character and gifts of mind. But here again one notices the difference, for Mr. Churchill's history, for all its personality, its vividness and vitality, points which it has in common with Trotsky has not a philosophy of history behind it. Point 2. The remark about the similarity between Trotsky and Churchill is correct. At their opposite poles the two men represent the same blend of realism and romanticism, the same pugnacity, the same inclination to look, and to run, ahead of their class and milieu, and the same urge to make and to write history. One need not deny Churchill a philosophy of history even if he holds it only instinctively, but it is true that Trotsky's is a fully formed and elaborate theory. What is important is that his theoretical Weltanschauung permeates his sensitivity, amplifies his intuition, and heightens his vision. And, although he has in common with Carlyle the intensity and dazzling brilliance of imagery, he also has the compactness and clarity of expression and the balance of the greatest classical historians. He is indeed the only historian of genius that the Marxist school of thought has so far produced and so far rejected. Point 3. Of Trotsky's two major historical works, My Life and The History, the former is, of course, the less ambitious. He wrote it too early in a sense, though if he had not written it in 1929, or shortly thereafter, he might not have written it at all. It tells in the main one half of his story, that of his revolutionary triumph. It only sketches the beginning of the other half, which was still unfolding. He concluded the book after a few months in exile, only 5 years or so after the struggle between him and Stalin had begun in earnest. The conflict was still too fresh, and in relating it he was handicapped by tactical considerations and lack of perspective. What he was to live through in the coming 11 years was not only to be of great weight in itself, but was to reflect back upon all his earlier experience. The whole of his life was to take on the glow of tragedy from its grave and gloomy epilogue. He concluded My Life with a statement defying those who spoke of his tragedy: I enjoy the spectacle, every scene of which I understand. He repeated after Proudhon: what makes others wither, elevates, inspires, and fortifies me. How then, can I lament destiny? For would he have repeated these words a few years later? In a sense, if it were to be held that tragedy necessarily includes the protagonist's penance, there was indeed no tragedy in Trotsky, there was no penance in him to the end. Like Shelley, who could not bear that his Prometheus should end by humbling himself before Jupiter, Trotsky was averse from a catastrophe so feeble. His was the modern tragedy of the precursor in conflict with his contemporaries, the tragedy an example of which he himself saw in Babeuf, only that his was a far larger drama, of far greater catastrophic force. Yet even of this kind of tragedy there is no premonition in his autobiography, which consequently leaves the impression of a certain superficiality in the writer's view of his own fortunes, the superficiality characteristic of the protagonist of a tragedy just before disasters assault him from all sides. The least convincing part of My Life is in the last chapters, where he relates his struggle with Stalin. Even there he gives us a wealth of insight, incident, and characterization, but he does not go to the root of the matter, and he leaves Stalin's ascendancy only half explained. He portrays Stalin too much as villain ex machina, and he views him still as he had viewed him years earlier, as too insignificant to be his antagonist, let alone to dominate the stage of the Soviet state and of international communism for full 3 decades. To the leading group of the party, to wider circles, he was not known at all. Stalin always seemed a man destined to play second and third fiddle, he says, and he suggests that although Stalin had come to play first fiddle, he would soon, very soon, play out his tune. 5. It may be recalled that Lenin in his will described Stalin as one of the 2 most able men of the Central Committee, the other being Trotsky, and warned the party that the animosity of these 2 men was the gravest danger to the revolution. Trotsky could not gloss over the wider political reasons for Stalin's ascendancy, and he shows Stalin as the incarnation of the party machine and of the new bureaucracy greedy for power and privileges. Yet he could not explain convincingly why the leading cadre of Bolsheviks first assisted in the usurpation and then connived in it, and why all this led to such extraordinary forms of the inner party struggle. As autobiographer no less than as leader of the opposition, Trotsky virtually ignores the intrinsic connection between the suppression by Bolshevism of all parties and its self-suppression, of which Stalin was the supreme agent. He does not see why the party should have turned against itself the weapons it had wielded, far less savagely, against its enemies, and that it did so appears to him to be the result of a mere conspiracy. 6. Yet My Life remains an autobiographical masterpiece. François Mauriac rightly compares its opening chapters with Tolstoy's and Gorky's descriptions of childhood. 7. Trotsky has the same childlike freshness of the eye and the same almost inexhaustible visual memory, the same power in the evocation of atmosphere and mood, and the same seeming ease in bringing characters and scenes to life. With one or two small strokes describing a grimace, a gesture, or the glimmer of an eye he conveys the inwardness and moral flavor of a human being. In this manner he portrays entire galleries of relatives, domestic servants, neighbors, schoolmasters, and so on. Here are a few examples, although his prose is too close-textured for any excerpt to be even remotely as vibrant with life as it is in its context. He describes his headmaster at his school in Odessa. He never looked at the person with whom he talked, he moved about the corridors and the classrooms noiselessly on rubber heels. He spoke in a small, hoarse, falsetto voice which, without being raised, could be terrifying. A humanity hater by nature, he seemed even-tempered, but inwardly was in a state of chronic irritation. One of the masters was thin, with a prickly mustache on a greenish-yellow face, his eyeballs were muddy, his movements as sluggish as if he had just awakened. He coughed noisily and spat in the classroom, he would stare beyond his pupils. Several years later he cut his throat with a razor. Another master, a large and imposing man with gold-rimmed glasses on a small nose, with a manly young beard around his full face. Only when he smiled did it suddenly appear, that he was weak-willed, timid, torn within himself. And yet another, a huge German with a large head and a beard which reached to his waistline, he carried his heavy body, which seemed a vessel of kindliness, on almost childlike limbs. He was a most honest person and suffered over the failures of his pupils. 8. We are made to see the seal of doom on the families of Landowning neighbors, who were all progressing with extraordinary rapidity, and all in the same direction, towards downfall. To one of these families the whole countryside had once belonged, but now their scion lives by writing petitions, complaints, and letters for the peasants. When he came to see us he used to hide tobacco and lumps of sugar up his sleeve, and his wife did the same. With dribbling lips she would tell us stories of her youth, with its serfs, its grand pianos, its silks, and its perfumery. Their 2 sons grew up almost illiterate. The younger, Victor, was an apprentice in our machine shop. And here is a glimpse of a Jewish landlord. He had received an education of the aristocratic kind. He spoke French fluently, played the piano. His left hand was weak, but his right hand was fit, he said, to play in a concert. He would often stop in the midst of playing, get up, and go to the mirror. Then, if no one was present, he would singe his beard on all sides with his burning cigarette. This was his idea of keeping his beard tidy. And behind these galleries of bankrupt landlords and upstart farmers, emaciated laborers and diverse relatives, there is always the breath of the Ukrainian steppe. The name of Falsfina landlord, the king of sheep, rang like the sound of the feet of 10,000 sheep in motion, like the bleating of countless sheep, like the sound of the whistle of a shepherd in the steppes, like the barking of many sheepdogs. The steppe itself breathed this name both in summer heat and winter cold. 9. From the environment of his childhood Trotsky takes us to the first revolutionary circles of Nikolaev, the prisons of Odessa and Moscow, the colonies of exiles in Siberia, and then he shows us the galaxy of Iskra's editors, the schism at the Second Congress of the party, and the birth of Bolshevism. In the whole literature about that period there is not a single memoir or eyewitness account that fixes so graphic a picture of the schism as that which we get from My Life. The fact that Trotsky had been a Menshevik in 1903 but wrote as a Bolshevik has much to do with his rendering of the atmosphere and his portrayal of the personalities. In retrospect he sides with Lenin, but he also has to do justice to himself, to Martov, Axelrod, and Zasulich, and to explain why they all went against Lenin. Unlike nearly all Bolshevik and Menshevik memoirists, he shows each of the opposed groups from the inside, and although he now condemns politically the Mensheviks and himself, he does it with understanding and sympathy. Even before he introduces us to the political controversy, he makes us feel the underlying clash of characters. Working side by side with Lenin, Martov, his closest companion in arms, was already beginning to feel not quite at his ease. They still addressed each other in second singular, but a certain coolness was beginning to creep into their relations. Martov lived much more in the present. Lenin, although firmly entrenched in the present, was always trying to pierce the veil of the future. Martov evolved innumerable, often ingenious, guesses, hypotheses, and propositions which he himself promptly forgot, whereas Lenin waited until the moment when he needed them. The elaborate subtlety of Martov's ideas made Lenin shake his head. One can say that even before the split, Lenin was hard and Martov soft. And they both knew it. Lenin would glance at Martov, whom he highly esteemed, with a critical and somewhat suspicious look, and Martov, feeling this glance, would look down and his thin shoulders would twitch nervously. When they met and talked afterwards, at least in my presence, one missed the friendly inflection and the jests. Lenin would look beyond Martov as he talked, while Martov's eyes would grow glassy under his drooping and never quite clean pince-nez. And when Lenin spoke to me of Martov, there was a peculiar intonation in his voice. Who said that? Julius. And the name Julius was pronounced in a special way, with a slight emphasis, as if to give warning, a good man, no question about it, even a remarkable one, but much too soft. 10. One has at once the sense of destiny coming at this moment between the two closest comrades in arms, and of defeat suspended over Martov's frail and untidy figure. Trotsky does not forget how much as a young man he owed to Martov, and so, even as he passes his final judgment on him, he does it with sorrowful warmth. Martov was one of the most tragic figures of the revolutionary movement. A gifted writer, an ingenious politician, a penetrating thinker, he stood far above the movement of which he became the leader. But his thought lacked courage, his insight was devoid of will. Sheer doggedness was no substitute. His first reaction to events always tended to be revolutionary. In his second thoughts, however, lacking the support of an active will, he usually slid back. The lack of active will is depicted here as the basic infirmity crippling a daring mind and noble character. How different is the sketch of Plekhanov drawn with discreet antipathy. He apparently sensed something. At least he told Axelrod, referring to Lenin, of such stuff the Robespierres are made. Plekhanov himself did not play an enviable part at the Congress. Only once did I see and hear him in all his power. That was at a session of the Program Commission. With a clear, scientifically exact scheme of the program in mind, sure of himself, his knowledge and superiority, with a gay ironic sparkle in his eyes, his graying mustache alert and bristling, with slightly theatrical, lively and expressive gestures, Plekhanov as chairman illumined the entire large gathering with his personality, like a live firework of erudition and wit. 11. How devastating is the seemingly flattering picture of the man, with his self-satisfaction and vanity breaking through his brilliance, and with the suggestion of the firework about to fizzle out in darkness. No less suggestive and memorable are the character sketches of the leaders of European socialism in the pre-1914 era: August Bebel, Karl Koschei, Jean Jaurès, Victor Adler, Rudolf Hilferting, Karl Renner, and many others. In a brief, often humorous passage, dealing with an outwardly trivial incident, Trotsky tells us about the time and the men more than do many learned volumes. He relates, for instance, how in 1902, after his first escape from Siberia, he stopped, penniless, hungry, but full of the importance of his mission, in Vienna, and called at Social Democratic headquarters to ask the celebrated Victor Adler for help in arranging his further journey to London. It is Sunday, the offices are closed. On the staircase he meets an old gentleman looking none too amiable, whom he tells that he must see Adler. "Do you know what day it is?" the gentleman replies sternly. "It is Sunday," and tries to bypass the intruder. "No matter, I want to see Adler." At this the accosted man replies in the voice of one who is leading a battalion to the attack, "I am telling you Dr. Adler cannot be seen on a Sunday." Trotsky tries to impress the old man with the urgency of his business, but he thunders back, "Even if your business were 10 times as important, do you understand, even if you brought the news, you hear me, that your Tsar was assassinated, that a revolution had broken out in your country, do you hear me, even that would not give you the right to disturb the doctor's Sunday rest. This was Fritz Austerlitz, famous editor of the Arbeiterzeitung, the terror of his office, who in 1914 was to become a most chauvinistic war propagandist. 12. On that staircase the young revolutionary, freshly emerged from the Russian underground, ran straight into the embodiment of the orderly, hierarchical, routine-ridden bureaucracy of European socialism. In a few sentences he relates his meeting with Adler, whom he managed to reach after all, a short man, with a pronounced stoop, almost a hunch, and with swollen eyes in a tired face. Trotsky apologized for disturbing the Sunday rest. Go on, Adler replied with seeming sternness, but in a tone which encouraged instead of intimidating me. One could see intelligence emanating from every wrinkle of his face. Told about the strange staircase encounter, Adler wondered, who could it have been? A tall man? And did he speak to you like that? He shouted. Oh, that was Austerlitz. You say he shouted? Oh, yes, it was Austerlitz. Do not take it to heart. If you ever bring news of revolution in Russia you may ring my bell even at night. These few lines at once confront us with another element of European pre-1914 socialism, the sensitive intelligence of the old pioneer leader, who, however, becomes gradually the glorified prisoner of the party's sergeant major. The book is strewn with hundreds of such laconic and expressive incidents and dialogues. When he comes to the climax of his life, the October Revolution and the Civil War, Trotsky describes it with the utmost restraint, with sparse, often pointillistic, touches. This, to take a random illustration, is how he shows the current of popular feeling underlying the brief triumph of reaction in the hungry and stormy July days of 1917, when Bolshevism seemed to be down and out, and Lenin, branded as German spy, had gone into hiding. Trotsky takes us into the canteen of the Petrograd Soviet. I noticed that Grafov, a soldier in charge of the canteen, would slip me a hotter glass of tea, or a sandwich better than the rest, avoiding looking at me. He obviously was in sympathy with the Bolsheviks but had to hide this from his superiors. I began to look about me more attentively. Grafov was not the only one, the whole lower staff of the Smolny porters, messengers, watchmen were unmistakably with the Bolsheviks. Then I felt that our cause was half won. But so far only half. 13. A child's remark, a glimpse of Lenin's soiled collar on the day after the October Rising, the view of a long, dark, crowded corridor in the Smolny, alive like an anthill, a grotesque episode occurring in the middle of a decisive battle, and a terse dialogue. It is mostly through such details that he conveys the color and the air of an historic scene. His artistry is in his indirect approach to events too immense to be depicted frontally, in an autobiography, and too big for big words. It has been said of my life that it shows up Trotsky's egotism and self-dramatization. Autobiography being egotistical by definition, this criticism amounts to saying that he should not have indulged in it. He himself had his Marxist scruples, which lingered on even while he was putting the title to the book. If I had been writing these memoirs in different circumstances, he apologizes, although in other circumstances I should hardly have written them at all, I should have hesitated to include much of what I say in these pages. But he was compelled to counter the avalanche of Stalinist falsification which covered every part of his life story. My friends are in prison or in exile. I am obliged to speak of myself. It is a question not merely of historical truth but also of a political struggle that is still going on. He was in the position of a man in the dock, charged with every imaginable and unimaginable crime, who tries to vindicate himself by giving the court a full account of his doings and is then shouted down for his preoccupation with himself. This is not to deny that there was an unmistakable streak of self-centeredness in Trotsky. It belonged to his artistic nature, it developed during the pre-revolutionary years, when he walked by himself, neither a Bolshevik nor a Menshevik, and Stalinist vilification, forcing him into an intensely personal self-defensive attitude, brought it to the fore. Yet, Of his self-dramatization one would be entitled to speak only if his autobiography, or any biography of him, could at all make his life appear more dramatic than it actually was. To the extent to which in my life he was not yet conscious of the tragic quality of his fate, it would be more correct to say that he underdramatized himself. Nor, as we shall see later, can there be any question of his having overstated his role in the revolution. In both my life and the history, his real hero is not himself but Lenin, in whose shadow he deliberately placed himself. Others have criticized my life for its lack of introspection and the author's failure to reveal his subconscious mind. True enough, Trotsky produces no interior monologue, he does not dwell on his dreams or complexes, and he observes an almost puritanical reticence about sex. This is, after all, a political autobiography, political in a very wide sense. Still, the author's respect for the rational core of psychoanalysis shows itself in the care he takes with the description of his childhood, where he does not omit such possible clues for the psychoanalyst as experiences and accidents of the infantile years, toys, and see. The narrative begins with the words, "At times it has seemed to me that I can remember suckling at my mother's breast." He gives this incidental explanation of his caution about Freudian introspection. Memory is, not disinterested, he says in the preface. Not rarely it suppresses or relegates to an obscure corner episodes which go against the grain of the individual's controlling vital instinct. This, however, is a question for psychoanalytical criticism, which is sometimes ingenious and instructive, but more often whimsical and arbitrary. He had gone into the subject of psychoanalysis deeply and sympathetically enough to know its pitfalls, and he had neither the time nor the patience for whimsical and arbitrary guesses about his subconscious. Instead, he offered a self-portrait remarkable for its conscious integrity and human warmth. As a political work my life failed to achieve its immediate purpose, it made no impression on the communist public at whom it was primarily aimed. To average party members the mere reading of it was an impiety, and they did not read it. The few who did felt offended or antagonized. They were either committed to the Stalin cult, and the book only confirmed for them Stalinist imputations about Trotsky's personal ambition, or they were shocked to see that a leader of the revolution should at all engage in self-portraiture. Here is Trotsky, the Narcissus, in the act of self-flagellation was a typical comment. And so communists overlooked the rich historical material Trotsky put before them, his insights into revolution, and his interpretation of Bolshevism from which they might have drawn many lessons for themselves. On the other hand, the book found a wide bourgeois reading public, which admired its literary qualities, but had little or no use for its message. Mijn leed urtent der onbekenden mens, eerbevol selbst macht meinem herzen bang. Trotsky might have said of himself. The history is his crowning work, both in scale and power and as the fullest expression of his ideas on revolution. As an account of a revolution, given by one of its chief actors, it stands unique in world literature. He introduces us to the scene of 1917 with the chapter Peculiarities of Russia's Development, which sets the events in deep historical perspective, and one recognizes in this chapter at once an enriched and mature version of his earliest exposition of permanent revolution, dating back to 1906.14. We are shown Russia entering the 20th century without having shaken off the Middle Ages or passed through a Reformation and bourgeois revolution, yet with elements of a modern bourgeois civilization. Thrust into her archaic existence. Forced to advance under superior economic and military pressure from the West, she could not go through all the phases of the classical cycle of Western European progress. Savages throw away their bows and arrows for rifles all at once, without traveling the road which lay between those two weapons in the past. Modern Russia could not enact a reformation of her own or a bourgeois revolution under bourgeois leadership. Her very backwardness impelled her to advance politically all at once to the point Western Europe had reached and to go beyond it to socialist revolution. Her feeble bourgeoisie being unable to cast off the burden of a semi-feudal absolutism, her small but compact working class, eventually supported by a rebellious peasantry, came forward as the leading revolutionary force. The working class could not content itself with the revolution resulting in the establishment of a bourgeois democracy. It had to fight for the realization of the socialist program. Thus, by a law of combined development, the extreme of backwardness tended towards the extreme of progress, and this led to the explosion of 1917. The law of combined development accounts for the force of the tensions within Russia's social structure. Trotsky, however, treats the social structure as a relatively constant element of the situation which does not account by itself for the events of the revolution. In a controversy with Pokrovsky, he points out that neither in 1917 nor in the preceding decade did any fundamental change occur in Russia's social structure. The war had weakened and exposed that structure but not altered it. 15 The national economy and the basic relations between social classes were in 1917 broadly the same as in 1912-14, and even in 1905-7. What then accounted directly for the eruptions of February and October, and for the violent ebb and flow of revolution in between? The changes in mass psychology, Trotsky replies. If the structure of society was the constant factor, the temper and the moods of the masses were the variable element which determined the flux and reflux of events, their rhythm and direction. The most indubitable feature of a revolution is the direct intervention of the masses in historic events. The revolution is there in their nerves before it comes out into the street. The history is therefore to a large extent a study in revolutionary mass psychology. Delving into the interconnection between the constant and variable factors, he demonstrates that what makes for revolution is not merely the fact that the social and political institutions have long been in decay and crying out to be overthrown, but the circumstances that many millions of people have for the first time heard that cry and become aware of it. In the social structure the revolution had been ripe well before 1917, in the mind of the masses it ripened only in 1917. Thus, paradoxically, the deeper cause of revolution lies not in the mobility of men's minds, but in their inert conservatism. Men rise en masse only when they suddenly realize their mental lag behind the times and want to make it good all at once. This is the lesson the history drives home. No great upheaval in society follows automatically from the decay of an old order. Generations may live under a decaying order without being aware of it. But when, under the impact of some catastrophe like war or economic collapse, they become conscious of it, there comes the gigantic outburst of despair, hope, and activity. The historian has therefore to enter into the nerves and the minds of millions of people in order to feel and convey the mighty heave that overturns the established order. The academic pedant burrowing in mountains of documents in order to reconstruct from them a single historical incident may say that no historian can enter into the nerves of millions. Trotsky is aware of the difficulties. The manifestations of mass consciousness are scrappy and scattered, and this may lead the historian to arbitrary constructions and false intuitions. But he points out that the historian can nevertheless verify the truth or untruth of his image of mass consciousness by certain severely objective tests. He must follow faithfully the internal evidence of the events. He can and must check whether the motion of mass consciousness, as he sees it, is consistent with itself, whether every phase of it follows necessarily from what went before it, and whether it leads clearly to what comes after it. He must further consider whether the flow of mass consciousness is consistent with the movement of events. Are the moods of the people reflected in the events, and do they in turn reflect these? If it be argued that the answers to such questions must be vague and subjective, Trotsky replies by referring, in the Marxist manner, to practical action as the final criterion. He points out that what he is doing as an historian, he and other Bolshevik leaders did while they were making the revolution. Relying upon analysis and observation, they made guesses about the state of mind and the moods of the masses. All their crucial political decisions rested on those guesses, and the course of the revolution is there to show that, despite trial and error, these had been broadly correct. If in the heat of battle the revolutionary was able to form an approximately correct image of the political emotions and thoughts of millions, there is no reason why the historian should not be able to form it after the event. The manner in which Trotsky depicts the mass in action has much in common with Eisenstein's method in the classical Potemkin. He picks out of the crowd a few individuals, exposes them in a moment of excitement or apathy, and lets them express their mood in a phrase or gesture. Then he shows us the crowd again, a dense and warm crowd, swayed by a tidal emotion or moving into action, and we recognize at once that this is the emotion or action which the individual phrase or gesture had foreshadowed. He has a peculiar gift for overhearing the multitudes as they think aloud and for letting us hear them for ourselves. In conception and image he leads perpetually from the general to the particular and back to the general, and the passage is never unnatural or strained. Here one is again reminded of the comparison between Trotsky and Carlyle, but the comparison lights up a contrast rather than a similarity. In the histories of both much of the ethos depends on the mass scenes. Both make us feel the elemental force of an insurgent people, so that we view it as if we were watching landslides or avalanches on the move. But whereas Carlyle's crowds are driven only by emotion, Trotsky's think and reflect. They are elemental, yet they are human. Carlyle's mass is enveloped in a purple haze of mysticism, which suggests that the revolutionary people of France are God's blind scourge bringing retribution upon a sinful ruling class. His mass fascinates us and repels us. He enters into its nerves, but only after he has worked himself up into a frenzy. He himself is all nerves and hallucinatory fever. Trotsky draws his mass scenes with not less imaginative élan, but with crystalline clarity. He lets us feel that here and now men make their own history, and that they do it in accordance with the laws of history, but also by acts of their consciousness and will. Of such men, even though they may be illiterate and crude, he is proud, and he wants us to be proud of them. The revolution is for him that brief but pregnant moment when the humble and downtrodden at last have their say. In his eyes this moment redeems ages of oppression. He harks back to it with a nostalgia which gives the reenactment a vivid and high relief. He does not, however, overstate the role of the masses. He does not oppose them to the parties and leaders as, for instance, does Kropotkin, the great anarchist historian of the French Revolution, who seeks to prove that every advance of the revolution is due to spontaneous popular action and every setback to the scheming and the statesmanship of politicians. Trotsky sees the masses as the driving force of the upheaval, yet a force which needs to be concentrated and directed. Only the party can provide direction. Without a guiding organization, the energy of the mass would dissipate like steam not enclosed in a piston box. But nevertheless, what moves things is not the piston or the box but the steam. The great contrast which he draws between the two revolutions of 1917 is based on this idea. The February Revolution was essentially the work of the masses themselves, whose energy was powerful enough to force the Tsar to abdicate and to bring the Soviets into existence, but then dissipated before having solved any of the great issues, allowing Prince Lvov to become the head of the government. The October Revolution was primarily the work of the Bolsheviks, who focused and directed the energy of the masses. The relationship between classes and parties is much more complex in Trotsky's presentation, however, than any mechanistic simile might suggest. He shows the subtle interplay of many objective and subjective factors. What guides a party in its action is basically a definite class interest. But the connection between class and party is often involved and sometimes ambiguous. In a revolutionary era it is also highly unstable. Even if a party's behavior is ultimately governed by its nexus with one particular class, it may recruit its following from another, a potentially hostile, class. Or it may represent only one phase in the development of a social milieu, a phase to which some leaders remain mentally fixed, while the milieu has left it far behind. Or else a party may be ahead of its class and expound a program which the latter is not yet ready to accept, but which events will force it to accept, and so on and so forth. In a revolution the traditional political balance collapses, and new alignments take shape abruptly. Trotsky's history is a grand inquiry into the dynamic of these processes. We have said that Trotsky does not disguise his hostility towards the enemies of the October Revolution. To put it more accurately, he confronts them before the tribunal of history as counsel for the prosecution, and there he inflicts upon them for a second time the defeat he had inflicted on them in the streets of Petrograd. As a rule, this is not a role that fits the historian. Yet in history as in law it happens that the counsel for the prosecution may present the fullest possible truth of a case, namely, when he charges the men in the dock with offenses they have actually committed, when he does not exaggerate their guilt, when he enters into their conditions and motives and gives due weight to mitigating circumstances, when he supports every count of the indictment with ample and valid evidence, and, finally, when the defendants, having full freedom to refute the evidence, not only fail to do so, but loudly quarreling among themselves in the dock only confirm it. Such is the manner in which Trotsky discharges his duty. When his history was published, and for many years thereafter, most of the chiefs of the anti-Bolshevik parties, Miliukov, Kerensky, Tseretelli, Chernov, Dan, Abramovich, and others were alive and active as émigrés. Yet none of them has exposed a single significant flaw in the fabric of fact which he presented, and none, with the partial exception of Miliukov, has seriously attempted an alternative account. 16 And so, since no history worthy of the name has so far been produced in the Soviet Union either, Trotsky's work is still, in the fifth decade after October, the only full-scale history of the revolution. This is no accident. All the other major actors, again with the partial exception of Miliukov, were so entangled in their contradictions and failures as to be incapable of presenting in full their own more or less coherent versions. They refused to go back as historians to the fatal battlefield where every landmark and indeed every inch of land reminded them of their disgrace. Trotsky revisits the battlefield, his conscience clear and his head up. Yet his story has no real villains. He does not, as a rule, depict the enemies of Bolshevism as corrupt and depraved men. He does not strip them of their private virtues and personal honor. If they nevertheless stand condemned, it is because he has shown them as defending indefensible causes, as lagging behind the times, as elevated by events to heights of responsibility to which they had not risen mentally and morally, and as perpetually torn between word and deed. The villainy he exposes lies in the archaic social system rather than in individuals. His determinist view of history allows him to treat adversaries, not indulgently indeed, but fairly and at times generously. When he depicts an enemy in power he shows him complacent, talking big, throwing his weight about, and he crushes him with irony or indignation. Not rarely, however, he stops to pay a tribute to an adversary's past achievement, integrity, even heroism, and he sighs over the deterioration of a character worthy of a better destiny. When he describes a broken enemy, he dwells on the necessity of what had happened and exults in its historic justice, but sometimes the exultation subsides and he casts a commiserating glance, usually his last glance, at the prostrate victim. He never paints the enemies of the revolution blacker than they have painted one another. Often he paints them less black, because he dissects their mutual animosities and jealousies and makes allowance for exaggeration in the cruel insults they exchanged. He treats the Tsar and the Tsarina no more mercilessly than Witt, Miliukov, Denikin, and even more orthodox monarchists have treated them. He even defends the Tsar against liberal critics, who have held that by means of timely concessions the Tsar might have averted the catastrophe. Nicholas II, Trotsky argues, made quite a few concessions, but could not yield more ground than self-preservation permitted. As in Tolstoy's War and Peace, so in Trotsky the Tsar is a slave of history. Nicholas II inherited from his ancestors not only a giant empire, but also a revolution. And they did not bequeath him one quality which would have made him capable of governing an empire, or even a province, or a county. To that historical flood which was rolling its billows each one closer to the gates of his palace, the last Romanov opposed only a dumb indifference. 17 He draws a memorable analogy between three doomed monarchs, Nicholas II, Louis XVI, and Charles I, and also between their queens. Nicholas's chief characteristic is not just cruelty, of which he was capable, or stupidity, but meagerness of inner powers, a weakness of the nervous discharge, poverty of spiritual resources. Both Nicholas and Louis XVI give the impression of people overburdened by their job, but at the same time unwilling to give up even a part of those rights which they are unable to use. Each went to the abyss with the crown pushed down over his head. But, Trotsky remarks, would it be any easier, to go to an abyss which you cannot escape anyway with your eyes wide open? He shows that at the decisive moments, when the three sovereigns are overtaken by their fate, they look so much like each other that their distinctive features seem to vanish, because to a tickle people react differently, but to red-hot iron alike. As for the Tsarina and Marie Antoinette, both were enterprising but chicken-headed and both see rainbow dreams as they drown. 18. And here is how he portrays the cadets, the Mensheviks, and the social revolutionaries. Miliukov, professor of history, author of significant scholarly works, founder of the Cadet Party, completely free from that insufferable, half-aristocratic and half-intellectual, political dilettantism which is proper to the majority of Russian liberal men of politics. Miliukov took his profession very seriously, and that alone distinguishes him. The Russian bourgeoisie did not like him because prosaically and soberly, without adornment, he expressed the political essence of the Russian bourgeoisie. Beholding himself in the Miliukov mirror, the man of the bourgeoisie saw himself grey, self-interested, and cowardly, and, as so often happens, he took offense at the mirror. Rodchenko, the Tsar's Lord Chamberlain, who became one of the leaders of the February regime, cuts a grotesque figure. Having received power from the hands of conspirators, rebels, and tyrannicides, he wore a haunted expression in those days, sneaked on tiptoe round the blaze of the revolution, choking from the smoke and saying, "Let it burn down to the coals, then we will try to cook up something." 19. Trotsky's Mensheviks and social revolutionaries have, of course, little in common with the faceless counter-revolutionary phantoms usually shown in Stalinist and even post-Stalinist literature. Each of them belongs to his species, but has his individual traits of character. Here is a thumbnail sketch of Chkij, the Menshevik president of the Petrograd Soviet. He tried to consecrate to the duties of his office all the resources of his conscientiousness, concealing his perpetual lack of confidence in himself under an ingenious jocularity. He carried the ineradicable imprint of his province, mountainous Georgia, the Gironda of the Russian Revolution. The most distinguished figure of that Gironda, Tsereteli, had for many years been a hard labor convict in Siberia, yet remained a radical of the southern French type. In conditions of ordinary parliamentary routine he would have been a fish in water. But he was born into a revolutionary epoch and had poisoned himself in youth with a dose of Marxism. At any rate, of all the Mensheviks, Tsereteli revealed the widest horizon and the strongest desire to pursue a consistent policy. For this reason he, more than any other, helped on with the destruction of the February regime. Chkij wholly submitted to Tsereteli, although at moments he was frightened by that doctrinaire straightforwardness which caused the revolutionary hard labor convict of yesterday to unite with the conservative representatives of the bourgeoisie. 20. Skobelev, once Trotsky's disciple, looks like an undergraduate playing the role of a statesman on a homemade stage. And as for Lieber, if the first violin in the orchestra was Tsereteli, the piercing clarinet was played by Lieber, with all his lung power and blood in his eyes. This was a Menshevik of the Jewish Workers' Union, the Bund, with a long revolutionary past, very sincere, very temperamental, very eloquent, very limited, and passionately desirous of showing himself an inflexible patriot and iron statesman, beside himself with hatred of Bolsheviks. Chernov, the ex-participant in the Zimmerwald movement, now Kerensky's minister. A well-read rather than educated man, with a considerable but unintegrated learning, Chernov always had at his disposition a boundless assortment of appropriate quotations, which for a long time caught the imagination of the Russian youth without teaching them much. There was only one single question which this many-worded leader could not answer: whom was he leading and whither? The eclectic formulas of Chernov, ornamented with moralisms and verses, united for a time a most variegated public who at all critical moments pulled in different directions. No wonder Chernov complacently contrasted his methods of forming a party with Lenin's sectarianism. He decided to evade all issues. Abstaining from the vote became for him a form of political life. With all the differences between Chernov and Kerensky, who hated each other, they were both completely rooted in the pre-revolutionary past, in the old, flabby Russian society, in that thin-blooded and pretentious intelligentsia, burning with a desire to teach the masses of the people, to be their guardian and benefactor, but completely incapable of listening to them, understanding them, and learning from them. Point 21. What distinguishes Trotsky's Bolsheviks from all other parties is precisely the ability to learn from the masses as well as to teach them. But it is not without reluctance and inner resistance that they learn and rise to their task, and when Trotsky concludes with an apotheosis of the revolution and its party, he leaves us wondering for just how long the Bolsheviks will go on learning from the masses. The party he shows us is very different from the Iron Phalanx which, in the official legend, marches steadfastly and irresistibly, free from all human frailty, towards its predetermined goal. It is not that Trotsky's Bolsheviks lack iron, determination, and audacity, but they possess these qualities in doses appropriate to the human character and distributed rather unevenly among leaders and rankers. We see them in their finest moments, when isolated, insulted, and battered, they hope and struggle on. In selfless devotion to a cause none of their adversaries is their equal. Greatness of purpose and character is ever present in their picture. But we see them also in disarray and confusion, the leaders short-sighted and timid, the rankers groping tensely and awkwardly in the dark. Because of this Trotsky has been accused of presenting a caricature of Bolshevism. Nothing is further from the truth. His picture is superbly true to nature precisely because he exposes all the weaknesses, doubtings, and waverings of Bolshevism. At the decisive moment the hesitancy and the divisions are subdued or overcome, and doubt gives place to confidence. That the party had to struggle with itself as well as with its enemies in order to rise to its role does not derogate from its accomplishment, it makes the accomplishment all the greater. Trotsky does not detract from the political honor even of Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rykov, Kalinin, and the others who shrank from the great leap of October. If his narrative brings discredit upon them, it is only because after the event they posed as the unflagging leaders of the Iron Phalanx. The history highlights two great inner crises of Bolshevism in the year of the revolution. In the first, Lenin, just returned from Switzerland, presents his April theses and politically rearms his party for warfare against the February regime. In the second, at the penultimate stage of the revolution, the advocates and opponents of insurrection confront each other in the Bolshevik Central Committee. In both crises the limelight rests for a long time on a narrow circle of leaders. Yet the scenes engrave themselves on our mind as deeply as do the broader, majestic images of the February Rising and of the October Revolution, or as does the somber interval of the July days, when the movement is shown at its nadir. In both crises we are made to feel that it is on the few members of the Central Committee that the fate of the revolution hangs. Their vote decides whether the energies of the masses are to be dissipated and defeated or directed towards victory. The problem of masses and leaders is posed in all its acuteness, and almost at once the limelight is focused even more narrowly and intensely on a single leader, Lenin. Both in April and October, Lenin stands almost alone, misunderstood and disavowed by his disciples. Members of the Central Committee are on the point of burning the letter in which he urges them to prepare for insurrection, and he resolves to wage war against them and if need be to appeal, disregarding party discipline, to the rank and file. Lenin did not trust the Central Committee without Lenin. Trotsky comments, and Lenin was not so wrong in his mistrust. Point 22. Yet in each crisis he eventually won the party for his strategy and threw it into battle. His shrewdness, realism, and concentrated will emerge from the narrative as the decisive elements of the historic process, at least equal in importance to the spontaneous struggle of millions of workers and soldiers. If their energy was the steam and the Bolshevik party the piston box of the revolution, Lenin was the driver. Here Trotsky is grappling with the classical problem of personality in history, and here he is perhaps least successful. His factual account of Lenin's activity is irreproachable. At no stage is it possible to say that here, at this or that point, Lenin did not act and the other Bolsheviks did not behave as Trotsky tells us they did. Nor is he out to present Lenin as a self-sufficient maker of events. Lenin did not oppose the party from outside, but was himself its most complete expression, he assures us, and he repeatedly demonstrates that Lenin merely translated into clear formulas and action the thoughts and moods which agitated the rank and file, and that because of this he eventually prevailed. Leader and mass act in unison. There is a deep concord between Lenin and his party, even when he is at cross purposes with the Central Committee. Just as Bolshevism had not made its historic entry by chance, so Lenin's part was not fortuitous, he was a product of the whole past, embedded in it with the deepest roots. He was not a demiurge of the revolutionary process, but merely a link, a great link, in a chain of objective historic causes. Point 23. However, having placed Lenin as a link in this chain, Trotsky then intimates that without the link the chain would have fallen to pieces. He asks what would have happened if Lenin had not managed to return to Russia in April 1917. Is it possible to say confidently that the party without him would have found its road? We would by no means make bold to say that. It is quite conceivable, he adds, that a disoriented and split party might have let slip the revolutionary opportunity for many years. If in the history Trotsky expresses this view with caution, he dots the i's elsewhere. In a letter he wrote to Preobrazhensky from Alma-Ata he says, "You know better than I do that had Lenin not managed to come to Petrograd in April 1917, the October Revolution would not have taken place." In his French diary he makes the point categorically, "Had I not been present in 1917 in Petrograd, the October Revolution would still have taken place on the condition that Lenin was present and in command. If neither Lenin nor I had been present in Petrograd, there would have been no October Revolution, the leadership of the Bolshevik Party would have prevented it from occurring. Of this I have not the slightest doubt." 24. If Lenin is not yet a demiurge of history here, this is so only in the sense that he did not make the revolution ex nihilo, the decay of the social structure, the steam of mass energy, the piston box of the Bolshevik Party, which Lenin had designed and engineered. All these had to be there in order that he should be able to play his part. But even if all these elements had been there, Trotsky tells us, without Lenin the Bolsheviks would have let slip the revolutionary opportunity for many years. For how many years? 5, 6? Or perhaps 30, 40? We do not know. In any case, without Lenin, Russia might have continued to live under the capitalist order, or even under a restored tsardom, perhaps for an indefinite period, and in this century at least world history would have been very different from what it has been. For a Marxist this is a startling conclusion. The argument admittedly has a flavor of scholasticism, and the historian cannot resolve it by reference to empirical evidence. He cannot reenact the revolution, keep Lenin out of the spectacle, and see what happens. If the issue is nevertheless pursued a little further here, this is done not for the sake of the argument but for the light it throws on our chief character. On this point the views of Trotsky, the historian, are closely affected by the experience and the mood of Trotsky, the leader of the defeated opposition. It is doubtful whether earlier in his career he would have expressed a view which goes so strongly against the grain of the Marxist intellectual tradition. Of that tradition Plekhanov's celebrated essay "The Role of the Individual in History" is highly representative. Like Plekhanov's other theoretical writings, it exercised a formative influence on several generations of Russian Marxists. Plekhanov discusses the issue in terms of the classical antinomy of necessity and freedom. He does not deny the role of the personality, he accepts Carlyle's dictum that the great man is a beginner. This is a very apt description. A great man is precisely a beginner because he sees farther than others and desires things more strongly than others. Hence the colossal significance in history and the terrible power of the great leader. But Plekhanov insists that the leader is merely the organ of an historic need or necessity, and that necessity creates its organ when it needs it. No great man is therefore irreplaceable. Any historic trend, if it is deep and wide enough, expresses itself through a certain number of men, not only through a single individual. In discussing the French Revolution, Plekhanov asks a question analogous to that which Trotsky poses: what would have been the course of the revolution without Robespierre or Napoleon? Let us assume that Robespierre was an absolutely indispensable force in his party, but even so he was not the only one. If the accidental fall of a brick had killed him in, say, January 1793, his place would, of course, have been taken by someone else, and although that other person might have been inferior to him in every respect, events would have nevertheless taken the same course as they did with Robespierre. The Gironde would probably not have escaped defeat, but it is possible that Robespierre's party would have lost power somewhat earlier, or later, but it would have certainly fallen. 25. What Trotsky suggests is that if a brick had killed Lenin, say in March 1917, there would have been no Bolshevik revolution in that year and for many years after. The fall of the brick would consequently have diverted a tremendous current of history in some other direction. The discussion about the individual's role turns out to be a debate over accident in history, a debate with a close bearing on the philosophy of Marxism. Plekhanov concludes his argument by saying that such accidental changes in the course of events might, to some extent, have influenced the subsequent political life of Europe, but that in no circumstances would the final outcome of the revolutionary movement have been the opposite of what it was. Owing to the specific qualities of their minds and their characters, influential individuals can change the individual features of events and some of their particular consequences, but they cannot change their general trend, which is determined by other forces. Trotsky implies that Lenin's personality changed not merely the individual features of events, but the general trend. Without Lenin, the social forces that made that trend or contributed to it would have been ineffective. This conclusion accords ill with Trotsky's Weltanschauung and with much else besides. If it were true that the greatest revolution of all time could not have occurred without one particular leader, then the leader cult at large would by no means be preposterous, and its denunciation by historical materialists, from Marx to Trotsky, and the revulsion of all progressive thought against it would be pointless. Trotsky evidently succumbs here to the optical illusion of which Plekhanov speaks in his argument against historians who insist that Napoleon's role was decisive because no one else could have taken his place with the same or a similar effect. The illusion consists in the fact that a leader appears irreplaceable because, having assumed his place, he prevents others assuming it. Coming forward as the savior of order. Napoleon made it impossible for all other generals to play this role, and some of them might have performed it in the same or almost the same way as he did. Once the public need for an energetic military ruler was satisfied, the social organization barred the road to this position, for all other gifted soldiers. The power of Napoleon's personality presents itself to us in an extremely magnified form, for we credit him with the power of the social organization which had brought him to the fore and held him there. His power appears to us quite exceptional because other powers similar to his did not pass from the potential to the actual. And when we are asked, what would have happened if there had been no Napoleon, our imagination becomes confused, and it seems to us that without him the social movement upon which his strength and influence were based could not have taken place. 26. Similarly, it may be argued, Lenin's influence on events appears to us greatly magnified because once Lenin had assumed the post of the leader, he prevented others from assuming it. It is, of course, impossible to say who might have taken his place had he not been there. It might have been Trotsky himself. Not for nothing did revolutionaries as important as Lunacharsky, Uritsky, and Manuelsky, discussing, in the summer of 1917, Lenin's and Trotsky's relative merits, agree that Trotsky had at that time eclipsed Lenin, and this while Lenin was there, on the spot, and although Lenin's influence on the Bolshevik party was decisive, the October insurrection was in fact carried out according to Trotsky's, not to Lenin's, plan. If neither Lenin nor Trotsky had been there, someone else might have come to the fore. The fact that among the Bolsheviks there was apparently no other man of their stature and reputation does not prove that in their absence such a man would not have emerged. History has indeed a limited number of vacancies for the posts of great chiefs and commanders, and once the vacancies are filled, potential candidates have no opportunity to develop and achieve self-fulfillment. Need it be held that they would not have achieved it in any circumstances? And could Lenin's or Trotsky's part not have been played by leaders smaller in stature, with this difference perhaps that the smaller men, instead of allowing destiny to direct them, would have been dragged by it? It is a fact that almost every great leader or dictator appears irreplaceable in his lifetime, and that on his demise someone does fill his place, usually someone who to his colleagues appears to be the least likely candidate, a mediocrity destined to play second or third fiddle. Hence the surprise of so many at seeing first Stalin as Lenin's successor and then Khrushchev as Stalin's heir, the surprise which is a byproduct of the optical illusion about the irreplaceable colossus. Trotsky maintains that only Lenin's genius could cope with the tasks of the Russian Revolution, and he often intimates that in other countries too the revolution must have a party like the Bolshevik and a leader like Lenin in order to win. There is no gainsaying Lenin's extraordinary capacity and character, or Bolshevism's good fortune in having him at its head. But have not in our time the Chinese and the Yugoslav revolutions triumphed under parties very different from that of the Bolsheviks of 1917, and under leaders of smaller, even much smaller, stature? In each case the revolutionary trend found or created its organ in such human material as was available. And if it seems implausible to assume that the October Revolution would have occurred without Lenin, this is surely not as implausible as is the opposite assumption that a brick falling from a roof in Zurich early in 1917 could have altered the fortunes of mankind in this century. Let us add that this last view accords so ill with Trotsky's basic philosophy and conception of the revolution that he could not uphold it consistently. Thus, in The Revolution Betrayed, written a few years later, he asserts, "The quality of the leadership is, of course, far from being a matter of indifference, but it is not the only factor, and in the last analysis is not decisive. The Bolsheviks conquered, not through the personal superiority of their leaders, but through a new correlation of social forces. In the French Revolution too, in the successive supremacy of Mirabeau, Brissot, Robespierre, Barras, and Bonaparte, there is an obedience to objective law incomparably more effective than the special traits of the historic protagonists themselves." Point 27. As indicated, Trotsky's optical illusion about Lenin sheds a light on himself and his state of mind in these years rather than on Lenin. He produced the history after the orgy of the Stalinist personality cult had begun, and his view of Lenin was a negative reflex of that cult. He appealed against the irreplaceable Stalin to the irreplaceable Lenin. Moreover, in view of the apathy and amorphousness of Soviet society, the leader did indeed loom incomparably larger in those years than in 1917, when the whole mass of the nation was seething with political energy and activity. On the one hand Stalin was emerging as autocrat, on the other, Trotsky was of necessity exercising a sort of ideal, moral autocracy as sole mouthpiece of the opposition. He too, in his defeat, loomed as an individual exceptionally, even uniquely, large. As historian, he projected the leader's huge apparition back onto the screen of 1917, and drew this self-defensive moral, from the extraordinary significance which Lenin's arrival acquired. It should only be inferred that leaders are not accidentally created, that they are gradually chosen out and trained up in the course of decades, that they cannot be capriciously replaced, that their mechanical exclusion from the struggle gives the party a living wound, and in many cases may paralyze it. For a long period 28 in his diary he draws the moral even more explicitly. I think that the work on which I am engaged now, the opposition to Stalin and the foundation of the Fourth International, despite its extremely insufficient and fragmentary nature, is the most important work of my life, more important than 1917, more important than the period of the Civil War, or any other. I cannot speak of the indispensability of my work, even in the period of 1917 to 1921. But now my work is indispensable in the full sense of the word. There is no arrogance in this claim at all. The collapse of the two internationals has posed a problem which none of the leaders of these internationals is at all equipped to solve. The vicissitudes of my personal fate have confronted me with this problem and armed me with important experience in dealing with it. There is now no one except me to carry out the mission of arming a new generation with the revolutionary method. I need at least about 5 more years of uninterrupted work to ensure the succession. Point 29. He needed to feel that the leader, whether Lenin in 1917 or he himself in the 1930s, was irreplaceable. From this belief he drew the strength for his solitary and heroic exertions. And now, When alone of a whole Bolshevik generation he spoke against Stalin, no one indeed was in a position to take his place. But, precisely because he was alone and irreplaceable did so much of his labor run to waste. Quite apart from the pros and cons of this argument, Trotsky's feelings towards Lenin need further elucidation. The opinions of two contemporaries may be cited. Trotsky is prickly and imperative. Only in his relations with Lenin, after their union, did he show always a touching and tender deference. With the modesty characteristic of truly great men, he recognized Lenin's priority 30. Thus wrote Lunacharsky in 1923, at the beginning of the anti-Trotsky campaign. Krupskaya, speaking, in the early 1930s, to a famous foreigner, a non-communist, and knowing that she was eavesdropped upon and that her words would be reported to Stalin, also remarked on Trotsky's domineering and difficult character, but added, he loved Vladimir Ilyich very deeply. On learning of his death, he fainted and did not recover for 2 hours. 31. This love and recognition of Lenin's priority are evident in all of Trotsky's post-revolutionary utterances on Lenin. As early as September 1918, after Dora Kaplan's attempt on Lenin's life, he paid this tribute to the wounded leader. All that was best in Russia's revolutionary intellectuals of earlier times, their spirit of self-denial, their audacity, their hatred of oppression, all this is concentrated in the figure of this man. Supported by Russia's young revolutionary proletariat, utilizing the rich experience of a worldwide workers' movement, he has risen to his full stature, as the greatest man of our revolutionary epoch. Never yet has the life of any one of us seemed to us so secondary in importance as it does now, at a moment when the life of the greatest man of our epoch is in peril. 32. There was not a hint of sycophancy in these words. Lenin was not yet surrounded by any cult, and Trotsky was more than once yet to voice strong disagreement with him. In 1920, on the occasion of Lenin's 50th birthday, he published an essay, more restrained in tone, on Lenin as a national type embodying the best sides of the Russian character. 33. In exile, after he had left Prinkipo, he began to work on Lenin's full-scale biography, of which he finished only the few opening chapters. His failure to complete this work is partly made good by a wealth of biographical sketches he had written and published in the early 1920s. These deal with two decisive periods of Lenin's life, the years 1902-3 and 1917-18, and give a portrait throbbing with life and suffused with the tenderness of which Lunacharsky spoke. 34. What Trotsky admired in Lenin was his Stремленность, his being completely geared up to his great purpose, his tension vers le but also the personality, in which high-mindedness is matched by zest for life, gravity of purpose by rich humor, fanatical devotion to principle by suppleness of thought, ruthlessness and cunning in action by delicate sensitivity, high intellect by simplicity. He shows the greatest man of our epoch as a fallible being, and so he demolishes the Stalinist icon of Lenin. Yet he himself approaches Lenin bareheaded, as it were, and, unabashed, reveres him. But he does not genuflect. He pays a manly tribute not to an idol but to the man as he knew him. Even while he depicts Lenin's heroic character, he does not make a demigod of him. He presents a life-size and workaday figure, not a solemn statue. He employs the most ephemeral genre, the journalistic sketch, to create an enduring picture, and his sketches of Lenin have far greater artistic effect than those drawn by two eminent contemporary novelists, Gorky and Wells. He watches Lenin avidly from every angle, he catches his mind at work, the way he constructs an argument, his appearance and manner on the platform, his gesticulation and the movements of his body, the tone of his laughter, even his practical jokes. We see Lenin's brow clouded with indignation and anger, we observe him playing gently with a dog in a dramatic moment, while he is making up his mind on a grave issue, we catch a glimpse of him as he faces like a schoolboy across the Kremlin square to the government's conference room eager to play an amusing trick on his fellow commissars. And all the time there is in the painter's searching eye a glimmer of love for the prosaic genius of the revolution. There is also a flicker of remorse in the painter's eye. Trotsky had spent by Lenin's side, in close partnership, only about 6 years, his best, his epoch-making years. He had passed the earlier 13 or 14 years in factional struggle against Lenin, assailing him with ferocious personal insults, as slovenly attorney, as hideous caricature of Robespierre, malicious and morally repulsive, as exploiter of Russian backwardness, demoralizer of the Russian working class, and insults compared with which Lenin's rejoinders were restrained, almost mild. Though Lenin had never, since 1917, even hinted at all this, the invective had been too wounding not to have left any scar. Even between 1917 and 1923, when they were in the closest political union, their relations lacked a note of personal intimacy. There was a certain reserve in Lenin. 35 Trotsky, in his touching deference, made tacit and tactful amends. In his writings he is still, perhaps only half-consciously, anxious to compensate Lenin posthumously for all the abuse. He admits that in 1903, when he broke with Lenin, the revolution was still largely a theoretical abstraction to himself, while Lenin had already fully grasped its realities. Again and again he speaks of the inner resistance he had to overcome, while moving towards Lenin. But having overcome it and rejoined Lenin, he placed himself in his shadow, and there he still keeps himself as historian. He relates conscientiously all their differences, but his memory shrinks from the recollection. It shortens instinctively the time of their separation, softens the harshness of the antagonism, and dwells with delight on the years of friendship, seeking to extend them as it were backwards and forwards. Sometimes in reverie he seems to relive his life in continuous undisturbed harmony with Lenin. He thinks of writing a book about the intimate, fruitful, and lifelong friendship of Marx and Engels, his ideal of friendship which it was not given him to achieve in his own life. 11 years after Lenin's death he notes in the diary: "Last night, I dreamt I had a conversation with Lenin. Judging by the surroundings, it was on a ship on the third-class deck. Lenin was lying in a bunk, I was standing or sitting near him. He was questioning me anxiously about my illness. You seem to have accumulated nervous fatigue, you must rest. I answered that I had always recovered from fatigue quickly, but, that this time the trouble seems to lie in some deeper processes. Then you should seriously," he emphasized the word, "consult the doctors, several names." I answered that I had already had many consultations, but looking at Lenin I recalled that he was dead. I immediately tried to drive away this thought. When I had finished telling him about my therapeutic trip to Berlin in 1926, I wanted to add, "This was after your death," but I checked myself and said, "After you fell ill." 36. Dream and reverie shield Trotsky in his vulnerability, and in wish fulfillment he sees himself protected by Lenin's care and affection. The optical illusion about Lenin is the sole instance of subjectivist thinking in the history. Otherwise it is as an objective thinker that Trotsky presents the events. To be sure, only an actor and an eyewitness could feel as intimately as he does the inwardness, the color, and the flavor of every fact and scene. But as historian he stands above himself as actor and eyewitness. What is said of Caesar that as author he was only the shadow of the commander and politician cannot be said of Trotsky. He submits his work to the most exacting tests and supports the narrative by the most rigorous testimony, which as a rule he draws from enemies rather than friends. He never refers to his own authority, and only very rarely does he introduce himself as a dramatis persona. He devotes, for instance, only one brief dry sentence to his assumption of the presidency of the Petrograd Soviet, which was one of the great scenes and momentous events of the time. 37 It is perhaps a defect of the history that if one tried to deduce from it alone just how important was Trotsky's role in the revolution, one would form a wrong idea. Trotsky looms incomparably larger, in 1917, on every page of Pravda, in every anti-Bolshevik newspaper, and in the records of the Soviets and the party than he does in his own pages. His silhouette is the only almost empty spot on his vast and animated canvas. Hazlitt held that oratorical genius and literary greatness are incompatible. Yet Trotsky, who had in such full measure the orator's quickness of perception, spontaneous eloquence, and responsiveness to audience, possessed in the same degree the habits of deep and sustained reflection, the indifference to ephemeral satisfaction, and the patience of soul indispensable to the true writer. Lunacharsky, himself a most prominent speaker, describes Trotsky as the first orator of his time and his writing as congealed speech. He is literary even in his oratory and oratorical even in literature. 38 This opinion applies well to Trotsky's early writings, and Lunacharsky expressed it in 1923 before Trotsky the writer rose to his full height. In my life and in the history the rhetorical element is sternly disciplined by the needs of narrative and interpretation, and the prose has an epic rhythm. It is still congealed speech in the sense in which all narrative is. For decades Trotsky's major works have been read only in translations. As the man was exiled, so his literary genius was banished into foreign languages. He found skillful and devoted translators in Max Eastman, Alexandre Ram, and Maurice Paris-Janin who acquainted the European and American public with his major works. Yet something of his spirit and style is missing from any translation, although Trotsky, having absorbed so much of the European literary tradition, is the most cosmopolitan of Russian writers. But it was from his native sources that he drank most deeply, imbibing the vigor, subtlety, color, and humor of the Russian tongue. He is, in his generation, the greatest master of Russian prose. To the English ear his style may sometimes seem to suffer from that too muchness in which Coleridge saw the flaw of even the best German, or continental, style. This is a matter of taste and accepted stylistical standards, which vary not only from nation to nation, but within the same nation from epoch to epoch. Emotional vigor and strong, repetitive emphasis belong to the style of a revolutionary era, when speaker and writer expound to great masses of people ideas over which a life and death struggle is being waged, and, of course, the raised voices in which people communicate on a battlefield or in a revolution are unbearable at the quiet fireplace of the Englishman's castle. However, my life and the history are free from too muchness. Here Trotsky exercises a classical economy of expression. Here he is an objective word maker, striving for the utmost precision in nuance of meaning or mood, a heavy worker in the field of letters. He molds his work with a watchful eye on the structure of the whole and the proportions of the parts, with an unflagging sense of artistic unity. So closely does he weave his theoretical argument into the narrative that try to disentangle them and the fabric loses texture and pattern. He knows when to contract and when to expand his story as very few narrators know. Yet it is not by arbitrary design that he expands or contracts it, the pace and cadences are attuned to the pulse of events. The whole has the torrential flow proper to a presentation of revolution. But for long stretches he keeps his rhythms even and regular, until, when they approach a climax, they rise and grow, passionate and tempestuous, so that the Red Guard's assault on the Winter Palace, the sirens of the battleships on the Neva, the final cut and thrust between the parties in the Soviet, the collapse of a social order, and the triumph of revolution are reproduced with symphonic effect. 39 And in all this grand sweep his Sachlichkeit is never lost, his originality lies in the combination of classical grandeur and sober modernity. Over his pages he strews dazzling similes and metaphors, these spring spontaneously from his imagination, but he never loses control over them. His imagery is as precise, conceptually, as it is vivid. He uses metaphor with a definite purpose, to accelerate thought, to illumine a situation, or to clip tightly together two or more threads of ideas. The image may flash out in a single sentence, it may shape itself more slowly over the length of a passage, or it may grow in a chapter like a plant, push up a shoot first, blossom forth a few pages later, and come to fruition before the end of the chapter. Note, for instance, the use of metaphor in a passage describing the beginning of the February Revolution. The scene is a demonstration of 2,500 Petrograd workers which, in a narrow place, runs into a detachment of Cossacks, those age-old subduers and punishers of popular revolt. Cutting their way with the breasts of their horses, the officers first charged through the crowd. Behind them, filling the whole width of the prospect, galloped the Cossacks. Decisive moment. But the horsemen, cautiously, in a long ribbon, rode through the corridor just made by the officers. Some of them smiled, Kyroffer calls, and one of them gave the workers a good wink. This wink was not without meaning. The workers were emboldened with a friendly, not hostile, kind of assurance, and slightly infected the Cossacks with it. The one who winked found imitators. In spite of renewed efforts from the officers, the Cossacks, without openly breaking discipline, failed to force the crowd to disperse, but flowed through it in streams. This was repeated 3 or 4 times and brought the two sides ever closer together. Individual Cossacks began to reply to the workers' questions and even to enter into momentary conversations with them. Of discipline there remained but a thin transparent shell that threatened to break through any second. The officers hastened to separate their patrol from the workers, and, abandoning the idea of dispersing them, lined the Cossacks out across the street as a barrier to prevent the demonstrators from getting to the center. But even this did not help. Standing stock still in perfect discipline, the Cossacks did not hinder the workers from diving under their horses. The revolution does not choose its paths, it made its first steps towards victory under the belly of a Cossack's horse. 40. The generalizing image of the revolution diving under the belly of a Cossack's horse emerges naturally from the descriptive passage. It illumines all the novelty, hopefulness, and uncertainty of the situation. We feel that this time the workers will not be trampled upon, though their position is not yet quite secure. But turn another 20 pages, which narrate the progress of the rising, and the metaphor reappears in modified form, as a reminder of the distance the revolution has traveled. One after another came the joyful reports of victories. Our own armored cars have appeared. With red flags flying, they are spreading terror through the districts to all who have not yet submitted. Now it will no longer be necessary to crawl under the belly of a Cossack's horse. The revolution is standing up to its full height. 41. Not less characteristic is a different kind of image in which the writer depicts a peculiar scene with such intensity that the scene itself grows into a haunting symbol. He describes the antagonism between officers and men in the disintegrating Tsarist army. The blind struggle had its ebbs and flows. The officers would try to adapt themselves, the soldiers would again begin to bide their time. But during this temporary relief, during these days and weeks of truce, the social hatred which was decomposing the army of the old regime would become more and more intense. Oftener and oftener it would flash out in a kind of heat lightning. In Moscow, in one of the amphitheaters, a meeting of invalids was called, soldiers and officers together. An orator cripple began to cast aspersions on the officers. A noise of protest arose, a stamping of shoes, canes, crutches. "And how long ago were you, Mr. Officer, insulting the soldiers with lashes and fists?" These wounded, shell-shocked, mutilated people stood like two walls, one facing the other. Crippled soldiers against crippled officers, the majority against the minority, crutches against crutches. That nightmare scene in the amphitheater foreshadowed the ferocity of the coming civil war. 42. This sternly realistic reportage is all terse passion. The scene is rendered in 6 clipped and harsh sentences. A few words transfer us into the amphitheater and hit our ears with the stamping of shoes, canes, crutches. A commonplace simile stresses the uncommonness of the spectacle. The cripples stand like two walls, one facing the other. How much tragic pathos is condensed in these few and apparently artless sentences. Sarcasm, irony, and humor pervade all his writings. He has turned against the established order not only from indignation and theoretical conviction but also from a sense of its absurdity. In the midst of the most tense and merciless struggle his eye catches the grotesque or comic incident. He is struck, and struck forever afresh, by men's weak-mindedness, meanness, and hypocrisy. In My Life he recollects how in New York, early in 1917, Russo-American socialists reacted to his forecast that the Russian Revolution would end in the overthrow of bourgeois rule as well as of tsardom. "Almost everyone I talked with took my words as a joke. At a special meeting of worthy and most worthy Russian Social Democrats I gave a lecture in which I argued that the Proletarian Party would inevitably assume power in the next phase of the Russian Revolution. The effect was like that of a stone thrown into a puddle alive with puffed up and phlegmatic frogs. Dr. Ingerman did not hesitate to point out that I was ignorant of the rudiments of political arithmetic and that it was not worthwhile wasting 5 minutes to refute my nonsensical dreams. 43. It is with this kind of amused disdain that Trotsky most often laughs at his adversaries. His laughter is not kindly, except on rare occasions, or in recollections of childhood and youth when he could still laugh disinterestedly. Later, he is too much absorbed in too bitter a struggle, and he derides men and institutions in order to turn the people against them. What, he says in effect, are we going to allow those puffed up and phlegmatic frogs to have it all their way and to manage our human affairs for us? His satire was to make the oppressed and the downtrodden look down upon the mighty in their seats, and the mighty squirmed under the lash. Like Lessing, in Heine's famous portrait, he not only cuts off the head of his enemy, but is malicious enough to lift it from the ground and show the public that it is quite empty. Never does he cut off so many heads, and show them to have been empty, as when he revisits, with Clio, the great battlefield of October. Chapter 4. Enemy of the People. For the very reason that it fell to my lot to take part in great events, my past now cuts me off from chances of action, Trotsky remarks in his diary. I am reduced to interpreting events and trying to foresee their future course. This appears to be the only such observation he made about himself, and it expresses more than he probably intended to say. To judge from the context, what he had in mind was that his ostracism made it impossible for him to engage in any large-scale political activity. In truth, his past cut him off from chances of action in another and deeper sense as well. His ideas and methods and his political character belonged to an epoch towards which the present, the period of his banishment, was hostile, and because of this they did not have their impact. His ideas and methods were those of classical Marxism and were bound up with the prospect of revolution in the advanced capitalist West. His political character had been formed in the atmosphere of revolution from below and proletarian democracy, in which Russian and international Marxism had been nurtured. Yet in the period between the two world wars, despite the intense class struggles, international revolution stagnated. The staying power of Western capitalism proved far greater than classical Marxism had expected, and it was further enhanced as social democratic reformism and Stalinism disarmed the labor movement, politically and morally. Only in the aftermath of the Second World War was international revolution to resume its course, but then its main arena was to be in the underdeveloped East, and its forms, and partly also its content, were to be very different from those predicted by classical Marxism. To Eastern Europe revolution was to be brought, in the main, from above and from outside by conquest and occupation, while in China it was to rise not as a proletarian democracy, spreading from the cities to the country, but as a gigantic jacquerie conquering the cities from the country and only subsequently passing from the bourgeois democratic to the socialist phase. In any case, the years of Trotsky's exile were, from the Marxist viewpoint, a time out of joint, an historic hiatus, and the ground crumbled under the champion of classical socialist revolution. In the stormy events of the 1930s, especially in those outside the USSR, Trotsky was essentially the great outsider. Yet his past, which had cut him off from chances of action, did not allow him to be inactive either. The man of October, the founder of the Red Army, and the erstwhile inspirer of the Communist International could not possibly reconcile himself to the outsider's role. It was not that such a part would have been incompatible with his Marxist outlook. Marx and Engels themselves were, for long periods, detached from practical politics, engaged in fundamental theoretical work, and content to interpret events. They were in a sense outsiders. Not they but Lassalle led the first socialist mass movement in Germany, not they but Proudhon and Blanqui inspired French socialism, and their influence on the British labour movement was remote and less than skin deep. They did not take their own philosophical postulate about unity of theory and practice so narrowly as to feel obliged to engage in formal political activity at all times. Point 2. When they had no chance to build their party and fight for power, they withdrew into the realm of ideas. The work they did there was historically, but not immediately, of the utmost practical importance, for, steeped in rich experience of social struggle, it pointed to future action. As to Trotsky, neither his character nor his circumstances permitted him to resign from formal political activity. He would not and could not contract out of the day-to-day struggle. The time of his banishment was not an uneventful political interval like the decades after 1848, when Marx wrote Das Kapital. It was an era of worldwide social battles and catastrophes, from which a man of Trotsky's record could not stand apart. Nor was he for a moment free to withdraw from his ceaseless and ferocious duel with Stalin. His past drove him to action as pitilessly as it cut him off from the prospect of action. All his behavior in exile is marked by this conflict between the necessity and the impossibility of action. He senses the conflict, but is never clearly conscious of it. Even when he glimpses the impossibility, he sees it as extraneous, temporary, and resulting merely from persecution and physical isolation. This unawareness of his deeper predicament gives him the strength to struggle on against odds perhaps more fearful than any historic figure has ever faced. Necessity impels him to formal political activity. Yet he recoils again and again, not in his conscious mind, which is ever hopeful, but in his involuntary moods and instinctive reflexes. His will wrestles with these moods and never succumbs. But this is a fierce, desperate, and exhausting collision. During the Principio years sheer physical isolation made his dilemma less pressing. He fretted and longed to come closer to a scene of political action, convinced that this would enable him to intervene effectively. In the meantime he had no choice but to plunge into literary historical work. He withdrew, though not completely, into the realm of theoretical ideas, where his enduring strength now lay. This is why the 4 Principio years were his most creative period in exile. His emergence from Principio was bound to heighten and sharpen his dilemma. Not only was he presently to experience the full blast of that implacable hostility from which seclusion had partly shielded him. Closeness to a scene of political action was to excite in him all that passion for action, in which his weakness now lay. He was to discover or rediscover that the current of events was passing him by, yet he would exert himself to turn it. In the 8 years left to him he was to produce no single work as weighty and enduring as his history or even his autobiography, although his hand never dropped the pen. He left Principio planning to write a history of the Civil War which, because of his unique authority, would have been as important as the history of the Revolution, and perhaps even more illuminating. He started a large-scale biography of Lenin, which, as he confided to Max Eastman and Victor Gollancz, he expected to be the major work of my life and the occasion for a comprehensive, positive and critical, exposition of the philosophy of dialectical materialism. Point 3. He did not carry out these and other plans, partly because wanderings and persecution did not allow him to concentrate, but mainly because he sacrificed them to his formal political activity, to his untiring labor for the Fourth International. Thus his whole existence was torn between the necessity and the impossibility of action. Just now, at the moment of departure from Principio, he had a foreboding of the gravity of the conflict. He was leaving in high spirits, full of hope and great expectations, yet with a chilling dread in the innermost recesses of his being. With Natalia, Max Schachtmann, and 3 secretaries, Van Heijenoord, Clement, and Sarah Weber, he sailed from Principio on board a slow Italian boat Bulgaria, on July 17, 1933. The voyage to Marseilles took a full week. Once again all precautions taken to keep the move secret failed. As on the trip to Denmark, he traveled under his wife's name and did his best to remain inconspicuous, but when the boat called at the port of Piraeus, many eager reporters were already waiting for him. He told them that his journey was strictly private, that he and his wife would devote the next few months to medical treatment, and he refused to be drawn into any political statement. Our journey has no right to engage public attention, especially now when the world is occupied by infinitely more important questions. But the press once again watched suspiciously and speculated on his purpose. There was a rumor that he was going to France on Stalin's initiative to meet Litvinov, the Soviet Commissar of Foreign Affairs, and to discuss the terms of his return to Russia. So widespread and persistent was the rumor that the Vossische Zeitung, a serious German paper, asked him whether it was true, and the Soviet Telegraph Agency issued an official denial. 4. He spent most of his time en route in his cabin, working out his ideas about the Fourth International. He wrote an article, "One Cannot Remain in One International with Stalin, and Co." He also reviewed, briefly and warmly, a novel just published by one of his young Italian followers, Ignazio Sillone's Fontamara. 5. After a few industriously spent days, he fell ill as the boat was nearing France. A severe attack of lumbago laid him low. 6. It was very hot, Natalia recollects, the pain tormented him, he was unable to get up. We called the ship's doctor. The steamer was approaching its destination. We were afraid of disembarking. His pain, which made even breathing difficult, was somewhat relieved when a good way outside Marseilles, the ship was suddenly stopped and the French police ordered him and Natalia into a small tug, while his secretaries were to go on to Marseilles. He was uneasy at being separated from the secretaries and was about to protest when he noticed Lyova and Raymond Molinier waiting for him in the tugboat. He descended slowly, gasping with pain. It was Lyova who had arranged that he should be taken off in order to remove him from the public gaze and to escape the swarm of reporters, who were waiting at the harbor, and among whom GPU agents were sure to be planted. Unobtrusively Trotsky landed at Cassis, near Marseilles, where an officer of the Sûreté Générale handed him an official paper revoking the order under which he had, in 1916, been expelled from France forever. "It is a long time," Trotsky noted, "since I acknowledged the receipt of any official document with so much pleasure." 7. The pleasure was at once somewhat spoiled by the outcry of right-wing newspapers against his admission. 8. Ironically, on the day of his arrival, July 24, Humanite also protested against the annulment of the 1916 expulsion order, an order issued at the instigation of Count Isvalsky, the Tsar's last ambassador, as reprisal for Trotsky's anti-war activity. El Humanite also published a resolution of the French Politburo, calling upon the whole Communist Party to keep a watch on Trotsky's movements. Lyova's fears and precautions proved well justified. From Cassis, accompanied by a few young French Trotskyists, they drove towards Bordeaux, then northwards to Saint-Pelé, near Royan, on the Atlantic coast, where Molinier had rented a villa. Meanwhile, the secretaries disembarked at Marseilles, unloaded Trotsky's library, archives, and luggage, dispatched these to Paris, and went there themselves. GPU sleuths concluded from this that Trotsky too had gone to Paris on this guess. Vyshinsky was to base, during the Moscow trials 4 years later, an essential part of his allegations about Trotsky's terroristic activities in France. Trotsky's party traveled slowly towards Royan, and because of Trotsky's persistent pain, stopped at a village inn in the Gironde department at night. Lyova and a young Frenchman stood guard at Trotsky's doors. Only next afternoon did they reach Saint-Pelé. On arrival Trotsky went to bed with high fever. But within an hour he had to dress and leave the house in a hurry. A fire had broken out, the rooms were full of smoke, the veranda, the garden, and the fences stood in flames. There was something symbolic in this opening incident. More than once during Trotsky's stay in France the ground would catch fire beneath his feet and he would have to rush out and take to the road. But the mishap at Saint-Pelé was quite accidental. The summer was exceedingly hot, and not a few woods and houses were ablaze. The accident might have become embarrassing if Trotsky's identity had been found out. He was under an obligation to keep his incognito. Outside the villa, a crowd had gathered, and to avoid being recognized, he rushed across the road, hid in Molinier's car at the roadside, and there waited until his wife, son, and friends, helped by a change of wind, extinguished the fire. People approached him, but he pretended to be an American tourist, speaking hardly any French, and he noticed with relief that his accent had not given him away. Next day the local paper reporting the event mentioned an elderly American couple who had moved into the villa just before the fire broke out. He stayed at St. Pelé from July 25 to October 1, remaining all this time indoors, mostly in bed. His health, according to Natalia, deteriorated every time there was something the matter. He suffered from insomnia, headaches, and fevers. He could not raise himself up to have a look at the garden or to get out to the beach, and he postponed this undertaking from day to day. When he was a little better, he received visitors, but he tired quickly and spent long hours on a couch indoors or a deck chair in the garden. Visitors were to recall that he could not sustain a conversation for longer than 15 or 20 minutes and that he perspired profusely and almost fainted, so that some of them stayed at St. Pelé for a few days in order to have several short talks with him. 9. Yet, during the 2 months at St. Pelé, he received no fewer than 50 callers. Among them were, apart from French and other Trotskyists, Jenny Lee, Aneurin Bevan's wife, and A.C. Smith of the British Independent Labour Party, Jacob Walcher and Paul Froelich, formerly leaders of the German Communist Party, then of the Socialistische Arbeiterpartei, Mering Sneevliet, once Comintern representative in Indonesia and China, now member of the Dutch Parliament and leader of an independent socialist party, Paul Henry Spock, future General Secretary of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, at this time leader of Belgium's Socialist Youth and something of a disciple of Trotsky's, overawed by the master and diligently yet apprehensively submissive, Ruth Fischer, Carlo Rosselli, the eminent Italian anti-fascist, André Malraux, and others. Most visitors called in connection with the conference, convened in Paris at the end of August, of parties and groups interested in the idea of a new international. Trotsky, unable to attend the conference, was active in its preparation, wrote theses and resolutions for it, and took a close interest in the details of organization. He hoped to win over many of those who stood outside the established internationals. But of the 14 small parties and groups represented at the conference, only 3, the German Socialistische Arbeiterpartei and 2 Dutch groups, joined the Trotskyists in working for the Fourth International. All the others were frightened by the fierceness of Trotsky's opposition to both reformism and Stalinism. Even the 3 who joined did so with reservations, and they did not form an international but merely a preliminary organization. Outwardly, Trotsky was pleased with this start, and saw in it an event as significant as the Zimmerwald Conference had been in its time. 10. Yet he could not fail to sense how feeble a start it really was, and this certainly contributed to his despondency. Of his mood in these weeks we find an intimate expression in his correspondence with Natalia, who early in September left for Paris to consult doctors. Their letters, sad and tender, show him forlorn and morally dependent on her in a way he could hardly ever have been in any of the earlier, more active periods of his life. Her stay in Paris reminded him of the far-off years when they had lived there together, and he had a poignant feeling of declining strength and of advancing age. A day or 2 after her departure he wrote to her, "How painfully I long to see your old picture, our common picture, showing us when we were so young. You are in Paris, the day you left. I was unwell. I went into your room and touched your things." Again and again, he strained to recapture the image of their youth, and complained of sleeplessness, lassitude, and loss of memory, caused by the sufferings of recent years. But he reassured her that he felt his intellectual powers to be unimpaired and that he was well looked after by a good doctor, a comrade who had come from Paris and was staying with him. "Dearest, dearest mine," he wrote on September 11, "it was quieter on Principe. Already the recent past seems better than it was. Yet we looked forward with so much hope to our stay in France. Is this definitely old age already? Or is it only a temporary, though all too sharp a decline, from which I shall still rally? We shall see. Yesterday 2 elderly workers and a schoolmaster came to see me. Navali was also here. I felt weary, there was little relevance in the talk. But I watched with curiosity the elderly provincial workers 11. A week later he recovered somewhat and described to Natalia how, still bedridden, he had received a group of followers and had argued with them vigorously, and how Lyova, having seen them off, had come back, embraced him over the blanket, kissed him, and whispered, "I love you, father." This filial affection and admiration moved him after years of separation. But a few days later he wrote again that he felt very old among the young men who visited him, and that at night he awoke and like an abandoned child called for Natalia. Did not Goethe say that old age catches us by surprise and finds us children? "How sad you are," Natalia answered. "You have never been like that. I see you pale, weary, doleful. This is terribly depressing. This is quite unlike you. You are making superhuman demands on yourself and speak of old age when one should be amazed at how much you are still able to shoulder." He quailed inwardly before the impossibility of his task, and the visits, the talks, mostly turning round in circles, and the intrigues of tiny cliques, could hardly raise his spirits. 12. By the beginning of October his health had improved, and to get a complete rest he went with Natalia to Bagneres de Bigorre in the Pyrenees, where they spent 3 weeks, made trips, and visited lords, which amused and irritated him as a monument to human credulity. He came to himself and longed to be back at work. From Bagneres he wrote to Gollancz, who had been urging him to get on with the Lenin, that he would now concentrate on this book and put aside his plan for the history of the Red Army. 13. Thus 3 months passed from his landing in France. The protests against his admission had subsided, he had managed to keep his incognito, his whereabouts were unknown to the press, and few even of the friends and well-wishers who called at Street Palais knew his exact address, so cautiously had Lyova arranged their visits. The Stalinists were unable to trace him and to stage their planned demonstrations against his presence. A Trotskyist sympathizer, who was still a party member, came to Royan to watch what was going on in the cells there and, if need be, to give a warning to Saint Palais, but the local Stalinists had no inkling that Trotsky was in the neighborhood. The government, reassured by his discretion, lifted some of the restrictions on his freedom of movement and permitted him to stay anywhere, except in Paris and the Seine department. And so on November 1 he moved to Barbizon, the little town near Paris which has given its name to a famous school of painting. He lived there in a house outside the town, in a small park on the edge of the Fontainebleau forest, well hidden from prying eyes, guarded by sentries and watchdogs. He kept in close touch with his followers in Paris. Messengers regularly carried the correspondence to and fro, and in the winter, escorted by a bodyguard, he made 2 or 3 trips to the capital. At Barbizon he hoped to work undisturbed on the Lenin at least for a year. There seemed to be no trace of his recent lassitude. He resumed his customary routine. At 6 in the morning, while everyone in the house was still asleep, he was at work, and, pausing only for breakfast, he went on until noon. After lunch and an hour's rest he was at work again. At 4 p.m. he, Natalia, and the secretaries took tea standing, then everyone was back at his job till supper. In the evenings the members of the household and visitors formed a debating circle, over which he presided, of course. He resumed solid research and literary work. He assembled materials for the Lenin, delved into the Ulyanovs' family background and Lenin's childhood and adolescence, studied the Russia of the 1870s and 1880s, and the formative phases of Lenin's intellectual growth, the topics that fill the first and the only completed part of the biography. Preparing to deal with Lenin's philosophical writings, and conscious of gaps in his own knowledge, he went back to the classics of logic and dialectics, Aristotle and Descartes, but especially to Hegel. He did not allow other projects to tempt him away. About this time Harold Lasky urged him to write a book, Where is America Going?, somewhat on the pattern of Where is Britain Going? I know no one, wrote the mentor of the British Labour Party, himself renowned as an authority on American constitutional history and politics, I know no one whose book on this subject would be more interesting to the Anglo-American public. 14 But Trotsky was not to be diverted. More than ever he now followed con amore French politics and letters. For relaxation he wrote or rewrote character sketches of Briand, Milrand, Poincaré, Herriot, and he reviewed quite a few French novels. Of these minor writings, his essay on Céline's voyage au bout de la nuit and Poincaré's memoirs deserve to be briefly summarized. Point 15. The occasion for it was Céline's debut with Voyage. Céline has entered great literature as others enter their homes, Trotsky said, praising the writer's indifference to respectability, his wide experience, fine ear, and daring idiom. He has shaken up the vocabulary of French literature and brought back into it words long banished by academic purism. Rooted in a rich tradition, deriving from Rabelais, he had written the Voyage as if he had been the first to use French words. He also defied the conventionalities of the French bourgeoisie, of which Poincaré was a perfect embodiment. The juxtaposition of Céline and Poincaré was suggested to Trotsky by the opening scene in Voyage, which depicts Poincaré inaugurating a dog show. The incorruptible notary of the French bourgeoisie and patron saint of the Third Republic had not a single individual note of his own. Everything in him was conventional and imitative. His personality, as it appeared in his speeches and memoirs, was like a barbed wire skeleton wrapped up in paper flowers and golden tinsel. I am a bourgeois, and nothing bourgeois is alien to me, Poincaré might have said. His rapacity, displayed in exacting reparations from defeated Germany, and his hypocrisy, so absolute that it became a kind of sincerity, were dressed up as traditional French rationalism. Yet the logic and clarity of bourgeois France stood to that high philosophical tradition as medieval scholasticism stood to Aristotle. It viewed the world not in the three dimensions of reality but in the two dimensions of documents. The famous French sense of proportion was in Poincaré a sense of the small proportions. The French bourgeoisie had inherited from its ancestors a wardrobe rich in historic costumes, which it used to cover its stubborn conservatism, and next to rationalism, the religion of patriotism was to it what religion was to the Anglo-Saxon middle classes. The free-thinking French bourgeois, for whom Poincaré spoke, projected into his own nation all the attributes that other people vest in Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. France is to him the Holy Virgin. The liturgy of patriotism is an inevitable part of the political ritual. Céline's merit was that he exposed and rejected these sanctities. He depicted a way of life in which murder for small profit was not the rare exception or the excess which conventional morality pretended it to be, but almost a natural occurrence. Yet, an innovator in style rather than in ideas, Céline was himself a bourgeois, weary, despairing, and so disgusted by his own image in the mirror that he smashes the glass until his hands bleed. With only his intense hatred of the lie and his disbelief in any truth, Céline would not be able to write another book like The Voyage. Trotsky concluded if no radical change were to occur in him he would sink into darkness. Presently Céline was indeed captivated and carried away by the tide of Nazism. Trotsky's remarks on Malraux are also noteworthy, for he was one of the first, if not the first, reviewer of La Condition Humaine, which he hailed as the revelation of a great and original talent. He urged a New York publisher to bring out an American edition of the book and recommended it in these terms: only a great superhuman purpose for which man is ready to pay with his life gives meaning to personal existence. This is the final import of the novel, which is free from philosophical didacticism and remains from beginning to end a true work of art. 16. In an earlier review, however, he spoke of the streak of cheap Machiavellianism in Malraux, who was fascinated not so much by revolution and its genuine fighters as by pseudo-revolutionary adventurers and bureaucratic supermen seeking to dominate and boss the working class. Fascination with this kind of superman, as we now know, was to make it so easy for Malraux to become associated first with Stalinism and then with Gaullism. At this time, however, he was still trying to reconcile his Stalinist inclinations with sympathy and admiration for Trotsky. 17. At Barbizon, Trotsky was able to take a close look at his Western European followers, especially the French ones, and he tried to go beyond the narrow confines of his faction in recruiting adherents for the Fourth International. He set great store by the accession of Ruth Fischer and Maslov, who were émigrés in France. He often received Fischer at Barbizon and, to the annoyance of the German Trotskyists, introduced her as a member to the International Secretariat. He wrote an enthusiastic preface to a brochure by Maria Rees, formerly a communist member of the Reichstag, who exposed the confusion and panic in which the German party had collapsed in 1933 and announced her adherence to Trotskyism. Shortly thereafter, however, Rees deserted the Trotskyists, returned to Germany, and declared for National Socialism. 18 The recruitment of new adherents was hard going. The few groups that had agreed to work together for the new international were at loggerheads. Some old Trotskyists like Nin and his friends broke away to form an independent party, the POUM of Catalonia. In France all the Trotskyist groups aggregated about 100 members at the most, and Verité had a circulation of less than 3,000. Rosmer kept aloof. During the 2 years of Trotsky's stay in France, he says, "We never saw each other. Probably he was waiting for me to make the first step towards him, and I waited for a first step from him." 19 By now Trotsky was discovering that it was not without reason that Rosmer had refused to associate with Raymond Molinier. He himself was taken aback by Molinier's political irresponsibility, even though the Molinier family was very helpful to him during his French peregrinations. He was also irked by Navali's arrogance and lack of revolutionary spirit and initiative. 20 He spent many an hour in discussions with Simone Weil, a Trotskyist at this time, but found her a muddlehead, without any understanding for working-class politics and Marxism. In later years she gained fame as a philosophical convert to Catholicism and mystic. The impression which most of his French intellectual adherents made on him is well conveyed in his letter to Victor Serge, written 2 years later, where he describes them as Philistines. "I have been even in their homes and have felt the smell of their petty bourgeois life. My nose has not deceived me." All he could count on were a few fervent and young workers and students, yet even these lacked political knowledge and experience and vegetated outside the labor movement. "We must look for roads to the workers," he concluded, "and in the process must avoid ex-revolutionaries and even push them discourteously aside." 21. This was the time of the Stavisky affair, the scandal which revealed shocking corruption in the Third Republic, its ministers, deputies, police chiefs, and press. The parliamentary mainstay of the Republic, the Radical Party, was deeply involved, and the government was nearly choking in the fumes of the affair. Fascist and quasi-fascist leagues, especially the Croix de Feu, or the Cagollards, led by Colonel de la Roque, battened on the popular indignation and threatened to overthrow the parliamentary regime. On February 6, 1934 they staged a semi-insurrection and with the cry "Daladir Opoto" assailed the Chamber of Deputies. The coup failed, however, and within a week it provoked a general strike of the workers of Paris, in which socialists and communists spontaneously formed a united front, the first time for years. This happened just when the Comintern was abandoning its ultra-left tactics, and the United Front of February 12 set a precedent. In July socialists and communists reached a formal agreement to defend jointly the Republic against every fascist attack. The Radical Party did not join them yet. The Popular Front, which was to include it, was to come into existence only the following year. But a new chapter was opened. The Daladier government had been saved by the United Front and was increasingly dependent on its support. The political balance of France had shifted, there was an upsurge of energy among the workers and a revival of class struggle. In these circumstances, Trotsky held, it was all the more urgent that his followers should find themselves within the mass movement. As they could not go back to the Communist Party, which slandered them and persecuted them mercilessly, he advised them to join the SFIO, the Socialist Party, which, directed by Leon Blum, still held sway over the majority of workers. The SFIO was not yet the party of the white-collar man and the petite bourgeoisie which it was to become after the Second World War. Trotsky advised his followers to join that party, not in order to accept its ideas, but on the contrary in order to defy reformism within its own stronghold and to carry their revolutionary program to the masses. The SFIO was not a centralized body but a federation of various groups and factions openly competing for influence. In such an organization it should have been possible for the Trotskyists to convert people to the idea of the Fourth International. This was the French turn, which all Trotskyist groups were debating in 1934, 5. Eventually Trotsky advised nearly all of them to follow a similar course in their own countries, i.e. to join, as distinct groups, the Social Democratic Parties. Point 22. In this way he implicitly acknowledged that his scheme for the new international was unreal. The French turn was a desperate attempt to salvage it. It could not succeed. Trotskyism could not appeal, except episodically, to the rank and file of a social democratic party. It went too strongly against their habits of thought and deep-rooted reformist tradition. Trotsky could not defeat Blum's influence on Blum's native ground, which was what he indirectly undertook to do. His followers entered the SFIO as a tiny group without authority or prestige, proclaiming in advance their enmity to the party's established leaders and accepted tenets. They made a few converts among the young, but soon ran up against a wall of hostility. Yet the French turn removed the Trotskyists even further from the mass of communists and provided grist to Stalinist propaganda. To the communist rank and file the claim that they had joined the SFIO only in order to give battle to reformism sounded like a flimsy pretext. Communists saw the Social Democrats making for a time political capital out of the Trotskyists' adherents, and they heard the latter inveighing against Stalinism from social democratic platforms. Their old distrust of Trotskyism turned into a blind hatred of the renegades and traitors. True enough, presently they did indeed see the Trotskyists assailing the social democratic leaders and their policies and being expelled from the SFIO. But this happened during the Popular Front, and the Communist Party applauded and even instigated the expulsion. All the same, the French turn helped to change the antipathy the ordinary French communist felt for Trotskyism into an intense animosity, and even if the difference was only one of a nuance, it was not unimportant. It was by such imperceptible gradations that the mood of Western communists was being worked up to that furious abhorrence of Trotskyism in which they were to receive the great purges. 6 months had not yet passed since Trotsky's arrival at Barbizon when the comparative peace in which he lived there was suddenly destroyed. He had again preserved his incognito and concealed his whereabouts so well that even his friends did not know where he was and corresponded with him at a cover address. Not a single letter of his was ever posted from Barbizon. A secretary acted as messenger and carried letters between Barbizon and Paris. A trivial incident undid all those prudent arrangements. One evening in April the police stopped Trotsky's messenger for a minor traffic offense. Puzzled by his vague answers and foreign accent, the messenger was Clement, a German political émigré. The police stumbled on the discovery that Trotsky was at Barbizon. As the headquarters of the Sûreté had cautiously withheld this information from them, the local gendarmes, flushed with their feat of detection, broke the news with all drums beating. The local procureur, followed by a platoon of gendarmerie and by reporters from Paris, came to interrogate Trotsky. The right-wing press at once renewed its clamor, and Humanite once again vied with it. The government was frightened. The fascist leagues had already attacked it for granting Trotsky asylum. This, they screamed, was one of the crimes of the rotten and degenerate regime, the true face of which had been shown up in the Stavisky affair. From Berlin, Goebbels' Ministry of Propaganda spread the tale that Trotsky was preparing a communist insurrection. The petite bourgeoisie, terrified by the slump, incensed against the Third Republic, and fed by sensational headlines about Trotsky's mysterious doings, readily believed that the ogre of Europe was after them. Humanite maintained that he was conspiring against the French national interest. To appease the hostile clamor, the ministry announced that it was about to expel Trotsky, and it served him an order of expulsion. It did not, however, enforce the order, because no country was prepared to accept him. On 16 or April 17 the police instructed him to move out of Barbizon. His house was besieged by crowds. An attack either from the Cagollards or from the Stalinists was to be feared. He shaved off his beard, did what else he could to make himself unrecognizable, and slipped out of the house. He went to Paris and stayed for a few days with his son in a poor student's garret. But Paris was out of bounds for him and too dangerous, and so, leaving Natalia, he took to the road again. With Henry Molinier and Van Hyenurt he drove southwards without any definite destination. He was still to stay in France for another 14 months, but he had either to lead a vagrant life or to take shelter in a remote village in the Alps, and all the time he had to hide his high and all too conspicuous head. Followed by a police detective, he moved from place to place and from hotel to hotel until he arrived at Chamonix. Almost at once a local newspaper came out with the hot news. Apparently the police suspected, he noted, that I had some intentions concerning Switzerland or Italy, and gave me away. He had to move on. The police forbade him to remain in the frontier area and ordered him to find a refuge in a small town or village situated at least 300 kilometers from Paris. At Chamonix, Natalia rejoined him, and, while Molinier or Van Hyenurt looked for a new dwelling place, they had to be put up in a pension. To enter a pension was a very complicated operation, because he could not present himself under his name, and the police would not allow him to use any cover name. He introduced himself finally as Monsieur Sidoff, a French citizen of foreign extraction, and to obtain complete privacy he and Natalia pretended to be in deep mourning and took meals in their room. Van Hyenurt, posing as a nephew, kept an eye on the surroundings. Tragicomically, the pension turned out to be the center for local royalists and fascists with whom the loyal Republican agent of the THIRD, who continued to escort Trotsky, engaged in acrimonious discussions at table. After each meal our nephew would tell us about these Molièresque scenes, and half an hour of merry though suppressed laughter, we were, of course, in mourning, repaid us at least partially for the discomfort of our existence. On Sunday Natalia and I went out to Mass, really for a walk. This heightened our prestige in the house. From this pension they moved to a cottage in the country. But when the local prefect learned the address, he wrung his hands. "You have chosen the most inappropriate place. That is a hotbed of clericalism. The mayor is a personal enemy of mine." Having rented the cottage for a few months and being bankrupt by now, Trotsky refused to depart, until another indiscretion in a local newspaper compelled him to leave in a hurry. 23. After nearly 3 months of such wanderings he came at last, early in July, to Domesne, near Grenoble, where he and Natalia stayed with a Monsieur Beau, the village teacher. There they remained for nearly 11 months, in complete isolation, without a secretary or a bodyguard. Only 2 or 3 visitors, who had come especially from abroad, called at Domesne. Once in several weeks a secretary would arrive from Paris, and every now and then a few schoolmasters from the neighborhood visited Monsieur Beau, and then his 2 tenants joined them in discussing local school affairs. "Our life here differs very little from imprisonment," Trotsky noted. "We are shut up in our house and yard and meet people no more often than we would at visiting hours in a prison. We have acquired a radio, but such things probably exist even in some penitentiaries." Even their daily walks reminded them of taking exercise in a prison yard. They skirted the village to avoid people and could not go far without straying into a neighboring hamlet. Mail from Paris arrived only twice a month. In democratic France they had far less freedom than they had had on Principe and even at Alma-Ata. 24. He worked less than usual and less fruitfully, and made almost no progress with the Lenin. In October he wrote under the title Ouva la France, a pamphlet about French politics on the eve of the Popular Front. The pamphlet contained many brilliant passages, but it failed to answer, or rather gave the wrong answer, to the question posed in its title. He viewed the French scene through the same prism through which he had viewed the German scene, yet the prism through which he had seen Hitler's advent so clearly blurred his view of the French prospects. Once again he diagnosed, rightly, a crisis of bourgeois democracy, but once again he saw, mistakenly, the lower middle classes running amok, producing a dynamic fascist mass movement, and confronting the working class with their violence. The February coup of the Croix de Feu seemed to lend some color to this view. But Colonel de Larocque was not to be the French Hitler, nor was the French petite bourgeoisie to engender a movement like National Socialism, either because the Popular Front forestalled it, or because its outlook and traditions were different from those of the German Kleinbürgerdom. It was one of the peculiarities of French political history in the 1930s, the 1940s, and the 1950s that attempts to launch fascist mass movements were repeatedly made and repeatedly failed. When the Third Republic collapsed in 1940, it did so under the blast of German invasion, even then not a native fascism but Pétain's sclerotic dictatorship doddered over its ruins. 18 years later the Fourth Republic too succumbed to a military coup. The French reaction against bourgeois democracy took, as it had done in the 19th century, a quasi or pseudo-Bonapartist form, resulting in the rule of the saber, the methods and impact of which were very different from those of totalitarian fascism. 25. From his premises Trotsky expounded his ideas about the strategy and tactics of the French labor movement. He criticized the United Front, as Thérèse and Blum practiced it, on the grounds that its action was confined to parliamentary maneuvers and electoral alliances, and that it did not seek to arouse the workers to an extra-parliamentary struggle against fascism, a struggle which might have opened up the prospect of socialist revolution as well. He poured out his sarcasm on the Comintern, which had denounced him for urging German socialists and communists to bar jointly Hitler's road to power, and which had now, without turning a hair, adopted the United Front only to pervert it into a tactic of evasion, parliamentary cretinism, and opportunism. Ironically, it was Thérèse who now urged Blum to extend their alliance to the radicals in order to associate the petite bourgeoisie with the anti-fascist struggle of the working class. This the Popular Front, Trotsky argued, would not associate the lower middle classes with the workers but would open up a chasm between them, because the lower middle classes were turning their backs on the radicals, their traditional party. He appealed to communists and socialists to form workers' militias and prepare to fight fascism arms in hand, if need be, and he repeated these views in another pamphlet, Encore une fois, Ouva la France, written in March 1935. The eventual failure of the Popular Front was to justify most of Trotsky's criticisms. For the moment, however, the joint socialist-communist action succeeded in throwing back the fascist leagues, which never recovered from their defeat, and the Popular Front undeniably aroused the working class for a time and gave a tremendous impulse to its movement. Only subsequently was the policy of the Popular Front to break the energy of the workers, to estrange the petite bourgeoisie, and thus to throw the country into the mood of reaction and prostration, in which the outbreak of the Second World War found it. But in 1934-5, as the danger of fascism had receded, Trotsky's call for extra-parliamentary action and for workers' militias sounded out of season, and evoked no response. Watching from his retreat in the Alps the first maneuvers of the Popular Front, he noted in his diary that this order has hopelessly undermined itself. It will collapse with a stench. 26 Only a few years lay between the triumphs of the Popular Front and the great stench of the 1940 collapse. Up to the end of 1932 Trotsky was still in contact with his followers in the Soviet Union, and received letters and bulletins from many penal settlements and prisons. Written in Russian, French, and German, mostly on rough wrapping sheets, sometimes even on cigarette paper, and dealing with political and theoretical matters or bringing personal greetings, this correspondence was dispatched with incredible ingenuity. Once, for instance, there landed on Trotsky's desk a matchbox inside which he found a whole political treatise penned in the tiniest of handwritings. This correspondence, preserved in his archives, brought to Prinkipo the breath of Siberian and subpolar winds, the smell of dungeons, the echoes of savage struggles, the cries of doomed and despairing men, but also some lucid thoughts and unbroken hopes. As long as it went on reaching him, he felt the throbbing of Soviet reality. Gradually, however, the correspondence dwindled to a trickle, and even before he left Prinkipo it ceased altogether. In France he had no contact at all with the opposition in the Soviet Union. Its silence, made even deeper by the capitulator's unending recantations, was on his mind when he stated that the Russian movement had lost the power of revolutionary initiative and that only a new international could regain it. In February 1934, while he was still at Barbizon, the news of Rakovsky's capitulation reached him. It may well be imagined how this affected him. Rakovsky had been closer to him as friend, fighter, and thinker than any other associate. Despite his age, he had, unbroken by persecution, held out against Stalin after nearly all the other leaders of the opposition had surrendered, and in the prisons and places of deportation his moral authority had been second only to Trotsky's. In almost every issue of the Bulletin Trotsky had published something by Rakovsky or about him, an article, a letter, an extract from an old speech, or a protest against his persecution. After every defeat of the opposition and after every series of capitulations, he had pointed to Rakovsky as the shining example and as proof that the opposition was alive. Rakovsky's defection filled him therefore with immense sadness. It marked for him the passing of an epoch. Rakovsky, he wrote, was virtually my last contact with the old revolutionary generation. After his capitulation there is nobody left. 27 Was it weariness, he wondered, that had at last overcome the old fighter? Or was he, as he stated, guided by the conviction that when the Soviet Union was threatened by the Third Reich, he too had to rally behind Stalin? In any case, Stalin's triumph could not be more complete. And in the next few months the reconciliation between Stalin and his many repentant opponents seemed more genuine than ever, although the party still ceaselessly expelled disloyal elements from its ranks. Then suddenly, before the end of the year, this appearance of reconciliation was exploded. On December 1, Sergei Kirov, who had 9 years earlier replaced Zinoviev as the head of the Leningrad organization and in the Politburo, was assassinated. The first official version claimed that a body of White Guard conspirators stood behind Nikolov, the assassin, and that a Latvian consul had pulled the wires. There was no question of any inter-party opposition being involved. A second version, however, described the assassin as a follower of Zinoviev and Kamina and made no